You've traveled to a world of martial arts, and for 18 years, you've diligently practiced for 2 hours every night, never missing a day. Yet, you still haven't managed to grasp the fundamentals of martial arts, and your chi and blood value remains stubbornly at 120, failing to even meet the 135 threshold required to take the examination. Just as you were completely disheartened and about to give up, you suddenly heard a voice, detected the basic cultivation method return flow breathing technique, which can be simplified. Starting to simplify the basic cultivation method return flow breathing technique. Simplification successful breathe. Unconsciously, you took a breath. Instantly, you felt the air penetrate your trachea like a water snake entering the sea, swiftly unblocking your 7 meridians and 8 collaterals. Although this change wasn't drastic, it was already more effective than your previous 2 hours of arduous training. And you observed that your chi and blood, which had remained stagnant for millennia, actually began to show a subtle increase. In just the time it takes to eat a bowl of noodles, you watched your chi and blood value rise by another 5 points. This was an achievement others could only reach after a month of hard training. In a dilapidated room, Wang Ziyan lay on his bed, the light from his phone illuminating his handsome face. Today, the chi and blood test concluded, and he regretfully left with a chi and blood value of 120. Tomorrow's potential test would likely have nothing to do with him. No martial arts university would be interested in him. Now, he just awaited the homeroom teacher's notification. Ding! Homeroom teacher, all students, our class's performance was excellent. 90% of students passed the chi and blood test. This year, the martial arts examination standards have increased. The threshold for standard chi and blood has risen from last year's 120 to 135, and for key universities, you need at least 165 to have a chance. As long as these students perform well in the upcoming potential test, the admission rate should exceed 80%, and many students have the potential for key universities. As soon as this message appeared, the Class 3-1 group chat immediately became lively. Oh yeah, my chi and blood test today measured 135, just barely passing. Scared me to death, the standard actually increased so much this year. Luckily, my chi and blood test data today was 145, hoo-hoo. By the way, when Mengsher's chi and blood test result seems to be 180. She's definitely going to a key university, right? Isn't that obvious? Our campus belle's talent goes without saying. She'll definitely pass the potential test for Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the best in our base city. Oh, did Wang Ziyan pass the test? I see he usually works very hard, even more so than the campus belle. What's the use of just working hard? Despite being deskmates with the campus belle, his talent is heaven and earth apart. He probably didn't even reach last year's standard chi and blood, right? Exactly. After tomorrow's potential test, he won't be in the same league as us. Seeing this, Wang Ziyan's surging heartbeat plummeted again. 90% of students passed the chi and blood test. After passing tomorrow's potential test, they can enter a martial arts university for further study. Essentially, they'll all become martial artists. Wang Ziyan pursed his lips, a bitter taste blossoming on his tongue. With his 120 chi and blood, he clearly couldn't even meet the threshold to participate in the potential test, and without attending a martial arts university, he basically wouldn't be able to become a martial artist. It's difficult to get ahead without becoming a martial artist. 100 years ago, spiritual energy recovered, fierce beasts raged, and demonic creatures ran rampant. They could withstand modern weapons and extensively invaded human territory in the early days. Human martial artists emerged as the absolute core force to protect their homes and country. Martial artists possess strength far beyond ordinary people. They enjoy esteemed social status. Even their incomes are incomparable to those of ordinary people. They might casually slay the lowest level fierce beast and earn a few thousand yuan, kill a slightly higher level fierce beast, and a few tens of thousands are theirs. Money comes quickly, like serving water and delivering meals. People at the bottom struggle their whole lives unable to reach such a lifestyle, constantly having to toil for the hardships of survival, and dare not imagine leisure after being fed and clothed. Unfortunately, Wang Ziyan lost his most likely opportunity to become a martial artist. He hasn't passed the qi and blood test now, so he can't go to the potential test tomorrow, and naturally, he won't be admitted to a martial arts university. And a martial artist needs to cultivate to 200 qi and blood. Without cultivation from a martial arts university, his qi and blood value, as an ordinary person with no money or power, would basically be set. Alas, if this year's qi and blood standard hadn't increased, I would have passed the qi and blood test and had a chance to get a ticket to a martial arts university. As a result, after 3 years of desperate effort, fate played a trick on me. Wang Ziyan sighed deeply, feeling utterly empty. It seemed impossible to break the class barrier between martial artists and non-martial artists. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, with only one sentence teachers often said echoing in his mind. If you can't change the status quo, it only means you haven't worked hard enough. Not hard enough? Wang Ziyan muttered, and a surge of pent-up anger rushed up from his chest. He rolled over and sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Return flow breathing technique. A mass of air was drawn into his body, and the inner walls of his trachea channeled the sparse spiritual energy within it towards his various organs and muscles. The major meridian points were like indestructible dams, staunchly blocking the already trace amounts of spiritual energy in his body. The little that overflowed would be blocked again by the next acupoint. Every time the return flow breathing technique was performed, the amount of spiritual energy that could complete a grand circulation and be absorbed was minimal, and its effect on improving qi and blood was negligible. For 3 years, he had practiced for 2 hours every night at home, but he still hadn't even grasped this basic cultivation method. If it weren't for my terrible comprehension, why would my qi and blood improvement be so much weaker than others? Wang Ziyan was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. It's clearly called the return flow breathing technique, but I practice it every day with my breathing and still haven't mastered it. Just as this self-deprecating thought emerged. Ding! Return to innocence, any cultivation method can be simplified. Wang Ziyan's eyes snapped open, and a virtual panel materialized before him. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation method, return flow breathing technique. Realm, none. Qi and blood, 120.12200. Wang Ziyan was stunned for a moment, then slapped himself. Clang! After confirming it wasn't a dream, he grinned, covering his reddened right cheek. Reborn and lived for 18 years, the golden finger finally arrived? Detected basic cultivation method, return flow breathing technique, can be simplified. Wang Ziyan suddenly received a surge of information in his mind. Without any cost, the system could simplify any cultivation method he had learned. And the simplified cultivation method was no different from before. There was no reduction in effect, and it could also be improved based on proficiency. Let's see the effect of the simplified cultivation method first. Wang Ziyan snapped back to reality and silently chanted in his mind, "Simplify return flow breathing technique." The next moment, a line of small text appeared before Wang Ziyan's eyes. Starting to simplify basic cultivation method, return flow breathing technique. Simplification successful. Breathe. Breathe. Wang Ziyan raised an eyebrow, unconsciously taking a breath. Immediately, he felt the air enter his windpipe like a water snake entering the sea, instantly clearing all his meridians. His entire body's muscles felt like they were being squeezed by a sponge, as if they had received a hint of exercise. Even his blood vessels expanded and contracted, and his blood entered a new, more vigorous circulation with each heartbeat. Although this change was not obvious, it was already more effective than Wang Ziyan's previous 2 hours of arduous training. Every breath can circulate qi through a major cycle? Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation method, return flow breathing technique, beginner 0.01100. Realm, none. Vitality, 120.13200. Is this the feeling of initiation? Let's try again. Hiss, exhale. As Wang Ziyan took deep breaths, a warm sensation spread from his windpipe, permeating his entire body. At the same time, the proficiency of the return flow breathing technique continuously increased. In just a few minutes, his proficiency had already reached 1.23. At the same time, many insights about the return flow breathing technique suddenly appeared in Wang Xian's mind. As a breathing technique, it served to strengthen vitality. In just those few minutes, his vitality had increased by 1.33. The higher the proficiency of the return flow breathing technique, the faster the vitality improvement. So this is what it feels like for those geniuses to cultivate the return flow breathing technique? It's truly exhilarating. As Wang Xian was marveling, a wave of hunger suddenly swept over him. Gar! His stomach excitedly protested, as if his kidneys and stomach had been emptied, and the return flow breathing technique could no longer operate. Indeed, to walk the path of a martial artist, a lot of food is required. Wang Xian got out of bed, left his bedroom, and went to the kitchen. Fortunately, there were still 2 bowls of dry rice. Originally, this was specially saved by Uncle Gao for their breakfast tomorrow, but it seemed it wouldn't last the night now. The ravenous Wang Xian licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming. After a night, Wang Xian's vitality value increased to 135, reaching the standard threshold for this year's vitality test. Naturally, he couldn't deliberately run the Guilu breathing technique while sleeping. But his qi and blood were also imperceptibly increasing with each inhalation and exhalation. This means that no matter when, as long as Wang Xian can breathe, his qi and blood will increase, though the extent varies. However, after a night's accumulation, his muscles felt quite empty, and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. It seemed the 2 bowls of cold rice he ate yesterday hadn't filled him up at all. Ha! Where's the cold rice I put here yesterday? Shayan, did you eat it last night? Wang Gao glared at the 2 empty bowls in his hand, then turned to look at Wang Xian. I was too hungry, I couldn't resist. Wang Xian grinned, a little embarrassed. The rice was originally for 2, but he had eaten it all. AI, don't eat rice without heating it up first, it's not good for your health. Let's go, we'll have to get breakfast outside today. Coming, Uncle Gao. Wang Xian followed Wang Gao to the old noodle shop across the residential complex. Both of them were regulars there. Wang Xian often got up early for school and would eat breakfast there. Wang Gao, on the other hand, went to the talent market every day to find work, and would come here when he didn't have time to prepare breakfast. Boss, 2 bowls of scallion noodles. All right. At a small square table, Wang Xian slurped down his noodles. The taste was plain, but he felt very satisfied, not just mentally, but physically too. The more he ate, the more abundant the energy in his body became, and the more significant the effect of the Guilu breathing technique was. In just the time it took to eat a bowl of noodles, his qi and blood value increased by 5 points. Wang Gao was stunned when he saw this momentum. It seems you were really hungry last night, boss, another bowl. Thanks, Uncle Gao. Soon, Wang Xian enthusiastically dug into the new bowl of scallion noodles the boss brought, completely disregarding the heat. His joyful and excited demeanor made Wang Gao feel a pang in his heart. Wang Xian had told him about failing the qi and blood test yesterday, and Wang Gao understood the heavy blow it was. Many ordinary people see the martial arts exam as a way to break through class barriers. Missing it is an incredibly disheartening experience. But he hadn't expected that Wang Xian, at such a young age, had already learned to hide his sadness with a smile. Wang Gao was about to say something to comfort Wang Xian. Snap! Wang Xian put down another empty bowl and said seriously, Uncle Gao, I want to work at the slaughterhouse. What? It's very dangerous there. Working in a slaughterhouse is extremely dangerous. Even farmed poultry like chickens and ducks can mutate, which would be an unprovoked disaster for ordinary people. News reports frequently featured mutation incidents at slaughterhouses, often with many casualties. It could be said that whenever livestock mutated, there would be casualties. But such high risk meant high rewards. After finishing the test yesterday, Wang Xian had proactively researched high-paying jobs he could take. Among them, a slaughterhouse job paid 300 a day. Whereas general laborers rarely earned more than 150. Uncle Gao, the higher the risk, the better the earnings. Besides, the martial arts exam registration fee you paid for me was a full 20,000. If I don't work hard, it'll be hard to pay it back. Pay back what? That was all the pension your father left.
Wang Ziyan spread his hands and said, "I've already calculated it.
My tuition fees alone have used up the pension. All the remaining expenses are being covered by you, Uncle Gao." Wang Gao was silent for a moment, his gaze still firm.
Every chicken and duck in the slaughterhouse could mutate into a first-level fierce beast.
A first-level fierce beast corresponds to a 1-star martial artist. If a 1-star martial artist isn't stationed at the slaughterhouse, every mutation is a disaster. People will die, and not just a few. Wang Ziyan scratched his head and said, "No choice, I failed the martial arts exam, so I can only take the bottom-tier route."
Wang Gao firmly said, "No, that's too dangerous. You can't work at the slaughterhouse. Either you come with me to do warehouse moving work, you can still earn money and eat well. I don't need you to pay me back anything. I'm your uncle, you have to listen to me."
Wang Ziyan was stunned for a moment, not expecting Uncle Gao to be so resolute. He had no choice but to agree. "Okay, Uncle Gao, I'll listen to you."
"Phew, going to the warehouse is good too, at least you won't starve to death, you know?"
Wang Gao also let out a sigh of relief.
Wang Ziyan chuckled and said, I know, Uncle Gao, I'm still not full, can I have another bowl?"
"Hiss, your appetite has grown."
"Boss, another bowl." At the old noodle shop, Wang Ziyan downed 5 bowls of noodles and let out a satisfying burp. He licked the oil from around his lips and couldn't help but smack them. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation method, flow convergence breathing technique initiation 12.23-100. Realm, none. Vitality, 150.12-200. 5 bowls of noodles had already achieved what half a year of hard cultivation used to. If he hadn't truly been full, he would have shown off a few more bowls. After initiation, the flow convergence breathing technique was not limited to breathing but enhanced the body's absorption of energy.
Normally, when breathing air, the spiritual energy content is low, and the vitality value increases slowly. However, when absorbing food energy in large gulps, the vitality value soars rapidly. After eating and drinking his fill, Wang Ziyan felt power throughout his body.
Jiangnan Base City, Warehouse Number 6.
The warehouse was a hive of activity, everyone helping to carry things, unload and load cargo.
Wang Ziyan was a complete novice, inevitably confused at first, standing dumbfounded, not knowing what to do.
However, under Wang Gao's guidance, the situation improved significantly.
Amidst this monotonous moving work, Wang Ziyan's proficiency in the flow convergence breathing technique also slowly increased, reaching 50.
His vitality value also continued to grow, rising from 150 to 155.
The morning passed quickly, tiring him out.
The slaughterhouse provided lunch.
The canteen was bustling with people.
Wang Ziyan and Wang Gao sat at a table, with 8 stacked large bowls and 2 large basins of meat and vegetables in front of them. Wang Ziyan had been carrying cargo all morning, his back ached, and his elbows felt like they were filled with sulfuric acid. He was utterly exhausted. He wolfed down his food, devouring it so rapidly that Wang Gao dared not touch his chopsticks.
"Uncle Gao, why aren't you eating?"
"There's chicken stew with potatoes, it smells amazing." Wang Ziyan munched with his cheeks puffed out, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Although the pay here wasn't as good as at the slaughterhouse, the benefits weren't bad either. It was a job Wang Gao had specifically sought out for him, considering it a good one. "Xiaoyan, your appetite seems off. Before, with just this much rice, you'd be stuffed after 4 bowls. Honestly, did the vitality test hit you too hard? Tell Uncle if something's wrong, don't bottle it up." Seeing Wang Gao frown, concern etched in his eyes, Wang Zhou quickly shook his head. "Nothing's wrong, I'm just terribly hungry. I feel like my vitality has improved a bit, so I'm eating more." "Your vitality improved?" Wang Gao was stunned. He didn't know Wang Ziyan's vitality test score of 120 from yesterday, but he knew Wang Ziyan hadn't eaten this much before. Those with high vitality usually have good physical fitness, meaning they absorb more food and have a larger appetite. How much vitality must have increased for him to eat so much? "Alright, you didn't tell me your vitality score yesterday, but I didn't expect such a big improvement." "It must be at least 140. It's just a shame you didn't get into the martial arts exam."
Wang Gao was genuinely happy to see Wang Xian's vitality improve, but then, remembering Wang Xian's failure in the vitality test, he felt great regret. From now on, he would have to live like him, doing odd jobs at the bottom. Uncle Gao, there's nothing to regret. You can still live even if you fail the martial arts exam. As he chatted and laughed, Wang Xian finished another bowl of rice, yet his belly showed no signs of bloating. With each breath, the increase in vitality was already much faster than in the morning. After all, the dish had chicken, which was rich in nutrients. His vitality on the panel had now reached 172. If he were to take today's potential test, he could even get into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. After finishing the afternoon's work, Wang Xian lined up to collect 150 yuan, then went home with Wang Gao. However, Wang Xian felt this money wasn't nearly enough. It was half of the 300 yuan a day he'd imagined at the slaughterhouse. If he had the chance, he still hoped to go to the slaughterhouse. Back at the apartment complex, the two of them casually dealt with dinner, stir-frying one dish and cooking a pot of rice. After dinner, Wang Xian returned to his room. According to his old routine, he should have been sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing the Gui Lu breathing technique. But now, it seemed he didn't need much discipline. The Gui Lu breathing technique was continuously operating. The air inhaled into his body had circulated countless times. At this cultivation speed, my physique is improving very quickly. Should I try working at the slaughterhouse? It's 300 a day at the slaughterhouse, double the salary of the warehouse. Li Jiao unconsciously started thinking about the slaughterhouse again. After his vitality test the day before yesterday, he thought he was mostly destined for the bottom tier and hoped to find a job with good pay. The slaughterhouse was an excellent option. Even if one awakens a system, they can still earn money at a slaughterhouse. It's quick money, and naturally, they can buy more resources. He had nothing, so he could only do high-risk, high-reward things to make money. Thinking of this, Wang Xian secretly made a plan. Tomorrow, I'll go to the warehouse with Uncle Gao, and then I'll go to slaughterhouse number 7 myself. It's very close. I'll see if I can work there. If it really doesn't work out, then I won't do it. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. The 4 a.m. alarm rang punctually. Wang Xian got up and washed up as usual. He left with Wang Gao, and they ate breakfast together. He devoured several bowls of noodles, then got into the car and went to the warehouse. Shayan, work hard at the warehouse. The work here is relatively easy, you should be able to complete it independently. Don't worry, uncle, I can do it. Wang Xian said with a smile. Alright, then I won't stay with you today. Be careful. Alright. Wang Xian watched as Wang Gao entered the warehouse, then he too walked in, independently moving goods as required. He worked in the warehouse throughout the morning. Time passed quickly, and soon it was lunchtime. By this time, breakfast had been well digested, and his qi and blood value had risen to 195. The higher he got, the slower his qi and blood value increased. After all, a stronger body also increases energy consumption. Not all of it is converted into qi and blood. However, with another meal that includes chicken for lunch, there should be no problem reaching the warrior level this afternoon. Thinking of this, Wang Xian felt a little excited. Just the day before yesterday, he was sad because he failed the qi and blood test, and today he was about to become a warrior. This afternoon, he would first go to the slaughterhouse to see if he could start working. After eating, Wang Xian returned to the warehouse to work. Due to the increase in his qi and blood, his physique was much stronger than before. He could carry things without getting out of breath and finished his quota early. As soon as he stopped to rest, his qi and blood value had already broken the 200 mark. Name, Wang Xian. Age, 18. Cultivation method, flow returning breathing technique proficiency 1.23 Realm, none. Qi and blood, 210.12 On the way to the slaughterhouse, Wang Xian glanced at the panel and couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with pleasant surprises. Although he had prepared himself mentally early on. But when his qi and blood truly broke through 200, Wang Xian was still very excited. 3 years of brainwashing-like effort resulted in failing the martial arts exam, which was too painful.
For this, Uncle Gao worked odd jobs alone to cover the family's expenses, and he himself had almost lost confidence in breaking through class barriers. Now seeing hope of escaping the bottom, he couldn't restrain the wonderful fantasies in his heart. After passing the official warrior certification, his fate would be completely changed. But first, I'll go to the slaughterhouse today. Before the warrior certification, money is still more important. Wang Ziyan yearned for a beautiful future, and at the same time, he walked into slaughterhouse number 7. Of course, he wouldn't become complacent because of this. A 1-star warrior is just a new beginning. The next goal is 500 chi in blood, a 2-star martial artist. Now, the Guelu breathing technique has also unknowingly reached the mastery level, and the efficiency of increasing chi in blood has significantly improved compared to before. With every intake and expulsion of breath, it feels as if my chest is being hammered by a small mallet, with external air pressure refining the body. The strength of my muscles is no longer what it used to be. In this state, Wang Ziyan is confident enough to go to the slaughterhouse to kill chickens, and even if they mutate, he wouldn't be too worried. As he was thinking, Wang Ziyan prepared to find the manager of the slaughterhouse to discuss whether he could be arranged for work. Work at the slaughterhouse has always been short-staffed, so there was no concern about being looked down upon. Soon, Wang Ziyan reached an agreement and took his position. He tried to grab a chicken, and with a swift hand and a knife, he completed a slaughtering task. It seems this job isn't difficult either, it's easier than the warehouse, and I can earn some extra money. Wang Ziyan smiled, and casually reached for the neck of the next chicken. Just as he was about to slaughter it, an anomaly suddenly occurred. The chicken, which was originally the size of an ostrich egg, suddenly swelled up like an ostrich. Its thick, sharp claws easily twisted the steel under the conveyor belt, and its red eyes glared fiercely at Wang Ziyan, like a sharp sword. What the hell? Wang Ziyan was stunned, frozen in place, only to hear alarm bells blaring, deep and urgent, like a fire scene. Upon hearing the alarm, everyone in the workshop's face changed dramatically. A chicken mutated? Oh my god, run! Quick, quick, quick! The workshop was in chaos, like ants on a hot pan. And Wang Ziyan was still holding the chicken's neck. Its warm body temperature and expanding texture startled him, making him afraid to squeeze tighter or let go. It was his first time facing, or rather, gripping such a ferocious beast. His muscles stiffened, unsure of what to do. But this chicken was different. Even though it was its first mutation, it knew clearly to kill the person in front of it first. It glared with red eyes, its huge beak pecking directly at Wang Ziyan's head. Damn it! Wang Ziyan instinctively felt fear and loosened his grip on the chicken's neck, wanting to pull his hand back. But at this critical moment between life and death, his heart clenched, and his right hand instantly clasped the mutated chicken's neck tightly, veins bulging on his arm, and his fingernails digging into its flesh. The mutated chicken shrieked in pain, craning its neck. Its fate's throat was seized. But it wasn't a pushover either. Its ferocity unleashed, its claws, sharp as blades, clawed directly at Wang Ziyan's abdomen in midair. Left with no choice, Wang Ziyan's eyes widened, and he flung it out with all his might, fearing his guts would be ripped open. But this only enraged the mutated chicken further. It scrambled up, squawking and charging at Wang Ziyan, its wings flapping with terrifying speed, and its huge beak fiercely pecking down. Wang Ziyan's heart pounded, and his scalp tingled. His legs suddenly exerted force, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom! Behind him, the pillar poured with lime was instantly pierced by the huge beak, large chunks shattered, and cracks trembled. Wang Ziyan's forehead was covered in fine sweat, his back soaked at some point. I'm going for it. Wang Ziyan stood still, his eyes narrowed. Just as the chicken's beak was about to peck him again, his right hand shot out like a dragon, gripping the mutated chicken's neck, just as he had at the very beginning, seizing his fate. Boom! The mutated chicken was slammed to the ground. Fearing the mutated chicken would recover and counterattack with its claws, Wang Ziyan didn't let go. He lifted the mutated chicken abruptly and smashed it down. Before the mutated chicken could react. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ziyan's eyes were bloodshot from tension, and he lifted it up again, smashing it to the ground. until he felt the neck in his hand shrink in size. His right arm's veins bulged as he pressed the mutated chicken to the ground. His left hand clenched into a fist. "Die!" he shouted, and the thudding sound was even louder than before. Boom, boom, boom. "Get out of the way, don't block." Wu Bo, the security captain, was frantic at this moment, shouting and urging the factory workers. The moment the alarm sounded, the factory's security team sprang into action. Led by Wu Bo, they rushed towards the incident site, but unfortunately, their movement was restricted by the surging crowd. Wu Bo was so anxious that spit flew as he loudly demanded a path, his blood rushing to his chest. He knew very well the power of the beat chicken. Once it appeared, it caused heavy casualties. If they didn't get there in time, Factory 7 would suffer severe losses. 3 minutes had already passed, and Wu Bo couldn't imagine the bloody scene inside the workshop. Faster! Wu Bo hurriedly led the security team through the crowd, taking another minute. When they arrived at the workshop, a gust of wind suddenly rushed into his impassioned chest, making him choke. Boom, boom, boom. He saw a young man in the empty workshop gripping the beat chicken's neck, vigorously swinging his left fist into its side face. There was a clang-clang sound, and visibly, the beat chicken's side face was smashed in, even the thick concrete floor beneath it was cracked and cratered. Young man, stop, it's dead!" Wu Bo shouted. The tension in Wang Xian's eyes finally dissipated, and he gradually stopped. It was his first time facing a fierce beast head-on, and he dared not slack off, so he fought with all his might. Although the beaked chicken hadn't injured him just now, there was no doubt that its sharp claws could disembowel him. Now that the security team had arrived, and his right hand was sticky, the tight string in him finally relaxed. Young man, not simple at all, fighting a beaked chicken with bare hands. Come on, let's go to my office for a cup of tea and a rest. Wu Bo patted Wang Xian's shoulder admiringly, surprise unconcealed in his eyes. Look at how the beaked chicken on the ground had been pummeled. This young man was truly formidable. He ushered Wang Xian to the office and checked the surveillance. He didn't know until he saw it, and what he saw shocked him. The young man had just arrived at his workstation when the second chicken mutated, even mutating in his hands. It was fortunate that the young man was strong and quick-witted enough to suppress the beaked chicken, even lifting it up and smashing it. This young man's physique, I'm afraid he's not an ordinary person, is he? Wu Bo was surprised and immediately checked the young man's information. It turned out that this young man, who effortlessly handled the giant beaked chicken, was just a newly recruited temporary workshop worker. And it was his first time at the factory when he encountered this mutation incident. Little brother, you must be a martial artist. Why did you suddenly come to work in the workshop? Wu Bo handed a cup of hot tea to Wang Xian, who was gradually recovering, his eyes filled with gratitude. It was precisely because he met Wang Xian that a disaster was averted. Wang Xian took the hot tea and shook his head, saying, I haven't had my qi and blood tested yet. Wu Bo suddenly understood and smiled, little brother, you are definitely a martial artist. Go to the martial artist building to get tested. Also, this is the reward approved specially for you by the higher-ups. And here's my business card. Thank you so much for your help today. Once you're certified as a martial artist, if you're interested in working at Factory 7, you can call me. I'll definitely arrange a good job for you. Like us, who are one-star martial artists, you could come here to be a security captain, with a monthly salary of 20,000, and bonuses separately. If there are no mutation incidents, you just sit in the office. Wang Xian paused, taking the bulging envelope that Wu Bo suddenly handed him, with a business card tucked inside. Was his luck today not bad, not good, but just right? His first time at the slaughterhouse, he ran into a mutation, got scared, but after killing the mutated chicken, he received a lot of money, probably a 5-figure sum. However, the job of security captain still needed further consideration. All right. Wang Xian took all the items. Having just become a martial artist, he didn't want to just give up and settle down like this. Time's up, time to get off work. In a warehouse spanning several thousand square meters, someone called out. Workers came out one after another, lining up to collect their wages as per regulations. Wang Gao also followed the crowd,
waiting to get his pay. Taking advantage of this interval, he casually scrolled through his phone. Suddenly, his expression changed. A mutation occurred at Factory 7? That's so close. Upon hearing the news, he immediately thought of Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan was very keen on the slaughterhouse. He had just entered society and didn't know the dangers of such places. This incident was the perfect opportunity to advise him not to overthink it. A stable and secure life was enough. Dangerous places like that were prone to accidents. Oh, right, where's Wang Ziyan? Wang Gao looked around in a daze but couldn't find Wang Ziyan. After he finished collecting his pay and searched around as he walked out of the warehouse, he finally spotted Wang Ziyan waiting at the entrance, waving at him, "Uncle Gao." Wang Ziyan's face was beaming with a smile. Wang Gao's slightly nervous heart also relaxed. "Xiaoyan, why are you out so early?" "Nothing much, just finished quickly," Wang Ziyan said with a smile. "Finishing quickly is good, as long as you don't go to the slaughterhouse. I just saw a message in the group. I heard that there's another mutation at Factory 7 nearby. It's quite terrifying," Wang Gao said seriously. Wang Ziyan was startled. Isn't he talking about the mutation I encountered? He didn't expect Uncle Gao to know about it too. But there's no need to be afraid. He was already considered a martial artist, so there was no danger to his life. Thinking of this, Wang Ziyan said easily, "Got it, uncle." Back home in the evening, Wang Ziyan and Wang Gao had dinner together, and Wang Gao specially stir-fried an extra vegetarian dish. Wang Gao mentioned, "Xiaoyan, you already know about the mutation incident at the slaughterhouse, right? You see, problems can arise so easily. It's fortunate someone came to help, preventing casualties. Warehouse work is easy, and they even provide lunch. Uncle Gao, I'm not going to the slaughterhouse, nor do I want to work in a warehouse. I want to go see the city." Wang Ziyan's expression was serious. People at the bottom don't just have the factory route. The service industry also offers similar, or even better, treatment. Wang Gao thought for a moment. This decision wasn't dangerous, so he comforted him. "Alright, it's much safer in the city than in a factory." Wang Ziyan didn't tell Wang Gao that his vitality had already reached 200. He planned to go to the martial artist building tomorrow to get certified himself. Now was not the time to explicitly state it. After all, an aspiring martial artist is always accompanied by danger, either fighting fierce beasts or other martial artists. This would inevitably make Uncle Gao worry. It's better to tell him openly once he's achieved something, and directly bring Uncle Gao to a good life, without worries or fears. After dinner, Wang Ziyan returned to his room. He sat on the bed, looking at the virtual panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation method, Guelu breathing technique proficiency 51.23 1000. Realm, 1-star martial artist. Vitality, 225.22 200. Wang Ziyan remembered that the last time he checked the panel, his vitality was 210. After an afternoon, his vitality had increased by 15. Now that his breathing technique had reached proficiency, it felt more refined and profound than before. In other words, the air he now breathed into his trachea was sweet, much more flavorful than before. With this conversion speed, if he could take some vitality pills or something, his vitality might increase significantly. Wang Ziyan took out the envelope, opened it, and counted the bills one by one. To his surprise, it was indeed a 5-digit sum. 20,000 yuan. The leader of Factory 7 was indeed good at the normal market price. A giant beak chicken would at most sell for 5 or 6,000. They had estimated the potential risks involved to give such a high bonus. This price was enough to buy a vitality pill worth 12,000 yuan. Wang Ziyan took out his phone again. He turned off the 4 o'clock alarm. He wasn't going to work tomorrow. He was going to the martial artist building to get certified as a martial artist. And while he was at it, he'd buy a vitality pill to try. After dinner that evening, Wang Ziyan sat on his bed. Since the Guelu breathing technique operated automatically, meaning he didn't actually need to actively cultivate, he spent his free time browsing on his phone. The class group chat was still lively today.
After all, the potential test, the second item of the martial arts exam, had concluded, and everyone had an idea of whether they could enter a martial arts university, and which one. At this moment, the group chat was fervently praising Wen Mengshi. Wow, Wen Mengshi was selected by Jiangnan Martial Arts University, the best in our city. I'm so envious. This is undoubtedly true. Wen Mengshi's qi and blood value is already the highest in our school. If she doesn't get into Jiangnan Martial Arts University, who can? Going to Jiangnan Martial Arts University means an infinitely bright future. So, it was Wen Mengshi who got into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. That's the top martial arts university in Jiangnan Bay City. Most of the martial artists cultivated there have excellent aptitudes and boundless futures. Getting there truly counts as a life-changing leap. Wang Ziyan pondered for a moment. He himself already had a martial artist level qi and blood, which he achieved in one day. He rose from the bottom of the class, surpassing Wen Mengshi, the school beauty admired by everyone in the class, who was arguably the top student in this year's college entrance exam. And that school beauty, whose talent was extraordinary, was also his deskmate, and they had a very good relationship. He often received her care. However, his talent was not good. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up with her, and he couldn't even get into a martial arts university. It's pretty good now. She's going to Jiangnan Martial Arts University for further studies, but I became a martial artist first, so I don't need to go to school. Wang Ziyan sighed, ultimately deciding not to contact Wen Mengshi. Their paths were different, and it would be hard to have any more interactions in the future. It's better not to hinder her. A new day began. In the most prosperous area of Jiangnan Bay City, Wang Ziyan looked up at the towering buildings that reached into the clouds. So tall. This was the martial artist building, an all-encompassing landmark. No martial artist could avoid this place. Martial artist certification, duels, training, task assignments, and more, all had to be done here, and there were even many functional areas. Because the martial artist building housed numerous conglomerates, covering martial arts, accommodation, elixirs, leisure and entertainment, shopping, and all other aspects. 99 floors underground, 99 floors above ground, it was truly magnificent. Wang Ziyan walked inside. He found the counter for basic martial artist services. There were several counters, and one of them had the longest queue. Upon closer inspection, the person responsible for reception inside was a cute young lady with chubby cheeks, wearing a white uniform. The buttons on her chest seemed to be straining, round like balloons filled with water. No wonder there were so many people queuing, Wang Ziyan mused, then found an adjacent counter where there were fewer people. It was also a girl, and it was soon his turn. Hello, I'd like to certify as a martial artist. The girl instinctively took the identity magnetic card. She glanced at Wang Ziyan, a little surprised. He's so young and already a martial artist? How could that be? She didn't believe it and swiped the magnetic card. Wang Ziyan's information immediately appeared on the computer screen. The information provided was comprehensive. It included his photo, name, age, ID number, phone number, address, and former school. Go to counter 38 to measure your qi and blood. If it exceeds 200, you'll be given a form. Bring it back here, and we'll process your martial artist badge. The girl said blandly. The information showed that Wang Ziyan was not in the Junior Martial Arts Academy and had not been admitted to a martial arts university, basically locking him into a lifetime at the bottom, with no future. In such a situation, there was probably no chance of becoming a martial artist. Wang Ziyan complied. He returned shortly with a stamped form. The young lady's eyes widened. He actually passed? Is this for real? Looking at his qi and blood value again, it was 226. Oh my goodness. A shocking big news story was about to break. Congratulations on your promotion to martial artist. This is your martial artist badge. It is a symbol of your martial artist identity, extremely important, and possesses various functions such as outdoor communication, maps, rescue positioning, and bank card capabilities. Martial artists receive a monthly allowance of 6,000 yuan, and this month's allowance has already been transferred to your martial artist badge. Additionally, newly promoted martial artists can visit the Martial Skill Hall for free to select a yellow tier low-grade martial skill, and visit the Pill Hall to receive a Chi Blood Pill. You can also download the Martial Artist Community app on your phone. It's essential for all martial artists. The girl spoke fluently, using professional jargon, her enthusiastic attitude a complete change from before, with a natural smile on her face.
All right. After Wang Zian acknowledged her and left, the girl blinked, then immediately called out to the young lady beside her whose shirt was almost bursting, Fan Tong, look at this information. Fan Tong waved her hand, signaling to finish dealing with her own client first. A moment later, she looked over curiously. What is it? Look at the information, I sent it to you.
Seeing her colleague's astonished expression, Fan Tong paused, then looked at her computer, operating it for a while, and soon saw a datasheet. The most striking information on it was Wang Zian, 226. Seeing this, she gasped, her cherry-sized mouth agape. She recalled the end of the martial arts exam yesterday. She hadn't heard of any school in the city producing such a genius. It seemed the best performer was a girl with a chi and blood value of over 180, which was already a rare sight. It must have been over a decade since a martial artist appeared in the martial arts exam, right? And it wasn't just barely scraping the 200 threshold. This reached 226. The extra 26 points must be equivalent to half a year of hard cultivation for an ordinary one-star martial artist, right? Immediately, Fan Tong also became excited, and she decisively dialed an internal number. At the same time, in the leadership office of the Martial Artist Hall, a spry old man answered the call. What's wrong, girl? Fan Jinshan chuckled. Grandpa, do you think an 18-year-old can become a martial artist? Fan Jinshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Where are there 18-year-old martial artists? What kind of genius would that be? For no reason, why did his granddaughter play such a joke? Soon, Fan Tong was heard saying, Grandpa, I'll send you the information. Take a look, I guarantee it will shock you. Good, you've completely surprised me. Fan Jinshan smiled, casually opened his computer, and clicked on the file his granddaughter had just sent him. The moment the screen loaded, Fan Jinshan glanced over, then his eyes widened, and his heart skipped a beat. An 18-year-old martial artist, that's not something you see every day. He actually doesn't have any school information. He's not from a junior martial arts academy, and no martial arts university recruited him? Hiss, this isn't right. No matter which cohort you compare him to, he'd be the top student, so how come he didn't even get into university? Could they be geniuses privately nurtured by some family factions? Oh no. Fan Jinshan exclaimed repeatedly. Fan Tong, on the other end of the phone, also picked up on her grandfather's surprise and seized the opportunity to ask, Grandpa, look at the specific information that follows. He's a student at the 2nd Junior Martial Arts Academy and took the vital energy test for the martial arts exam the day before yesterday, but he didn't pass. Fan Jinshan was also stunned for a moment. A dignified warrior, capable of crushing this year's top scholar. Didn't even reach the blood and chi test's 135 threshold. It's so strange. Grandpa, is the martial arts test machine broken? Usually not. The martial arts exam is very strict. In a situation like this, it's possible he didn't want to pass the exam and intentionally suppressed his vital energy. Fan Russian explained, not without a hint of regret. If this Wang Zian performed at his true current level, wouldn't he be able to pick and choose any martial arts university he wanted? Our Jiangnan-based city's confidence would also swell by 30%. In the future, when conversing or meeting with martial artists from other cities, just mentioning that the martial arts exam produced one such martial artist would be enough to boast about for at least a decade or more. What a pity, Wang Zian didn't care for the martial arts exam. After leaving the martial artist certification window, Wang Zian immediately downloaded the Martial Artist Community app to search for the information he wanted. Although he was certified as a martial artist, he still lacked a lot of basic knowledge. For instance, he had no idea what kind of martial skills to choose, making it easy to fall into traps. He also needed to understand how to earn money. After registering with his martial artist badge serial number, Wang Ziyan tinkered for a while, then entered the forum homepage and navigated to the specialized section for selecting martial skills. The page was densely packed with posts. Wang Ziyan clicked on the post most likely to help him right now. New martial artists, absolutely don't choose these martial skills, beware of stepping into a giant pit. Martial Skill Selection Guide Essential. Martial skills are a core influencing factor distinguishing the combat strength of martial artists at the same level, so martial skill selection is especially important and must be approached with caution. Let me first introduce a few major pitfalls among yellow rank low-grade martial skills to new martial artists. Everyone who's practiced them says they regret it. I'm sure many new martial artists yearn for the formidable power of sword masters who can cleave monsters from 100 li away with a single sword strike. That scene of sword chi sweeping through and fierce beasts falling to their knees must be shocking. Generally speaking, only high-level martial artists can achieve this, requiring strong chi and blood support. However, there actually are yellow-rank low-grade martial skills that can achieve such effects: wind staff art that allows staffs to unleash staff chi, wind sword art that enables long swords to unleash sword chi, and wind fist art where fists punch out chi waves. Do not choose any of these. They look impressive, but in reality, they're utterly useless for ordinary people like us. Back then, I chose wind sword art, the most difficult one to master among them. It took 3 years to get started, allowing me to only blow away falling leaves from 3 meters away. After 5 years of proficiency, I could barely unleash sword chi 10 meters away, enough to cut weeds. Not only that, before wind sword art is cultivated to perfection, every release requires gathering chi. It's said that a martial artist once used this skill outside the city, standing still and being single-handedly killed by rodent-type fierce beasts. I advise you all, don't choose such flashy martial skills. Before you cultivate them to perfection, you'll probably struggle even to commit suicide. Listen to me, choose simple and unpretentious ones like mighty blade art or rapid swordplay. They're absolutely great. Upon seeing this, Wang Ziyan's heart sank. Yellow rank low grade, 2.5 years just to get started. Are martial skills that difficult to learn? Wind sword art taking 3 years to get started is considered gifted, yet it's such a pitfall? He then clicked on the second post. After 15 years, this old man has mastered wind sword art. Gentlemen, listen to the swords hum. This old man won't explain much, here's the video. First floor, 666, you old man, cultivating a wind sword art for over a decade, and you actually perfected it? Second floor, are martial arts skills not selling well, so you're out here hawking them, old man? Third floor, with that much time, I could practice a higher level martial art and still achieve the same effects as in the video. Fourth floor, I have to say, if you, old man, had developed sword chi in your youth, you would have been invincible among your peers. I'd definitely kowtow to you, but alas, you're old now. Fifth floor, perseverance is commendable. This post is hard to describe. The original poster, a white-haired old man, barely managed to execute the wind sword art, but it was indeed very cool. Swish, swish, swish. That imagery of swirling wind and fallen leaves, cleaving wood with a single sword, was incredibly powerful. But it seemed the old man had been practicing for 15 years. Wang Ziyan was tempted, but didn't dare to act. He decided to read a few more posts for reference. There were many martial art recommendation posts, with the most frequently mentioned being a certain wind art, and plain, unpretentious ones like mighty blade technique. One was an unsolvable pit. The other was simple and easy to use. Wang Ziyan carefully filtered and summarized. What might be suitable for him was the highly recommended mighty blade technique, while the one he absolutely shouldn't choose was the wind sword art. Although everyone said the wind sword art was a pit, theoretically speaking, a fully mastered wind sword art could indeed unleash sword chi. It would definitely be more powerful than others at the same level. However, the group of people with the comprehension to master the wind sword art were either too old or could already manifest sword chi with their hands. There were no young people who had mastered the wind sword art. Even reaching proficiency would make him incredibly impressive. Its cost effectiveness was too low, hence it was called a pit. Wang Ziyan put away his phone. Now he had a general understanding of martial arts. Martial arts were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow.
Each grade was further divided into 3 ranks: high, middle, and low.
Practicing martial arts had a certain degree of difficulty, and not everyone could practice them well.
Beginner, proficient, mastered.
Beginners accounted for the vast majority, and their skill levels varied. Proficiency was already considered a master among their peers. Very few could master a martial art. Especially for a pit martial art like the wind sword art, those who mastered it were even rarer. It seems I need to choose carefully.
Wang Ziyan went to the martial arts hall.
He found the wind sword art. Yellow grade, low rank, priced at 20,000.
It's really expensive.
For martial artists to improve, the expenses are uncommonly high.
Wang Ziyan secretly sighed.
He'd go find a place to make big money later.
If he didn't quickly earn money, he wouldn't be able to develop. He went to the counter.
He handed over the wind sword art and his martial artist badge.
The staff member initially didn't pay much attention and scanned the martial artist badge.
Martial art, wind sword art.
Price, 20,000. Discount, 20,000. Actual amount due, 0. Note: new martial artists can receive 1 copy of a yellow rank, low-grade martial technique for free. I wind sword art I?
The staff member was taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone had chosen I wind sword art I. He must not browse the forums much.
He's taking this dud? Here are your items. Please take them and have a nice day. Wang Ziyan nodded his thanks under the staff member's resigned gaze.
As soon as he stepped out of the martial techniques hall, the system's notification sounded in his ear. Yellow rank, low-grade technique I wind sword art I detected.
Would you like to learn it? Wang Ziyan was stunned.
Not only could it simplify cultivation methods, but it could also directly learn techniques.
This system was surprisingly powerful. He immediately chose yes.
Instantly, the I wind sword art I book in his hand vanished into thin air. A memory flooded into his mind. In a sealed, secret chamber, he was swinging his sword relentlessly. Day after day. Gradually, his swings began to whistle through the air. Hand grasping the sword, heart connected to the hand, as if feeling the path of the wind. Spring passed and autumn came, the sun and moon wheeled overhead. His understanding of the I wind sword art I grew continuously. This memory merged seamlessly into Wang Ziyan's mind, without the slightest sense of incongruity. It was as if Wang Ziyan truly had such a real experience, practicing the sword for decades just to comprehend sword chi, and finally achieving his goal. At the same time, the virtual panel before his eyes changed.
Name: Wang Ziyan. Age: 18.
Techniques: Converging Flow Breathing Method Proficient 61.231,000, Wind Sword Art Initiate 0100.
Realm: 1-star martial artist. Vitality: 225.22200. Initiate so quickly. I'm at the initiate level as soon as I learn it. It's fully automatic.
Wang Ziyan's heart leaped with joy as he marveled inwardly. He knew that for others, cultivating martial techniques was a slow process, honed entirely over time. For example, the old man who took 15 years to master the I wind sword art I to the perfection realm, or the other who took 2.5 years just to reach the initiate level, all demonstrated how difficult martial technique cultivation was. Moreover, one wind sword art I was considered the most difficult among this tier of martial techniques, touching upon a sliver of comprehension usually reserved for 3-star martial artists and above. It was not something an ordinary martial artist could master. Yellow rank, low-grade technique I wind sword art I detected.
Simplification is available. Wang Ziyan's eyes lit up.
It could even simplify martial techniques. The previously simplified converging flow breathing method was a very basic thing, so it was relatively easy to simplify. But this martial technique was genuinely difficult.
Wang Ziyan inwardly replied, simplify.
Simplifying yellow rank, low-grade technique I wind sword art I.
Simplification successful. Swing sword. Swing sword? It's become that easy.
According to the previous introduction to the I wind sword art I, the main difficulty lay in understanding the relationship between the sword and one's chi and blood. One had to master and mobilize their chi and blood to cultivate sword chi. In reality, cultivating the wind sword art emphasized understanding how to form sword chi. It didn't necessarily require countless swings of the sword. Perhaps even sitting under an old tree and listening to the wind could be considered practice. Now, with this simplification, the tedious and obscure theoretical parts were cast aside, leaving only the essence swinging the sword. Wang Xian's eyes lit up with anticipation. I wonder how much proficiency one swing will add. I'll go to the combat hall and try it out. At noon, Wang Xian had a simple meal on the 3rd floor of the building. Afterward, he took the elevator down to the 18th basement level. There were over 1,000 combat halls here. The so-called combat halls were places where one could select suitable fierce beasts for practical combat, featuring a variety of 1-star to 5-star fierce beasts. They were all for martial artists to practice and improve their combat abilities. A ticket for a 1-star fierce beast is 2,000 yuan per session. We can provide you with the weakest giant-beaked chicken, which is the best opponent for a novice to practice their skills. Interested in giving it a try? The hall manager here looked at Wang Xian with a smile on his face. 2,000 yuan per session. The price was a bit steep. Wang Xian only had a total of 26,000 yuan on him, but he was truly eager to try real combat. If he never experienced actual combat, how would he know his own level? How could he improve his fighting strength? After wandering around the combat halls for a few rounds, Wang Xian's eyes fell on a dedicated room marked for a giant-beaked chicken. I'll buy a ticket. Arrange one for me. A moment later, Wang Xian stood inside the combat hall, longsword in hand. The hall had a glass barrier separating it from the spectator seats, meaning people could watch. However, there usually weren't many people, most just passing by for a bit of entertainment. Watching a newly minted martial artist in combat was generally uninteresting, and Wang Xian didn't care about such things. He stood calmly. It was his first time holding a long sword, yet it felt like an old friend he'd had for decades. Basic sword moves naturally unfolded in his mind, his sword's shadow following his every move. With each breath, he could even feel the trajectory of the wind, as if he were a master who had practiced the sword for decades. Crack! The alloy steel doors parted. A fierce beast appeared before Wang Xian. A giant-beaked chicken. Wang Xian's eyes narrowed. This was an old adversary, the first type of fierce beast he had ever encountered, and it was incredibly vicious. However, this giant-beaked chicken looked much sturdier and more ferocious than the one in Factory 7. The moment it saw Wang Xian, it flapped its wings and charged, screeching to build its own morale. Wang Xian's pupils constricted. Holding his long sword at a slant, he pushed off with his foot, launching himself toward the giant-beaked chicken. Wang Xian casually flicked his long sword, spattering a few drops of crimson blood. The giant-beaked chicken in front of him, its red eyes wide, collapsed to the ground with a thud. A thin line of blood instantly appeared from a hidden cut on its neck. Wind Sword Art Initiate 5100. One swing of the sword actually added 5 proficiency points. Wang Xian was stunned. He casually swept his sword in a half circle. Wind Sword Art Initiates 6100. Without being in combat, one swing added 1 proficiency point. So what if I keep hacking at the giant-beaked chicken now? The chunks of the giant-beaked chicken already lay in a pool of blood, still being dismembered, scattered in pieces. The hall manager quickly ran in. Don't cut anymore, it's turning into a paste. Can I have another round? Wang Xian was somewhat expectant. In that battle just now, he swung his sword more than 30 times consecutively. His proficiency shot up rapidly. The unfortunate thing was that cutting corpses didn't count as combat, it only gave a little proficiency for each swing. He should have known not to let the giant-beaked chicken die so quickly. Taking it slow would have been much more comfortable. The hall manager smiled and replied, Alliance rules state that warriors can only apply once a day. After all, resources are limited. If you still want to come, you can apply again tomorrow. Alright then. Wang Xian sighed. After returning his weapon, he left. Watching his retreating figure, the hall manager wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, trembling with shock.
Was that young man really a newly promoted warrior? How could he fight so fiercely? He instantly killed the giant beaked chicken with one sword, without any hesitation. Young people nowadays are indeed fierce. If he comes next time, I'll record him. That sword technique feels really good. Maybe discussing it could bring a lot of profit to the combat hall. Thinking of this, the hall manager chuckled happily. On the other side, Wang Ziyan felt he had suffered a great loss. Killing a giant beaked chicken in the combat hall cost him 2,000 yuan, but he killed it with one sword, and the promised combat experience didn't increase much. He also missed the opportunity for rapid proficiency growth. What a pity! Next time, he shouldn't instantly kill them. The proficiency wasn't maximized, which was quite a loss. Wang Ziyan patted his head. Next time, I'll save some breath. Cut slowly. After leaving the combat hall, Wang Ziyan walked directly towards the pill hall. According to the girl at the counter, newly promoted warriors could receive a free chi blood pill. This item cost 10,000 yuan each, very expensive. Wang Ziyan directly took 3. He spent all the bonus he had received from Factory 7 earlier. Sir, here are your items. Take care. The staff member put the 3 chi blood pills into a small box and handed them to Wang Ziyan. The simplified Guelu breathing technique brought very high energy absorption efficiency, and Wang Ziyan eagerly took one. He smacked his lips, and a warm current slid into his stomach, expanding throughout his body. His chi and blood instantly surged for a while, with almost no sense of obstruction, like cotton candy melting in water. It even felt a bit intoxicating. It was similar to popping candy, sweet. Chi and blood, 145.56-100. One chi blood pill instantly increased his chi and blood by 20 points, with no side effects. Even for an ordinary warrior to refine and absorb this, it would take 2 or 3 months, and the effect might not be this good. Wang Ziyan licked his lips and casually popped the other 2 chi blood pills into his mouth, swallowing them. The staff member beside him gaped. Having worked here for so long, it was the first time he'd seen someone consume chi and blood pills like that. Doesn't he feel uncomfortably bloated? How can he possibly refine it all? Excuse me, do you recycle this box? Ah, yes, we recycle it. Wang Ziyan cheerfully returned the packaging box. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation methods, flow returning breathing method proficient 181.231,000, wind sword art beginner 36,100. Realm, 1-star martial artist. Chi and blood, 285.22500. Swallowing 3 chi and blood pills at once, his chi and blood increased by 60 points, and even the proficiency of the flow returning breathing method significantly improved. This astounding speed, it's probably equivalent to several years of arduous cultivation for some people, isn't it? Wang Ziyan didn't become arrogant because of this. Instead, he opened the martial artist community app to check for important information. The combat hall he visited earlier was where he learned about it. It allowed him to hone his martial skills, gain practical combat experience, and also level up his swordsmanship proficiency. Such a place truly satisfied Wang Ziyan. Now, he needed to find another good place worth visiting. And that place was outside the city. He could first check the guides on how to proceed. The first post that caught his eye was, Essential Preparations for Martial Artists Venturing Out to Hunt Ferocious Beasts, Essence. As everyone knows, non-martial artists are forbidden from leaving the city, and outside the city is extremely dangerous. New martial artist brothers, please do not rush. Below, I have summarized the essential preparations before leaving the city, based on my humble opinion. All additions are welcome. First, you must have martial skills, right? Martial skills, at least trained to the beginner level. Martial skills with extremely low-cost performance like the wind sword art are not within the scope of reference. Such martial skills, if not perfected, merely fan the ferocious beasts. Weapons, complementary to martial skills. No need to elaborate on this. There were also many reply posts below. Wang Ziyan didn't scroll down, he saved it first. He would definitely go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts in the future to earn more money, so this post was useful to him.
Now, buying a single qi and blood pill costs 10,000, not to mention various other expenses required for becoming stronger. He still had to venture out of the city and fight to earn enough capital to give Uncle Gao a good life. There were quite a few water posts, meaningless or spam posts, in the forum. Not many were valuable to Wang Ziyan. He browsed for a long time before putting away his phone. He now had a basic understanding of his financial situation. Weapons required by martial artists, those made of alloy, start at tens of thousands, and protective combat suits start at 100,000. In short, he couldn't afford them, and the path of earning money outside the city was excessively dangerous. As for work inside the city, it was too comfortable, and he wouldn't be able to earn tens of thousands in a short time, which would practically bury the potential of his system. Perhaps I should first cultivate the wind sword art to perfection? Don't they all say that its combat power is 0 before it's perfected? Wang Ziyan went to the 4th floor of the martial artist building and found a shop selling wooden weapon models. According to what he read on the forum, some martial artists choose to train themselves using wooden props. These could also be toys for ordinary people. It really depended on what the user intended to do with it. Wang Ziyan felt that a wooden sword would be very suitable for him. It cost 1,000. It's a bit expensive, but not a big deal. Sir, a friendly reminder. Although this wooden sword has been specially crafted to increase its hardness, it is not sharpened and cannot cut through even a level 1 ferocious beast. Please do not use the wooden sword as a conventional weapon, as this could endanger your life. Why the special instruction? Had someone really taken a wooden sword out to fight ferocious beasts before? Wang Ziyan was curious but still nodded. Understood. Watching his cheerful departing figure, the staff member couldn't shake the feeling that he was genuinely treating the wooden sword like a steel one, as if he might pull it out for a few swings at any moment. As the golden sunset slanted, Wang Gao dragged his weary body home. Swish, swish, swish. He had just reached the door when he heard the sound of a sword swinging, which made his eyes fly open in surprise. Stepping inside, he saw it was Wang Ziyan, swinging a wooden sword. He was using basic forms, smooth and clean, with a steady hand and a very straight trajectory for the sword. Ziyan, what are you doing? Uncle Gao, I found a decent job at the martial arts tower and bought a wooden sword to practice with. Wang Ziyan put away his sword. He knew Uncle Gao had no idea about the price of wooden swords. He would never imagine a single wooden sword could cost 1,000 credits, an amount that would take several days of skipping meals to afford. Revealing too much too soon might place a great psychological burden on his uncle, who had always cared for him. Wang Gao let out a sigh of relief, then smiled. It's good you found a job. As long as you can take care of yourself, Ziyan, that's all that matters. Wang Ziyan secretly made a resolution. He wouldn't just take care of himself, he would take care of Uncle Gao too. Fortunately, swinging the wooden sword also increased his proficiency with the wind sword art. He had just swung the sword over 300 times. The wind sword art had already reached the adept realm. Wind sword art adept 300-1000. Another 700 swings, and it would reach perfection. Wang Ziyan made dinner. He had specially bought meat and many kinds of vegetables, stir-frying 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and making a soup. Such a sumptuous meal stunned Wang Gao, who didn't dare pick up his chopsticks. Ziyan, is it some kind of holiday today? Why cook so many dishes? It's not a holiday. We're celebrating me finding a job at the martial arts tower. My boss said I have room for improvement, and life will get better and better from now on. Wang Ziyan wasn't entirely wrong. Being a martial artist could be considered a type of job. With a monthly stipend of 5,000, it was much easier than working odd jobs. And with the system supporting him, he certainly had a lot of room for improvement. When Wang Gao asked what his job specifically was, he wouldn't say. He couldn't figure out what kind of good job such a young kid could find. But seeing Wang Ziyan so happy made him happy too. After a joyful and harmonious meal, Wang Ziyan returned to his bedroom. Holding the wooden sword, he began swinging it monotonously. Swish, proficiency +1. 1 swing.
2 swings. 3 swings.
Swish, swish, swish. As the night deepened, the sound of the blade cutting through the air grew sharper and cleaner.
700 swings.
Even Wang Ziyan, who had become a martial artist, felt his arm growing sore. The moment he executed the final swing, his cerebral cortex suddenly became 100 times more alert.
Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18.
Techniques, Guilu breathing method proficient 201.231,000, wind sword art perfection.
Realm, 1-star martial artist. Chi and blood, 300.22500.
A surging wave of memories flooded his mind. In a windless, sealed chamber, he stood with a long sword in hand, eyes closed in deep contemplation.
Time flowed by.
In a blink, the youth's hair had turned white, his figure weathered and aged. He opened his eyes and slashed out with his sword. A crescent-shaped current of air swept forward, whistling and sharp. It was as if Wang Ziyan had truly spent a lifetime to comprehend it, achieving a sudden epiphany. He held the wooden sword, yet he felt as confident as if he were holding a steel one.
I've grasped it. Is this the state of perfection?
Wang Ziyan caressed the body of the wooden sword.
He strode resolutely out of the room. It was now 8 o'clock at night.
Although there were quite a few elderly people out for a stroll, it wasn't a problem.
He picked a secluded spot.
Holding the wooden sword, he casually swung it a few times. Swish, swish, swish. Invisible sword chi effortlessly sliced off the protruding branches and leaves of a large, distant tree. The effect was similar to that of a steel sword, perhaps even sharper and faster. Unfortunately, the wooden sword's material was poor. There was a risk of it bursting if he gathered even a little bit of chi. Wang Ziyan had no intention of further testing the power of a charged-up wind sword art.
He left, completely satisfied. And from behind the prune tree, a hunched-over old man walked out, cursing, which bastard was just destroying public property, using sword chi to trim a tree?
He had been enjoying the cool shade on the other side of the tree. Unexpectedly, after a few swishes, a bunch of branches and leaves fell on his head. He took a closer look, only to catch a glimpse of a young man's retreating back.
Little Yen, did he just use sword chi?
The old man was startled and doubtful. As a retired martial artist, he naturally recognized the sword chi Wang Ziyan had used. The wind sword art, a martial skill with a very low-cost performance ratio that allowed low-level martial artists to practice producing sword chi.
Could a young person actually succeed in mastering that thing?
The old man scratched his head, completely baffled.
A night passed. Martial Artists Tower, Combat Hall. Wang Ziyan returned to the venue. Little brother, you're here?
The lobby manager hurried over to greet him, a smile on his face. He was very impressed by Wang Ziyan's clean and decisive victory last time.
That sword technique was both fluid and aesthetically pleasing. They could discuss recording and broadcasting the fight. Little brother, what kind of combat opponent would you like to choose this time?
I'll arrange it for you free of charge and even give you 2,000 yuan, as long as you're willing to cooperate with us on a live stream.
Seeing the lobby manager's smiling face, Wang Ziyan was taken aback. Such a good thing exists? A free combat session against a monster, and they were paying him? Alright, I want to challenge a red-eyed black cat. No problem, I'll arrange it.
Soon, Wang Ziyan was standing in the arena, longsword in hand.
His opponent was a red-eyed black cat. It was 2 meters long, more agile than a black panther, and its pair of crimson eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. Just standing there, it sent a shiver down one's spine, an incredibly intimidating presence. For an ordinary person, facing it would be worse than facing 10 giant-beaked chickens.
Before Wang Ziyan even made a move, the external live streaming system had been connected and was being pushed to the combat hall's related platforms.
Wang Ziyan, 1-star martial artist, Day 2 of certification versus red-eyed black cat?
A few bullet comments floated across the live stream.
How rare, someone coming to the combat hall on their second day of certification and even getting a live stream.
Sigh, young people are too hot-headed, not calm and composed enough. I can just imagine him crying for his mommy and daddy in a moment.
Yo, this is a bit interesting. Let me see what's going on. This won't be easy.
The red-eyed black cat is considered formidable among Tier 1 beasts, far fiercer than a giant beaked chicken. He just became a martial artist, I'm afraid he's in for a rough time.
Of course, Wang Ziyan couldn't see these comments.
He was just focused on the red-eyed black cat before him. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed. The red-eyed black cat's sharp claws lunged at his face.
Wang Ziyan, holding the wooden sword, sidestepped to dodge. The claws left a series of scratches of varying depths on the alloy wall. Again. Wang Ziyan entered his combat state.
The red-eyed black cat let out a sharp roar and flashed forward like a black shadow once more.
Clang!
This time, just as the red-eyed black cat was about to get close, its mid-air claws were swatted away by the wooden sword in Wang Ziyan's hand. It instantly lost its balance and was forced to tumble to the ground. Yes, swatted with a wooden sword. A wooden sword itself has very weak offensive power. Even if sharpened, it would be difficult to break through the defense of a level 1 beast.
It might even snap if struck against the beast's body. So, Wang Ziyan used just the right amount of force. It wasn't painful. But the red-eyed black cat's fur stood on end. It shrieked as if crazed and pounced again with renewed ferocity. What the hell? The red-eyed black cat charged first.
That speed is so fast.
Is this kid going to get his stomach clawed open? Wait, it didn't hit. The kid dodged it. What a sharp evasion. Ah, it's pouncing again. The red-eyed black cat is attacking once more. Can he dodge it? Holy crap, he didn't dodge.
The kid used the wooden sword to swat the red-eyed black cat away.
Holy shit, this kid is so damn good. How can he beat a crimson-eyed black cat into this state on his second day as a certified martial artist?
Such a sharp sword technique, and what solid fundamentals. It flows like water, with a hint of the wind sword art at its peak. This kid is really something special. I misjudged him earlier. The one who should be crying for its mommy and daddy is the crimson-eyed black cat.
2 hours later. The crimson-eyed black cat cowered in a corner, resembling a trembling black ball, all its ferocity gone. It let Wang Ziyan poke it with the wooden sword, not daring to resist. In the live stream. What's this? I just got here. Can someone tell me why he's using a wooden sword and has still beaten the crimson-eyed black cat into this state?
He's a master with that wooden sword. His movements are so fluid, he's just toying with the crimson-eyed black cat. You have no idea how incredible that kid is. He was playing with the crimson-eyed black cat until it didn't even look like a cat anymore. It couldn't hit him, and every time it pounced, it got swatted away. It was completely bewildered. But a wooden sword shouldn't be able to break the defense of a level 1 ferocious beast, right? When is this duel ever going to end? Wang Ziyan looked at the black cat before him, which had lost all will to fight. He sighed. With a casual swing of his sword, he turned and walked away without looking back. Ha! What does that mean? He's just leaving? What happened? Holy crap, how did the crimson-eyed black cat get taken out? Sword chi. It's sword chi. He's cultivated the wind sword art. What? Did I cultivate a fake wind sword art? That thing can kill ferocious beasts? The crimson-eyed black cat really hit the jackpot this time. A mere level 1 ferocious beast getting to die by sword chi. Second Junior Martial Arts Academy. The training ground. All the third-year high school students who had passed the martial arts exam returned to attend the celebration ceremony. Students and teachers chatted and laughed amongst themselves. When Mengshi also received a great deal of attention. Just by standing there, she exuded the natural aura of a protagonist. Exquisite features, a cool and distant personality. Her tight-fitting top could hardly contain the curves of her chest, and below her ultra-short hot pants stood 2 eye-catching, long legs. The teachers who had taught her all gathered around, cheerfully praising her talent, while some of the surrounding students whispered among themselves. I'm so envious. When Mengshi getting into Jiangnan Martial Arts University is a real honor for our school. When Mengshi is not only beautiful, talented, and hardworking, but she also has connections.
Isn't it only natural for her to go to Jiangnan Martial Arts University?
True. In the future, I'll have bragging rights too. At least I was in the same class as our city's top scorer. When Mengshi heard all of these words, she felt not the slightest ripple in her heart. She had heard such things too many times. Even before the martial arts exam, she was already the focus of the school, with high hopes placed upon her. She didn't care how much others envied her. Throughout these years of high school, there was only one person she had ever cared about. And that was Wang Ziyan. Unfortunately, Wang Ziyan's talent was too poor, he didn't even pass the martial arts exam. As her deskmate, his lack of talent was also well known. Yet he showed no intention of sucking up to her. All day long, he was focused on training hard to improve his chi and blood, and on the rare occasion he praised her, he never used it as an opportunity to get closer. I really don't know what's going on in his head. The martial arts exam is over, and he's not even replying to my messages. After not seeing him for a few days, when Mengshi missed her deskmate a little. Just then. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! A sudden cry of alarm drew the attention of all the students and teachers. What's wrong? What's with all the fuss? Did someone ascend to heaven? That person glanced at the many school teachers and leaders present. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his phone and shouted, Wang Ziyan entered the combat hall. What? Are you kidding me? Wang Ziyan didn't even pass the vitality test. How could he possibly get into the combat hall, a place only for martial artists? That's a place for martial artists to hone their skills and improve their strength. Did you forget your eye drops? You're seeing things and spouting nonsense. The teachers also began to discuss among themselves, Wang Ziyan, is that the one with the worst grades in class 1? He became a martial artist? It must be just students spouting nonsense. We can't take it seriously. The person grew anxious, it really is Wang Ziyan. If you don't believe me, see for yourselves. Let me see. A few students gathered around. Immediately after, cries of astonishment erupted. It's really fucking Wang Ziyan. Holy crap, that's so awesome. Such a young martial artist, I'm so jealous. At first, when Mengshi didn't pay much attention, but when she heard the name Wang Ziyan, she decisively walked over. She saw Wang Ziyan in the combat hall, toying with a red-eyed black cat as if it were in the palm of his hand. When Mengshi's expression instantly became a sight to behold. It was a pleasant surprise. With strength like this, Wang Ziyan could definitely get into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. She was genuinely happy for him. You got me, Wang Ziyan. You played me for 3 years. Until the end of the martial arts exam, I really thought your talent was extremely poor. I never expected you to have secretly become a certified martial artist. Not replying to my messages, were you planning to sneak away alone? That won't do. The corners of Wen Mengshi's mouth curved up, and her cool mood eased considerably. What? A martial artist emerged from our school, but his student registration is no longer with us? What's going on? Not far away, the principal roared at the sky, his expression a whirlwind of emotions. The face of the Class 1 homeroom teacher turned green. The pride she should have felt after nurturing Wen Mengshi had completely vanished. She was a decisive person. The martial arts exam wasn't even fully over, and she had already kicked some students' registrations out of the school. Anyway, these students were of no value to her and only soured her mood when thinking about performance reviews. Who would have thought she had let a hidden gem slip through her fingers? After leaving the combat hall, Wang Ziyan went to the 3rd floor to get lunch. Then he headed to the 4th floor for some shopping. There was a weapons hall here, with a dazzling array of weapons available: spears, staves, sabers, and swords, a complete selection. But Wang Ziyan didn't need one for now. A wooden sword was enough to slay monsters. There was absolutely no need to spend money on a more expensive one. He went and picked out the cheapest backpack. 4,000 bucks. It was usable and a great deal. His trip to the combat hall with the wooden sword was to test whether he had the ability to slay a level 1 fierce beast. Evidently, the wooden sword was more than enough. The wind sword art, cultivated to perfection, was truly effective. The strength of his martial arts was now up to par. His weapon was also sufficient to kill enemies. With his backpack and other items ready. Just as he was about to leave the city, he suddenly received a message. Wang Ziyan, did you become a martial artist? Why haven't you been replying to my messages these past few days? A message from Wen Mengshi popped into view. Wang Ziyan didn't plan to reply. The two of them were not on the same path. It was best to have no contact. Stop hiding, I know you became a martial artist. You've been lying to me for these 3 years. Your talent is clearly so good. If you don't reply, I'll come to your house to find you myself. Wang Ziyan suddenly felt a little guilty, but still intended to hold out. But then, when Mengshi called him. Wang Ziyan, you finally decided to answer my call? My phone's been dead recently. I just charged it. Wang Ziyan felt helpless. When Mengshi was usually quite good to him, occasionally even personally guiding him on how to cultivate the Guelu breathing technique. It would be too much to not even answer her call. He just didn't want to hold her back, not sever ties completely. There was really no need to ignore her calls. Wang Ziyan, do you want to come to Jiannan Martial Arts University with me? I can recommend you to my mentor. Thank you for your kind offer, but no. Wang Ziyan didn't want to go to a university. The systems and rules in schools would only limit his development. With his system, wouldn't he improve faster by being free and unrestrained out in the world? You're really not going to Jiannan Martial Arts University? No. Then what are you planning to do? Fight monsters in the combat hall, then leave the city to fight monsters. Wang Ziyan answered frankly. He would hone his combat skills by fighting monsters in the combat hall, and the plan to leave the city to fight monsters was already in motion. The other end of the line went silent for a moment before she said calmly, "Stay safe." Thanks for your concern. The two chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. He set off immediately. According to Alliance regulations, non-martial artists were forbidden from leaving the city, so this was also Wang Ziyan's first time venturing out. He had already done his research last night. Today's destination was marker 0321. This was the closest marker to the base city. About 10 kilometers away. It was once a small town, but now it had become a paradise for low-level ferocious beasts. Most were level 1, with level 2 and level 3 beasts appearing in the core area. Wang Ziyan planned to stick to the periphery. As long as he was careful and cautious, dealing with level 1 ferocious beasts shouldn't be a problem. He walked along the cratered, uneven highway. All that met his eye was desolation and decay. Weeds grew thick on both sides, scrambling to absorb the light of the setting sun. Occasionally, the corner of a beast's carcass could be seen exposed, as four-legged lizards rustled and scurried about. The red sun in the west was still some distance from sinking below the mountains. Wang Ziyan felt a slight chill. He quickened his pace. 30 minutes later, the cluster of buildings at marker 0321 was visible in the distance. However, the road ahead was blocked. Two enormous scorpion beasts, their black carapaces looking as if forged from steel and glinting with a menacing, cold light, patrolled ahead. They caught sight of Wang Ziyan. Instantly, they raised their tail stingers high, their aggressive posture clear. Wang Ziyan tightened his grip on the wooden sword. A battle was about to erupt. The two iron-tailed scorpions charged at him simultaneously. Their iron tails whipped through the air, creating a humming, whistling sound. Wang Ziyan swung his sword in a backhand motion, swift as a gust of wind. The one in the lead was immediately struck in the head by the invisible sword chi, its momentum abruptly slowing as its raised iron tail went limp. The other's attack arrived in an instant. Wang Ziyan dodged to the side, creating distance. Another backhand swing of his sword. The wind swept up the dust on the ground, slicing through the second iron-tailed scorpion's head. Its proudly raised iron tail also toppled over, crashing to the ground.
He had slain 2 iron-tailed scorpions in succession. It was relatively easy.
Wang Ziyan crouched down to harvest the materials from the iron-tailed scorpions. The iron tails and the 2 large pincers were valuable items. They could sell for over 4,000. Both together would fetch nearly 8,000. The beast meat could also be sold for money. However, it was too large. Hauling it back would be a struggle. He simply carved off about 10 pounds of belly meat and tossed it into his backpack. After collecting his spoils, Wang Ziyan continued forward. He arrived at the outskirts of the small town. From a distance, he saw some small geckos gnawing on something. Moving a little closer, he discovered a corpse lying on the ground, its clothes torn to shreds, with 3 parallel, bloody gashes. Wang Ziyan looked around and deliberately avoided the area. In the wilderness, intact corpses were a rare sight. Ordinary beasts would typically follow the scent of blood to feed, not leaving a full body behind. This was likely the scene of a robbery, and the perpetrators hadn't gone far. And to venture so deep, the other party must be quite powerful. It was best to steer clear for now. In a flash, half the sun had set, and the shadows of buildings lengthened and darkened. Wang Ziyan kicked his stuffed backpack, compressing the contents by a third, just enough to close it completely. If he had tried to pack anything more, the backpack would have burst open. He had arrived a bit late today and had only been at it for about an hour. But he had still slain 10 level 1 beasts. His vitality value rose steadily with the rhythm of his breathing, having already reached 310. One step closer to becoming a 2-star martial artist. Additionally, battling multiple level 1 beasts had made Wang Ziyan realize the power of the perfected realm of the wind sword art. Even up close, level 1 beasts struggled to pose a threat to him. In ranged combat, it was 1 sword per beast. At one point, Wang Ziyan faced a surprise attack from 4 level 1 beasts simultaneously and handled it with ease. In the end, he granted each a single sword strike, beheading them. Wang Ziyan's heart settled. He was gradually becoming more confident in himself. He was no longer the Wang Ziyan from Factory 7 who would instinctively fear a giant beaked chicken. He tidied up briefly, then shouldered the bulging backpack and started his journey back. A backpack weighing dozens of pounds. It wasn't heavy for Wang Ziyan. He ran all the way, trying to get back to the city before nightfall. The wilderness at night was incomparably more dangerous than during the day. There was no need to take the risk. In less than half an hour, Wang Ziyan was back at the city gate. The city gate served as the portal to the base city. It was always garrisoned by the military. A soldier guarding the city gate saw Wang Ziyan and was quite surprised. Although many people had left the city throughout the day, the number had significantly dwindled by the afternoon. And he had a particularly strong impression of Wang Ziyan. Carrying an unconventional weapon, a wooden sword. With the most basic backpack. Dressed in casual clothes, no combat gear. One glance was enough to guess he was a 1-star martial artist. Crucially, he went out alone, and in the afternoon when time was not plentiful. The soldier had never seen such a situation. Even the most destitute martial artist leaving the city would at least have a solid metal weapon. That might at least give the beasts in the wilderness a tough bite. Or with good luck, they might run back empty-handed. Who would go out with a wooden sword? And he even came back completely unscathed. Not only did Wang Ziyan return, he also returned with a bountiful harvest. Wang Ziyan swiped his martial artist badge, and after being cleared, he walked directly into the city. This kid's got something to him. The soldier watched Wang Ziyan's departing figure with admiration. More than just something, I'd say he's really got something. So young, going out of the city to play with a wooden sword and coming back fully loaded. His comrade beside him sighed with a smile. The soldier just smiled non-committally. Martial Artist Tower, 5th floor. This entire floor was filled with shops that recycled beast materials. Wang Ziyan walked out of a shop called Wanqing Pavilion, beaming with a smile. Those materials had sold for 33,000 yuan here.
Wang Ziyan had compared quotes from several shops.
Some shops, seeing how young Wang Ziyan was, tried to lowball him severely. They wouldn't even offer 30,000.
Only Wanqing Pavilion was the most fair.
And the owner was kind, making the transaction pleasant. Over 30,000. In less than 2 hours, he had earned more than he would in half a year at the job market. The money-making ability of a martial artist was evident. And Wang Ziyan was currently only the lowest level 1-star martial artist.
But then again,
the expenses for a martial artist were also indeed huge. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, were spent to improve their strength. Fortunately, Wang Ziyan had kept over 10 pounds of beast meat. I'll buy some seasonings and have a meat feast with Uncle Gao back home. Let's see how much qi and blood I can convert from eating this fierce beast meat.
Coming down from the 5th floor, Wang Ziyan gritted his teeth and spent 25,000 to buy a larger backpack. He had only been out for a short while today, and the backpack was already full. If he went out earlier tomorrow, he couldn't let this hinder him. He could kill more.
Naturally, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to collect materials. After finishing all this, Wang Ziyan left the martial artist tower. On his way home, he stopped to buy some seasonings. Uncle Gao hadn't returned yet, so he took out the specially cut piece of level 1 fierce beast meat and started to cook. Fierce beasts were rich in qi and blood, making them excellent ingredients for martial artists to nourish their own. In a sense, the qi and blood were even more potent than that in a qi and blood pill.
Even non-martial artists would benefit from it, strengthening their bodies. However, it wasn't easily absorbed. For ordinary people, the effect was not as good as a qi and blood pill. Wang Ziyan boiled the fierce beast meat for half an hour and also stir-fried a few side dishes. When Wang Gao returned, he was greeted by the aroma of meat and asked in surprise, "Little Yen, you bought meat again?"
"Yes, Uncle Gao."
"Come and try it." Wang Gao washed his hands and sat down. They just had meat yesterday, and now they were having it again today. What kind of family finances did they have? It seemed the meat today was even more fragrant. Just smelling it gave a thrilling sensation.
Wang Ziyan ladled a large spoonful of meat into his bowl and said with a smile, "Uncle Gao, eat up.
This is very nourishing."
Wang Gao took a bite, and his eyes instantly widened.
This meat was so fragrant. Very chewy.
And there was a warm feeling as he swallowed it. The qi and blood in his body responded.
"Little Yen, what kind of meat is this? It must be expensive, right? Level 1 fierce beast meat." Wang Gao was astonished. "That must be 300 or 400 yuan a jin, right? Xiaoyan, have you struck it rich?" Wang Ziyan nodded, pulling out his warrior badge. "Uncle Gao, I'm actually a certified warrior now. We're going to have a good life."
Hunting monsters in the wilderness, killing one level 1 fierce beast could net several thousand yuan.
He truly had the means to come clean with Uncle Gao now.
First, improve their diet, then gradually elevate their living standards.
Wang Gao stared at the warrior badge, glinting under the light, utterly amazed. "Xiaoyan, you're actually a warrior now?" "That's right. Failed the martial arts exam, but became a warrior."
This was hard to explain.
But Wang Gao didn't press for details. Everyone had more or less some secrets.
He was happy that Wang Ziyan could escape the bottom rung of society.
This meal felt much more substantial than usual. After the meal, Wang Ziyan glanced at his panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18.
Cultivation method, Goelu breathing technique mastery 301.23 1000, Windsword art perfection.
Realm, 1-star martial artist. Qi and blood, 410.22 500.
10 gene of level 1 fierce beast meat.
It directly boosted his qi and blood by 200 points.
The surging qi and blood naturally spread throughout his body, massaging all his muscles.
The sense of power was truly earned through eating. This simplified Gui Lu breathing technique was quite extraordinary.
This was hundreds of times more cost-effective than qi and blood pills that cost 10,000 each.
Wang Ziyan digested throughout the night.
His qi and blood continued to rise by another 40, reaching 450.
At 4:30 a.m., Wang Ziyan slung his backpack over his shoulder and took Uncle Gao to the old noodle shop for breakfast. "Xiaoyan, are you really going out of the city with just a wooden sword?" Wang Gao asked with a worried expression.
Wang Ziyan waved his hand. "Don't worry, Uncle Gao, I went out of the city like this yesterday too, no problem at all." Wang Gao cautioned, "You still need to be careful. There have been news of powerful demons appearing in the wilderness recently. You can't go without proper gear."
"Got it, Uncle Gao. I'll be back." After the meal, Wang Ziyan and Wang Gao parted ways. Wang Gao went to the talent market. Wang Ziyan left the city again.
He reached checkpoint 0321 in half an hour.
Returning today, his actions were much more open than yesterday.
The sun was just rising above the horizon. The visibility was clear.
Today's target was still level 1 fierce beasts.
Wielding his wooden sword, he began to carefully search for traces of fierce beasts. At noon, atop an abandoned residential building, he found an iron pot to stew the meat, and a fragrant aroma began to spread. Wang Ziyan twitched his nose, grabbing a piece of meat and beginning to devour it. After wolfing it all down, he let out a satisfied burp. Then he glanced at his stats panel. Vitality, 500, 23, 1000. He had already stepped into the ranks of a 2-star martial artist.
"I'm a 2-star martial artist just like that? Eating meat really helps you grow fast."
Wang Ziyan clicked his tongue, the savory scent of meat lingering around him.
Over the course of the morning, he had killed 1 or 2 of various kinds of fierce beasts.
The pot of meat held a myriad of flavors.
He just wondered, what did a level 2 fierce beast taste like? Wang Ziyan looked eagerly toward the deeper parts of the town. Although the outskirts were safe,
the fierce beasts were too scattered. If not for his good luck yesterday, he would have spent a lot of time just looking for them. Just in time, having advanced to the level of a 2-star martial artist,
Wang Ziyan planned to venture deeper. Sometime after 2 in the afternoon, Wang Ziyan encountered a wolf pack in an abandoned school.
Dozens of bloodthirsty blue wolves with grayish-blue fur turned to look at him, their eyes scarlet and their killing intent chilling. They were all level 1 fierce beasts, massive in size. The leader, a bloodthirsty blue wolf, grinned arrogantly, revealing blood-stained corners of its mouth. Its fangs glinted with a silver light, its eyes filled with disdain. The wooden sword spun in Wang Ziyan's hand as he took his stance. As if receiving a signal from the Wolf King, the pack let out a series of howls and charged forward, one after another. It all happened in a flash. The wooden sword in Wang Ziyan's hand became a blur, like a blossoming wooden flower. With every strike of his sword, the lead wolf at the front of the pack was decapitated, blood spraying everywhere. They charged all the way toward him. The last thing to nearly touch Wang Ziyan's heels was a wolf's head that had rolled twice on the ground. Wang Ziyan stood in the same spot, his clothes stained with only a splash of red. The last survivor, which was also the largest wolf, stared wide-eyed from a distance. The moment its last companion fell, it turned and fled in a wild panic, its eyes nearly popping out of its head in terror.
"Help me! This human is on a killing spree!" Swish! Suddenly, a whistling sound cut through the air.
Its vision flipped upside down, and it watched its own body collapse to the ground.
Strange, since when do low-level beasts run away? Didn't the forums say that low-level beasts are driven by an instinct to kill? Wang Ziyan slowly walked over.
He poked the Wolf King's head with his wooden sword. The fear in the Wolf King's eyes was clearly visible. It seemed to be a mature Wolf King.
Eating it should be very nourishing. Wang Ziyan licked his lips and began to clean up the battlefield. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the sun was about to set. Wang Ziyan finished his dinner on the roof of an abandoned building. Cumin-flavored roasted wolf meat, very chewy. His appetite was instantly whetted. He had eaten the entire wolf.
He touched his solid abs, the power of his vital energy condensing within.
One afternoon, Annihilated a wolf pack. Slain 4 level 2 beasts. A fruitful record. He casually glanced at his status panel.
And startled himself.
Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18.
Techniques, flowing convergence breathing method proficient 451.231,000, wind sword art perfected.
Realm, 3-star martial artist. Vital energy, 1000.225,000. I'm a 3-star martial artist already? Was the Wolf King's meat that potent?
Although the effect of increasing vital energy weakened the more he ate. But eating just one had boosted it by nearly 500, and the after effects were still kicking in. It probably isn't like this with every level 2 beast. The Wolf King might be special and chewy.
I really want to eat a few more. Wang Ziyan was overjoyed.
Advancing to a 3-star martial artist meant a huge leap in his strength. However, the gap from 3-star to 4-star had also increased significantly. It had reached 5,000.
He didn't want to delay.
He quickly gathered his materials and returned to the city before the sky turned completely dark.
Jiangnan Base City, the city lights were just beginning to glow.
Warriors who had been adventuring outside returned to the city one after another. The city gates would close in half an hour.
That kid went out today too, didn't he?
A soldier looked at his comrade beside him.
Yeah, left around 6. The soldier sighed. He's still not back. I'm afraid the odds are against him.
Just yesterday, I thought he was something special, with a bright future ahead of him.
Who would have thought? He's gone.
Sigh, if he had taken a conventional weapon, he might have made it back.
What good is a wooden sword?
Just then, his comrade exclaimed in surprise, "Look, there's someone else."
The soldier looked over as well.
In the deep darkness of the night, a sprinting figure was faintly visible, rushing toward them.
Carrying 2 large, bulging backpacks? Sorry, I'm a bit late.
Wang Ziyan scanned his warrior badge and, after being let through, hurried inside. The soldier and his comrade stared at each other,
utterly dumbfounded. Was that him?
It was, and he was carrying 2 backpacks, one large and one small.
How many fiends would you have to kill to fill all that? Probably 100 or 2.
Damn, he killed more on his own than an entire squad.
Wang Ziyan arrived at the warrior building. 5th floor, Wanqing Pavilion.
When Zhao Xingde, the owner of Wanqing Pavilion, saw Wang Ziyan enter, he came forward with a welcoming smile.
His pupils contracted when he saw the 2 bulging backpacks on Wang Ziyan's back.
Ziyan, my boy, you don't have to push yourself so hard.
Getting injured isn't good for your development,
Zhao Xingde said with concern.
Wang Ziyan smiled. I didn't get hurt much. Only after hearing this did Zhao Xingde notice.
There was almost no blood on Wang Ziyan.
The few faint specks seemed to have been splattered on him by fiends. He couldn't help but marvel. Damn, this kid is really skilled. Could I trouble you to take stock of these, Boss Zhao? Wang Ziyan said. All right. Zhao Xingde took out a pen and paper.
He tallied the items, quoted prices for Wang Ziyan, and recorded everything as he went.
One after another.
After more than 10 minutes, he was only halfway through. Suddenly, Zhao Xingde picked up a material, his eyes widening in astonishment.
Ziyan, you're already a 2-star warrior? How do you figure that, Boss Zhao? Wang Ziyan was surprised.
Zhao Xingde chuckled, what I have in my hand are materials from a level 2 bloodthirsty Azure Wolf King. If you can kill it, you're most likely a 2-star martial artist.
So that was the guy. It was actually level 2 in strength? It looked really cowardly. Wang Ziyan scratched his head, I don't recall.
I casually killed a few wolves, maybe I got lucky and picked it up.
Zhao Xingde smiled admiringly. That's already incredible. How many years have you been at 1 star? Half a year?
Your chi and blood rose quite fast. Now that you're a 2-star martial artist, your wilderness survival ability will greatly improve.
Wang Ziyan smiled without speaking. Half a year? 3 days. Moreover, he was no longer a 2-star martial artist. He was already 3-star now. After another while, all the materials were sorted. It came out to over 690,000. Zhao Xingde rounded it up to 700,000 for Wang Ziyan. After leaving Wanqing Pavilion, Wang Ziyan went directly to the 4th floor. Now that he had money, it was time to replenish his equipment. He had no worries about martial arts techniques. The perfected wind sword art was already quite formidable. It would be more than sufficient for the foreseeable future. After all, it was comparable to decades of arduous training for others. It was also an outstanding technique among low-grade yellow-tier martial arts. But higher-tier martial arts were also very attractive, with higher potential. It was worth getting a copy. As for weapons, the wooden sword was still usable. The sword she unleashed casually didn't rely on the material of the sword. It could still slay a level 2 fierce beast with a single strike. But he wasn't sure if the sword she could pierce the armor of a level 3 fierce beast. If breaking through armor was too difficult, then it would indeed be necessary to acquire a new weapon. After all, the wind sword art was a rather special martial art, and its use consumed a significant amount of qi and blood. He had still panted a few times and felt a bit tired when annihilating the wolf pack. Finally, he had to consider a space ring. Moving around with a backpack in the wilderness was inconvenient. Sometimes, he even had to put down his backpack during combat, and when sorting materials, he needed to estimate the backpack's capacity and make choices. If he possessed a space ring, that would be much more convenient. Wang Ziyan had already checked them out. An internal spatial ring with 100 cubic meters of space, priced at 600,000. 100 cubic meters. That's a 10 by 10 by 10 space. It's already very spacious, with a capacity larger than a dozen backpacks costing tens of thousands each combined. Wang Ziyan thought it over and over. He was very tempted by all of them. But for now, he could only afford one or two. I'll have to use the process of elimination. Wang Ziyan first ruled out the combat suit. He would definitely still be active at marker 0321 for the time being. As a 3-star martial artist, he could be considered a minor powerhouse at marker 0321. As long as he didn't enter the core area, his life wouldn't be in danger. Besides, he had a perfected wind sword art. Against any ferocious beast below level 3. Who could get within 3 steps of him? What remained were the martial art technique, the long sword, and the spatial ring. In the end, Wang Ziyan chose the martial art technique and the spatial ring. He currently had 700,000, and the spatial ring cost a mere 600,000. That left 100,000. He could use this money to pick a new martial art technique. As for the long sword, he could get a good one tomorrow. It wouldn't be a problem. After all, Wang Ziyan wasn't a reckless fool. Although he was a 3-star martial artist, he primarily hunted level 1 and level 2 ferocious beasts. If he was lucky, he might encounter a lone level 3 ferocious beast. He'd test its quality with a couple of sword chi slashes. If he couldn't break its defense, he'd run. If he broke through, he'd follow up with 2 more strikes. Having made his decision, Wang Ziyan no longer hesitated. He purchased the spatial ring. Over 100 years ago, the Alliance unearthed a batch of ancient texts in a secret realm. These texts recorded numerous techniques of chi cultivators, including alchemy, artifact forging, and formation arts. After many years of development, alchemy and artifact forging have been widely applied and well integrated into daily life. As for formation arts, because they were too profound, the only one that has been deciphered and put into practical use is the spatial ring. Some others have been deciphered, but their practicality is too poor, so they haven't entered the public eye. However, as difficult as formation arts were, the resulting items were truly good. A tiny chip was implanted behind Wang Ziyan's ear. The chip was bound to the spatial ring. With a thought, Wang Ziyan could control the spatial ring. His mind stirred. The wooden sword in his hand vanished. At almost the same instant, it appeared inside the spatial ring.
With another thought, the wooden sword reappeared in his hand.
With this ring, getting around would be much more convenient from now on. Jiang family villa.
When Mengshi sat on her bed in the bedroom, she was dressed in light, cool clothing. A camisole dress stretched taut over the contours of her chest, revealing a pair of ultra-short hot pants underneath. Her fair, slender legs were pressed together, her feet naturally pointing outward in a charming posture. When Mengshi sat upright, but her view was constantly blocked by the curves of her chest, so she simply moved her phone forward a bit. On the screen was her chat window with Wang Ziyan. Her thumb rested on the screen. A long time passed. She hadn't managed to type a single word. How had she become like this? In the past, she and Wang Ziyan had been good friends who could talk naturally. Even back then, when she was the campus belle admired by both teachers and students, and Wang Ziyan was just an ordinary student with terrible talent. She had never been cold or put on airs. In fact, she often chatted with him with a smile. If she had treated anyone else like that, they would have been jumping for joy. But Wang Ziyan was different. After the martial arts exam, he had even disappeared for 2 days. He didn't reply to her messages. Now, when she wanted to chat with him for a bit, she was the one who felt nervous. What should we do? What should I say to get his attention? I hope he doesn't just ignore my message again. Wang Ziyan was on his way home from the martialist tower. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He looked. It was a message from one Mengshi. How have you been? How does it feel to be a martialist? After sending the message, when Mengshi clutched her phone tightly, her slender hands tense. She didn't often chat with people. In the past, she would ask about Wang Ziyan's study progress. Now, it seemed she could only ask about his life. But she worried her question was too bland. She was afraid Wang Ziyan wouldn't be happy. Just then, his phone rang. When Mengshi quickly opened it, seeing Wang Ziyan's reply, the corners of her luscious, alluring lips turned up in a relaxed smile. She felt reassured. When Mengshi, now that you're a martial artist, will you go outside the city to hunt fiends? Wang Ziyan, yeah, hunting fiends is a quick way to make money. I've already been out for 2 days. When Mengshi, you just got certified as a martial artist. Don't go out so often, it's very dangerous out there. Wang Ziyan, what choice do I have? If I don't go out and earn money, is the great Miss Jiang going to support me? When Mengshi let out a soft laugh, if you come with me to Jiangnan Martial Arts University, maybe I really will support you. Wang Ziyan, no can do, I'm a homebody. Wang Ziyan returned home. He enjoyed dinner with Wang Gao. They ate the meat of a level 2 fiend. The 2 caddies of Wolf King meat he had specially saved were particularly chewy, earning endless praise from Wang Gao. After this meal, Wang Ziyan's vitality increased by 300, and with what was digested through his breathing, his vitality had already reached 1400. However, this also showed that the Wolf King meat was indeed different from ordinary level 2 fiends. The proficiency of his Guelu breathing technique had also unconsciously risen to 551, only about 450 points away from mastery. After dinner, Wang Ziyan returned to his bedroom and lay down comfortably on his bed. He took out his phone and entered the martial artist community as the gathering place for all martial artists in the alliance. A lot of information could be learned here. Browsing the martial artist community before bed every day had already become a habit for Wang Ziyan. A level 7 fiend suddenly appeared at marker 0467, a 6-star martial artist team was completely wiped out. The annual martial arts exam has concluded. Shocking news, a martial artist appeared at the 2nd Elementary Martial Arts Academy and failed the exam? The Genius Martial Artist competition is imminent. For those of you 6-star and above, are you ready? The light from the phone screen reflected on Wang Ziyan's face. After reading some posts, Wang Ziyan was lost in thought. Although the Alliance has a general grasp of the fiend situation at each marker, fiends are often mobile and don't just settle in one designated place. The higher the level of the fiend, the harder it is to predict its range of activity.
When I'm out and about, I still need to be careful and cautious. Genius martial artist competition? Oh, right.
The Genius Martial Artist competition is held shortly after the martial arts exam every year. Wang Ziyan had lived in this world for over a decade. He naturally knew about the Genius Martial Artist competition. It was much more high-end than the martial arts exam. If the martial arts exam was just for the major martial arts universities to select promising candidates suitable for martial arts training, then the Genius Martial Artist competition was for all of humanity to select geniuses suitable for cultivation. One is aimed at academy students who are basically non-martial artists. The other is for all martial artists under the age of 30. The martial artist level ranges from 6-star to 9-star, a rather broad scope. It was a grand tournament. The rewards were also exceptionally generous. It was just that during previous tournaments, Wang Ziyan wasn't qualified to register and just watched them like news. He scrolled through his phone for a while. Then, Wang Ziyan went to sleep. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Wang Ziyan woke up early as usual. He washed up, went out with Uncle Gao for breakfast, and then left the city. On the potholed public road, he headed towards marker 0321. In the dilapidated small town, the winds suddenly rose, and sword chi flew everywhere. The weeds by the roadside bowed and scraped incessantly, terrified of being beheaded. Soon, the morning had passed. Wang Ziyan casually slit the throat of a passing iron-horned savage bull. The massive bull's head rolled onto the ground. Its eyes were wide open in disbelief. The Demon King had just granted me intelligence. And I run into this. A low-star martial artist using sword chi? Wang Ziyan walked closer. With a thought. The bull's head before him was stored into his spatial ring. He had to admit, having a spatial ring was so convenient. It was now filled with a pile of materials. Even more than the 2 backpacks from yesterday. And there was still plenty of space left. This meat is fattier than the Wolf King's. I wonder how much chi and blood it'll add after I eat it. Wang Ziyan, holding his wooden sword, patted the bull's belly. It made a thudding sound and was very tough. With a casual slash, the belly was cut open. Wielding the cheapest wooden sword, he could disembowel a level 2 beast, the iron-horned savage bull. The sword chi cultivated from the wind sword art sliced through beasts. It was like cutting melons and vegetables. Effortless. But this wouldn't do. If he kept insta-killing from a distance, he wouldn't get any good training. What if a powerful beast got the drop on him and attacked him up close in the future? Wouldn't he be unable to defend himself? He still needed to learn another martial skill for himself. Swish, swish. With 2 more slashes, Wang Ziyan's fine sword chi precisely dissected the muscle structure of the iron-horned savage bull. Then he lit the fire and began roasting the bull. Time flew by. Wang Ziyan was busy until the sun was about to set. A thought crossed his mind. The ferocious wild boar beast he had just killed at his feet was stored in his spatial ring. Many were drawn over by the aroma of roasting beef. Wang Ziyan roasted, ate, and killed all at the same time. Now, his spatial ring was quite full again. However, this area wasn't a core zone, so no level 3 ferocious beasts came to join the commotion. After a busy day, his chi and blood had increased by another 700 points. Of that, old brother bull contributed over 400, proving to be just as chewy as that Wolf King. However, as his strength grew, the chi and blood boost from eating ordinary ferocious beast meat wasn't as significant. His absorption of chi and blood from level 2 ferocious beast meat was less effective than before. He needed to eat level 3 or higher ferocious beasts to improve faster. He could get a good set of equipment. Tomorrow, he would start on level 3 ferocious beasts. Wang Ziyan returned from marker point 0321. He happened to catch the peak time when various martial artist squads were returning to the city. In the crowd, a soldier spotted Wang Ziyan with his wooden sword at a glance. Today's Wang Ziyan was different from usual. He actually wasn't carrying a backpack. But thinking of Wang Ziyan's impressive performance over the past 2 days, He didn't think it was because his wooden sword had broken and he was returning empty-handed. He subconsciously looked at Wang Xian's hand. As expected. A spatial ring. He remembered Wang Xian's impoverished appearance when he first left the city. And looked at him now. He had already become luxuriously low-key. How many days had it been? The soldier clicked his tongue in amazement. He was truly looking forward to more. Martial Artist Tower, 5th floor. Wanqing Pavilion. Whoa, finally done counting. 230 level 1 ferocious beasts, 12 level 2 ferocious beasts. The total price for level 1 beasts is 690,000, and for level 2 beasts, it's 200,000. That's 890,000 altogether. I'll just round it up to 900,000 for you. Zhao Xingde calculated with a smile for Wang Xian to see. Thank you, Boss Zhao. I feel at ease doing business with you. I'll transfer the money then? All right. Soon, Wang Xian received a transfer of 900,000. Zhao Xingde chuckled and said, Little Yen, oh no, brother Yen, you bring more each time. You've really become my god of wealth. Are you free tonight? How about we have dinner together? You're too kind, Boss Zhao. Wang Xian said, a little embarrassed, I still have some things to do tonight. I've got some money now, so I need to get a new weapon and pick out some stronger martial arts techniques. Zhao Xingde understood. I get it. Let's meet up another time, then? All right. Wang Xian left Wanqing Pavilion and headed straight for the martial arts hall. First, he would select a powerful and practical martial arts technique. Then, he would choose a weapon that complemented the technique. 1 profound rank high-grade martial art, surging wave sword art, 250,000. Wang Xian swiped his martial artist badge. He left the martial arts hall with the surging wave sword art. Things were different now. He could afford a profound rank high-grade martial art. Unfortunately, the highest grade techniques sold in the martial arts hall were only profound rank high grade. More powerful martial arts were stored in the Jiangnan base city martial arts repository. Accessing them required significant battle merits, honor, or winning prizes in the Genius Martial Artist competition. A small portion also existed within major families. Marrying into one might also present an opportunity to acquire them. Surging wave sword art was already the limit of what Wang Xian could currently obtain. It said that the higher the grade of a martial art, the greater the difficulty in comprehending it. Some people took 2.5 years just to master a yellow rank low-grade martial art. The difficulty of comprehending a profound rank high-grade one was imaginable. Profound rank high-grade technique, surging wave sword art, detected. Do you wish to learn it? Learn it. Wang Xian responded inwardly. Instantly, a flash of insight appeared in his mind. On the shore of a boundless sea, a man holding a long sword faced the ocean. He swung his sword forward, the sound drowned out by the sea breeze. He swung his sword without stopping. The sun rose from one end of the sea and set on the other. The stars wheeled and the seasons changed. The man's hair at his temples had turned gray. Swinging his sword once more, waves rolled up from the shore and surged against the sea, rising and falling by dozens of meters. All these years of sword practice were integrated into Wang Xian's memory. It was as if he had truly lived through that experience. Profound rank high-grade martial art, surging wave sword art, detected. Simplification is possible. Wang Xian didn't hesitate. Simplify. Simplifying profound rank high-grade martial art, surging wave sword art. Simplification successful swing sword. Swinging the sword again? Not bad. This simplification is quite thorough. Are all simplified sword-type martial arts just swing sword? Wang Xian scratched his head and glanced at the virtual panel. Name, Wang Xian. Age, 18. Techniques, Converging Flow Breathing Method Proficient 571.231,000, Wind Sword Art Perfected, Surging Wave Sword Art Initiate 0100. Realm, 3-star Martial Artist. Vitality, 2110.225,000. Wind Sword Art was the first martial art he perfected. It was a special martial art specifically for cultivating sword chi, and its power was quite impressive. However, the overlapping wave sword technique was a true sword fighting martial art, a whole tier higher in grade. He was rather looking forward to seeing how this martial art would perform when he perfected it as well.
To complement the overlapping wave sword technique, Wang Ziyan headed to the weapons hall.
"Hello, sir.
What can I help you with?"
A staff member politely approached to greet him.
"Do you have a sword similar to this style, around 600,000 in price?" Wang Ziyan directly took the wooden sword out of his spatial ring.
He had to admit, this wooden sword felt great in his hand. The hilt was long, and the blade was thick. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to switch to another style.
The staff member took the wooden sword and examined it.
He quickly found a suitable sword for Wang Ziyan.
An alloy Han sword. 650,000.
The blade was polished with 8 faces, gleaming with a silver light. Its hardness and thickness were second to none, and its price was considered relatively high in the weapons hall. With this, it was more than enough for the vitality realm.
After paying, Wang Ziyan's pockets were once again empty. "Uncle Gao, we have beef today. It smells delicious." Wang Ziyan cooked the dishes and rice, eating dinner with Wang Gao.
The table was piled high with meat, most of it served in iron basins. In the end, the table was just too small to hold much more.
Wang Gao tasted the beef and said with relief, "Little Yen, you've become a martial artist, and you're amazing. What fierce beast is this meat from?" "An iron-horned bull." Wang Gao's pupils contracted as he exclaimed in shock, "A level 2 fierce beast, the iron-horned bull? Little Yen, you've already become a 2-star martial artist?" Upon closer inspection of Wang Ziyan, he cried out in alarm again, "A spatial ring?" He usually didn't pay attention to the details. Looking closely, the changes were so drastic. A series of shocks left Wang Gao so stunned that his chopsticks froze in his hand. Wang Ziyan smiled and said, "I was lucky. It was mainly just good luck. Truly, heaven blesses my nephew." Wang Gao was very excited. He was, of course, happy for Wang Ziyan that he could break through to become a 2-star martial artist. He had already escaped the bottom rung of society and could live a better life. "Uncle Gao, don't just stand there smiling. Have some meat. This fierce beast meat can also boost your vitality." Wang Ziyan said with a smile, "Eat as much as you want. I'll bring back beast meat every day. Don't worry about the high price anymore." Wang Gao looked at Wang Ziyan with great satisfaction. He said earnestly, "Little Yen, I'm truly happy that you're doing well now. But the wilderness is fraught with danger, and it's not easy for you out there. There's not much your uncle can do, but I hope you'll pay extra attention to your safety." "Don't worry, Uncle Gao. I'm very careful." Wang Gao smiled and said, "That's good. I have some good news to tell you, too. Remember the warehouse where I recommended you for a job before? I've been there recently. They're planning to select a few temporary workers to become official employees. I've signed up too, and the results should be out in a day or two. If I get selected, my job will be stable. No more working from dawn to dusk, and the benefits will be good." Hearing this, Wang Ziyan was delighted. That's fantastic news. Uncle Gao had treated him well and was his only relative. He had even taken out his savings of many years to pay for his martial exam registration. Lately, Wang Ziyan had been thinking about how, now that he was a martial artist, he could best help Uncle Gao. He hadn't had any clear ideas. Unexpectedly, he heard this good news. After a happy and satisfying dinner, Wang Ziyan returned to his room. He didn't plan on sleeping. He casually took out the alloy Han sword from his spatial ring and felt its weight. Over 20 Jin, quite substantial. Swish, swish, swish. He began to swing it. His current sword speed was no longer comparable to when he first used a wooden sword. Under the bright white lights, the sword's shadow danced, its momentum astonishing. Soon, 100 swings were completed. Overlapping wave sword technique proficient 0-1000. A deeper understanding of the sword technique rushed into Wang Xian's mind. The Alihan sword in his hand suddenly felt as light as a willow leaf, and images of flexible and varied moves played before his eyes. For an ordinary martial artist to go from introductory to proficient in a martial technique might take 5 or 6 years, or even more than 10. But me, I only took less than 3 minutes. And this is a high-grade profound rank martial technique, which isn't easy. Wang Xian's spirit soared. He continued to swing his sword. At the same time, 2 blocks away from the Yuhua residential area, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in a pitch-black, empty alley. The owner of the eyes looked up. The moon was full, seeming to awaken its bloodline. Oh, whoa, oh, oh, oh. Stupid dog, shut up. A passing pedestrian cursed. The creature choked back its howl. Soon, no one was paying attention to it anymore. It walked out of the darkness. It had black and white fur, red eyes, and was filthy all over. A stray dog with its tail hanging low. Passers-by paid it no mind, unless it started barking wildly. It looked pathetic and pitiful, yet its scarlet eyes held a human-like expression. Was that glee? A bunch of foolish humans. Never thought this old wolf could fool you just by changing my appearance a little, did you? The red-eyed dog grinned, a wicked smile on its ugly yet handsome face. After crossing 2 intersections, the red-eyed dog stopped in front of Yuhua residential complex. This is the place. Wang Xian. The red-eyed dog leaped. It jumped over the complex's outer wall, its figure nimble, moving like a wolf. Despite its current pathetic appearance with little meat on its bones, its true form was a level 2 vicious beast, the bloodthirsty Azure Wolf King. It had left its pack in its early years and was fortunate enough to be noticed by a demon king. Its intelligence was awakened through a secret art. Disguised as a stray dog, it successfully infiltrated Jiangnan base city and lay low. It knew there were many others like it. Not long ago, many hidden pawns were activated, including itself. Each received a list. There were many names on the list, mostly martial artists, with only a very small number of non-martial artists. And none of them were over 30 years old. Perhaps these people should be called talents? The red-eyed dog's list has 5 spots. The strongest is merely a 1-star martial artist. For it, a level 2 ferocious beast, it's effortless. After all, even information like names, addresses, and cultivation levels are incredibly detailed. Those with background and bodyguards are not its responsibility. Anyone with a brain wouldn't get into trouble. I have to say, the Demon King has always pursued one thing, stability. And it has learned a good deal of its essence. It had been lurking around Yuhua community for many days, only preparing to act today. A 1-star martial artist who had just been certified not long ago. The red-eyed dog found the apartment building. It stealthily crept to the 4th floor. It squinted its eyes, being extremely cautious. Of the 4 previous targets on the list, it had staked them out for a week without making a move. This newly added temporary target only made it more careful. Everything was done following the Demon King's lead. Arriving at Wang Xian's doorstep, the red-eyed dog did not reveal its true form. It pressed its ear tightly against the door, listening for movement inside the house. According to its observations from outside the building over the past few days, Wang Xian might not necessarily be sleeping at this time. Sometimes, the lights in the room were still on. Indeed. Swish, swish, swish. A strange sword sound, sharp and clear, came from within. Good kid, you're not sleeping in the middle of the night, practicing your sword? Let's see how long you can keep it up. Time passed quickly. The red-eyed dog's ear remained pressed against the iron door. Its mouth gradually split into a grin, revealing ferocious fangs. The sword sound stopped. Jia jia jia. After waiting a while longer, the red-eyed dog revealed its true form. Its towering body was even larger than a fierce tiger, with shoulders wider than the iron door. It licked its gleaming fangs with its tongue. It lunged forward with its claws raised, and Wang Xian's iron door shattered like cardboard. Wang Ziyan was browsing the martial artist community on his bed, about to go to sleep. In the middle of the night, someone tore down his house? Are you kidding me? How audacious! Turning his head, he suddenly saw a bloodthirsty azure wolf burst through the bedroom door and charge straight at him. Its gaze was even more resolute than a starving ghost seeing food. Especially wise. Without a shred of hesitation. A bloodthirsty azure wolf? Wang Ziyan was stunned. It wasn't that he was afraid. He was just rather surprised. Over the years, there had been occasional news of ferocious beasts breaking into the base city. But he had never seen one break into a home. And such a large one at that. How did it get in without being discovered? Were the pedestrians on the street, the security guards in the complex, and the old folks out for a stroll all blind? Logically, the intrusion of a ferocious beast should have thrown everything into chaos by now. Wang Ziyan couldn't figure it out. The alloy Han sword appeared directly in his hand. Goodbye, huh? The moment the bloodthirsty azure wolf saw him draw the sword, it spun in mid-air, turned, and fled. It had already been right in front of Wang Ziyan, ready to bite, yet it had somehow managed to retreat. This escape reaction astonished Wang Ziyan. The bloodthirsty azure wolf paid no mind to Wang Ziyan's reaction. With its red eyes wide, it fled the bedroom and dashed towards the missing doorway. Its heart pounded like a muffled drum. Thump, thump, thump. The higher-ups misled me. Who provided this intel? How could a one-star martial artist afford a spatial ring? And wield such a sharp alloy sword? He even looked a little excited to see this wolf lord. Good thing this wolf lord was on guard, always ready to act according to the situation. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from behind, and pressure bore down on its head. Bang! With one hand, Wang Ziyan pinned the bloodthirsty azure wolf, which was just a hair's breadth from the front door, and slammed it viciously onto the floor. The entire room seemed to tremble. Wang Gao, who had been woken up long ago, rushed out in a hurry. Upon seeing the scene, his pupils constricted. Ziyan, the door, what's with this dog? Wang Ziyan stroked the trembling, red-eyed dog's head with his right hand and explained with a smile, I just saw this dog wandering around the complex. I didn't quite control my strength when I caught it and ended up smashing the door. Wang Gao didn't suspect a thing. Stray dogs were not uncommon. Wanting to keep a stray dog was also understandable. But the door was innocent. After placating Wang Gao, Wang Ziyan dragged the red-eyed dog back into his bedroom. Such a coward, yet you dare to break into my home, smash my door, and then try to run. You've got some nerve. I didn't realize you could also shapeshift? Speak. What is your purpose? Wang Ziyan, holding the gleaming silver alloy Han sword, said a great deal. The red-eyed dog shook its head desperately, on the verge of tears but unable to cry. The wolf lord may not be human, but you are a real dog. In the end, Wang Ziyan decided against killing it. This unusual bloodthirsty azure wolf surely possessed some useful information. I'll spare your dog life so you can prove your worth. Understand what I mean? Wang Ziyan watched as the bloodthirsty azure wolf nodded frantically, terrified he would change his mind. As expected, this dog was intelligent. He couldn't just kill it outright. He had to study it first. So, Wang Ziyan rested his sword on the red-eyed dog's neck. And slept through the night. He woke up early the next morning. After calling someone to fix the door and eating breakfast with Wang Gao, he left the city as usual, heading for landmark 0321. The only difference today was the trembling red-eyed dog walking beside him. Its eyes were truly red now it hadn't slept a wink all night. Its life was held in Wang Ziyan's hands. Any attempt to escape would most likely fail. It had to rely on its wits. You have a good nose. Sniff out where the vicious beasts are. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in the red-eyed dog's cunning red eyes. Jia jia jia. Watch as the wolf lord leads you into a den of vicious beasts. Then I'll seize the chance to escape. Before they knew it, the sun had set.
Wang Ziyan thrust his sword through the skull of a level 3 vicious beast, an iron-armored rhino, and its massive body crashed to the ground. He glanced back at the wide-eyed red-eyed dog not far away. Well done. You've multiplied my earnings several times over today. 13 level 3 vicious beasts, nearly 40 level 2 vicious beasts, and almost 200 level 1 vicious beasts. It's all thanks to you. I don't usually encounter so many vicious beasts. The red-eyed dog's scalp tingled. It desperately wanted to turn and flee. But it was terrified Wang Ziyan would chase it down and run it through the head with his sword. This was a 3-star martial artist, after all. How awful. Wang Ziyan gathered the materials and casually tossed a large chunk of level 3 vicious beast meat to the red-eyed dog. He hadn't shared any when he ate barbecue at noon. But he couldn't let it starve. If it died, that would be a loss. An intelligent and practical vicious beast. It also functions as a fierce beast detector, guarding against other transforming fierce beasts approaching him in the city. A rare sight. Doggo, as long as you don't cause trouble and prove your worth, I'll let you live a few more days. Come on, let's head back to the city. Wang Ziyan threw over a large piece of level 3 fierce beast meat, then turned and set off. His silhouette grew longer and longer in the setting sun. The red-eyed dog swallowed, picked up the fierce beast meat, which was larger than its current size, and followed. Grandpa Wolf hadn't given up on escaping. He was merely avoiding immediate danger, seeking another opportunity. Grandpa Wolf was clever. After all, he'd never eaten level 3 fierce beast meat before. Now he was benefiting from Wang Ziyan, that human. Warrior Tower, 5th floor, Wanqing Pavilion. Seeing Wang Ziyan, Zhao Xingde enthusiastically came out to greet him. Brother Yan has a pet now? Yes, dog noses are quite keen, good for finding fierce beasts when they're around. Noticing the docile and honest red-eyed dog, Zhao Xingde smiled and chatted for a couple of sentences. Another busy period. Wang Ziyan received a 1.5 million transfer. Thanks, Boss Zhao. Wang Ziyan waved goodbye. After Wang Ziyan left with the red-eyed dog, a look of shock appeared on Zhao Xingde's face. 13 sets of level 3 fierce beast materials. Brother Yan must be a 3-star now. But this time, he wisely kept quiet and didn't ask further. In his eyes, the current Wang Ziyan was no longer an inexperienced young man, but a very important client. He had to treat him with utmost respect. Everyone has secrets. One still needed to be careful with their words. It was a pity he had served the Wen family for many years and had no daughters, so he couldn't make an investment. After leaving Wanqing Pavilion, Wang Ziyan went to a pet store. Inside were various animals like rabbits and cats, their cages made of alloy to prevent mutation risks. It had to be said, these pets were very expensive. Thousands were the base price, tens of thousands were common. Wang Ziyan wasn't here to breed the red-eyed dog. He bought an 88,000 alloy collar, personally put it on the red-eyed dog's neck, and said kindly, "Doggo, you helped me find so many fierce beasts today. Here's an 88,000 treasure for you as a reward. This thing is very sensitive to the aura of fierce beasts. Be careful not to have your neck snapped off when you transform." The red-eyed dog's eyes widened, jumping up and down, shaking its head vigorously. Its neck of destiny had been throttled. After finishing up, Wang Gao took the red-eyed dog home and cooked the level 3 fierce beast meat he had specially brought back. "Shayan, are we going to keep this dog from now on?" Wang Gao asked, looking at the red-eyed dog by the rusty iron basin. "Yes, this fellow has a keen nose, which makes hunting outside the city more convenient. An ordinary dog wouldn't have such a keen nose, of course." But the red-eyed dog's true form was a level 2 ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty azure wolf. Today's bountiful spoils of war also proved its worth. After dinner, Wang Ziyan gestured for the red-eyed dog to enter the bedroom. Man and dog stared at each other, eye to eye. "You look quite intelligent, you must know a lot of information. I'm asking you, is there a mastermind behind this?" Wang Ziyan asked earnestly. The red-eyed dog shook its head. "Are you kidding me? How could Lord Wolf betray the Demon King? Wang Ziyan pulled out his alloy Han sword, the tip pointing directly at the red-eyed dog's brow, startling it into a shiver. If you shake your head, you won't see tomorrow's sun. The red-eyed dog retreated 2 steps, nodding frantically. Lord Wolf had to be alive to be loyal to the Demon King. Seeing you as a mere weak dog, devouring meat ravenously, you must not have had a good meal in a long time. Wang Ziyan pressed on, you've been lurking in the city for some time, haven't you? Are you carrying out a mission? The red-eyed dog nodded honestly. Wang Ziyan asked again, is it just targeting me? Seeing the red-eyed dog shake its head, Wang Ziyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he hadn't been very high profile. The most noticeable thing about him was his rapidly improving blood energy, becoming a martial artist. But that hadn't offended anyone. What would the mastermind above the red-eyed dog want to target him for? Are there many guys like you? The red-eyed dog hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Are they all hiding in the city? The red-eyed dog nodded. Then if you fail, will they still come after me? The red-eyed dog hesitated for a long time, then shook its head. Each dark chess piece has a different list. If Lord Wolf failed, who would know you weren't dead besides the higher-ups? Wang Ziyan then asked the most crucial question, if they disguise themselves to approach me, you, being intelligent and valiant, should be able to sense it, right? The red-eyed dog proudly raised its head. You've got good judgment. Lord Wolf's greatest asset is his nose. After a series of interrogations, Wang Ziyan reaped significant gains. He guessed he was part of some earth-shattering plot, but not a crucial part. Daring to infiltrate the city, how could this plan be small? He still had to prepare for a rainy day, improving his strength for self-preservation. Wang Ziyan benevolently patted the red-eyed dog's head. Doggo, you're very smart. Work well with me from now on, and I'll give you a taste of not just level 3 beast meat, but even level 8 or 9. The entire day passed without incident. This indicated the red-eyed dog was merely an individual operative. As long as it didn't die, its superiors likely wouldn't know that the mission targeting him had failed. Keeping it by his side would serve as a warning light. Wang Ziyan gestured for the red-eyed dog to go to sleep, then glanced at his virtual panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Techniques, Converging Flow Breathing Method Proficient 771.231,000, Wind Sword Art Perfected, Layered Wave Sword Art Perfected. Realm, 3-star Martial Artist. Chi and Blood, 4010.225,000. The 2 meals of level 3 beast meat he ate today, after digestion, had increased his Chi and Blood by 1700. He had already maxed out the Layered Wave Sword Art to Perfected yesterday, giving him a sense of profound confidence in his swordsmanship. Meanwhile, the proficiency of the Converging Flow Breathing Method was increasing faster and faster. Over 200 points in one day. It was rather interesting. The most basic technique was actually the hardest to cultivate. Wang Ziyan was a little excited to see what changes would occur once the Converging Flow Breathing Method reached the perfected level. Why not just skip sleep and cultivate? With that thought, Wang Ziyan sat cross-legged on his bed. Hooees, hooees. The rapid breathing sounds made the red-eyed dog's eyes bulge. Does this guy even know how to cultivate? Is this how humans cultivate? You think you can get stronger just by breathing? And making so much noise. Damn it! The night passed, and the rise and fall of Wang Ziyan's chest finally settled. He opened his eyes and instantly felt that the air was clear and bright. Increasing the frequency of his breathing was indeed much more effective. Converging Flow Breathing Method Proficient 999.991,000. Converging Flow Breathing Method Proficient 1000. Converging Flow Breathing Method Perfected. In an instant, a point of bright light pierced through the chaos in Wang Ziyan's mind, awakening his origin. A large, complex stream of memories flooded in. Wang Ziyan discovered that this time, it wasn't a sealed room, nor was it the seaside. Instead, he was a destitute beggar on an ancient city street, who could do nothing but breathe. But the broken bowl on the ground, and the many high officials and nobles, were not as captivating as the swords worn at the waists of passing swordsmen. Officials, wanderers of the martial world, he had seen fights here, with flashing blades and red blood, and high bounties posted. He wanted to learn the sword, and he practiced with a thin, dark wooden stick, move by move, lost in his practice. The scene changed. The night was dark and the wind blew strong. Wang Ziyan hid in a small alley, watching swordsmen from the martial world duel on the street outside, their blades flashing like shadows and glints of light. He memorized the scenes of the fight, brandishing a thin wooden stick in his hand, mimicking their movements. The scene shifted again. Government officials arresting people in the city, feuds and killings in the martial world outside the city, hermits in thatched huts honing their swords, and bloodthirsty bandits in the mountains. All these sights were recorded in Wang Ziyan's mind. From scattered sword moves, he deduced complete sword techniques. He had no sword in hand, yet he had gone through hundreds of thin wooden sticks. Spring passed and autumn came, year after year. Wang Ziyan, who begged and wandered, had transformed from a young lad into a scruffy, bearded uncle. Obsessed with the art of the sword, he had cultivated true skill, yet he still made a living by begging and never bought a real sword. Famous far and wide, people called him the sword fanatic. The scene continued. The disheveled and unkempt Wang Ziyan was sleeping under a large pagoda tree, clutching his wooden stick, when a swordsman, hearing of his fame, came to challenge him. The swordsman cupped his fist in a salute, requesting a duel. Wang Ziyan had no interest in fighting and casually waved his wooden stick. 3 strands of hair from the swordsman's forehead were severed, drifting away on the wind. His eyes widened in disbelief, his body stiffened, and he stammered out 2 words in terror: sword. Intent. The memory ended here. Not bad at all. Mastering the breathing technique even comes with a bonus storyline. Wang Ziyan opened his eyes, his heart unable to calm for a long time. Severing strands of hair from 10 meters away, and with a wooden stick at that. Wang Ziyan marveled. This was a state of being almost untethered from physical objects. He had reached a whole new realm of swordsmanship. If compared to his previous mastery of the wind sword art, the gap was immeasurably vast. After all, this was the achievement the sword fanatic Wang Ziyan had attained through half a lifetime of dedication. It had already transcended the scope of the interaction between sword and wind. Wang Ziyan took a deep breath and began searching for posts about sword intent on the martial artist community forums. The results yielded no detailed introductions. Instead, sword chi was mentioned far more often. Martial artists of high realms could unleash sword chi by relying on their incredibly powerful physical constitution combined with extraordinary martial techniques. However, their sword chi relied on the application and accumulation of power, not on the understanding of swordsmanship. There was still a difference compared to someone like Wang Ziyan. Unless they were an awakened. Awakened was a collective term for people with special talents. For example, an awakened of the sword domain. They possessed a unique, innate advantage with the sword. One post mentioned that there was once a sword awakened who, at the age of 36, shocked the world by unleashing pure sword chi through his profound understanding of swordsmanship. Later generations revered him as the Sword King. Wang Ziyan was, of course, very familiar with the great names of the awakened. They were a group of lucky bastards spoon-fed by the heavens. 1 in 10,000. Regarded by the Alliance as its most precious treasure. Among the millions of candidates in Jiangnan City for this year's martial arts exam, there were no reports of any awakened appearing, a testament to their rarity. The red-eyed dog in the corner shivered. It was so cold just now it had smelled the chill of an iron sword being unsheathed. Wang Ziyan glanced at his phone. It was already 7 in the morning. Wang Gao had already finished breakfast and left for work. Without dawdling, he took the red-eyed dog, left the city once more, and headed for marker 0321. Wang Ziyan's fighting spirit soared. In a dangerous world like this, strength was the only real currency. Everything else was fleeting. Doggy, find me a level 3 fierce beast to practice on. Before long, a level 3 fierce beast, an iron-armored rhino, appeared ahead. It was massive, its skin as tough as iron armor, gleaming with a metallic luster. The moment it spotted Wang Ziyan, it lowered its hard, massive horn and charged, like an unstoppable tank.
Wang Ziyan smiled faintly.
A perfect opportunity to test his sword intent. The Yalai Han's sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. The iron-armored rhino, 10 meters away, was sliced in two before it could even react. Its left and right halves fell to the ground simultaneously. For the entire morning, Wang Ziyan fought deep within the area of markers 0321. When his wind sword art reached perfection, he was already a formidable presence among his peers. Now that his Gui Lu breathing technique was at perfection and had even advanced his sword chi into sword intent, he was virtually invincible at his level. Even the iron-armored rhino, a level 3 fierce beast renowned for its defense, couldn't withstand a single blow from him. And that was just a casual swing.
He hadn't even used a sword technique.
So now, hunting level 3 beasts had become his first choice. After all, they were valuable, nutritious, and not particularly dangerous.
The day passed quickly. On his way back to the city, Wang Ziyan checked his status panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18.
Techniques, Gui Lu breathing technique perfection sword intent, wind sword art perfection, wave stacking sword art perfection. Realm, 4-star martial artist.
Vitality, 5010.22 10,000.
His vitality had already increased by 1700.
I've broken through to a 4-star martial artist.
After mastering the Gui Lu breathing technique, the efficiency of absorbing energy from beast meat in the air has become exceptionally good. If it weren't for the need to digest level 3 beast meat,
eating it so recklessly, my progress would only be faster. But then I wouldn't be a normal person anymore. Wang Ziyan sighed inwardly.
Now that I've reached the 4-star martial artist realm, the threshold for 5-star vitality is 10,000.
I still have to keep working hard.
The red-eyed dog following beside him had been watching for a day and was already numb to it.
How was this guy getting more and more efficient at slaying ferocious beasts? What did he take level 3 ferocious beasts for? Slicing melons and chopping vegetables?
An iron-armored rhino, as tough as steel, was sliced in half by a single sword strike from a distance.
When the hell would this wolf ever escape his grasp? Back in the city, Wang Ziyan headed for the martial artist's tower.
Feeling quite happy, he even called Wang Gao on the way. "Uncle Gao, I'm bringing back iron-armored rhino meat today.
This stuff is really nourishing. This ferocious beast meat."
Even non-martial artists could experience some improvement in their vitality by eating it. The higher the level, the better the effect. Wang Gao, however, sounded a bit dejected.
"Ah, little Yen, that's great. You're not hurt, are you?" Wang Ziyan keenly sensed that something was wrong with his tone. He quickly pressed, "Uncle Gao, did something happen?" It's nothing, don't worry, I'm just..." "Uncle Gao." Wang Gao sighed deeply, unable to hold back his complaint. "Sigh, didn't I tell you 2 days ago?"
There were openings for permanent positions at the warehouse, but they were all taken by people with connections.
"I didn't get selected." Wang Ziyan comforted him, "It's okay, Uncle Gao. Don't you still have me? I've made over $1 million now, you don't have to go to work." Wang Gao was Wang Ziyan's only relative.
He was just too stubborn, always willing to give of himself.
But he couldn't accept direct help from him. "How could I do that? The money you earn is your own, little Yen. Besides, this isn't a big deal. Didn't I manage to support myself just fine by going to the job market before?" Wang Gao chuckled. All right, let's not talk about this. I'm already very content that you can bring me beast meat to eat now that you're a martial artist. I've never had it before."
The tone of the conversation immediately became less heavy. They chatted for a couple more sentences and then ended the call.
Wang Ziyan sighed to himself.
Walking into Wanqing Pavilion, he didn't see Boss Xiao, only a young shop assistant.
"Where's Boss Xiao?" "He went to the warehouse on business today." "Sir, do you need to sell some materials? I can help you with that." "Oh, the boss is back." Just then, Zhao Xingda also returned from outside.
Upon seeing Wang Ziyan, he came over with a smile to greet him.
Brother Yen, you're here. It must be another fruitful day, I presume? Wang Ziyan said.
Next up was Zhao Xingde, calculating the value of the materials.
It took nearly half an hour. Zhao Xingde exhaled joyfully. Brother Yen, the total is 2 million. What do you think? That works. It's a very fair price. Yesterday, Wang Ziyan had earned 1.5 million, with a large portion coming from level 1 feral beasts.
Today, the proportion of level 2 and level 3 feral beasts Wang Ziyan had killed was much higher, so the price was higher as well.
Wang Ziyan swiftly completed the transfer, then casually asked with concern, Brother Yen, have you run into some trouble recently?
You had such a huge haul today, but you don't seem very happy.
Wang Ziyan said, it's nothing to do with me. My uncle is just having a bit of a hard time. A hard time? Can't find work or facing difficulties? Need my help? Wang Ziyan's eyes lit up. My uncle just does odd jobs. He doesn't have any skills like cooking. Is it still easy to find something for him? Zhao Xingde smiled and patted Wang Ziyan's shoulder.
Of course. If he doesn't mind, I can arrange a job for him.
Brother Yen, what's your uncle's name? Introduce him to me. Wang Ziyan didn't hesitate. Wang Gao. Zhao Xingde raised an eyebrow. Hey, that name sounds a bit familiar.
He seemed to have met him today.
After leaving Wanqing Pavilion,
Wang Ziyan made a special trip to buy 2 bottles of wine, each costing 4,000 yuan.
He then went home to cook. Wang Gao was a bit surprised when he returned. Xiaoyan, why did you buy wine? Wang Ziyan smiled.
It wouldn't feel right without a drink.
Let's have a good one. Wang Gao was filled with emotion. This didn't look like cheap wine.
Usually, when he wanted a drink, he would buy the cheapest 100 yuan or so bottles. Their taste was nothing like the rich aroma of this one. The red-eyed hound didn't appreciate the fragrance of wine, nor did it know what made today different from any other. It was in the corner, gnawing ravenously on the level 3 feral beast meat in its bowl. So delicious.
Uncle Gao, let me be straight with you.
I've earned over 2 million these past 2 days. I'm thinking of starting some kind of business. I'll put up the money, and you can be in charge of managing it.
How does that sound? Wang Ziyan said earnestly. He really wanted to help Uncle Gao.
Even though he had already asked Boss Zhao for help, he still wanted to make his intentions clear. If he offered help directly, Uncle Gao's pride would never allow him to accept.
He had to be more tactful. Hearing Wang Ziyan's words, Wang Gao smiled. Xiaoyan, you're just like your father, loyal and kind.
I appreciate the thought, but I'm really not cut out for business. I'm so happy you've become a martial artist and escaped the confines of your class. Making money is easy for you now, but it's all earned by risking your life in the wild. You don't need to worry about me.
Haven't I survived all these years?
Besides, you're a martial artist, and your expenses are huge. A weapon costs over 100,000, a martial arts manual can be tens or hundreds of thousands, and then there's your combat suit, vitality powder. I can't help you anymore, but I don't want to become your burden either. My generation has watched you rise, and that alone gives me a great sense of accomplishment.
Instead of spending money on me, you should invest in yourself. You understand what I mean, right, uncle? Wang Gao spoke earnestly. Wang Ziyan wanted to press the issue, but seeing Uncle Gao's resolute attitude, he swallowed his words.
If you won't even accept that, Uncle Gao, then the only thing I have to offer is beast meat. Wang Ziyan said with a wry smile. Wang Gao, picking up a piece of fragrant meat with his chopsticks, laughed heartily. If it weren't for you, I probably would have never tasted beast meat in my entire life.
The next day,
Wang Ziyan headed towards marker 0321 with his dog. Meanwhile, Wang Gao was preparing to head to the job market to look for work. Just as he arrived, he received a call from the warehouse supervisor. He was cordially invited to work at the warehouse. The supervisor's attitude was extremely enthusiastic. Moreover, The previously mentioned monthly salary of 6,000 was now directly raised to 8,000. There were also various benefits like 2 days off per week, making it seem more like a full-time position than most actual full-time jobs. Wang Gao was not swept away by the surprise. This was too abnormal. He was just a temp worker, going wherever there was work. There was no need for the warehouse supervisor to be this enthusiastic. Besides, there must be a reason for the salary increase. He inquired about it. The warehouse supervisor just chuckled and said, "Mr. Wang Zian is friends with our boss." Hearing this, Wang Gao was stunned. To him, someone of the warehouse supervisor's status was already far beyond his reach. And Little Yen was friends with the supervisor's boss. "Little Yen, in the end, you're still the one helping me." Wang Gao sighed with relief. A warmth spread through his heart. Before long, news of his situation spread throughout the workers' group chat. This made everyone incredibly envious. So the martial artist who killed the giant beaked chickens at Factory 7 a while ago was Wang Zian. I used to laugh at old Wang, struggling himself just to get by, yet he stubbornly paid for a young lad's education. I thought he was out of his mind. Now it seems I'm the one who's out of my mind. Are there any other 18 or 19-year-olds among us workers? Priority to those who failed the martial arts exam, and it's best if your surname is Wang. Just read out Wang Zian's ID card number at this point. Everyone roared with laughter. But in all seriousness, envy was envy. There was no denying that Wang Zian was loyal and righteous. If he had been an ungrateful wolf, he might have turned around and bled old Wang dry. That would have been a tragedy. A day passed. Wang Zian slaughtered a large number of beasts and, on the side, had another grand meal of a level 3 beast. Wang Zian opened his status panel. Name, Wang Zian. Age, 18. Cultivation methods, flowing stream breathing technique perfection, wind sword arc perfection, overlapping wave sword technique perfection. Realm, 4-star martial artist. HP, 5710.22 10,000. At the level of a 4-star martial artist, the increase in vitality slowed down a bit. A single meal of a level 3 ferocious beast increased it by about 700. This was a little less than before. As one's realm advanced, the vitality required for each increase would also grow larger and larger. Then I'll just eat more for a few days. Staying in base 0321 is both familiar and safe. After packing up the materials, Wang Zian set off on his return journey with Guzi. Guzi twitched its nose and squinted its red eyes, glancing back for a moment. Soon after. What the hell? What's going on in base 0321 lately? Who killed all the level 3 ferocious beasts? How come all the ones I finally run into are just corpses? A young martial artist walked over to the spot where Wang Zian had been before. He kicked the corpse of the level 3 ferocious beast, which had already been stripped of its materials, and cursed. Damn it! I finally found a marked point with a low overall level to practice, and some guy still comes here to slice through them like vegetables. Damn it, the registration for the Genius Martial Artist competition is in a few days, and I, a mighty awakened, have only just reached 5-star. An awakened. That's right. His name was Su Tian, an awakened who was 1 in a million. He was already a martial artist before this year's martial arts exam, but he didn't participate, choosing to hide his strength. Besides, so what if he took the exam and got into a top martial arts university? It wouldn't be as fast as getting stronger in the wilderness. He could become stronger just by killing ferocious beasts. This was the talent he had awakened. It wasn't very efficient at the beginning, but now that he was a 5-star martial artist, killing level 2 and level 3 ferocious beasts was a piece of cake. I just don't know which bastard is also mass killing the level 3 ferocious beasts in 0321, delaying me from becoming a 6-star martial artist. Su Tian cursed a few more times, feeling displeased. Making me waste several trips. You'd better not let me run into you, or I'll definitely give you a couple of slaps. Martial Artist Tower, 5th floor, Wanqing Pavilion. Zhao Xingde, smiling and chatting, escorted Wang Zian to the door. Manager Zhao, thank you for taking care of my uncle.
Don't mention it. Brother Yen is my living god of wealth. It was just a small favor. Thank you, thank you. Manager Zhao, you don't need to see me out. Alright, see you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow. Wang Ziyan left Wanqing Pavilion and headed home with Guzi. Today was another fruitful day.
His earnings had already broken the 2 million mark,
reaching 2.5 million. This was a figure Wang Ziyan wouldn't have even dared to imagine half a month ago. Guzi, you did a great job today. Wang Ziyan praised Guzi, who was puffing out its chest proudly. In appearance, this fellow looked no different from an ordinary dog, with black and white fur and intelligent-looking red eyes. After putting on the pet collar, it became much more obedient and confident. Perhaps it also knew there was a sword hanging over its head. As long as it didn't cause trouble, Wang Ziyan wouldn't go out of his way to threaten it. There was no need to be constantly afraid. Wang Ziyan appreciated its intelligence and said with a smile, "We have a tough battle tomorrow. You'd better put in a good effort. If you survive, I'll feed you level 3 ferocious beast meat for every meal, including breakfast." The dog was delighted. Then it sensed something was off. Isn't this wolf lord just an errand runner and guide? What danger could there be? Why does it sound so terrifying? When Wang Ziyan returned home, Wang Gao was already there. He had specifically bought a lot of groceries and wine to go with the prepared level 3 ferocious beast meat in the fridge, and he was cooking himself. Having become a permanent employee, he now got off work a bit earlier each day. "Little Yen, thank you so much for helping me find this job. You've been the one coming home early to cook for the past few days. Come and try what I've made. Uncle Gao, your cooking is still the best. It smells amazing." Wang Ziyan praised with a smile. The dog at his feet was also given 2 extra pieces of level 3 ferocious beast meat by Wang Gao. Seeing Uncle Gao happy, he also relaxed a lot. He had to thank Boss Xiao. He hadn't expected the warehouse where Uncle Gao worked to be owned by him. This favor, he had to remember it. After a joyful and harmonious meal, Wang Ziyan returned to his bedroom and lay comfortably on his bed. Just like usual. The dog lay by the bed, digesting its easily obtained food. Wang Ziyan browsed the martial artist community forums. Something strange to report. There used to be a pretty young 6-star martial artist in my neighborhood, my neighbor. I used to see him often, but he's disappeared these past 2 days. No sound from his apartment either. What's going on? What's the big deal? Maybe he went out for a long-term mission and won't be back for a day or 2. Could also be that he went to get a foot massage. Sometimes I'll go for 3 days and 3 nights. You think I'd let you know about that? The user above is a legend. Impossible. My neighbor never went to those kinds of places. He's very self-disciplined and was even planning to sign up for the Genius Martial Artist Tournament in a few days. Now that you mention it, I just remembered I haven't seen a talented friend of mine in a long time either. He used to have a pretty regular routine. What, did they go get foot massages as a group? We're in the city, it's safe here. If you ask me, they just put too much pressure on themselves and went to our user above. Finish your sentence. Wang Ziyan scrolled through several posts. He found a few reports about missing martial artists. This was truly a rare occurrence. How could a martial artist go missing in the city? The Public Security Bureau should investigate it thoroughly, right? Ding dong. A message suddenly popped up. It was from one Mengshur. How have you been lately? It's been a few days since you were certified as a martial artist. Are you still honing your martial techniques? Yes, I'm still honing them. I've made some progress. Wang Ziyan replied. That's good. You'll probably be leaving the city in the future, right? It might be hard for a 1-star martial artist to find a team. Do you need me to introduce you to one? My brother has a team. He's a 9-star martial artist, you know. I can ask him to take you under his wing. When Mengshur sent a voice message, her voice crisp and pleasant. No need to trouble yourself.
It's not a good time for me to join a martial artist team right now, but thank you for your kind offer.
Alright then. If you need anything, you can always let me know. In a high-end residential complex.
In the spacious and bright living room, when Mengshur was comfortably seated sideways on the sofa, her slender, fair feet tucked under her hips and pressed into the soft cushions. Her delicate fingers swiped across her phone. As she scrolled through her recent chat history with Wang Ziyan, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her exquisite face. Hey, who is our miss when chatting with that's making her smile? A teasing voice came from behind Wen Mengshur. Wen Mengshur instinctively hid her phone against her chest, threw a cushion over, and then picked up another, feigning to throw it as well. She knew who it was just from the voice. The person behind her was dressed in a black windbreaker with a neat, clean-cut hairstyle. He caught the cushion and raised his hands with an apologetic smile.
Good sister, stop, don't throw it. I was just kidding. You're always teasing me.
Wen Mengshur huffed lightly.
My bad. I apologize. Wen Cheng feigned a look of heartache and presented a gift. The gift was exquisitely wrapped.
Clearly, he had come prepared. When Wen Mengshur became the top scorer of the martial arts exam in Jiangnan Bay City, Wen Cheng had already given her a sword as a gift. The siblings were 9 years apart. The older brother had always doted on his younger sister. Knowing that his sister wanted to become a martial artist quickly after the exam, he had specially prepared this gift. The siblings bantered for a while. Wen Cheng said, "Good sister, don't worry about your slow cultivation speed now. It'll get much faster after you become a martial artist. Besides, Mom, Dad, and I will provide you with plenty of resources."
I'm not worried at all. Are you sure? Look me in the eye.
When Mengshur averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. She said seriously, "Brother, the Genius Martial Artist competition is right after the martial arts exam.
How are your preparations coming along? You'll find out when the time comes." Wen Cheng picked up an apple from the table.
He twirled it with his fingers, and the thin peel fell away in a continuous spiral.
He handed the peeled apple to Wen Mengshur dotingly.
Wen Mengshur was not at all surprised by this scene. She took a small bite of the apple with her pearly teeth, her cheeks puffing out slightly. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she smiled.
Good luck, brother.
Wen Cheng smiled and patted his sister's head.
A night passed.
Wang Ziyan woke up early again, heading towards marker 0321 with the rising sun. Although marker 0321 is primarily a gathering place for level 1, 2, and 3 fierce beasts, and he is already a 4-star martial artist,
Wang Ziyan currently has no plans to visit other markers.
Compared to other places,
he is much more familiar with marker 0321, and there's no danger there.
Come on, doggo, let's make some noise today, kill more, earn more, and run fast later.
Wang Ziyan laughed. Doggo, run faster. Deep within marker 0321, on a wide road, Wang Ziyan ran wildly.
As a 4-star martial artist, he was very fast. Behind him, a huge swarm of fierce beasts chased him.
There were ironclad rhinos, saber-toothed cats, bloodthirsty azure wolves, stone-armored giant apes, a variety of fierce beasts.
On the other side, Doggo furiously pedaled its 4 thin legs, its bright red eyes tearing up from the wind. It ran in roughly the same direction as Wang Ziyan, with fierce beasts chasing behind, each as formidable as a tiger, no less impressive than the formation behind Wang Ziyan. And the distance was quite close. From a distance, it almost looked like it was leading the charge of the fierce beasts.
Grandpa Wolf is usually so cautious, when did I ever provoke so many fierce beasts? Damn it, I can't transform into my true form,
I'm going to get my butt gored by a horn.
Doggo, lure more fierce beasts.
I promise to take you to a pet store for breeding. You can choose any breed, not just one.
But if I'm not satisfied, I'll have you neutered. Wang Ziyan shouted, laughing. Doggo suddenly burst into a sprint, leaving a cloud of dust behind and creating distance from the fierce beasts.
Tears welled in its eyes. Catching the scent of a level 3 fierce beast, the striped tiger.
It barked wildly, woof woof woof. Stupid cat, grovel before Grandpa Wolf, look at your daddy, Grandpa Wolf is talking about you. The striped tiger, strolling in its territory, was suddenly cursed at. Its fierce eyes quickly locked onto Doggo, and it bared its teeth and charged, like a wild black and yellow missile. It was incredibly fast, catching up in a few breaths and pouncing on Doggo from mid-air. Swish! An invisible sword energy swept past, and the striped tiger's head fell, its massive body pinning Doggo to the ground. Must be over 200 now, that's enough. Wang Ziyan calculated in his mind, holding his alloy Han sword and saying, let the killing begin. After a fierce battle, fierce beast carcasses were piled everywhere. Wang Ziyan was splattered with some blood, but none of it was his own. Doggo, however, was covered in blood, its fur matted and sticky, looking dejected and pathetic. Good job, Doggo. Once I collect the materials, we'll do a few more rounds. Wang Ziyan said with a smile. Doggo shivered, raising its head, signaling for its collar to be removed. Wang Ziyan shook his head, this is a trial. Oh whoa. Doggo lowered its head in disappointment, staring at its four trembling thin legs. Tears flowed uncontrollably. When had Wolfie ever been so wronged? Wang Ziyan finished collecting the materials. He repeated the same process and pulled another wave of beasts. This time, it seemed like even more time slowly passed. Don't be fooled by the low level of these ferocious beasts. The price difference in materials between low-level ferocious beasts was small, and they were easy to kill, making it much safer and more efficient than going to higher-level marked points. Previously, Wang Ziyan would never have dared to be so bold. But now, he was a 4-star martial artist. It was no exaggeration to say that if any ferocious beast in Area 0321 had even a shred of intelligence, they would have to offer him a cigarette and beg for mercy upon seeing him. A day passed quickly. Wang Ziyan appeared at the Wanqing Pavilion, covered in blood. Zhao Xingde was startled. Especially since that red-eyed dog he always had with him was all limp and shriveled. After asking, he was relieved to learn that Wang Ziyan was not injured. Brother Yen, you're not short on cash now. Why not go buy a set of combat armor? Defense is one thing, but at least you wouldn't be all sticky like this. Manager Zhao makes a good point. I'll leave the rest to you. No trouble at all. Wang Ziyan poured out all the materials, and a huge pile instantly appeared in the main hall of the Wanqing Pavilion. Zhao Xingde's pupils constricted. He estimated that Wang Ziyan's haul today was 2 or 3 times his usual amount. So ruthless. It would take a long time just to count it all. Manager Zhao, take your time counting. Just transfer the money directly when you're done. Wang Ziyan left after saying his piece. He had a good idea of how much he had killed today. Besides, they had cooperated so many times he trusted Manager Zhao completely. Take care, Brother Yen. Zhao Xingde said cheerfully, turning around to start counting the materials. Such a massive workload was invigorating for him. Unlike the Liebao Pavilion across the way, where the owner, Sun Duobao, was idly polishing walnuts out of boredom, he paced around his main hall. Catching a glimpse of Zhao Xingde striking it rich, he was quite shocked. Finally, he saw his own treasure arrive. Brother Su, how was the harvest? Su Tian was welcomed into the Liebao Pavilion by Sun Duobao inside. Manager Sun, for some reason, the ferocious beasts in 0321 were even scarcer today. I didn't encounter many level 3 ferocious beasts either. Su Tian poured out his materials. A small pile, about 1/3 the size of the one across the street. This amount was already quite impressive. More than what an entire squad of martial artists would gather. But Su Tian was unhappy. I feel like I'm being targeted. Who the hell is farming faster than me? Sun Duobao patted his shoulder comfortingly. You've done great. You're more capable than most martial artists. Let me tally up today's haul. Su Tian didn't say much more. Suddenly, he noticed a huge pile of materials in the hall of the Wanqing Pavilion across the way and exclaimed, how does Wanqing Pavilion have so many materials? Did they strike it rich? Oh, that. You could say Zhao Xingde got lucky. He met a real beast of a warrior too. The past few days, their haul matched yours, and today, they just dropped off that massive pile. Su Tian was shocked. One person could single-handedly farm that many materials? Even more badass than me. Did they slaughter an entire beast tide or something? How come I never run into that many ferocious beasts? Killing that many would be enough for me to advance to 6 star. On the other side, Wang Ziyan bought a combat suit for 800,000. He hadn't bought one before. But if he was going to buy one, he wanted a good quality one. Mainly, he wasn't short on cash now. The combat suit was made of nanomaterials, making it extremely comfortable to wear. Even in the height of summer, it didn't feel hot and stuffy, but rather cool and refreshing. According to the salesperson, its insulation was also excellent in the winter. You get what you pay for. Just as Wang Ziyan finished paying, he received a notification for a fund transfer. It was from Boss Zhao. 6.1 million. Immediately after, Zhao Xingde sent Wang Ziyan an itemized list. Wang Ziyan looked it over. No problems. Thanks, Boss Zhao. I should be the one thanking you. Zhao Xingde sent a voice message, his joy unconcealable. It seemed like he'd made a hefty profit on the deal. Wang Ziyan left the martial artist tower, went home, and gave the dog a shower before washing up himself. Wang Gao, who had returned home early, sighed. Ziyan, did you run into some kind of danger today? You're covered in so much blood. Even the dog is exhausted. It's nothing, Uncle Gao, don't worry. None of the blood is mine or the dog's. Wang Gao lamented how hard it was for martial artists to earn money. He noticed that the dog with the red-eye disease had a dazed look in its eyes. He couldn't help but worry about the energetic Wang Ziyan. After the two of them and the dog had dinner, the exhausted dog went back to its room and immediately fell asleep. Wang Ziyan, however, sat on his bed and browsed the martial artist community forums. Registration for the Genius Martial Artist Tournament was just a few days away. The forums were gradually becoming more lively. Sai, the guidelines for the Genius Martial Artist Tournament will be announced tomorrow, and my neighbor still isn't back. Maybe he's secretly getting stronger to amaze everyone. Yeah, some guys love to level up on the sly. I heard there's an awakened in our city, not even 20 years old, who intentionally failed the martial arts exam. Now he's getting ready to enter the Genius Martial Artist Tournament. Holy crap, where'd you get that info? There's actually an awakened in this year's batch? That's a true favored child of the heavens. Just rumors, all rumors. That awakened is no simple character, mind you. Some big families have already taken a liking to him and are planning to recruit and train him. Don't tell me you're an insider from one of those big families. Which one? Guess. Genius Martial Artist Tournament. Still 2 stars short of being able to register. Wang Ziyan glanced at his status panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation methods, flowing stream breathing technique perfection, wind sword arc perfection, overlapping wave sword technique perfection. Realm, 4-star martial artist. Chi and blood, 6,510.22 10,000. Before, he mainly consumed level 2 beasts, increasing his chi and blood by a few hundred points a day. Now, consuming level 3 beasts, it's about 1,500 a day. However, he had also reached the 4-star martial artist realm, and his progress had slowed. It might take 3 days to reach 5-star martial artist. If necessary, he'd have to start taking pills. With the unique absorption ability of the flowing stream breathing technique, simplified by the system, taking chi and blood pills or chi and blood powders could also increase his chi and blood. And the effect would surely be much better than for an average martial artist. The Genius Martial Artist Tournament has a lot of good stuff, it would be a real shame to miss it. So, he had to kill more beasts and earn more money. Buy more pills to rush his way to the registration qualification. The goal was set. Time flew by quickly.
The next day, Wang Ziyan once again arrived at marker 0321. He continuously weaved through the deserted streets and alleys. The beasts behind him could no longer be described as a group. It was basically a small-scale beast tide. Meanwhile, the dog was once again running for its life, chased by countless level 1 and level 2 beasts. It was luring the numerous beasts toward the spot it had agreed upon with Wang Ziyan. The moment the two groups of beasts converged, the dog's eyes widened. Leading a beast tide with the Wolf Lord? That bastard. He promised to find a she-wolf for the Wolf Lord but never did, and he won't even take off the Wolf Lord's collar. Making the Wolf Lord get chased like a dog fleeing in panic. Arg. I'm going to get my butt stabbed again. A red glint flashed in the dog's eyes. Its survival instinct forced it to pump its legs desperately. At that moment, it looked like the alpha wolf leading the beast tide in pursuit of Wang Ziyan. A bunch of trash, and you want to stab the Wolf Lord's butt. The howls carried far, their intense provocation drawing more and more fiendish beasts into the horde. Jiangnan Base City. The martial artist community was bustling today. On one hand, someone had revealed the appearance of an awakened. On the other hand, as was customary, details regarding the Genius Martial Artist competition would be announced on the fourth day after the martial arts exam. Many martial artists had specifically stayed in today, waiting for the official announcement. After waiting all morning, the announcement for the Genius Martial Artist competition hadn't arrived, but another official notice had. The post was pinned to the top of the martial artist community's homepage. Beast Tide Monitoring Center alert: a small-scale beast tide has occurred at marked point 0321 for unknown reasons. All martial artists are advised to exercise caution when heading to the area. First floor, holy crap, a beast tide? Second floor, I don't want a beast tide, I want the Genius Martial Artist competition. Third floor, did you guys hear? The Sun family leaked some news. The awakened who was exposed yesterday is really going to participate in the Genius Martial Artist competition. Fourth floor, whoa, the Sun family actually managed to recruit an awakened. Truly one of the great families of our Jiangnan city. Fifth floor, speaking of which, what's that awakened's level? I hear he's only 18. Not very old. Sixth floor, supposedly a 5-star martial artist. Seventh floor, wait, don't you have to be a 6-star to even register for the Genius Martial Artist competition? What's a 5-star doing getting involved? Don't tell me he can level up a star in just a few days? Eighth floor, hard to say, he's an awakened, after all. Ninth floor, stop chatting here, look. The announcement for the Genius Martial Artist competition is out. 10th floor, out. The Genius Martial Artist competition was an event that captured everyone's attention. However, that didn't include Wang Ziyan for the time being. He was currently slaughtering his way through the beast tide in a frenzy. The fiendish beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, one after another, instantly submerging Wang Ziyan, who wielded an alloy Han sword. Taking advantage of the brief moment Wang Ziyan held the rear, the dog slipped away to a few hundred meters distance. Looking back, he saw Wang Ziyan standing firm within the black tide like an invincible god of war. The Han sword in his hand moved with fluid grace, scattering blood and sending severed limbs flying. Sword intent layered like crashing waves. Wherever the blade's edge passed, fiendish beasts tens of meters out were all dismembered, their heads hitting the ground. The dog watched, dumbfounded. Just what kind of powerful being had Lord Wolf been preparing to assassinate? Wang Ziyan was cutting through this small-scale beast tide, which contained a large number of level 3 fiendish beasts, as if slicing melons and chopping vegetables. Could this be why the Demon King wanted to activate his hidden pawn? With humanity possessing a genius like this, life was going to be tough for the demon race. In a flash, it was afternoon. Wang Ziyan collected the materials from the numerous beast carcasses at his feet. Such a high-intensity slaughter would have likely left anyone else, even with comparable strength, utterly exhausted after a day. Yet, Wang Ziyan was still full of vigor. Though slightly tired, his mood was incomparably joyful. Having mastered sword intent, combined with his perfected overlapping wave sword technique and wind sword art, slaughtering a mere small-scale beast tide truly didn't take much effort.
Guzi, stop eating for now. We're not short on level 3 beast meat. I'll buy you something good to eat when we get back. Wang Ziyan called out to Guzi, who was burying its head in its meal. Together, they set off on their journey home.
Not long after the man and his dog had left, Su Tian arrived at marker point 0321, his heart full of joy. Seeing the devastation on the ground, with bodies strewn everywhere,
he was stunned.
Where did my small-scale beast tide go? Today, Su Tian had been waiting in the city for the announcement of the Genius Martial Artist Tournament. He had specifically rushed over after hearing there was a beast tide at marker point 0321.
And then there was nothing left.
Judging by the number of dead, the beast population at marker point 0321 had been significantly reduced.
Damn it, which martial artist did this? It feels like the same person's handiwork as yesterday. You bastard, you'd better hope I don't run into you, obstructing my path to leveling up. I'll definitely give you a sound beating. I'm not coming back to marker point 0321.
I'll go kill beasts at the place boss son recommended.
This damned place is just bad luck. Su Tian walked away, cursing under his breath. Martial Artist Tower, 5th floor, Wanqing Pavilion. Just like yesterday, Wang Ziyan dropped off the materials and left. He went straight to the pill hall.
He bought 10 blood chi pills, which cost 10,000 each. Before taking them, he glanced at his status panel.
Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18.
Cultivation techniques, converging flow breathing method perfection, wind sword arc perfection, overlapping wave sword technique perfection. Realm, 4-star martial artist. Blood chi, 7,210.22 10,000. His blood chi had only increased by 700 today. The effects of eating level 3 beast meat were diminishing. He still needed 800 more to advance to a 5-star martial artist.
Wang Ziyan swallowed all 10 blood chi pills in one go. They melted in his mouth. The female staff member was taken aback.
Sir, you can't take so many blood chi pills at once.
She remembered now.
This was the same newly promoted martial artist who had come to collect blood chi pills a few days ago.
He had taken 3 in one go.
Now, even 3 weren't enough for him. He had gone straight for 10.
Wasn't this just pure insanity? Wang Ziyan took a deep breath, instantly feeling a sense of clarity throughout his body.
Blood chi, 7,330.23 10,000.
My vitality increased by over 100 points. On average, that's 10 points per pill.
To reach 10,000, I'd need at least 270 pills. This effect was a far cry from what it used to be. But as long as it worked, that was all that mattered.
To avoid diminishing returns later on, I had to buy more. Give me 300 vitality pills, pack them up, Wang Ziyan said.
The staff member's mouth fell slightly agape.
She asked in astonishment, Sir, are you sure you want 300 vitality pills? I'm sure.
Oh, and give me 50 packs of vitality powder as well. Vitality powder was a cultivation resource suitable for martial artists. Its effects were similar to vitality pills, but better. You couldn't use it before becoming a martial artist. 1 pack cost 1 million, which was very expensive. Wang Ziyan didn't care about the price, he just wanted to see how well he could absorb medicinal pills and similar resources. Sir, your 300 vitality pills and 50 packs of vitality powder come to a total of 10.5 million. Zhao Xingde had already transferred 7 million over.
Wang Ziyan swiped his martial artist badge, stunning the staff member. He was actually buying so many cultivation resources? This wasn't some lunatic, this was a god of wealth. An idea sparked in the staff member's mind. She took out a card and handed it over along with the packaged pills. She puffed out her pale chest, her face full of seductive initiative. Sir, this is my contact information. You can call me for anything. Wang Ziyan accepted it with a smile. Then he left with his dog. The feeling of spending money was great. Wang Ziyan went to a pet store and bought high-grade dog food for his dog. 5,000 yuan for a large bag. He got 10 bags. The store clerk recommended it, saying it tasted great and no dog could resist the temptation of this dog food. After returning home, Wang Ziyan poured a bowl for the dog. As expected, it ate with great relish, its eyes gleaming. Having gotten a taste of the good stuff, the dog couldn't stop. It was even more fragrant than level 3 beast meat. This guy still had some conscience, knowing to buy good things for this wolf lord to eat. Right, what was this stuff called? It's strangely addicting. While the dog ate dog food, Wang Ziyan ate vitality pills. Like pouring out candy beans, they tumbled into his mouth. A slight chew. Streams of vitality surged up. By the time he had eaten around 280 pills, the surging sensation of vitality had already faded. Wang Ziyan glanced at the panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Techniques, flowing convergence breathing technique perfection, wind sword art perfection, overlapping waves sword technique perfection. Realm, 5-star martial artist. Chi and blood, 10,008.27 50,000. He had already become a 5-star martial artist. Advancing to a 6-star martial artist required 50,000 chi and blood. Wang Ziyan realized. To break through to 6-star, one's chi and blood needed to reach 50,000. A 1-star martial artist had 200 chi and blood. A 2-star martial artist had 500 chi and blood. A 3-star martial artist had 1,000 chi and blood. A 4-star martial artist had 5,000 chi and blood. A 5-star martial artist had 10,000 chi and blood. The amount of chi and blood required for a 6-star martial artist was several times more than the combined total for 1-star through 5-star. No wonder 6-star is called the watershed for chi and blood martial artists. The difficulty of promotion is so much greater. Wang Ziyan thought to himself. In real life, there were also many examples where 6-star martial artist was the dividing line. For instance, the Genius Martial Artist competition required a minimum of 6-star. For another, the monthly stipend for a newly certified martial artist was 5,000, and it didn't change for 2-star, 3-star, or 4-star. At 6-star, it increased once, to 20,000 a month. There was another particularly important point. Non-martial artists and those below 6-star were exempt from military service. Martial artists at 6-star and above were required to serve in the military. Examples like these were countless. 6-star, huh? A sharp light glinted in Wang Ziyan's eyes. He was full of anticipation. Now that he was a 5-star martial artist, the effect of chi and blood pills was already incredibly weak. It was basically about the same as the speed of increasing chi and blood through breathing alone. He had to try the chi and blood powder. Wang Ziyan poured all 50 portions of chi and blood powder into the pot and simmered it over a low flame. Soon, the chi and blood powder dissolved into the water, and a rich, herbal aroma filled the air. The dog, having already finished its dog food, twitched its nose and lifted its head to look at the pot of potent tonic. Such dense chi and blood. If Lord Wolf took a sip, would his stomach explode? Wang Ziyan paid its gaze no mind, gulping down the entire pot of liquid. Surging chi and blood churned within his body, but it was regulated and smoothed out within a few breaths. His chi and blood had increased by over 10,000. Chi and blood, 20,018.27 50,000. And he didn't feel full, he still had an appetite. The effect of the chi and blood powder is still very significant. Right now, each portion provides an average of 200 chi and blood, and the diminishing returns are slower. A couple hundred more portions should be enough to reach 6-star. Wang Ziyan calculated. Buying blood chi powder isn't cheap, 150,000 per portion. Over 200 portions would cost more than 30 million. He needed to put in effort to leave the city and kill fierce beasts. The expenses for a martial artist were indeed immense. Wang Ziyan still had about 20 blood chi pills left, which were no longer useful to him. He threw a few to the dog. Here, eat too. Run faster next time. The upper limit for low-level fierce beasts was almost fixed. Wang Ziyan merely treated the blood chi pills as a reward, not expecting the dog to get stronger. The remaining dozen or so blood chi pills were all given to Wang Gao at dinner.
This was also the idea behind buying 300 blood chi pills at once. Uncle Gao, with these blood chi pills, you can try to break through to a martial artist.
Life would be much better then. Wang Ziyan said.
This, Xiaoyan, you should use them yourself. There's no need to spend cultivation resources on me. I'm already in my 50s or 60s, it's hard for my blood chi to rise.
Wang Gao waved his hand, refusing.
At his age, he no longer expected to become a martial artist.
Wang Ziyan smiled. Uncle Gao, blood chi pills no longer have any effect on me now. I specifically saved these for you.
Refine all 13 blood chi pills, and you'll have a chance to become a martial artist.
Uncle Gao, don't worry about the price. It's not expensive for me. If you can become a martial artist, Uncle Gao, what's a little money? Wang Gao couldn't resist Wang Ziyan's persuasion and accepted the blood chi pills.
13 blood chi pills were no small sum. He estimated it would take him quite a while to refine them completely. If he truly became a martial artist, then good times would surely come.
Wang Gao said with relief, alas, I'm already this old, and I still have you, Xiaoyan, worrying about me. Wang Ziyan smiled. Before I became a martial artist, you also worried about me a lot, didn't you, Uncle Gao? At the dinner table, the two chatted happily, the atmosphere warm and comfortable. After dinner, Wang Ziyan took a shower and changed into dry clothes. Lying on the bed, Wang Ziyan habitually took out his phone and opened the martial artist community. Now he was out fighting every day. He basically relied entirely on the martial artist community for information. The announcement for the Genius Martial Artist Competition is out. Wang Ziyan saw this first.
The annual Genius Martial Artist Competition was always grand. The rewards set were also exceptionally generous, driving countless eligible martial artists crazy.
It was also the most talked about topic in the base city. I wonder what the rewards will be this year. Wang Ziyan smiled, then clicked into it.
He was still very much looking forward to the Genius Martial Artist Competition. After all, just looking at the description of the rewards made his mouth dry. As in previous years, this year's Genius Martial Artist Competition's target audience was still martial artists between 6 and 9 stars, under 30 years old.
Registration opens today and closes in 10 days.
Regarding the rewards, the champion of the Talented Martial Artist Competition will receive a prize of 300 million.
The runner-up will receive 200 million.
The third-place winner will receive 100 million. Continuing down to the top 500, the minimum prize is 10 million. Besides the prize money,
the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Repository will be opened, and the top 300 can enter to select one martial arts technique. This is the Martial Arts Repository of Jiangnan Base City.
Not the Martial Arts Hall in the Martial Artist Tower.
The repository contains the base city's most treasured collection.
And besides the prize money and martial arts techniques,
there is another very important point. It's related to military service.
First of all, martial artists are not opposed to serving in the military.
In contrast,
they all aspire to it, ready to answer the call to service at any time.
Racial duty is one aspect.
The excellent benefits of military service are also a reason that cannot be ignored.
The army protects the homeland, fighting against powerful beasts, so the alliance naturally won't treat them poorly. All sorts of resources are funneled into the military. Resources that are very expensive or even priceless on the outside
are distributed in fixed monthly quotas within the army.
And the monthly allowance is exceptionally high.
There are also military discounts and privileges within the alliance.
Now, back to the Talented Martial Artist Competition.
Those who can participate in the Talented Martial Artist Competition are all 6-star or above, and they all must serve in the military. Normally, they would go in as non-commissioned officers.
However,
the top 100 in the Talented Martial Artist Competition become commissioned officers. Non-commissioned officer, commissioned officer. Although it's just a one-word difference, the disparity in treatment is far from minor.
Wang Ziyan saw it at a glance.
Among the rewards set for this year's Talented Martial Artist Competition, the third point is the most valuable.
This can be seen from the limits on the number of spots. 500 people will receive prize money. 300 people can enter the martial arts repository.
Only 100 people can obtain the qualification to be a commissioned officer.
The announcement was brief.
It only announced the rewards and registration details. The specific arrangements for the competition will be announced later. And below the announcement, over 100,000 comments have already been posted. First floor, the prize money this year is so much higher than in previous years.
Second floor, the prize money is secondary, a military commission is the real jackpot. Third floor, making it into the top 100 is too hard. Those are the real geniuses. Fourth floor, why not add a zero to that? Even the top 1,000 are geniuses beyond what ordinary martial artists can compare to. Fifth floor, that's true.
In past years, there were 80 or 90,000 participants.
The competition is intense.
Sixth floor, I wonder how many people will shine in this year's Genius Martial Artist Tournament, and which family's prodigy will come out on top. Seventh floor, I think that awakened one who was recently exposed has a good chance.
Eighth floor, 666.
Ninth floor, I remember it was you, seventh floor, who exposed him.
Wang Ziyan backed out and scrolled through a few other posts.
Right now, the entire martial artist community forum was filled with discussions about the Genius Martial Artist Tournament. It had practically become a dedicated space for the event.
After a while, Wang Ziyan tossed his phone onto the bed.
6-star martial artists had to serve in the military. With the system, 6-star was definitely not his limit. That meant he would have to serve in the military sooner or later. Instead of being a non-commissioned officer, he'd rather be the one commanding them. A commission was the obvious choice. But he was only a 5-star martial artist. The registration period was only 10 days. The effects of cultivation resources like chi and blood powder diminished severely over time, so they couldn't guarantee a steady increase in his chi and blood all the way to 6-star.
Wang Ziyan smiled.
But if he didn't give it his all, he couldn't be sure it was impossible. He could switch to farming a more powerful marker point later. Eating the meat of higher-level ferocious beasts would increase his chi and blood faster.
Wang Ziyan formulated a detailed plan for the Genius Martial Artist Tournament. The next day,
drip, 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 the alarm clock sounded.
It was the 4 a.m. alarm Wang Ziyan had set back when he was going to the job market. Since he became a martial artist, he hadn't used it. Now, it was reactivated. Wang Ziyan quickly got ready, gave the sleeping dog a moderately firm pat to wake it up, and headed for the city gate. Once outside the city,
although Wang Ziyan was still heading in the direction of marker 0321, his real destination was no longer 0321. It was marker 0333, which was farther away. If he went to marker 0321, rushing to become a 6-star martial artist in the limited time he had would indeed be a tight squeeze.
Marker 0333 was 70 kilometers from Jiangnan Bay City.
It was mainly populated by level 3 to level 6 ferocious beasts, which posed a certain level of danger to the 5-star Wang Ziyan. But this was normal. How could you venture into the wilderness without facing any danger? Wang Ziyan himself felt that his recent days at 0321 had been too comfortable. Even the dog had gotten fatter. On the way to 0333, Wang Ziyan ran at full speed. As a 5-star martial artist, his top speed could reach 70 km/h. The dog could only watch helplessly as Wang Ziyan disappeared at the end of the road. By the time it caught up to Wang Ziyan, it was so tired it couldn't even lift its head. Lord Wolf clearly broke through his limits, but damn it, he still couldn't catch up to this man. If only Lord Wolf's collar were removed, allowing him to return to his true form, Lord Wolf would never be in such a sorry state. Wang Ziyan glanced at the approaching dog, a little surprised. Although he had intentionally slowed down, this dog was still able to catch up in a short time. Its speed should be a stable 50 km/h. An ordinary bloodthirsty azure wolf wasn't that fast. Especially not when it wasn't in its true form. Could it be a genius? Wang Ziyan sighed to himself.
If the dog couldn't run fast, it wouldn't have survived to this day.
After more than an hour, the dense cluster of tall buildings at marker 0333 appeared before their eyes. Before the spiritual energy revival, 0333 had been a relatively developed county-level city. Its area was vast. Not something the tiny 0321 could compare to. Wang Ziyan gripped the Eloy Han sword and walked into marker 0333. For Wang Ziyan, a 5-star martial artist who had perfected the wave-stacking sword technique and could even unleash sword intent, killing the 3rd, 4th, and 5th level ferocious beasts here was as easy as slicing melons and chopping vegetables. The only thing he needed to be careful of were the 6th level ferocious beasts. The dog twitched its nose, leading Wang Ziyan to find one ferocious beast after another. A lift of the hand, a fall of the sword. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Inside an abandoned chemical plant, atop a tall cooling tower, Wang Ziyan sat with the dog lying beside him. It was cheerfully chewing on a large piece of fresh beast meat, its red eyes glittering. After a morning of slaughter, it was a rare chance to rest. He took the opportunity to have lunch. He also tossed the dog a large piece of meat from a 5th level ferocious beast, a savage bull, which it ate with great relish. Although Lord Wolf is a prisoner, Lord Wolf is truly living well. This 5th level ferocious beast meat, he'd never even smelled it before, and now he was eating it to his heart's content. It's so fragrant. Wang Ziyan also ate some 5th level ferocious beast meat. He opened his status panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation techniques, converging flow breathing method perfection, wind sword art perfection, wave stacking sword technique perfection. Realm, 5-star martial artist. Vitality, 21,518.27 50,000. An increase of nearly 1,500. This effect was quite outstanding. If this continued, he could increase it by 3,000 in a single day. Even without taking pills, he could break through to become a 6-star martial artist in 10 days. To Wang Ziyan, eating ferocious beasts was no different from taking pills. Ordinary martial artists absorbed pills more effectively and could barely absorb any vitality from ferocious beasts, but he treated them both equally. He absorbed exactly as much vitality as there was to absorb. He could even slurp a couple of mouthfuls from the air itself. However, it's best not to spend money if you don't have to. After all, money doesn't grow on trees. Eating ferocious beasts was much more cost-effective. He didn't have too many concerns about his level. Besides, previously, in Area 0321, Wang Ziyan's wave-folding sword technique had reached perfection, and he also had sword intent, which was more than enough. Wang Ziyan wasn't in a hurry to cultivate other martial techniques. He even primarily used sword chi instead of sword intent, handling everything with ease. Sword chi was a ranged wind blade attack, while sword intent was insidiously difficult to defend against. Wang Ziyan planned to use his sword intent as a trump card, not revealing it easily. In that case, he would have to select more martial techniques to improve himself. Anyway, with the system, learning them was effortless. Once learned, they were his own. By then, it wouldn't be impossible to kill a level 6 ferocious beast despite being at a lower level. After a short rest and lunch, Wang Ziyan threw himself back into battle. In a flash, the setting sun dyed half the sky red. Wang Ziyan checked the time. It was time to head back. After another hour of running, Wang Ziyan returned to Jiangnan Bay City. Martial Artist Tower, 5th floor, Wanqing Pavilion. Zhao Xingda's heart pounded in his chest. Level 4, Level 5, Level 5, Level 4, Level 5. Had Brother Yin broken through to become a 5-star martial artist? This speed would probably make even some awakeners who specialized in cultivation advancement feel inferior. Zhao Xingda forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and began to count. The quantity was a bit less this time. But the quality was a whole lot higher. A little over 10 minutes later, a transfer of 7.7 million was made. Take care, Brother Yin. Zhao Xingda personally saw Wang Ziyan to the door. Watching the receding figures of the man and his dog, he marveled to himself. Brother Yin is truly incredible. He takes a pet dog out of the city, can still fight level 5 ferocious beasts, and is so efficient. Truly remarkable.
The dog was also a size bigger than it was a few days ago. First floor, Martial Techniques Hall. Wang Ziyan browsed inside for quite a while and selected 2 martial techniques. Both were high-grade Xian rank. It wasn't that Wang Ziyan didn't want to choose better Tian rank or D rank techniques, but those were primarily in the Jiangnan-based city martial technique library. Certain conditions had to be met to go there. For example, achieving a good ranking in the Genius Martial Artist competition. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Ziyan was so eager to improve himself and register for it. Some resources could only be obtained through hard work. With the system at his side, his pursuit of martial techniques couldn't possibly stop at just the Xian rank. The 2 martial techniques he had chosen now were also selected with the Genius Martial Artist competition in mind. One was the movement technique, Fleeting Light, Glimpsing Shadow. The other was a defensive martial art, Vajra Armor. Like the Surging Wave sword style, both were high-grade Xian rank techniques. However, their prices were half that of the Surging Wave sword style. 130,000 each. Thinking about it, it wasn't hard to understand. Martial arts were notoriously difficult to practice. There were martial artists who couldn't even cultivate sword chi from the low-grade Huang rank Win sword art in their entire lives, spending 3 or 4 years just to reach the introductory level. As for the more exquisite and profound high-grade Xian rank techniques, the difficulty was countless times greater. A person's energy, after all, was limited. Martial artists often prioritized offensive techniques, giving less consideration to skills like Vajra Body and Fleeting Light, Glimpsing Shadow. Naturally, the price was a bit cheaper. Wang Ziyan bought both martial arts manuals. Although his energy was also limited, the system's energy was infinite. High-grade Xian rank martial art Vajra Body detected. Learn? Yes. High-grade Xian rank martial art Fleeting Light, Glimpsing Shadow detected. Learn? Yes. 2 long streams of memories poured into Wang Ziyan's mind one after another. The memories were long, but the integration was fast. Integrating one set of memories took 3 to 5 minutes, but within those memories, decades had already passed. He had directly mastered the martial arts to the introductory level. High-grade Xian rank martial art Vajra Body owned. Simplification available. High-grade Xian rank martial art Fleeting Light, Glimpsing Shadow owned. Simplification available. Wang Ziyan smiled faintly and thought to himself, simplify them both. Simplifying high-grade Xian rank martial art Vajra Body. Simplification successful holding breath. Simplifying high-grade Xian rank martial art Fleeting Light, Glimpsing Shadow. Simplification successful running. After the 2 martial arts, Vajra Body and Fleeting Light, Glimpsing Shadow, were simplified, the difficulty of advancing them plummeted. Others might need years or even decades to reach the mastery realm. But for Wang Ziyan, in the time it took to walk home, a massive amount of memories flooded his mind again, as if he had already trained for decades in another life. He glanced at his status panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Techniques, River Flow Breathing Method Perfection, Wind Sword Art Perfection, Surging Wave Sword Style Perfection, Vajra Body Perfection, Fleeting Light, Glimpsing Shadow Perfection. Realm, 5-star Martial Artist. Chi and Blood, 20,018.27 50,000. After simplification, holding his breath for 1 second added 1 proficiency point to Vajra Body. It reached perfection in 1,000 seconds. After simplification, taking 1 step added 1 proficiency point to Fleeting Light, Glimpsing Shadow. It reached perfection in 1,000 steps. It couldn't have been easier. However, mastering these martial arts didn't seem to grant him a special comprehension akin to sword intent, like the most basic river flow breathing method had. Perhaps it was precisely because of the different amounts of time spent. The river flow breathing method had taken several days to reach perfection, and the chi and blood absorption ability it provided him had also surpassed the level of a normal martial artist. Wang Ziyan didn't dwell on it too much. Right now, he possessed 5 perfected martial arts techniques. His attack, defense, and speed attributes had all been thoroughly honed.
Mastering 5 martial arts techniques to perfection was something an ordinary martial artist could never hope to achieve in their entire lifetime.
Wang Ziyan walked into his home.
He found Wang Gao busy in the kitchen.
"Uncle Gao, you don't need to cook that old beast meat.
I went to the new marker point today and brought back a level 5 ferocious beast." Wang Ziyan had returned home, butchered a sturdy brute ox beast, and handed it over to Wang Gao to handle.
Wang Gao's expression froze as he asked in astonishment, "A level 5 ferocious beast?"
"Yeah, it's pretty tasty."
The dog at his feet also nodded frantically, looking forward to having brute ox for dinner. Wang Gao trembled with shock. "Little Yen, you're already a 5-star martial artist?"
It had only been a few days, and he was already a 5-star martial artist.
Could it be that my nephew, Wang Ziyan, possesses the aptitude of the chosen? He's an awakened.
Hiss.
Wang Gao sucked in a sharp breath.
Since his nephew didn't bring up such a private matter, he wouldn't press further. However, he had already formed his own opinion in his heart.
"Little Yen, you've become so amazing. I don't even know how to thank you.
You've been bringing back level 3 beast meat every day these past few days, and you even gave me chi and blood pills. My own chi and blood have improved quite a bit.
And now, level 5 beast meat. I almost feel like I have the confidence to become a martial artist in this lifetime." Wang Gao was very emotional.
Becoming a martial artist had always been an unreachable dream for him. Back when Wang Ziyan's parents passed away, leaving Wang Ziyan to live with him, he had poured everything he had into placing all his hopes on Wang Ziyan. And not only did Wang Ziyan become a martial artist, fulfilling his expectations, but he also gave him hope that his own dream could come true. Although he was no longer young and might not necessarily venture out of the city to fight even if he became a martial artist. But after becoming a martial artist, his salary and benefits would multiply several times over. His current salary was 8,000. Previously, when Wang Ziyan had just become a martial artist, Wu Bo had invited him to be the security captain at Factory 7, with a base salary of 20,000, plus bonuses.
Hearing this, Wang Ziyan smiled. "Uncle Gao, keep it up. Strive to become a martial artist." In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Wang Ziyan left the city early, heading for marker point 0333.
As mentioned before, marker point 0333 was much farther from the base city than 0321.
It used to take Wang Ziyan an hour to get there.
Now, his fleeting light, glimpsing shadow technique was at the perfection stage. His speed had increased from the previous 70 km/h to 150 km/h. Today, it only took him a little over 20 minutes to get from Jiangnan base city to marker point 0333. His speed on the road could be described as lightning fast. The dog had only turned its head to daze out for a moment, and Wang Ziyan, who was ahead, had completely vanished, leaving only a trail of dust in his wake. Left with no choice, the dog could only chase with all its might.
It didn't dare to run away. The collar around its neck gave off a very dangerous aura.
Unless it was a life or death situation, it would absolutely not dare to revert to its true form and escape. Freedom aside for now, caution was the essence of survival. As long as it was alive, it would eventually grow stronger. This was how Lord Wolf had survived until now. After waiting for the dog, Wang Ziyan slowed down a bit, and they shuttled through the abandoned city together. Soon, Guzi led him to a lone level 3 vicious beast, an iron centipede. It was nearly 10 meters long, with 2 rows of legs, brimming with killing intent and incredibly ugly. The iron centipede charged murderously toward Wang Ziyan. Normally, Wang Ziyan would have cleaved it in two with a casual strike, but this time he didn't move. He wanted to test his Vajra body. Crack! The iron centipede's attacks rained down on Wang Ziyan's body like a storm.
Wang Ziyan stood there, unmoving as a mountain. Master Centipede's massage was soft and feeble, and its footwork was a complete mess. Wang Ziyan struck back and cleaved the iron centipede to death. Level 3 is no good. Let's try a level 4. Soon. The level 4 beast was also no match. Then, level 5. The level 5 was just so-so. It had some force, but not much, and couldn't break through his Vajra body. Wang Ziyan smiled with ease. He now felt much more confident about his future adventures. He had tested both the Vajra body and the fleeting light, shadow glimmer technique. He was very satisfied. However, Wang Ziyan knew that his most powerful skill was still the first one he learned, a high-grade profound rank technique, Surging Wave Sword Style. Surging Wave Sword Style, just as the name implied. It continuously built up power, each wave fiercer than the last. It was incomparably exquisite. A novice could stack 3 strikes. The power was roughly equivalent to the sword chi from the chi sword art. The first 3 strikes combined with the chi sword art were all Wang Ziyan had used back in 0321, and they had been more than effective enough. An expert could stack 6 strikes. Each strike was stronger than the last. Wang Ziyan felt that by building up power to the 6th strike, he could even contend with a level 6 vicious beast. A master could stack 9 strikes. Wang Ziyan was confident he could slay a level 6 vicious beast under his blade. Because the Surging Wave sword style could build up and stack combat power, it was highly sought after among martial artists. However, most could only manage 3 strikes. 6 strikes was already the mark of a master. Those who could execute 9 strikes were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Wang Ziyan was one of them. The morning passed quickly. Boosted by the 3 high-grade profound rank martial techniques, Wang Ziyan's efficiency soared. For lunch, he ate the meat of a level 5 vicious beast. His vitality had already reached 21,500, an increase of 1,500. He was another step closer to the milestone of a 6-star martial artist. Guzi, keep looking for vicious beasts. Wang Ziyan said. Guzi licked the scraps of beast meat from the corner of its mouth and had just taken 2 steps. Suddenly, its pupils contracted, and it whipped its head to look in one direction. In the central square of this abandoned city, a level 6 vicious beast approached from a distance, its gaze locked on the 2 of them. The green-scaled serpent king. A monstrous creature, over 20 meters long and as thick as a barrel, its triangular snake head just lifted, flicking a fiery tongue, its deeply chilling gaze sending shivers down one's spine. Previously, encountering such a formidable being would have sent Wang Ziyan fleeing without a second thought. But now, his fighting spirit surged. Although he was only a 5-star martial artist, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. At this moment, the dog habitually ran 100 meters away, hiding behind a dilapidated building, trembling. Hiss hiss hiss. Despite its large size, the azure scale serpent king was incredibly agile. Flicking its tongue, it darted towards Wang Ziyan like a flash of lightning, resembling a green silk ribbon. Its head alone was taller than Wang Ziyan. Kill! Wang Ziyan unleashed his stacked wave swordplay. 3 slashes cut across the azure scale serpent king's scales, sparking a few times. Only the force caused the azure scale serpent king pain. This further enraged the azure scale serpent king, which lashed out its massive tail like a green bolt of lightning, arriving in an instant with astonishing power. Wang Ziyan couldn't react in time. Boom! A mountainous force crashed down, sending Wang Ziyan flying like a cannonball. He slammed heavily into a stone pillar in the plaza, shattering a large section of it. Such terrifying force would have turned an ordinary 5-star martial artist into a bloody pulp. But Wang Ziyan picked himself up from the ground, merely experiencing a slight surge in his vital energy, otherwise unharmed. Amazement flickered in the serpent king's eyes. It couldn't understand why the weak human hadn't died. And could even get back up. Both you and I have good defenses. Let's test our speed. Wang Ziyan muttered to himself. Boom! Wang Ziyan crushed the flagstones beneath him, his body springing forth, launching himself in a leaping attack towards the Serpent King. Another sword slash scraped against the azure scale Serpent King's scales, accompanied by a grating metallic screech and sparks. The Serpent King opened its cavernous maw, intending to swallow Wang Ziyan whole. Crack! The massive mouth snapped shut, but Wang Ziyan had already darted 5 meters away. Enraged, the azure scale Serpent King simultaneously swept its giant tail towards Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan chuckled, easily evading with his fleeting shadow movement technique. At the same time, he continuously swung his sword at the azure scale Serpent King's body, one strike after another.
It's worth noting that Wang Xian's swordplay foundation was the wind sword art. To wield the sword with wind, and to unleash sword chi, required extreme speed. His sword drawing speed was naturally extraordinary. First sword, second sword, third sword. With the third sword, a piece of the Azure Scale Serpent King's scale armor was severed. The Azure Scale Serpent King grew even more furious, attacking with both head and tail, its offensive escalating by 3 points. The man and the serpent fought furiously. Sword lights flashed, wind blades interchanged, leaving the concrete floor scarred and messy. Seventh sword, eighth sword, ninth sword. The seventh sword sliced open the Azure Scale Serpent King's scale armor, leaving a deep, linear wound from which blood flowed profusely. With the eighth sword, the thick alloy Hanjian sword plunged directly into the Azure Scale Serpent King's body, its tip emerging from the other side. Immediately following, the ninth sword, which had been gathering momentum, fell. Boom! The massive tongue was severed, smashing a deep pit into the ground as it fell. Wang Xian was panting heavily. Guzi, watching from a distance, was dumbfounded, its legs numb. It never imagined that Wang Xian would not only face a level 6 fierce beast, the green-scaled Serpent King, head-on but also slay it. Its hope of escape was extinguished once again. Night fell. Wang Xian also returned to Jiangnan Base City. As usual, he went to the 5th floor of the Martial Artist Tower, to Wanqing Pavilion. However, to Wang Xian's surprise, Wanqing Pavilion was actually closed today. Wang Xian had originally intended to call Boss Zhao to ask about it. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. The shop must be closed for a reason. Wang Xian paused for a moment, then left. Since Wanqing Pavilion was closed today, Wang Xian wasn't planning on selling at other shops either. He had long since experienced the tactics of those shops. Seeing his youth, they were especially aggressive with their price cutting. Although Wang Xian was in dire need of money to buy cultivation resources, he had no intention of being a sucker. It would be the same to sell it tomorrow when Wanqing Pavilion opened. There were still 9 days left to wait. After returning home, Wang Xian cooked the green-scaled Serpent King he had brought back. Wang Gao asked in confusion, "Little Yen, don't we still have meat from the level 5 fierce beast stored? There's so much, it'll last more than a week. Why did you bring more meat back?" "Uncle Gao, this is different. This time it's the meat of a level 6 fierce beast. Good stuff should be eaten first, otherwise, its effects will diminish," Wang Xian said. Guzi sat by the table, its head buried in a basin of fierce beast meat, gobbling it down. "That's right, good stuff should be eaten while it's fresh. Right after this little serpent died, eating it was incredibly satisfying, making one's blood boil. Hanging around Wang Xian for free meals was pretty good. It was very nourishing." Wang Gao's face was full of astonishment. He could already slay a level 6 fierce beast? Hadn't he just reached the 5-star level? Could it be that little Yen was slaying fierce beasts above his level? A boundless future awaited him. The more Wang Gao ate, the happier he became. At the same time, he said with concern, "I know you're a capable person, little Yen, to be able to kill a level 6 fierce beast so soon, but don't get complacent. Be a little more cautious." "I know. I always act within my capabilities." After dinner and a shower, Wang Xian lay comfortably in bed. Almost all the posts on the martial artist community forum were now related to the Genius Martial Artist competition. All sorts of discussions. It was absolutely the hottest topic, with no equal. Wang Xian caught a glimpse of a screenshot. In just one short day, the number of registered participants for the Genius Martial Artist competition had already reached over 40,000. Someone predicted that the number of participants in this year's Genius Martial Artist competition might set a new historical record. The most discussed topics were the top contenders for the championship and the family powers behind them. Among them, Wang Xian noticed Wen Chang of the Wen family. Although Wang Xian didn't know Wen Chang, he was good friends with Wen Mengshi, so he naturally knew that Wen Chang was her older brother. It seemed he was also an awakened. Suddenly, Wang Xian's phone rang. He looked and saw it was Zhao Xingde. Wang Xian smiled. He had just been thinking of calling Boss Zhao, but unexpectedly, Boss Zhao called him first.
Had the shop opened? Hello, Boss Zhao. Wang Ziyan answered the call. Brother Yin, did you run into any trouble outside the city today? Zhao Xingda asked with concern right away. Wang Ziyan was a bit confused. No, I'm fine.
He could hear Zhao Xingda on the other end of the line sigh in relief. That's good, that's good.
Then he explained, it's like this. Some shops saw my business booming and got jealous.
They've started using unfair competition. Today, several of my clients were robbed outside the city by the Silver Spear martial artist squad. They even injured people and threatened them not to sell materials at my Wanqing pavilion anymore.
That's how I found out. Brother Yen, try not to leave the city for the next few days. I'm truly sorry.
This was my shop's problem, but it has implicated you all.
But don't worry, Brother Yen.
I know this has delayed you, so I'll compensate you with 100,000 yuan per day. Please bear with me. Also, I will resolve this matter as soon as possible.
After listening, Wang Ziyan understood. No wonder Wanqing Pavilion wasn't open today.
It turned out they were in trouble.
Not leaving the city for the next few days? That wouldn't do.
He was currently sprinting towards becoming a 6-star martial artist and was counting on killing more beasts to exchange for money to buy resources.
If his source of income was cut off, how could he make it to the registration for the Genius Martial Artist Tournament? However, if he insisted on leaving the city, he might end up like Wanqing Pavilion's clients today, beaten and robbed. The Silver Spear Martial Artists Squad? Wang Ziyan had never heard of them. Boss Zhao, what's their strength?
The Silver Spear Martial Artist Squad is very powerful. The captain is a 6-star martial artist, and there are 2 5-star vice-captains. The other 3 and 4-star martial artists add up to about 100 people.
Zhao Xingda sighed deeply. So how does Boss Zhao plan to deal with this? Wang Ziyan asked.
I went to see the captain of the Silver Spear Martial Artist Squad today.
He's just being greedy, basically wanting to swallow up my Wanqing Pavilion. How could I agree?
They won't dare to act recklessly inside the city, but outside the city is a lawless land. I also know which shop is behind all this.
This conflict isn't new, it's not the first time they've tried to step on me. If we can't negotiate, we'll have to clash head-on. I'm already recruiting martial artists. Zhao Xingda's tone was filled with determination and a hint of madness. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Alright, thank you for the warning, Boss Zhao. I'll be careful. Wang Ziyan said.
Don't say that, Brother Yen.
I'm the one who implicated you, so there's no reason for you to thank me. By the way, it might take me a few more days to recruit martial artists.
I'll transfer 7 days' worth of compensation to you first. Zhao Xingda said.
Wang Ziyan quickly said, no need, Boss Zhao, that would be too formal. I don't like that. Alright, okay, my apologies, Brother Yin. Zhao Xingda said one more thing and hung up the phone. Wang Ziyan also put down his phone.
His collaboration with Zhao Xingda had been very pleasant.
He definitely couldn't accept any compensation.
Besides, Zhao Xingda had helped arrange a well-paying job for Uncle Gao back then.
Furthermore, Wang Ziyan truly had no intention of cooping himself up in the city.
A 6-star martial artist?
He wasn't the least bit afraid.
It would be best if the Silver Gun martial artists knew what was good for them. If they really did target him, then he would consider the favor of Boss Zhao arranging Uncle Gao's job repaid.
The next morning, Wang Ziyan brought his dog to the city gate. There were already quite a few people here now. Wang Ziyan left the city. That's him, right? It's him, Wang Ziyan. He's been selling materials at the Wanqing Pavilion. Let's go, brothers, follow him. A group of people immediately began to tail Wang Ziyan.
They were all wearing custom combat uniforms with 2 crossed silver pistols printed on their chests. Anyone who recognized this symbol would know they were members of the Silver Gun Martial Artist Squad.
Wang Ziyan walked along the road.
The dog beside him barked a couple of times, its meaning clear.
After Zhao Xingda's warning yesterday, Wang Ziyan was already on his guard.
Hearing the dog's barks, he immediately sensed the group of people tailing him. There were more than 10 of them, maintaining a relatively close and steady distance without rushing.
Wang Ziyan chuckled lightly. He had already perfected the fleeting light, glimpsing shadow technique, his speed reaching an astonishing 150 km/h. Shaking off the pests behind him would be a piece of cake. Even his dog could make them eat dust. But he didn't do that. They actually dared to target him. Then they would have to pay the corresponding price. As Wang Ziyan walked, he suddenly stopped.
"Boss Long," he stopped. "According to the intel, this kid just certified as a 1-star martial artist less than half a month ago. He's been active in low-level fiend beast gathering areas like 0321 and even brought a pet dog out with him. Needless to say, his strength is that of a weak 1-star chicken.
We're some distance from the base city now. Let's make our move."
"You got it." Wang Ziyan stopped, and the group instead accelerated, closing in on him. Having fought in the wild for so many days, it wasn't like Wang Ziyan had never encountered other squads. But when they met, they all kept their distance. In the wild, keeping one's distance meant peace.
Approaching someone with hostile intent is a breach of the peace. Soon, a dozen or so people had surrounded Wang Ziyan and Guzi.
At that moment, Wang Ziyan clearly saw the Silver Spear insignia on their combat suits. It seemed they were indeed the Silver Spear martial arts squad.
"Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over everything you have.
Your spatial ring, the Han sword, your combat suit, the beast materials, the money in your account, hurry up." Long Lu, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looked at Wang Ziyan with an air of arrogant authority. He was the vice-captain of the Silver Spear Squad, a 5-star martial artist. A subordinate next to him smirked maliciously, pointing at Wang Ziyan and saying, "Kid, do you know how you offended us? Keep your eyes peeled from now on. Remember this for me, don't you dare go to Wanqing Pavilion again. If you do, we'll beat you to a pulp, break your legs, understand?" The subordinate was incredibly arrogant, his finger almost poking Wang Ziyan in the face. Swish! A flash of sword light. A finger fell to the ground. Immediately, a pig-like squeal of agony erupted from the subordinate's mouth. Blood spurted out as he stumbled back in terror. It all happened too suddenly. No one had time to react. Only Guzi, hiding behind Wang Ziyan, grinned coldly. A bunch of brutes. Long Lu never expected a 1-star rookie, facing so many of them, to actually dare to fight back. He angrily threw the cigarette butt from his mouth. "You son of a bitch, you dare to hurt my brother? Don't even think about leaving here alive." With a flick of his wrist, Long Lu produced a large axe. He swung it with immense force, cleaving viciously toward Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan's cold eyes narrowed. The ally Han sword slashed out once more. Before Long Lu could even get close, sword chi swept out horizontally. A gash appeared on Long Lu's neck, and a thin line of blood trickled out. Long Lu's eyes bulged like bull's testicles. He struggled to move his lips, and then blood gushed forth as his entire head fell to the ground. "Boss Long has been killed." Was that sword chi? How can such a young martial artist have cultivated sword chi? What kind of being did we just provoke? Don't just stand there, send a distress signal. Screw the signal, run. With Long Lu dead, the other dozen or so men descended into chaos. Some sent distress signals within the squad, while others simply turned and fled. Wang Ziyan had never killed a person before. But having killed so many beasts, he was long accustomed to the smell of blood. Killing Long Lu now didn't stir much emotion in him. This was just how society was. If you don't bully others, others will bully you. If you don't kill, you will be killed. To live with dignity and status, one could only rely on strength. Watching the dozen or so men scatter and flee, Wang Ziyan shot forward, his sword's shadow following close behind. The grudge was set. Leaving them alive held no value for him. When you're out and about, the rule is to cut the weeds and pull out the roots. In just a few short minutes,
Only one man and one dog were left standing on the field. The rest had fallen into a deep sleep. Their bodies sleeping in one place, their heads in another. Extremely peaceful. Wang Ziyan collected the spoils of war. 15 spatial rings. 15 weapons. Wang Ziyan didn't take the combat suits, they were beyond repair. However, the 15 spatial rings alone were worth several million. After collecting everything, Wang Ziyan did not leave. Instead, he sat down on the spot next to the dog. He knew someone had sent a signal earlier, and the Silver Spear Squad would soon arrive to collect the bodies. His idea was simple. For enemies of no value to him, it was best to eliminate them completely. About 10 minutes later, a dense crowd rushed over from the horizon, their momentum overwhelming. They weren't coming from the direction of the base city. It seemed they had gone to a farther marker and were now rushing back after receiving the signal. The dog was startled by the commotion. It stared into the distance with red eyes, its fur standing on end, baring its teeth. Old Wolf had never seen such a grand spectacle. He wondered if they could outrun them. Soon, Wang Ziyan and Guzi were surrounded again. This time, there were even more people, nearly 100. The leader was the captain of the Silver Spear Squad, Wang Wu. He was a powerfully built man, nearly 2 meters tall, with an incredibly fierce face and dual blades in his hands. At this moment, his eyes were practically splitting with rage. Given the scene, this was a fight to the death. Without a single wasted word, the battle erupted instantly. Wang Wu was a 6-star martial artist, very strong. However, compared to the level 6 vicious beast, the green-scaled Serpent King, he was still lacking. As for the dozens of others nearby, they were just cannon fodder. In terms of speed, they couldn't even catch Guzi. Half an hour later, corpses littered the ground. As Wang Ziyan unleashed the ninth strike of his surging wave sword technique, Wang Wu knelt on the ground, his head fell, his arms dropped lifelessly, and all signs of life vanished. Wang Ziyan harvested another wave of spoils. With a proud Guzi, head held high, he continued toward marker 0333. To Wang Ziyan, the intense battle just now was merely a small interlude. For Guzi, it was somewhat surprising. Although its original body was only a level 2 vicious beast, it was now so fast that even 4-star martial artists couldn't catch it. This old wolf is truly talented. My speed has progressed by leaps and bounds these past few days. A day passed quickly. Wang Ziyan glanced at his status panel. Qi and blood, 31,518.27 50,000. By treating level 6 vicious beasts as food, he could now increase his Qi and blood by an average of 5,000 per day. There were still 6 days left until the registration deadline for the Genius Martial Artist competition. Wang Ziyan returned to the Martial Artist Tower. Is Boss Zhao open for business today? Wang Ziyan habitually went to the 5th floor. Fortunately, the Wanqing Pavilion was open today. Boss Zhao was there too. The last time he saw Boss Zhao, his face was ruddy and his smile was warm. Now, Boss Zhao's face was etched with worry as he paced back and forth in the shop. It seemed the matter of recruiting martial artists was not going smoothly. And that was indeed the case. It was easy to recruit low-level martial artists, but finding someone who could carry the team was difficult. For Zhao Xingde to stand against the Silver Spear martial artist squad, his core martial artist needed to be at least a 6-star. But 6-star martial artist was a watershed. Once past that line, one often had better options. Recruiting a 6-star martial artist was very difficult. As for higher-level 7-star or 8-star artists, that was out of the question. Zhao Xingde knew his humble establishment couldn't house such formidable figures. The current situation was that without a pillar of strength, recruiting any number of low-level martial artists was useless. They couldn't form a truly capable force. Gloom. These past 2 days had been utterly vexing for Zhao Xingde. He actually had his own channels to find someone with connections to back him up, but the other party had connections too, and theirs were stronger than his. If this incident blew up, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. He had to resolve it himself. Wang Ziyan walked in. Boss Zhao. Brother Yan?
Zhao Xingde turned to look at Wang Ziyan, quite surprised, and quickly greeted him, "Please, have a seat."
Wang Ziyan smiled.
"I was just taking a stroll and happened to see Wanqing Pavilion was open."
How are things? Is the trouble resolved? Zhao Xingde shook his head and let out a long sigh.
"It's not easy to hire an expert, Brother Yan. I originally thought I could sort this out in 2 or 3 days, but it looks like it's going to take much longer now."
I'm truly sorry.
"It's alright, Boss Zhao. You don't need to worry anymore.
The Silver Spear Martial Squad shouldn't be bothering you again," Wang Ziyan said.
Hearing this, Zhao Xingde was stunned.
"Brother Yan, what do you mean by that?" "Literally what I said." Wang Ziyan's tone was calm.
Zhao Xingde's face was filled with confusion, and then a thought connected in his mind. His heart skipped a beat.
Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
An absurd guess had barely sprouted in his mind before he immediately dismissed it.
Although Brother Yan's realm advancement was swift, this time was completely different.
6-star was the watershed for martial artists. The leap from 5-star to 6-star was enormous, requiring several times the total amount of vitality needed to go from 1-star to 5-star. He had only discovered Wang Ziyan had broken through to 5-star the day before yesterday.
In just 2 days, he'd broken through to 6-star already? That was simply preposterous.
Even taking a huge step back, even if Wang Ziyan had truly broken through to 6-star,
he would be no match for Wang Wu at all. Wang Wu wasn't an ordinary 6-star martial artist, his vitality was approaching 9,000.
Once at the 6-star level, the vitality gap between those of the same realm could easily be tens of thousands.
"Boss Zhao?"
Wang Ziyan, not knowing what Zhao Xingde was thinking so deeply about, called out softly.
Zhao Xingde jolted and came back to his senses. "My apologies, Brother Yan. I zoned out." Wang Ziyan smiled. "No problem, Boss Zhao. Since you're open now, you should be able to take materials, right?"
Zhao Xingde knew that because he hadn't opened yesterday, Wang Ziyan likely had some materials stockpiled. He thought about it and was quite touched. Wanqing Pavilion wasn't open, and Brother Yan didn't go to sell his goods at other shops. "Do it, Brother Yan, please take out the materials."
"All right."
With a thought from Wang Ziyan, materials from his spatial ring poured out, filling the living room with a large pile of items.
Zhao Xingde's pupils constricted.
He had been running Wanqing Pavilion for 2 or 3 years, and business wasn't bad. He could be considered an expert in this field.
It was clear at a glance. Half of the materials Wang Ziyan had taken out were likely from yesterday's kill.
But the other half, the bloodstains, were fresh. They were clearly from today's kill.
"Brother Yan, you went out of the city today?" Zhao Xingde was surprised.
"Used to fighting, can't stay idle,"
Wang Ziyan said with a smile. "Didn't you run into the Silver Spear martial artists?"
Zhao Xingde asked with concern, then suddenly his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, staring incredulously at an item among the materials, "A green-scaled Snake King's gall?
Bro! Brother Yan, you killed this?" Zhao Xingde's voice trembled. Wang Ziyan nodded.
Upon receiving Wang Ziyan's affirmative reply, a tumultuous wave rose in Zhao Xingde's heart. This was a green-scaled Snake King. Previously, Wang Wu had led the entire Silver Spear squad to hunt it, only to return in dismal defeat. Brother Yan was actually able to slay such a powerful level 6 fierce beast. Could it be that he really was a 6-star martial artist? And not just an ordinary 6-star martial artist.
Recalling Wang Ziyan's earlier words, Zhao Xingde's mind suddenly cleared.
Brother Yan must have run into the Silver Spear squad in the wilderness, and even helped him solve a big problem. Shock, pleasant surprise, excitement, gratitude, complex emotions surged, leaving Zhao Xingde at a loss for what to do. He gripped Wang Ziyan's hand tightly. "Brother Yan, no words can express my deep gratitude.
Boss Zhao, you're too kind. I didn't do much. If anyone should be thanking, I should be thanking you for finding my uncle a stable job." Zhao Xingde was stunned, then quickly reacted, right, I didn't do anything.
Zhao Xingde was a shrewd man. He understood the meaning behind Wang Xian's words.
Brother Yan didn't want this matter to be publicized. Also,
Brother Yan's action this time was mostly to repay the favor for arranging the job last time, Zhao Xingde secretly mused. Back then, he had merely wanted to befriend Wang Xian, doing it casually, never expecting it would end up helping himself. Thinking about it carefully, he was truly fortunate. Next, Zhao Xingde counted the materials. He discovered that there wasn't just one level 6 fierce beast among the materials. One was killed yesterday, and 3 were killed today. The final tally came to 15 million. However, Zhao Xingde transferred 20 million to Wang Xian. The extra 5 million was a token of his gratitude. But Wang Xian sent it back. This made Zhao Xingde feel rather awkward. Boss Xiao, I have a lot of spatial rings and weapons on hand. I was wondering if you have any channels to sell them? Before leaving, Wang Xian asked. Zhao Xingde guessed Wang Xian was talking about the spoils from wiping out the Silver Spear martial artist squad.
Don't worry, little brother Yan. Leave it to me. Thanks a lot, then.
By the way, little brother Yan, you're a 6-star martial artist now, so you can register for the Genius Martial Artist Tournament.
The rewards are very generous, it's worth a shot.
Even if you don't make it, you'll gain experience for next year's competition.
After all, you're still young. Zhao Xingde reminded him.
He thought that if Wang Xian participated in the Genius Martial Artist Tournament, he could recommend him to his backers, which would also help smooth Wang Xian's path. After all, the Wen family was a major clan. And Wen Cheng was a top contender to win.
Wang Xian smiled. Boss Zhao, I'm only a 5-star martial artist. I can't register for now.
Ha!
Zhao Xingde was stunned. A 5-star martial artist killed a level 6 savage beast? And single-handedly wiped out a 6-star martial artist squad of nearly 100 people? Such a genius. Should I tell my backers about this? He watched as Wang Xian walked away with his dog. Zhao Xingde suddenly thought of the Lai Bao Pavilion across the street.
That fellow surnamed Sun hadn't been a notable figure in the Sun family, but he got lucky and recommended an awakened one to his superiors. There was quite a bit of news online about that awakened one now, and he was highly valued by the Sun family. As a result, that bastard Sun Duobao also received a lot of support from the Sun family.
Zhao Xingde was certain that the newly empowered Sun Duobao was the one trying to take him down.
Zhao Xingde's Wanqing Pavilion already had business partnerships with some of the Wen family's enterprises. If he recommended Wang Xian to the Wen family and fostered a good relationship, he would also gain significant support. Then he could turn the tables and suppress the Duobao Pavilion. But then he thought back to his conversation with Wang Xian.
Zhao Xingde sighed deeply. I still need little brother Yan's consent for this. What if he doesn't want any connection with the Wen family?
I can't just expose his talent.
Wang Xian returned home and had dinner.
Then he lay comfortably in bed. He was browsing the martial artist community forums, where a prominent discussion was heating up. There were 2 major families in Jiangnan Bay City, both with extensive business empires, comparable in financial resources and power. Members of their younger generations were participating, creating a fierce rivalry. What was worth noting was that the Sun family had a new addition, an awakened one named Su Tian. Although he was currently only a 6-star, he had just managed to register for the Genius Martial Artist Tournament. This person wasn't high profile, but the Sun family was. They boasted that Su Tian could make it into the top 1,000. Out of tens of thousands, 1,000 will be chosen. How could a 6-star martial artist even compare? In the Genius Martial Artist competition, where half the contestants were 7-star or 8-star, a 6-star was truly nothing special. Some felt the Sun family was getting a little arrogant, others thought the Sun family did have abundant resources and was cultivating an awakened one, so they stood a good chance. Wang Xian paid no mind to any of this. He didn't know Su Tian anyway. When the Genius Martial Artist competition arrived, he would do what needed to be done. While browsing the martial artist community forums, Wen Mengshi suddenly sent him some messages.
She had already gone to Jiangnan Martial Arts University to register. A few days of rest after the martial arts exam, and one had to go to the martial arts university to enroll. Although Wang Ziyan didn't get in, this wasn't surprising. When Mengshi specifically sent a selfie taken at the entrance of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. She knew Wang Ziyan had worked very hard before, wanting to get into a martial arts university. Unfortunately, he later chose a different path. She felt a bit of regret that Wang Ziyan wasn't coming to Jiangnan Martial Arts University with her. By sending a photo, it was as if they had seen Jiangnan Martial Arts University together. However, after looking at it, Wang Ziyan replied with 4 words. Nice pale legs. When Mengshi, fuming, pursed her lips, her slender fingers tapping furiously on her phone screen. Who told you to look at my legs? You're so improper. However. Oof. You do have good taste, though. Now that you're out of school, you're more interesting to talk to. Separately, according to the martial artist community statistics, the number of registrants for the Genius Martial Artist competition had already reached 90,000. With 6 days still left before the registration deadline, it had already matched previous year's numbers. It seemed inevitable that this year's number of participants would break the record. 3 days passed in a flash. The number of registrants for the Genius Martial Artist competition had surpassed 110,000. During these 3 days, Wang Ziyan went out early and returned late as usual. His vitality increased by an average of 4,000 per day. He then spent 12 million to buy 80 portions of vitality powder. After increasing his vitality by 10,000, the effect basically wore off. On his current status panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Techniques, flowing convergence breathing method perfection, wind sword art perfection, piled wave sword style perfection, diamond body perfection, fleeting light and passing shadow perfection. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Vitality, 51,518.27 100,000. After many days of hard work, he was finally a 6-star. This was 3 days earlier than Wang Ziyan had anticipated. Besides the rapid advancement in his realm, Wang Ziyan's wealth had also skyrocketed these past few days. 3 days ago, Wang Ziyan had sold items for 15 million. Adding the 13 million he had remaining, he had about 28 million on hand. In these 3 days, he earned another 20 million or so from selling materials. In addition, there were also the spatial ring, weapons, and other items he had entrusted to Boss Zhao to handle last time. Boss Zhao was highly efficient, transferring over 60 million in total to Wang Ziyan today. Wang Ziyan was quite satisfied with this figure. Although items like spatial rings were expensive, they were also troublesome to dispose of, so it was impossible to get the original price for them. 2 sums of over 20 million plus another sum of over 60 million. Now, Wang Ziyan's balance had broken the 100 million mark for the first time. It reached over 110 million. In the past few days, Boss Zhao had even specifically asked him if he had a chance to break through to a 6-star martial artist and if he needed financial support. It was time to give him a reply. Nighttime, Wanqing Pavilion. Ever since learning of Wang Ziyan's 5-star martial artist's strength, Zhao Xingde had looked forward to recommending him to the Wen family every day. He hoped Wang Ziyan could catch this year's Genius Martial Artist tournament and achieve a good ranking. He looked forward to his Wanqing Pavilion basking in the reflected glory. He had originally thought that since Wang Ziyan could rise from 1 star to 5 star so quickly, as long as he had the Wen family's support and enough resources, it wouldn't be impossible for him to make a push for 6 star in a short time. After all, the Wen family was rich and operated many recycling industries. A large portion of the shops in the martial artist tower belonged to or were invested in by the Wen family. Even the leadership above had a very close relationship with the Wen family head. Unfortunately, Wang Ziyan expressed that his current life was fine and he was in no hurry at all. Zhao Xingde, on the other hand, was very anxious. Every day Wang Ziyan came, he would casually mention the Genius Martial Artist tournament. He wouldn't say much, just hoping he could contribute his humble part. Zhao Xingde sighed. Perhaps Brother Yan wasn't worried about this year's Genius Martial Artist tournament and was planning to participate next year. Ding ding ding, his phone suddenly rang. He looked and saw it was Wang Ziyan. Zhao Xingda's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly answered, "Hello, Brother Yin, have you decided to make a push for 6-star? I can help you." He instinctively thought Wang Ziyan needed help. Of course, he was also ready to contact the Wen family at any moment. Those large families were very preferential towards talent. As long as you served them sincerely, they wouldn't be stingy with resource support. Just like the Liebao Pavilion across the way. Sun Duobao recommended Su Tian to the Sun family, and he quickly obtained resources. Now, his rate of improvement was extremely fast. "No need, Boss Zhao. I'm calling to let you know that I've already broken through to 6-star martial artist and can register for the Genius Martial Artist Tournament." Wang Ziyan's calm voice came through the phone. "Ha? You've broken through already? So fast." Zhao Xingda's lips trembled as he couldn't help but mutter. Then, he said excitedly, Good. Brother Yen, your talent is truly outstanding. You're a 6-star martial artist now, so you can go register tomorrow. There are only 3 days left. Do you need me to help you prepare some resources to get a better ranking? Brother Yen, when you were 5-star, you could slay a king martial beast with nearly 9,000 chi in blood. Now that you're 6-star, your strength has greatly increased. You should have a chance to break into the top 50,000, which would be a pretty good achievement. Zhao Xingda analyzed. To have a martial artist who had just broken through to 6-star compete for a spot in the top 50,000 among over 100,000 participants, half of whom were 7-star or above. Moreover, Wang Ziyan had rushed from 1-star to 6-star in a short period. It hadn't even been 20 days since his certification. Mastering even the basics of a martial technique would be difficult. Breaking into the top 50,000 was extremely difficult, almost fantastical. But he had interacted with Wang Ziyan for many days. As long as Wang Ziyan was given ample resources, there was still a good chance. Besides, Wang Ziyan was no ordinary person. Although he hadn't explicitly said he was an awakened, Zhao Xingda wasn't a fool. Such rapid progress definitely meant he was an awakened. Furthermore, he was very experienced in killing ferocious beasts, a martial artist who had licked blood from his blade. Top 50,000? We can give it a try. Wang Ziyan responded. He didn't accept Zhao Xingda's offer of help. It was more reassuring and less stressful to rely on his own efforts for development. Besides, it was almost impossible for him, having just reached 6-star, to secure one of the official prize-winning ranks. Competing against tens of thousands of 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star experts, all he could do was try his best to improve his strength and achieve a slightly better ranking. This prodigy martial artist tournament was just a small interlude in Wang Ziyan's life, a form of training for himself. His ambitions went far beyond this. The next day, Wang Ziyan woke up a little later than usual. He had to wait for the registration point to open before he could sign up. Then he would head outside the city. Yes. He was still going outside the city today. His 6-star strength wasn't enough to let him breeze through the prodigy martial artist tournament. Hard work was the keynote of his life. In the grand hall on the first floor of the martial artist tower, dozens of registration points for the prodigy martial artist tournament were lined up in a row. Long queues formed in front of every desk. Wang Ziyan didn't join a line. He first had to get his realm certified. After all, being a 6-star martial artist wasn't something you could just claim to be. Wang Ziyan walked up to the certification window. It was the same one where he had first certified as a martial artist. The same well-endowed young lady was still inside. He hadn't noticed last time. This time, he saw her name, Fan Tong, on the name tag on her chest. Oh, it's you. As soon as Wang Ziyan reached the window, Fan Tong recognized him. She had a rather deep impression of Wang Ziyan. After all, not many had become martial artists during those 2 days of the martial exam. Hello. Wang Ziyan greeted her with a smile. That was fast. You've already broken through to 2-star martial artist? A simple chi and blood test didn't require coming to the certification window.
Most people who came here were for realm certification. Although most chose to certify only when they reached the 6-star martial artist milestone, since the benefits didn't change before that. But some martial artists came for certification to prove their strength. For example, some martial artist squads required proof of being a 3-star martial artist to join. No, I'm here to certify as a 6-star martial artist.
You're quite the joker, aren't you? Fan Tong played along with a smile.
During the registration period for the Prodigy Martial Artist Tournament, everyone was always talking about being a 6-star martial artist. As she spoke, Fan Tong's hands were not idle. She swiped Wang Xian's warrior badge and quickly printed a slip. It's the same place where you tested your blood chi last time.
Bring it back to me after you've finished. Okay. Wang Xian complied. Watching Wang Xian's retreating figure,
Fan Tong propped her right hand on her chubby cheek and couldn't help but get gossipy. Normally, no one would come to the certification window without absolute certainty.
How many days has it been since his last warrior certification? Could it be that he's really a 2-star warrior? She couldn't help but look forward to it.
If it were true, she'd have something to tell Grandpa again. Testing blood chi was very convenient.
Not long after, Wang Xian returned.
He handed the slip to Fan Tong.
Fan Tong looked at the blood chi value printed on the slip. 51600.
Fan Tong's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She blinked twice rapidly, utterly incredulous. 6, a 6-star warrior, he really is a 6-star warrior.
He wasn't joking just now. Oh my god. What a monster. After Wang Xian left, Fan Tong excitedly picked up the phone. Hello, my dear granddaughter, what is it again? Fan Jinshan's cheerful voice came from the other end. Grandpa, come quickly, come quickly.
Fan Tong urged repeatedly.
Fan Jinshan's expression brightened.
Last time his granddaughter called him over, there was an 18-year-old warrior.
This time his granddaughter's tone was even more urgent. Could there be an even better prodigy? Fan Jinshan didn't delay, immediately getting up. Okay, right away.
In less than a minute, Fan Jinshan rushed to the certification window.
Tong, what are you showing Grandpa this time? Is it another outstanding martial arts prodigy? Judging by your reaction, it seems even more impressive than the last one? Fan Jinshan said expectantly.
The last young warrior had given him material for conversation with his old friends for a long time.
He just wondered who it was this time. Grandpa, just see for yourself. Fan Tong pointed to the computer screen. Fan Jinshan narrowed his eyes and looked over solemnly. Still Wang Xian? There isn't a new good prodigy. Grandpa, look closely below. Fan Tong said, dissatisfied. Excellent, excellent. Fan Jinshan looked down carefully. Below the name was the age. Then the address. Realm. Wait. A 6-star martial artist? Fan Jinshan's pupils contracted, and his heart was thrown into turmoil.
He quickly blinked his eyes and looked again, more carefully. It really was a 6-star martial artist. Fan Jinshan sucked in a breath of cold air, his mind a tempest. How long did it take Wang Xian to reach 6-star since his certification? Was it over a month? Fan Tong said, no. To be precise, it should be 18 days. Only 18 days. Fan Jinshan couldn't help but tremble in shock. From a 1-star to a 6-star martial artist in 18 days. That's terrifying. There's no other explanation. He's an awakened, definitely an awakened. If Old One knew that the person I mentioned last time was an awakened, he'd probably be even more tempted, wouldn't he? After Wang Xian was certified as a martial artist, Fan Jinshan had shared this strange occurrence with a few old friends. At the time, Wen Hyaming had been somewhat intrigued and asked for specific details. He hadn't provided them. They all treated it as an amusing anecdote, something to chat about and then move on from. Recently, the Sun family had acquired another awakened and were publicizing it widely, showing off both overtly and covertly.
Frustrated by the lack of other suitable awakened candidates, Old One was displeased and felt outmaneuvered by the Sun family. He personally had a small feud with the Sun family, so he was naturally unhappy about it. No, I have to tell Old One this news. Let him get excited again. Fan Jinshan made a call directly. If Old One knew about Wang Ziyan, such a low-key awakened. I'm afraid you'll have to throw a grand banquet in my honor, won't you? Even if they couldn't capture Wang Ziyan immediately, at least knowing of his existence was a good thing. Beep. 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 Hello, old fan? What's up? A calm and imposing voice came from the other side. Yo, old one, things not going your way lately? You even sound worn out. Are you envious of Sun Tianchang's good fortune recruiting an awakened one? Fan Jinshan teased. So what if that Sun Tianchang took in an awakened one? What's there to be so smug about? If you ask me, my Wen Chang will definitely outshine his granddaughter in the Genius Martial Artist Tournament. That guy named Su Tian is just there to join the crowd. That's not right. Old fan, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Heh, remember that 18-year-old martial artist I told you about last time? He's back today for another certification. Fan Jinshan said mysteriously. Oh, you're one to talk. Every time you encounter a talented person like that, you have to tell me, without even mentioning their name. But you said he's back for certification as a 2-star warrior now? That quick. How about I treat you to a meal at Pengpai Grand Hotel, and you just tell me a name? What do you say? Pretty good deal, right? Wen Haiming urged. Fan Jinshan smiled and said, Old one, your son has a huge business, how can just one meal be enough? Wen Haiming realized there was a chance it seemed Old Fan was genuinely prepared to say something useful today, no longer keeping him in suspense. Alright, say no more then. 10 meals at Pengpai Grand Hotel. Fan Jinshan chuckled, then I'll tell you. That young man came to get his 6-star martial artist certification today, and he succeeded. What? A 6-star martial artist. Wen Haiming was stunned. It seemed like it had only been about half a month since Fan Jinshan mentioned that young man to him. And he's already a 6-star warrior? Although Fan Jinshan always likes to tease, his tone didn't sound like he was bragging this time. Old Fan, we've been friends for so many years, and you always leave me hanging, not even telling me his name is too much. From now on, just tell them you're with me at the Pengpai Grand Hotel, and all your meals are on me. With the conversation reaching this point, Fan Jinshan said proudly, in that case, let's meet at Pengpai tonight. Alright. After Wang Ziyan was certified as a 6-star warrior, he went to the registration area for the Genius Warrior competition. There were even more people queuing now. Wang Ziyan chose a relatively shorter line to join. Time slowly passed. Wang Ziyan moved forward slowly with the queue. After about half an hour, it was finally Wang Ziyan's turn. Please swipe your warrior badge. Alright. Wang Ziyan swiped his warrior badge to confirm his realm. Then, he signed a life and death waiver. Even though the base city mobilizes an army of pulse-condensing realm warriors for security every year during the Genius Warrior competition, casualties are inevitable. The pulse-condensing realm, Wang Ziyan had heard of it. Warriors from 1-star to 9-star are collectively referred to as the Qi blood realm. When the Qi and blood in the body reach a certain level of abundance, the body will transform to another level. That is the pulse-condensing realm. Similar to the Qi blood realm, the pulse-condensing realm is divided into 1 to 9 pulses. When all 9 pulses are condensed, one will enter the more profound spirit-gathering realm, capable of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary power, where flying and escaping the earth are merely basic maneuvers. It's worth mentioning that the Gui Lu breathing technique is also applicable to the pulse-condensing realm, making it a very fundamental and enduring cultivation method. In the Qi blood realm, almost no one can cultivate the Gui Lu breathing technique to perfection. The effects Wang Ziyan had developed were probably unheard of by others. Consuming fierce beast meat to greatly increase Qi in blood is not something ordinary warriors can do.
After registering, Wang Ziyan left the city with his dog, who had been waiting outside for a long time. By the time he arrived at checkpoint 0333, it was already 10:30 a.m.
Wang Ziyan took out his alloy Han sword, and a new round of battle began. The busy hours flew by, and night fell. Goodbye, Boss Zhao. Goodbye. Wang Ziyan emerged from Wanqing Pavilion.
Although he arrived a bit late today, by urging his dog to lure fierce beasts, his harvest was still decent. He sold them for 7.9 million. Similar to a full day's work previously. It makes sense when you think about it, as strength increases, efficiency and quality will also improve accordingly.
Wang Ziyan looked at his panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18.
Techniques: river flow breathing method perfection, wind sword art perfection, surging wave sword style perfection, Vajra body perfection, fleeting light, glimpsing shadow perfection.
Realm, 6-star martial artist.
Qi and blood, 55,518.27 100,000. With the bonus from several perfected martial arts, my strength is comparable to a 7-star warrior, but there are quite a few 8-star and 9-star existences in the Genius Warrior competition, so I can only say I'm in the lower middle tier. Under these circumstances, let alone aiming for an officer position, he won't even make it into the top 50,000 that Boss Zhao mentioned.
Wang Ziyan shook his head. Last 2 days, let's make an extra effort. Oh, and Doggo needs to be taken care of too. The Genius Martial Artist competition isn't a Genius Doggo competition. Pets are definitely not allowed. He'd either have to kill it or leave it in the city. As for killing it, it still serves a purpose, so he'd definitely be reluctant. But leaving it in the city would just mean temporarily entrusting it to Uncle Gao or boarding it at a pet store. Both options carried some risks. He hadn't forgotten that Doggo's true form was a fierce beast, a bloodthirsty azure wolf.
Wang Ziyan looked at Doggo, who was trotting at his heels, and mused, I'm going to participate in the Genius Martial Artist competition in a couple of days.
Do you want to stay at home or go to a pet store? Doggo paused, then let out 2 responsive yips. Home.
Woof woof nods.
Alright, but don't run around when I'm gone. There's a tracker on your collar. If I come back and find you're not home, we'll have nothing to talk about. Doggo nodded frantically again, overjoyed.
Finally, the Genius Martial Artist competition is here.
Once Wang Ziyan leaves, Lord Wolf will be free.
His legs were almost broken these past few days from running. He wondered how much weight his true form had lost. As soon as Wang Ziyan leaves, he'll smash the collar open.
He.
Doggo's eyes were filled with affectionate longing, his red pupils brimming with reluctance and attachment. In his heart, he was already grinning sinisterly with unrestrained glee. Then, Wang Ziyan took him to the pet store again, rewarding him with 50 large bags of premium dog food and a brand new alloy collar. Both its emergency kill function, which detects mutated fierce beasts, and its inherent sturdiness surpassed the 88,000 yuan mark by a long shot. After all, this one cost 288,000 yuan. Enough to buy a high-quality alloy sword at the weapon hall. At this moment, Doggo's sparkling tears were reflected in the dazzling alloy collar. Don't be too touched. This little gift is nothing, after all, I'll be away for quite a while. Wang Ziyan smiled and comforted him, Doggo, I always said I'd find you some beautiful doggy sisters, but I didn't arrange it fearing you couldn't handle it. Behave yourself during the Genius Martial Artist competition, and when I get back, I'll definitely help you breed. Tears seeped from the corners of Doggo's eyes. He was so touched. At the Grand Surge Hotel, in a private room on one of the floors, over 10 people sat around a large round table. Old fan, we've invited all our old friends to this meal. You must tell me the name of that young man you mentioned last time, right? One Hyeming said, feigning seriousness. The other old brothers joined in the laughter and jeering. Fan Jinshan laughed and waved his hand, alright, I won't keep you guessing. That young man is called Wang Ziyan. He used to study at number 2 junior high, in class 1. Wang Ziyan, good, still from number 2 junior high, and in the same class as my granddaughter. Maybe my granddaughter knows him. Thank you, old fan, for telling me. When Hyeming laughed joyfully,
if you ask me, this young lad is making rapid progress. He's most likely an awakened, with boundless potential. It's best if we can bring him into the family, but if not, letting the younger generation get to know him would also be excellent. Everyone chuckled. Among them, Wen Hyaming's family was the most prominent. After retiring together, his son inherited the family business, and after flourishing, it held an extraordinary position in the base city. Now at an advanced age, he no longer wielded power at home but would still seek out suitable young individuals and generously provide support. However, his discernment was quite unique. Many extraordinary awakened individuals might not even catch his eye. Old Wen, just now Old Fan mentioned that this young lad went from being a certified martial artist to a 6-star in just 18 days. In such a short time, not to mention mastering martial arts, he probably only scratched the surface. Let alone other factors like combat experience. You wouldn't find him and then make him participate in the Genius Martial Artist competition, would you? An elderly man with a firm face and a hint of dignity looked at Wen Hyaming. The location and schedule of this year's competition haven't been announced yet, but as you all know, my legion has been responsible for the competition's security tasks in recent years. I can reveal a little, this year's danger level will be much higher than before. It's not easy to find such a promising talent. Don't let him be ruined in the competition. Fan Jinshan and several other old comrades also nodded in agreement. The old squad leader is right, Old One. The Genius Martial Artist competition has many unpredictable factors. Don't let your dispute with Sun Tiancheng cloud your judgment. Wen Hyaming said earnestly, everyone, rest assured. I value family honor, but I'm not one to force people. When I contact Wang Ziyan, I still have to respect his wishes. Old Fan is willing to give me the information. Doesn't that also show he knows my character? Besides, although my Wen family has good conditions, Wang Ziyan might not necessarily be willing to accept my Wen family's cultivation. With that, Wen Hyaming stood up with a smile, raising his wine glass. Old squad leader, I toast you. No need for words, let's just drink this first. Wen Hyaming's action. How could everyone not understand his little scheme? Old One, you're really cunning. No wonder you so readily invited us for drinks. So there was an ulterior motive. So you want the old squad leader to take extra care of Wang Ziyan? And you say there's no coercion. The person hasn't even been seen yet, and you're already plotting what happens after the Genius Martial Artist competition. I've learned another lesson. With your foresight and speed of action, the Wen family is truly impressive. Xia Jian, the elder with a dignified demeanor, couldn't help but laugh and scold at this point. Alright, Old One, back in our squad, you were always the most proactive. You haven't changed even at this age. Old squad leader, we've finally found a good prospect, just tell us if you'll help or not? Xia Jian quipped, we've eaten and drunk, and it's you, Old One, asking. It wouldn't do not to give some care, but let's make it clear first, it's limited to safety. I won't interfere with anything else. That's enough, thank you, old squad leader. Wen Hyaming said solemnly. Old One, since the path is all laid out, shouldn't we have a drink? Wen Hyaming laughed heartily, how can one be enough? Step on the box and drink. I'll go first and do a round. Time flew by, and it was the last day for registration for the martial arts competition. Currently, the number of registrants for the Genius Martial Arts competition has reached 136,807, breaking a historical high. It was at this time that the official announcement was released. This year's Genius Martial Arts competition will be held at marker point 0656. Marker point 0656 is over 300 kilometers from Jiangnan Bay City. Before the spiritual energy revival, it was a national first-tier city, vast in area, and predominantly inhabited by level 6 to 9 fierce beasts. There were even a small number of demonic beasts present. Fierce beasts correspond to the human chi blood realm, while demonic beasts correspond to the condensation pulse realm, possessing formidable strength. This year's Genius Martial Arts competition, like previous years, emphasizes survival and strength, employing a points system. Martial artists earn 1 point for each day they survive. Slaying a level 6 fierce beast earns 1 point. Slaying a level 7 fierce beast earns 3 points. Slaying a level 8 fierce beast earns 9 points. Slaying a level 9 fierce beast earns 18 points.
The competition officially begins tomorrow. Competitors must report to marker point 0656 at the designated time.
Failure to arrive will result in elimination. Finally, rankings will be determined by total points.
Similar to the previously announced reward quotas. The top 500 will receive cash rewards, the top 300 will go to the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library, and the top 100 will secure military officer positions. Additionally, the 7th Legion is responsible for the safety of this competition, with all its members in the Condensation Pulse realm, and its commander in the 9 Pulse realm.
At the same time, there are 4 awakened ones, psychic manipulators.
This is a standard feature of every genius martial arts competition.
Psychic manipulators are very powerful among awakened ones.
Their mental power is incredibly strong, easily covering an area of hundreds of kilometers, and they can manipulate objects from a distance, as well as timely detect danger to contestants and provide assistance. They are the backbone of the security force. The eagle eyes scrutinizing the competition. Now the martial artist community has exploded. Oh my god, usually the genius martial arts competition only faces fierce beasts, but this year it even includes demonic beasts. Every year, just the requirement to reach the designated location eliminates thousands of people. That's right, marker point 0656 is over 300 kilometers from the base city, which presents quite a challenge.
Any teams forming, brothers? Take me with you, a 7-star martial artist.
Red Rose Martial Artist Squad, led by a 9-star martial artist. Those who want to join, send a private message.
The fee is 200,000 per person, efficient and high quality. We're 6-star, rankings don't matter, it's about participation. By the way, didn't the Sun Group cultivate an awakened one named Su Tian a while ago?
They said he could make it into the top 1,000.
I remember he just reached 6-star, why has he been out of sight lately?
Sun Duobao had been waiting for a long time and rubbed his hands together happily. Although the Silver Spear martial artist squad he found earlier was wiped out, Su Tian was still there, and he was a true treasure. The old brother upstairs asked a good question.
Su Tian's awakened talent is extraordinary.
He's currently silent, honing himself in the wilderness, precisely to make a splash in the genius martial arts competition. To be honest with everyone, with the cultivation and support of Sun Group, brother Su Tian is about to break through to an 8-star martial artist, and he will showcase his skills at the genius martial artist competition.
Everyone, please calm down.
If you're really restless, you're welcome to come to Liebao Pavilion to recycle materials. People weren't actually that deeply concerned about Su Tian, it was just that the boss of Liebao Pavilion praised him every day. He's only been signed up for a few days, and Su Tian is really already a 7-star martial artist and still striving for 8 stars?
Do awakened ones advance this fast?
It should be said that the Sun family has good resources. After all, it's a big group, an awakened one can have whatever they want.
I'm so jealous.
On the other side, Su Tian returned from outside the city with the 9-star martial artist team arranged by the Sun family. He returned to the large house arranged by the Sun family.
3 rooms and 2 living areas, living alone.
Covered in blood, he took a shower and then lay down on the sofa. This joyful life filled him with pleasure. His family background was ordinary, but he had a decent appearance and symmetrical features. When he first became a martial artist, he hunted outside the city every day, reaching 6 stars in just over 10 days, a speed already unusual. However, he was ultimately constrained by others, for example, a certain fellow slaughtering low-level fierce beasts at checkpoint 0321, which reduced his efficiency. Boss Sun really has a background, actually related to Sun Group. It's good now a 9-star martial artist leads the team to hunt 7 or 8 level fierce beasts, and I'm responsible for the finishing blow.
Su Tian muttered to himself easily.
Knock, knock, knock.
A knock on the door sounded. Su Tian got up and opened the door.
Standing at the door was a beautiful girl in a JK skirt with twin ponytails. Her eyes darted around, her cheeks naturally flushed light pink, and she said shyly, "Brother Su Tian, you're going to the Genius Martial Artist competition tomorrow. I can't bear to part with you.
Can I accompany you for one night?" She had a sweet and lovely appearance, and her voice was soft and. This instantly stirred up an evil fire in Su Tian's lower abdomen. He prided himself on being proper and cautious. He had never seen such a scene. The girl in front of him was the partner assigned to him by the Sun family. Before this, she was the campus beauty of Yichu Middle School. He had secretly watched her a few times. She was quite aloof, and they had no interaction. But once introduced by Sun Duobao, her enthusiasm was no less than lime meeting water. "No, you. Hey, don't take off my pants." Su Tian, a dignified 7-star martial artist, was tackled to the floor by a soft young girl, utterly helpless. Suddenly, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. He couldn't hold back. Damn, the Sun family really knows how to arrange things. Who can resist this? Su Tian was grateful, breaking free from traditional methods for the first time. His first practical experience was top-notch. How could he not exert himself? Genius martial artist competition, all those below 9 stars will be crushed for the Sun family. Su Tian's fighting spirit erupted. The girl's high-pitched shouts seemed to be cheering him on. As night fell, Wang Ziyan returned to Jiangnan Bay City. The martial artist building was exceptionally crowded today. Everyone looked vibrant, conversing with each other. Wang Ziyan overheard a few snippets as he passed by. It turned out to be the release of the specific details for the Genius Martial Artist competition. He quickly opened the martial artist community to check. This year's Genius Martial Artist competition will be held at waypoint 0656. Fierce beasts range from 6-star to 9-star, and even demon beasts must arrive at the designated location before noon tomorrow, or be eliminated. Waypoint 0656 is 300 kilometers from Jiangnan Bay City. No problem. The Vein Condensation Realm Army is responsible for security, and there are also 4 psychics. Wang Ziyan thought. Based on past experience, the Genius Martial Artist competition usually lasts more than half a month. This year, the number of participants far exceeds previous years, so it might last even longer. He would need to survive in the wild for over half a month. He needed to buy many things. No wonder the martial artist building was so crowded today. Wang Ziyan first went to the 5th floor, Wanqing Pavilion. He handed over the materials to Zhao Xingde. Today, the dog worked very hard and was quite excited, finding many more fierce beasts, resulting in a good harvest. His vital energy, which was 55,500 100,000 yesterday, had already reached 60,500 100,000, bringing him a step closer to becoming a 7-star martial artist. Boss Zhao, the usual, just transfer the money to me later. All right. Wang Ziyan smiled and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly remembered and said, Boss Zhao, I'll be participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition for a while, so I won't be able to come. Zhao Xingde was momentarily stunned, then replied, Brother Yin, are you planning to go alone? How about forming a team? I can also contact some martial artist squads. Wang Ziyan chuckled, no need, I'm used to being a lone wolf. Zhao Xingde's lips twitched, feeling a little helpless. Since it had come to this, it was hard to say anything more. He'd continue working on him when Brother Yin returned. A genius, after all, was worth fighting for. Wang Ziyan left Wanqing Pavilion and went to purchase supplies. To survive in the wilderness, food, drink, and daily necessities all needed to be prepared. While browsing the martial artist community earlier, Wang Ziyan saw many people actively sharing their preparation checklists. Very comprehensive. Wang Ziyan didn't hesitate to borrow them directly. In nearly 2 hours, Wang Ziyan spent hundreds of thousands, preparing quite thoroughly. Spending hundreds of thousands barely made a ripple in Wang Ziyan's account, which held over 100 million. On the contrary, Boss Zhao transferred the over 8 million from today's settlement. In the martial arts hall, Wang Ziyan placed 2 martial arts techniques on the counter. 2 Xian grade superior techniques. One of them was a speed-oriented martial art similar to Fleeting Shadow, called Wind Treading Steps. The other was a body-refining martial art similar to Vajra Body, called Iron Wall Body. Compared to Vajra Body and Fleeting Shadow, these two had their own advantages, but broadly speaking,
They were similar, either focusing on cultivation speed or physical strength. Although Wang Ziyan already possessed similar martial arts and had cultivated them to perfection, he still wanted to try whether learning martial arts in the same direction would affect him. Next up was the Genius Martial Artist competition. He would face not only 6-star martial artists and level 6 fierce beasts but also countless 8-star and 9-star martial artists, and level 8 and 9 fierce beasts. There were even demonic beasts. This was no game. Before setting off, he should try all the paths he hadn't considered before they might just be his trump cards. For him, practicing martial arts was particularly easy, and the cost of trying was low. "Sir, your martial arts, please take care." Wang Ziyan left the martial arts hall. Detected high-grade black tier martial art, iron wall body. Learn? Detected high-grade black tier martial art, wind treading steps. Learn? Wang Ziyan thought, learn. Two streams of memories surged into Wang Ziyan's mind. After decades of arduous practice, the martial arts were mastered. Detected that the high-grade black tier martial art iron wall body complements Vajra body. Can be fused. Detected that the high-grade black tier martial art wind treading steps complements fleeting shadow. Can be fused. Wang Ziyan's eyes lit up. The system indeed had many more functions worth exploring. The first martial art he encountered was simplified cultivation. Martial arts with similar nature and the same grade could be mutually supplemented and fused after learning. However, the requirements for fusion were high-low-grade martial arts couldn't be fused. Miscellaneous martial arts also couldn't be fused together. They had to be complementary, like Vajra body and iron wall body. Fuse. Beginning fusion of high-grade black tier martial arts Vajra body and iron wall body. Fusion successful Vajra body mastered iron physique. Beginning fusion of high-grade black tier martial arts fleeting shadow and wind treading steps. Fusion successful fleeting shadow mastered divine speed. A vast amount of memories flooded into Wang Ziyan's mind. 5 minutes later, Wang Ziyan opened his eyes. He looked at the panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation techniques, flow return breathing method mastered sword intent. Wind sword art mastered. Mastered. Vajra body mastered iron physique. Fleeting shadow mastered divine speed. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Blood chi, 61,418.27 100,000. Vajra body sublimated into iron physique, and fleeting shadow sublimated into divine speed. These were achievements that the martial arts fanatic Wang Ziyan had combined during the deduction of 4 martial arts separately. Even when cultivating Vajra body, Wang Ziyan was still flesh and blood. But after sublimating to iron physique, it truly became literal. An alloy Hanjian striking his body produced a dull metallic clanging sound, incredibly hard. Then there was fleeting shadow. Sublimated to divine speed. Previously, when Wang Ziyan was a 5-star martial artist, with fleeting shadow mastered, his speed was 150 km/h. After upgrading to 6-star, his speed increased, roughly 170 km/h. Now, he has evolved the divine swiftness. His speed surged to 350 km/h. It's no exaggeration to say that many people, even those in the well-known and powerful condensation realm, couldn't match Wang Ziyan in terms of speed alone. They couldn't even catch up. Wang Ziyan exhaled a long breath. With significant improvements in both defense and speed, he felt much more at ease. Equipped with both defense and speed, and having cultivated sword intent in attack, he had reached his peak. All 3 dimensions were incredibly strong. Wang Ziyan returned home and entrusted his dog to Wang Gao. "Uncle Gao, I have to go to the Genius Martial Artist competition tomorrow. I've stocked a month's worth of level 6 fierce beast meat in the fridge and specifically bought 50 bags of premium dog food. This dog will be under your care for now. Here's the key card. As long as its collar isn't removed, it will be safe and docile. If it shows any aggression, the collar will automatically discharge electricity to paralyze it." Wang Ziyan handed the control card for the alloy collar to Wang Gao. The dog by the table froze its smile,
the corners of its mouth turning down. Grandpa Wolf knew you weren't a good person. After all these days with you. Still had to guard against Grandpa Wolf. Wang Gao looked at the dog, which was already as robust as a tiger, and wasn't worried. He smiled, "Don't worry, Xiaoyan. I'll look after the dog while you're at the competition. It's just a shame it might not grow as strong with me. Uncle Gao, the food I left is enough for it. Just treat it like a stray you picked up, there's nothing out of the ordinary about it." Wang Ziyan rubbed the dog's head, smiling, "Don't cause any trouble before I get back." In an instant, a chill descended from above its head, sending shivers down the dog's spine. It felt as if its dog head was being manipulated in someone's palm. It hastily nodded to show its obedience. Jiangnan Martial Arts University. In a double room, when Mengshi lay on the soft bed, her two bright long legs in swaying. Her slender fingers scrolled on her phone screen. "Go, big brother, come back with first place in the Genius Martial Artist competition. Thanks for the blessings, little sister." Tomorrow was the Genius Martial Artist competition, and when Mengshi naturally cared about her brother. She just didn't know what Wang Ziyan was doing at this very moment. When Mengshi currently had 182 units of qi in blood, and was close to becoming a martial artist. After that, she would rapidly improve with the resources from her school and family. Meanwhile, Wang Ziyan might still be a one-star martial artist, struggling alone outside the city. Wang Ziyan's independent decision left her both appreciative and regretful. "He's clearly very talented. How much better it would be if he came with me to Jiangnan Martial Arts University." When Mengshi sighed, somewhat complaining. Suddenly, her grandfather called. Sure, you haven't gone to sleep yet, have you?" "Not yet, Grandpa." Listening to the tone on the other end of the phone, he sounded a bit excited. When Mengshi felt puzzled. What could be so important that Grandpa called specifically? Sure, when you were at Urcha Middle School, there was a boy named Wang Ziyan in your class. Do you still keep in touch? Sometimes we chat on my phone. What's wrong, Grandpa? When Mengshi's beautiful eyes snapped open, and she sat up. Why would Grandpa suddenly ask about Wang Ziyan? What happened? It's good that you still keep in touch. I thought my good granddaughter was cold as ice at school and didn't play with other boys. When Hyaming cracked a joke, in high spirits. When Mengshi grew anxious, Grandpa, why are you suddenly bringing up Wang Ziyan? I heard from your grandpa fan that this young fellow, Wang Ziyan, has excellent talent. Hearing Wen Hyaming say that, when Mengshi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Grandpa was suddenly interested in her private life. It turned out he was impressed by Wang Ziyan's talent. To be honest, although Wang Ziyan failed the college entrance exam, his martial artist certification was genuine. Such a young martial artist must have extraordinary talent. It wasn't strange that Grandpa, who enjoyed cultivating talented individuals, would be impressed by Wang Ziyan. But the timing of this excitement was a bit unusual. It had been over half a month since Wang Ziyan became a certified martial artist. When Hyaming continued, if you two have a good relationship, you can chat more. When he comes back from the Genius Martial Artist competition, invite him over to the house. Ha? Grandpa, what are you talking about? Genius Martial Artist competition? When Mengshi exclaimed in surprise, isn't he a one-star martial artist? When Hyaming paused, sure, don't you know that Wang Ziyan passed his 6-star martial artist certification a few days ago and signed up for the Genius Martial Artist competition? Wang Ziyan is already 6-star? When Mengshi's jaw dropped in surprise. His progress speed was too fast. He clearly had poor talent for 3 years as her deskmate. Could it be that he was really playing a trick on me? And I was guiding him every day. Strange emotions brewed in Wen Mengshi's mind. She was a little annoyed, but also concerned about Wang Ziyan's situation. Sure, if your relationship isn't cold, you can try to deepen your connection with Wang Ziyan. He might be an awakened, and his future won't be bad. If you don't want to interact with him, Grandpa won't force you. Don't take what Grandpa said today to heart. Got it, Grandpa. When Mengshi hung up the phone. clenching her fists tightly. Her cheeks puffed out slightly. She found Wang Ziyan's chat window and tapped rapidly on the screen. Ding dong.
Wang Ziyan was browsing the martial artist community on his bed when he suddenly received a message from Wen Mengshi.
Wang Ziyan, are you going to participate in the Genius Martial Artist competition tomorrow? Hee, you found out. Wang Ziyan was a little surprised.
You're already a 6-star martial artist, and you didn't tell me. You even signed up for the Genius Martial Artist competition alone.
Did our relationship drift apart after graduation? Don't you know that the Genius Martial Artist competition is very dangerous, and this year's difficulty is higher than ever?
When Mengshi sent a voice message, her clear voice tinged with a hint of indignation.
Wang Ziyan smiled. Is the campus bellman concerned about me? Not at all.
You've only been a certified martial artist for less than a month. You really shouldn't be rushing to the Genius Martial Artist competition.
Oh, by the way, why don't you go with my brother? He's an awakened one, very powerful.
Thanks, but I want to go alone and temper myself. When Mengshi looked at her phone screen, biting her lower lip lightly, her brows slightly furrowed.
Wang Ziyan was no longer the dull-witted deskmate she once had to look after.
He had worked hard to level up, and as soon as he reached 6 stars, he participated in the Genius Martial Artist competition, which presented various challenges, all by himself.
And she wasn't even a martial artist yet, staying in the safe environment of Jiangnan Martial Arts University.
The distance between her and Wang Ziyan was growing further and further. When Mengshi sighed softly, falling silent for a moment.
Good luck, Wang Ziyan, I wish you great success. Thank you.
When Mengshi put down her phone, her eyes shimmering with a crystalline light. She had been surpassed by a long shot. A little happy, yet a little reluctant. Before, when she was deskmates with Wang Ziyan in junior high, she, the most talented one, was accustomed to looking after him, the one with extremely poor talent. Wang Ziyan was diligent and serious, and those times with him had always been Wen Mengshi's fondest memories. After Wang Ziyan became a martial artist, Wen Mengshi felt a considerable disparity and unfamiliarity, but she didn't lose her concern for Wang Ziyan. She was genuinely happy and wanted to bring Wang Ziyan to Jiangnan Martial Arts University too, to chat or joke together. But their future paths were diverging, and now the initial signs were appearing. Before, Wang Ziyan was the one striving, now it was her turn to strive and catch up. At some point, she found herself feeling a sense of longing for Wang Ziyan. She hoped Wang Ziyan could return smoothly from the Genius Martial Artist competition. The night quickly passed, and by then, the city gate was bustling with a crowd of participants heading to checkpoint 0656. Earlier, when Hyaming had asked Xie Jian to look after Wang Ziyan. As it was a request from an old comrade in arms, Xie Jian took it very seriously. Considering Wang Ziyan was only a 6-star martial artist, getting from the city gate to checkpoint 0656 would be a considerable challenge. He specifically assigned someone to follow him discreetly. Of course, this was purely for safety. Xia Yang was assigned this task. His comrades had already set off for checkpoint 0655 yesterday, leaving only him. Today, Xia Yang arrived before the city gate opened, waiting since before dawn. It's already 9 o'clock, why is Wang Ziyan still not here? Xia Yang couldn't help but shake his head. A 6-star martial artist's speed is approximately 90 km/h. A journey of 300 li could not be completed in 3 hours. If he didn't reach 0656 before 12 p.m., he would be eliminated. Other 6-star martial artists were all waiting here early in the morning, and started their journey as soon as the city gate opened. But Wang Ziyan, he's nowhere to be seen even now. He really takes the Genius Martial Artist competition as a joke. In this situation, he's definitely going to be eliminated. He probably won't even bother heading to 0656 anymore. Just in case. I'll wait another half an hour. If he doesn't show up by then, I'll go back and report. Xia Yang thought to himself. He took a long, thick banana from his spatial ring and slowly peeled it. Honestly, Wang Ziyan had made a rather poor first impression on him. A 6-star martial artist participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition. That's practically guaranteed last place. Why isn't he putting in more effort? although there were still many people at the city gate. But among those daring to set off at this hour, 7-star martial artists were extremely rare, most were 8-star or 9-star. Besides, Xia Yang wore very high-tech glasses that could automatically recognize faces, ensuring he wouldn't miss Wang Ziyan in the crowd. A few more minutes passed. Beep, beep, beep. A cursor flickered in Xia Yang's vision. The flickering dot was a handsome young man in the crowd. Next to it, big data showed, Wang Ziyan, 6-star martial artist. Xia Yang almost dropped the banana he hadn't finished peeling. Although Wang Ziyan had arrived, he was even more irritated. Coming so late, what the hell for? Doesn't he have a clear idea of his own capabilities? There were too many people at the city gate, and Wang Ziyan didn't know Xia Yang was there. He swiped his badge and left the city directly. Almost everyone leaving the city was heading towards checkpoint 0656. Xia Yang also blended into the crowd, following Wang Ziyan from a distance. All around him were 8-star and 9-star martial artists, who had already started to accelerate. Wang Ziyan will soon be left behind, Xia Yang thought. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise. The 8-star and 9-star martial artists hadn't shaken off Wang Ziyan. Instead, Wang Ziyan had shaken off the crowd. A 6-star martial artist faster than 8-star and 9-star martial artists? Interesting. Looks like he has some real skill. However, Xia Yang was a Dimension Realm expert, with a top speed of a terrifying 300 km/h, so he still followed Wang Ziyan unhurriedly. He even continued to peel his banana without interruption. Gradually, Wang Ziyan created a certain distance between himself and the crowd. At this point, he fully unleashed his speed. Under the gaze of Xia Yang's high-tech glasses, Wang Ziyan's speed was displayed as 355 km/h. Holy crap! Xia Yang was startled, and the banana in his hand snapped. He hurriedly threw away the banana and chased at full speed. But even so, the distance between him and Wang Ziyan not only didn't shorten but grew even wider. Wang Ziyan was far ahead, until he disappeared from Xia Yang's sight. Xia Yang was completely dumbfounded. Is this really a 6-star martial artist? Wang Ziyan reached the assembly point outside checkpoint 0656 in just 50 minutes. Along the way, he encountered many people. Some were attacked by fierce beasts midway. His journey, however, was very smooth. Because his speed was too fast, let alone fierce beasts couldn't catch up to him, even some demon beasts couldn't see his taillights. Many times, Wang Ziyan would pass in front of fierce beasts, and the beasts, caught off guard, would be knocked over by the wind he stirred up. By the time they got back on their feet, he was already several miles away. Report. More than 10 minutes later, Xia Yang also arrived. He approached a tent. Come in. A majestic voice came from inside the tent. Xia Yang lifted the flap and entered. Inside the tent, the hale and hearty Xie Jian stood before a massive sand table. This sand table was composed of 3D holographic images projected by a projector, allowing for local zooming in and out. It was very advanced. And what it currently displayed was a derelict, colossal city. 0656 checkpoint. Seeing no one else in the tent, Xia Yang smiled. Dad. Xia Jian grumbled, always grinning. Is the mission complete? Has Wang Ziyan reached the assembly point? Upon hearing this, Xia Yang shrunk his head, stammering, maybe he has? Xia Jian slapped the table, sternly rebuking, what do you mean, maybe he has? You can't even handle this small task? Your Uncle Wen has never asked me for a favor. Dad, please don't get angry yet, listen to me slowly. Xia Yang quickly said, it's not that I was incompetent, it's that Wang Ziyan kid was too fast. I couldn't keep up. Huh? Xia Jian's eyes widened, suspecting he'd misheard. Although his son was not very promising, he was at least at the 1 meridian stage. His speed could reach 300 km/h. And he couldn't catch up to Wang Ziyan? Dad, it sounds incredible, but what I said is true. If you don't believe me, look. Xia Yang took off his high-tech glasses and handed them to his father.
These glasses had full footage recording and playback functions. Xia Jian put on the glasses. Wang Ziyan appeared in the footage. He arrived almost at 9:30.
He also heard his son's complaints.
Next, leaving the city, Wang Ziyan sped like the wind. The glasses indicated a speed of 355. Xia Jian was slightly moved. No wonder Old One valued Wang Ziyan so much, he was incredibly abnormal. However, considering Wang Ziyan's identity as an awakened one, it was not difficult to understand. I just don't know what kind of awakened he is.
His vital energy increased rapidly, and his speed was also very fast. Dad, Wang Ziyan is so fast, he should have reached the assembly point.
My mission is complete, so I'll be leaving first. Yes, go ahead. Xia Jian waved his hand, still pondering about Wang Ziyan.
The awakened fields are all strange and varied. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Wang Ziyan's talent was. Wang Ziyan only recently became a certified martial artist, so he must be lacking in martial arts skills, combat experience, and wilderness survival.
I originally thought he was just here to experience the competition.
Old One wanted to bring him back for training after he had been tempered by the competition, so he didn't have high expectations for his performance in this major competition.
Now, I'm actually looking forward to it a bit. Xia Jian smiled.
After Wang Ziyan reported to the assembly point, he received a pair of high-tech glasses.
After activating them with his martial artist badge serial number, the glasses' many functions became available. They could measure a lot of data.
The number of fierce beasts killed and accumulated points were all recorded by it. Additionally, he could see a dynamic map of the participating martial artists' distribution. They appeared as small green dots on the map provided by the glasses.
The assembly area was densely packed with green dots. They were currently in the wilderness, far from the base city. Cell phones were completely unusable.
They could only rely on their martial artist badges to contact the outside world. Opening the martial artist badge revealed a palm-sized screen. Although Wang Ziyan started late, he arrived relatively early. He had already used his martial artist badge to surf the internet for a while. The Genius Martial Artist Competition was a grand event, attracting nationwide attention. The official data statistics were also very well done. Not only was there a total points ranking, but also separate rankings for 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star martial artists. Even the elimination bar chart was categorized by star level.
However, the time hadn't arrived yet, so the elimination count was 0.
This Genius Martial Artist Competition had 140,000 participants. Among them, 50,000 were 6-star martial artists. 40,000 were 7-star martial artists. 30,000 were 8-star martial artists. 20,000 were 9-star martial artists. All kinds of data were clear at a glance. These data were also updated in real time for the public.
2 hours passed in a flash. The countdown had begun. 109876543210.
Once time was up, being even 1 second late would result in elimination. Almost simultaneously, the online bar chart instantly changed.
6-star martial artists, 7,890 42,110 eliminated remaining.
7-star martial artists, 2,137,900.
8-star martial artists, 429,996.
9-star warrior, 020,000.
Total eliminated, 9,994 people.
Among these nearly 10,000 people, some tried their best but simply couldn't keep up, while others registered but dropped out directly.
Quiet down, everyone.
At this moment, a voice boomed like thunder.
The venue instantly fell silent.
Everyone looked towards the source of the sound.
Wang Ziyan also looked.
On a multi-story building next to the gathering point, a dignified and capable old man stood there with his chest puffed out. Someone recognized him and exclaimed softly, "It's Xia Jian, the commander of the 7th Legion, a super powerful expert of the 9 Meridian realm." As soon as these words came out, immediately, a wave of gasps and murmurs rose from the surroundings.
9 Meridian realm. Wang Ziyan was also shocked. This was the strongest existence he had ever encountered. The rules of the Genius Martial Artist competition, I believe you are all already clear on them. But I will still emphasize 3 points. First, the issued glasses cannot be removed. Otherwise, even if you kill a fierce beast, your points will not be accumulated. Second, there is an emergency distress button on the spectacle frame. If you call for help when necessary, someone will come to rescue you immediately. At the same time, this also means you are eliminated. Third, the competition format is not limited. You can act alone or form a team. There are no restrictions on fighting between martial artists, but no one is allowed to die. Xie Jian didn't use a megaphone, he shouted with his bare voice. Every word boomed like thunder in their ears, the emphasis striking their brains, and some martial artists were even startled into covering their ears. All right, enough talk. I declare the Genius Martial Artist competition officially open. No sooner had he finished speaking. Over 100,000 people instantly stirred. Charge! Woohoo, woohoo, charge, charge, charge! A massive crowd poured into marker point 0656. As a former national first-tier city that once housed tens of millions of people, 0656 was vast enough. 130,000 people spread out, appearing insignificant within it. Soon, many martial artists began to fight. This included Wang Ziyan. What was in front of Wang Ziyan was a level 6 fierce beast, the man-eating giant ant. Not just one. It was a swarm, estimated to be at least 100. If other martial artists encountered this situation, without a second thought, they would turn and run. Or they would directly press the emergency distress button. But Wang Ziyan grew excited instead. The Han sword in his hand danced. His stacking wave sword technique, combined with the sword energy of the wind sword art, swept forth with a single wind blade attack, causing a large number of man-eating giant ants to crumple and fall. Points, 1. Points, 2. Score, 3. Within Wang Ziyan's glasses field of vision, data refreshed wildly. The scene changed. Elsewhere, a 6-star martial artist was being chased by a swarm of poisonous hornets. The hornets were highly venomous, one sting meant certain death. Terrified, the 6-star martial artist frantically pressed his distress signal button while desperately fleeing. The next moment after he pressed the button, whoosh! The scene before his eyes flickered, and he found himself back at the previous gathering point. Psionic Master. He knew only a psionic master possessed such power. You have been eliminated. Please leave immediately. Still reeling from shock, a martial artist instantly approached to escort him out. And this was not an isolated incident. Within checkpoint 0656, cries of anguish echoed from many places. I forfeit, I want to forfeit. Save me, quickly save me. Why does a 6-star martial artist like me immediately encounter a level 7 fierce beast? This is unfair. Holy cow, I've stumbled into a wild boar's nest. Don't hit me. Ah! Some were teleported out by psionic masters, while others were rescued and sent away by meridian condensation realm experts of the 7th Legion stationed in various locations. Official statistics continued to refresh. At this moment, deeper within 0656. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 air blades cut through the air, creating a whooshing sound. Boom! A behemoth, several stories tall, crashed to the ground. This was a level 8 fierce beast, a very powerful existence even among level 8s. The battle over, when Shang shook his hand, his eyes calm. Score 98, next. On the other side. A level 9 fierce beast, the sky-shaking locust, was leisurely flapping its wings. Suddenly, a powerfully built female martial artist flashed into existence. She stabbed it in its vital spot. The severely wounded sky-shaking locust retaliated furiously, but missed, as the female martial artist vanished. The next second, when she reappeared, a silver gleaming dagger definitively ended its life. The female martial artist had a leather sheath strapped to her shapely thigh. She smoothly resheathed the dagger and then swiftly disappeared into the street. The scene shifted again. Su Tian had just finished a skirmish, drenched in blood, with a wild grin.
The Sun family had given him much care before, and they had planned to help him assemble a team of martial artists here, allowing him to hunt fierce beasts for points and improve his chi and blood. But he refused. How can hunting with a team be as fast as hunting alone? 0656 is simply paradise on earth. Forget the top 1,000, in half a month, I can break into the top 100, no, the top 10. Ah ha ha ha. Su Tian threw his head back and laughed, the potent scent of blood driving him wild. Ever since he connected with the Sun family, life had become generously indulgent. If he wanted money, the Sun family would pay. If he didn't want women, the Sun family would force them upon him. There were also stand-ins arranged and a massive influx of resources, causing his chi and blood to surge. As an awakened, he shouldn't have been so cautious at the very beginning. An awakened should be wild, should be arrogant. Killing to become stronger, reaching 8 stars in just a few days, who else could do that? Given this frequency of encountering fierce beasts, I can definitely reach 9 stars before this genius martial artist competition ends. Once I get back, I wonder how many more women Boss Sun will arrange for me, hopefully some of the absolute best, slurp. Wang Ziyan kept fighting, and before he knew it, night had fallen. The entire 0656 marked point was shrouded in darkness. Gradually, the roars of fierce beasts rose and fell. Under the cover of night, a martial artist's vision is limited, but fierce beasts are not affected. Moreover, 0656 was different from marked points like 0321, which had been swept by many martial artists and were closer to the base city. This place was too far from the base city, so it hadn't been as heavily impacted by human martial artists. The density and number of fierce beasts were unprecedented. Many fierce beasts also preferred to lie low by day and emerge at night. More and more fierce beasts came out of their lairs, and pairs of eerie green eyes lit up in the darkness. The true test of survival has arrived. Wang Ziyan dared not be careless. After slaying the last fierce beast, he quickly moved through the abandoned streets. During his daytime battles, he had already scouted a good hiding spot. He was now rushing towards it. Wang Ziyan was very fast. 350 kilometers h was no joke. Even if he encountered a fierce beast, it might not even react if he slapped it. A few minutes later, Wang Ziyan climbed into an abandoned villa complex. The villas here were detached, each with 5 floors. 3 floors above ground, 2 below. When Wang Ziyan first arrived, this was the territory of a level 7 fierce beast. He killed the level 7 fierce beast, and now it was his territory. Wang Ziyan entered a villa and took out a dry powder from his spatial ring. This dry powder was extracted from the venom of a level 9 fierce beast, the steel-armored swallowing toad, and was one of the items Wang Ziyan had prepared at a cost of hundreds of thousands. It was very useful when camping outdoors. Sprinkling it around would emit the scent of the steel-armored swallowing toad. For some fierce beasts, it was a warning. Wang Ziyan walked through the villa, sprinkling some everywhere. Then he went to the second basement level. He would spend the night here today. The villa had been abandoned for a long time, and its once luxurious decor could not withstand the erosion of time. The paint was peeling and moldy, and there was dust and cobwebs everywhere. Now, surviving in the wilderness, Wang Ziyan wasn't so particular. He simply cleared a spot and sat on the ground. He took out the level 7 fierce beast meat he had harvested today from his spatial ring and started a fire to roast it. After dinner, Wang Ziyan opened his panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation methods, flow returning breathing technique perfected, sword intent, wind sword art perfected, surging wave swordplay perfected, adamantine body perfected, iron physique, fleeting light and shadow perfected, divine speed. Realm, 6-star martial artist. Blood chi, 72,418.27 100,000. With the defense bonus from iron physique and the speed bonus from divine speed. Wang Ziyan fought as if divinely aided, his killing efficiency increased by a notch. Even in the perilous 0656 marked point, Wang Ziyan's achievements in the afternoon were quite substantial. He had slain a total of 112 level 6 fierce beasts and 17 level 7 fierce beasts.
Eating one level 7 fierce beast directly boosted Wang Xian's blood chi to 72,400. Increased by nearly 10,000. In addition, within Wang Xian's field of vision, his points were 162. Which exactly matched his kill count. For level 6 to level 9 fierce beasts, the points are 1, 3, 9, and 18 respectively. I can only kill level 6 and level 7 fierce beasts now, so I really can't compare with 8-star and 9-star martial artists. However, by consuming level 7 fierce beasts now, my chi and blood are improving rapidly. I should be able to break through to a 7-star martial artist in about 2 or 3 days. At that time, the rate at which I accumulate points should be much faster. Wang Xian thought, while pressing his abdomen, which was burning like a furnace. I wonder how many people have been eliminated by now. Wang Xian took out his martial artist badge. As an item designed for the wilderness, the martial artist badge also had network access here. News about the Genius Martial Artist competition was currently front-page news on all major websites. After all, the Genius Martial Artist competition could be said to be the grandest event in the base city every year. Previously, some people were eliminated for failing to reach the designated assembly point within the specified time. After an afternoon, the ratio of eliminated to remaining participants on the bar chart had changed very significantly. Especially for 6-star martial artists. Currently, 6-star martial artists alone had surpassed the 10,000 mark, reaching an astonishing 11,087. The number of eliminated 7-star martial artists rose to 3,200, and 8-star martial artists to 17. Still, no 9-star martial artists had been eliminated. The total number of eliminated participants was 14,304. Wang Xian then checked the points rankings. He was over 60,000th on the overall ranking. However, at the top of the detailed points ranking for 6-star martial artists was surprisingly his name. This was not a case of identical names. There was a profile picture next to the name, which was taken when he registered for the Genius Martial Artist competition. With 162 points, he was ranked first. The second place, judging by the profile picture, was a strong man in his 30s, with 135 points. I didn't expect to be the highest-scoring 6-star martial artist. Wang Xian smiled. But thinking about it, it made sense. Although his realm was only 6-star, with 2 sword techniques mastered in sword chi empowerment, his combat power was comparable to a 7-star martial artist. Especially his defense and speed had greatly improved. This made it much easier for him to kill level 7 fierce beasts than before. Ordinary 6-star martial artists couldn't deal with level 7 fierce beasts. Besides 6-star martial artists, the highest score among 7-star martial artists was 403. The highest score among 8-star martial artists was 999. The highest score among 9-star martial artists was 1877. It could be said that the gap was quite significant. Jiangnan Base City. At the 7th slaughterhouse, Wu Bo, the captain of the security team, was on night duty today. Another broiler chicken mutation occurred in the workshop, causing a major accident. He led the rescue, killed the giant beaked chicken, and handled the aftermath, working for over 2 hours. Just got to the office. He came in and sat down at his computer. Don't let Wu Bo's age fool you. Despite being over 30, he's still only a 1-star martial artist. He has a younger brother named Wu Xing, whose martial arts talent far surpasses his own. At 28, he is already a 6-star martial artist. He's also participating in the ongoing Genius Martial Artist competition. Wu Bo was very concerned about his brother's situation. Since noon, he didn't know how many times he had checked the data. Wu Xing is only 1,000 chi and blood points away from reaching 7 stars. His strength is infinitely close to 7 stars, even if he can't compare to 7, 8, or 9-star martial artists. But among 6-star martial artists, he should be unrivaled. Wu Bo first opened the 6-star martial artists leaderboard. Wu Xing isn't first? The top-ranked 6-star martial artist now is someone named Wang Xian? Wu Bo was surprised. Then he smiled again. Wang Xian, huh? I know someone named Wang Xian too, but this definitely isn't my buddy Wang. My buddy Wang has only been a certified martial artist for less than a month. How could he be eligible to participate in the Genius Martial Artist competition? Wu Bo shook his head with a smile. Suddenly, he saw Wang Xian's avatar and was stunned. He rubbed his eyes and leaned in for a closer look. Holy crap! Wu Bo jumped up in surprise. It really is my buddy Wang. He's already a 6-star martial artist, even stronger than Ah Xing? At this moment, the security captain, Wu Bo, who had avoided decades of detours, felt a bit doubtful about life. On the other side, Wang Gao had already eaten dinner with Guzi. Wang Gao was currently sitting on the sofa, holding his phone and checking the data from the Genius Martial Artist competition. He knew this competition had a higher risk factor than usual, and he had been following it during his lunch break. Work in the afternoon was over, and now he had time to check again. He had no specific demands for his nephew, only hoping he would return safely. Even if he was eliminated, it wouldn't be anything to be sad about. For a 6-star martial artist participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition, it's about the spirit of participation. Ha! Xiao Yan is number 1 on the 6-star leaderboard. Wang Gao exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. A surge of genuine pride welled up, a mix of surprise and joy. Guzi, who had been quietly eating his meal nearby, heard the commotion and ran over, resting his paws on the back of the sofa and nudging his head over Wang Gao's shoulder. He couldn't understand human text. But he wasn't stupid. That number 1 spot on the 6-star leaderboard definitely didn't mean he was the first to be eliminated. The picture was right there. Grandpa Wolf really wasn't wrong by being captured. Wang Xian was so strong even among humans. He just wondered what the Demon King would do next. While Guzi was thinking, Wang Gao stroked his head and said happily, Guzi, you should also take a look. Our Wang Xian is now at the top of the 6-star martial artists leaderboard in the Genius Martial Artist competition. You know about the Genius Martial Artist competition, right? It's just... Wang Gao shared his joy, thinking Guzi was very smart. Today, when he took Guzi to the factory, Guzi stayed there obediently and didn't cause any trouble. Moreover, besides Guzi, he had no one else to share it with. Guzi barked a couple of times in response. Now, the class group for the original Senior Year 3 Class 1 had also exploded. What? Wang Xian actually participated in the Genius Martial Artist competition? Oh my god, did I forget to put in my eye drops? That number 1 on the 6-star leaderboard really is Wang Xian, you're not mistaken. Damn, wasn't Wang Xian unsuccessful in the college entrance exam? How is he participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition now, and as the 6-star number 1? It hasn't even been a month. How did Wang Xian become a 6-star martial artist? Did he awaken? Even awakened ones aren't this awesome, are they? You're not an awakened one, what do you know? That stings. At this moment, in a girls' dormitory at Jiangnan Martial Arts University. When Mengshi was staring at her phone, lost in thought. Lingling, her best friend who had entered Jiangnan Martial Arts University with her, suddenly said, Sure, are you looking at Wang Xian again? Lingling's eyes narrowed into slits, with a knowing look. Ha! This sudden remark struck the girl's thoughts. When Mengshi's pretty face changed slightly, no way, I was just casually looking. Her friend Lingling pouted and said, I'd be foolish to believe you. We're best friends. You were the aloof school belle back in junior high, and among the male students, you only talked openly with Wang Xian. Today you've been browsing the Genius Martial Artist competition data all afternoon. Aren't you following Wang Xian? When Mengshi stubbornly replied, that's not it at all. My brother also participated in the Genius Martial Artist competition. I'm concerned about my brother. Really? Your brother isn't on the 6-star martial artist leaderboard, though. Since noon, you've only checked the 9-star martial artist leaderboard a few times, but you frequently clicked on the 6-star martial artist leaderboard. You even stared at Wang Xian's avatar for over half an hour. Ah, Lingling, you were spying on me. When Mengshi's face flushed, and she buried her head in the quilt. Sure, did you know all along that Wang Ziyan was exceptionally talented?
When he was in junior high, his grades were so bad, but you were the only one who still cared about him.
I thought my aloof Miss Sure wasn't interested in men. Turns out my perspective was too narrow. Wang Ziyan secretly became a 6-star martial artist.
Honestly, Sure, do you like Wang Ziyan?
Lingling pulled back when Mengshi's quilt and playfully blew into her ear. You guess. Ah! Lingling shrieked as when Mengshi rolled over and straddled her.
Although Lingling was much more delicate than when Mengshi in terms of strength, she refused to give up, extending her hands with a mischievous grin.
Sure. Ahem, let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again. Aya. Two graceful bodies wrestled together, revealing an abundance of charm.
Undoubtedly, when Mengshi was always on top.
Because of Wang Ziyan, Wen Haiming did not leave his computer for the entire afternoon.
He wanted to establish a good relationship with Wang Ziyan, so naturally, he paid more attention.
It also made it easier to observe Wang Ziyan's true strength, to see if he was really worth recruiting.
He was also aware that Wang Ziyan's promotion had been too rapid, and he was lacking in various aspects such as martial arts, combat skills, and wilderness survival. Participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition was probably due to youthful impetuosity. The main thing was to participate.
But to his surprise, since 12 noon, Wang Ziyan had been far ahead on the 6-star martial artist leaderboard.
And he still was, right now. It was truly a huge pleasant surprise for him. Wang Ziyan's growth potential had risen another notch in his mind.
Wen Haiming was happy and then pulled out his phone.
Hey, old fan, tonight, the old brothers are getting together.
Pengpai Hotel, my treat. Don't ask, just know I'm happy. After finishing the call with Fan Jinshan. Immediately after.
Hey, old Zhone, tonight, the old brothers are getting together. Don't worry about it, Pengpai Hotel, my treat.
Night deepened.
Wang Ziyan leaned against the wall, eyes closed.
He wasn't asleep.
He was just resting. Outside, the roars of fierce beasts rose and fell, some sounds coming from not far away. Wang Ziyan remained highly vigilant, his ally Han's sword in hand, ready to fight at any moment. This was his first night spent outdoors. He had long heard about the dangers of the wilderness. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. He didn't know how much time had passed when Wang Ziyan drowsily dozed off for a while. Suddenly, a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth startled him awake.
The ground trembled. It was a behemoth trampling the ground. Wang Ziyan's face was solemn.
A fierce beast must have entered the residential area. Moreover, the beast was no more than 100 meters away from him in a straight line. To ignore the scent of a level 9 fierce beast, the steel-armored heaven-swallowing toad, and break in, it was basically certain to be a level 9 fierce beast or even a higher-level demonic beast. Facing such a powerful entity now, Wang Ziyan knew he stood no chance. His heart tightened, and fine sweat beaded on the hand gripping the alloy Han sword.
Should he call for help now?
If a level 9 fierce beast discovered him, it might be too late to call for help.
Moreover,
he hadn't even made it through one day of the Genius Martial Artist competition, which was truly disheartening. Of course. No matter what, his life was the most important thing.
Wang Ziyan's hand was already on the button of his glasses frame.
As soon as a fierce beast on the ground entered his 50-meter radius, he would immediately call for help.
Time passed by second. Wang Ziyan was on tenterhooks. Suddenly,
the roaring sound of pounding footsteps gradually faded into the distance, accompanied by the sound of buildings collapsing afar. The fierce beast must have gone to cause trouble elsewhere.
Wang Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief.
He had narrowly escaped disaster this time. However, this encounter once again ignited his desire for strength. After the scare, the following time was relatively calm.
The night quickly passed.
Wang Ziyan dozed off for a while, then around 4 a.m.
The dense roars of fierce beasts outside began to subside. In about an hour or so, he could go out. Wang Ziyan ate dozens of pounds of level 7 fierce beast meat for breakfast and checked the official data online.
Last night, when he checked the data, the number of eliminated 6-star martial artists was 11,520. Now it had reached 17,890. The number of eliminated 7-star martial artists was originally 4,100. Now it was 7,300. There were originally 28-star martial artists eliminated. Now it reached 80. And for the 9-star martial artists, whose elimination count had always been 0, someone had now taken the lead, with one person eliminated. The total number of eliminations now stood at 25,271 people. Just last night, 9,631 people were eliminated. And there was even one 9-star martial artist. Wang Ziyan sighed. He himself had almost been eliminated. But compared to these over 9,000 people, his luck was still pretty good. Additionally, Wang Ziyan checked the leaderboard. The rankings for 6-star and 7-star martial artists showed very little change. However, some avatars on the leaderboard were darkened, which likely meant they had been eliminated. The leaderboard for 8-star martial artists also showed no significant changes. Only the leaderboard for 9-star martial artists showed a large change. When Wang Ziyan checked last night, the highest score was 1,877. Now it had risen to 2,961. Not only did the first place score increase significantly, but scores down the list also saw varying degrees of improvement. It was clear they had also fought fiercely last night. Truly, great skill breeds great courage. Wang Ziyan yearned for such strength in his heart. Having great strength really offered many advantages. As the sky began to faintly brighten, Wang Ziyan emerged from the basement level 2. He went up to the rooftop and looked around. Many of the surrounding standalone villas had collapsed, and there was a giant deep crater every dozen meters or so on the ground. These are the footprints left by the fierce beast's rampage yesterday. They are over 3 meters long and about 2 meters wide. When Wang Ziyan jumped in, he couldn't see the ground, and the soil inside was very solid. It's hard to imagine what kind of colossal creature left such footprints. The eastern sun dyed the sky red, and light and shadows traversed the high rises of the abandoned city. A hint of heat filled the air, and some fierce beasts could be seen roaming in the distance. Wang Ziyan adjusted his glasses view. The score data switched to mini-map mode. The mini-map could display a 30-kilometer radius, showing many small green dots, each representing a martial artist. At night, most of the green dots remained motionless. Now, they were largely active. This signaled the start of a new day of fighting. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, it was noon. By a lakeside, what was once the predecessor of Marker 0656, a very famous tourist spot in Sioux City. Jinjiho Lake. Next to it, the big trousers-shaped building soared into the clouds, very conspicuous. To stand for so long in an environment ravaged by fierce beasts was already a rare sight. However, looking at it now, one side had already severely collapsed. Jinjiho Lake was once picturesque. After years of abandonment, it was overgrown with weeds everywhere, and some facilities were corroded and decayed by time. Wang Ziyan had a hearty lunch of fierce beast meat. Whether it was yesterday's fright or today's significant increase in his 9-star martial artist score, they all stimulated him. His craving for strength intensified. So, he had to desperately eat higher-level fierce beasts. Currently, his vital energy is 85,400. His strength has improved another notch. He is getting closer and closer to being a 7-star martial artist. At the same time, Wang Ziyan's score is now 271. Yesterday's 162, plus the 108 from killing fierce beasts this morning, plus 1 survival bonus point for the day. Among 6-star martial artists, the second ranked is still Wu Xing. Score, 200. Still need to work harder. After eating his fill, Wang Ziyan didn't rest, his figure making a few leaps before disappearing into the desolate city. At night, in an abandoned hospital, Wu Xing and a few companions were spending the night here. Similar to normal wilderness hunting, generally only powerful martial artists dared to act alone. Almost all 6-star martial artists banded together for warmth. Except for Wang Ziyan. "Ah Xing, you've been chasing all day,
but you're getting further and further from first place," a dark-skinned warrior said. Another warrior said, "Sigh, it must be that their team left all the last hits for this guy named Wang Zian. We know what kind of strength Brother Lei has. He's infinitely close to a 7-star warrior. It's impossible for him to be left so far behind by a 6-star warrior under normal circumstances." "Makes sense." The others nodded in agreement. Wu Xing, lean and muscular, leaned against the wall, silent. He also felt a bit aggrieved. At the 6-star level, he was quite confident. He thought taking first place on the 6-star leaderboard would be a given, but he unexpectedly became second from the start. He was unconvinced and chased with all his might. Still second. And the gap grew wider and wider. The key was that he was already infinitely close to 7 stars. How could the other party leave him so far behind? It definitely wasn't a solo operation. He strongly agreed with his teammates. It must be a team supporting Wang Zian alone. The value of being first on the 6-star warrior leaderboard is very high. Having that title can accomplish many things. It's not much use for us brothers to get points, so why not help Xing out? An older-looking warrior mused and then spoke. Alright, I'm just getting points anyway. Helping Xing get first place will give us something to brag about. Agreed, but Xing, you'll have to treat us to a good meal when you get back. We'll need to arrange something at the Pengpai Grand Hotel. Let's put in some more effort and get Xing to first place tomorrow. Everyone expressed their support. Wu Xing was touched. Thank you all, thank you. What's with the politeness? We're brothers. Everyone laughed. On the second basement floor of the villa, Wang Zian glanced at his panel. His vital energy was now just over 91,000. His strength had improved another notch. Slaying level 7 fierce beasts was also easier. At first, he needed the 9th strike of the Surging Wave Sword Art to slay a level 7 fierce beast. Now, with Sword Chi, the 6th strike could make a level 7 fierce beast submit. Today, too many warriors were eliminated. Mainly concentrated among 6-star warriors. The number of eliminated 6-star warriors rose to 30,061. The number of eliminated 7-star warriors broke the 10,000 mark, reaching 10,421. 8-star warriors also exceeded 100, with 138 eliminated. Even in broad daylight, 3 more 9-star warriors appeared, bringing the eliminated count to 4. Today, the total number of participants in the Genius Warrior competition was 140,000. The current number of eliminated participants is 40,624. The remaining number of participants dropped below 100,000. Wang Zian also checked the scoreboard. His score was 402, still ranking first among 6-star warriors. He was hovering around the 60,000 mark on the overall leaderboard. Among 6-star warriors, the second ranked was Wu Xing, with 264 points. Everyone was working hard, chasing each other. Wang Zian looked at the green dots on the minimap in his glasses vision. He noticed that many green dots were still moving at this time. This indicated that fighting was still ongoing. Really going all out. Wang Zian thought. After he breaks through to 7-star, he would also work from dawn till dusk. Stronger people always worked harder. How could he win? Wang Zian, even when his performance was at its worst, thought about changing his fate through hard work, and now he wouldn't lack the determination to strive. At the current pace, he could break through to 7-star with an extra push tomorrow. Then he would really start pushing himself hard. A night passed. The night was relatively calm, with only a couple of fierce beasts venturing nearby, but their movements were minimal, and with the scent of a level 9 fierce beast, the steel-armored sky-swallowing toad, outside, they quickly left. In the early morning, Wang Zian once again faced the rising sun and began fighting. After yesterday night, the elimination rate continued to increase, though at a slightly lower pace than the first night. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. A tall figure stood on the rooftop of a high-rise building, dressed in army camouflage, his eyes deep and clear. He stood there silently, with the scenery within 100 kilometers visible to him. In his mind, every detail was crystal clear. His name was Chao Zhengde. A cultivation of 9 meridian realm, a psychic warrior. In the security work for this genius warrior competition, he was the core of the core. In his sea of consciousness, 80 kilometers away. A 7-star warrior was severely injured by a fierce beast, whose gaping maw lunged forward, obscuring the sky. The 7-star warrior was terrified, his face ashen, and he quickly pressed the distress button. He smelled a thick, nauseating stench, and the bits of flesh between the beast's yellowish fangs were clearly visible. In the nick of time. Whoosh! The 7-star warrior vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the assembly point outside the city. Having narrowly escaped death, he was overjoyed to the point of tears, not even noticing the dampness in his crotch. Chao Zhengde remained expressionless. With tens of thousands of warriors within a 100-kilometer radius, he monitored them with ease. At this moment, 4 warriors in different locations simultaneously encountered danger, and they decisively pressed their distress buttons. With a thought from Chao Zhengde, all 3 were teleported away. This was merely a trifle for him. Another one is about to leave. Chao Zhengde said faintly, as if he had seen something. At this moment. In his sea of consciousness, 60 kilometers away, a 6-star martial artist wielding an alloy Jian sword was being besieged by 2 silver-armored blade crocodiles. Silver-armored blade crocodiles, over 5 meters tall, covered in silver crocodile armor, possess astonishing defense. Their arms and backs have evolved into blades capable of cutting steel, hence their name, making them incredibly fierce. They belong to the high-end combat power among level 7 fierce beasts. A 6-star martial artist facing 2 level 7 silver-armored blade crocodiles. No chance of winning. Chao Zhengde was ready. As soon as the opponent pressed the button, he would send them away immediately. Wang Ziyan had no idea that he was being watched by a powerful psychokinetic at this very moment. Looking at the 2 silver-armored blade crocodiles in front of him, he showed no fear. With the layered wave sword art and the wind sword art in motion, sword light and wind blades intertwined. Swish, 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 fast. The sword play was too fast. One sword after another, after images blossomed like flowers. As the 5th sword struck, its chi smoothly cut across the silver-armored blade crocodile's neck. Score, +3. Wang Ziyan vaguely remembered that the first time he left the city, he was ambushed by 2 iron-tailed scorpions on the road before he retaliated. Now, he no longer gave fierce beasts any chance. He struck first, eliminating one. The remaining one was no problem either. A few more slashes easily took care of it. What a strong 6-star martial artist! Tens of kilometers away, Chao Zhengde exclaimed. This swordplay is very fast. He must have cultivated the wind sword art, which few people master, and he has actually developed sharp sword chi. At this age, it's incredible. His mastery of the layered wave sword art is also extraordinary. He can unleash 5 consecutive swords without effort. He's at least proficient. At such a young age, to have cultivated 2 martial arts to such a degree? Chao Zhengde felt surprised. Under his mental power, every detail was crystal clear. He would not be mistaken. That martial artist's sword hadn't even reached, yet the silver-armored blade crocodile's head had already fallen. The subtle movement of the grass and wind was definitely caused by sword chi. There was even a hint of artistic conception in it. The younger generation is truly formidable, Chao Zhengde muttered. Time passed. Noon quickly faded, and in a blink of an eye, night enveloped everything. Wang Ziyan worked even harder today. He looked at the panel with some excitement. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation method, realm, 7-star martial artist. Blood chi, 100,018.27 200,000. Finally, he reached the 7-star martial artist realm. The blood chi required to break through to 8-star martial artist is 200,000. 200,000, huh? The blood chi increase from eating level 7 fierce beasts will definitely plummet now. But before, I could only face level 6 fierce beasts and a small number of level 7 ones. Now that I'm a 7-star martial artist, I even have the power to fight level 8 fierce beasts. I can try to eat more challenging meat. Wang Xian's confidence grew stronger. Then let's just push a bit more.
According to previous custom, he should have avoided the night and returned immediately. But today he didn't. Instead, he continued to fight. Even though he had just entered the ranks of a 7-star martial artist. With his iron body and divine movement, his speed and defense were both stronger than other martial artists. Others could be active. Why couldn't he? Moreover, he still had his sword intent as a trump card.
Wang Xian smiled.
Keep on killing, killing, killing. The fierce beasts at night were far more numerous and active than during the day, and their meat looked even firmer. After a day of hard work, Wu Xing and his teammates returned to their hiding spot.
Ah Xing, we had a good kill today. What's your score now? The dark-skinned teammate eagerly asked.
Today, they had gathered the strength of the entire team to compete with Wang Xian, who was in first place.
Thank you, everyone. My current score is 561, nearly 300 points more than when we started. It's doubled.
Wu Xing was also a bit excited.
Quick, check the leaderboard.
You must be first among the 6 stars.
His teammates were all excited.
If Wu Xing was first among the 6 stars, that would be a victory for the entire team.
Wu
Xing quickly used his badge to open the official data. At this sight, Wu Xing's eyes almost popped out and his face froze.
What's wrong, Ah Xing? His teammates felt something was amiss.
Wu Xing stammered,
I'm still second. Wang Xian's score is 791.
Not only had he not surpassed him, but the gap was also widening. All the teammates were stunned.
Thank you, everyone.
I really can't catch up, no need to try anymore. Wu Xing forced a smile and shook his head.
Ah Xing, don't worry too much.
It's not that you lost, it's just that our team isn't as strong as his team.
Yes. His teammates offered comfort.
Just then, the dark-skinned martial artist suddenly exclaimed, "Look at Wang Xian's score."
What's wrong? The others quickly opened the webpage.
Wu Xing also looked over.
Wang Xian's score had already risen to 794. Just as everyone was surprised.
The numbers changed again, from 794 to 797, increasing by 3 each time.
This clearly meant he was killing level 7 fierce beasts.
His team directly fed him level 7 fierce beasts, while we all killed level 6 fierce beasts.
No wonder we can't catch up, one of theirs is worth 3 of ours. So that's how it is. No wonder so many of us couldn't catch up. I'm curious now, what's Wang Xian's background?
He actually got a group of 7-star or even 8-star martial artists to help him farm points. I haven't heard of any big shot in Jiangnan-based city named Wang.
Someone did say the Sun family is nurturing and awakened. Is it him? You must be mistaken.
That one is Su Tian. He was already a 7-star martial artist when he arrived, it seems.
Wang Xian didn't return until dawn.
The wilderness at night is indeed much more dangerous. He encountered level 8 fierce beasts a few times, but he was fast and ran away as soon as he saw them. The level 8 fierce beasts could only smell his exhaust. He hasn't encountered any level 9 fierce beasts yet, possibly because he hasn't ventured deep enough.
Returning to the second basement of the villa. Wang Xian's vitality chi and blood increased to 105,600. Not bad at all.
Additionally, on the official leaderboard, Wang Xian's score was 941, towering over other 6-star martial artists.
The second-ranked person was still Wu Xing, with a score of 561. Aside from 6-star martial artists, the top-ranked 7-star martial artist had 1851 points.
The name seemed familiar, Su Tian, also ranking first by a significant margin, even surpassing a small number of 8-star martial artists. The top-ranked 8-star martial artist had 2,901 points. The top-ranked 9-star martial artist had 7,101 points. On this list,
Wang Ziyan also saw a familiar name. Wen Chang.
Wen Xingli's brother.
With 51 points, temporarily ranked second. After checking the scores, Wang Ziyan also looked at the elimination histogram distribution. More than half of the 6-star martial artists have now been eliminated. The higher the cultivation realm, the lower the elimination rate.
Even so, the total number of eliminated participants has already surpassed 60,000. In less than 3 days, such an astonishing number of eliminations. The competition's screening ability is truly formidable. Wang Ziyan also didn't know how far he could last or how high he could climb. Holding his alloy Han sword, he leaned against the wall and, just like the previous days, drifted off to sleep. It was past midnight, and very few people were still active outside. After all, rest is essential for both 6-star and 9-star martial artists. With the martial artists hidden in safe places, Chao Jingde felt much more at ease. He was a psionicist, with a strong mind, and didn't require much sleep. He was still standing on top of the building. Since the start of the Genius Martial Artist competition until now, he had spent almost all his time there. He only left once in between. During the day, he discovered a very interesting 6-star martial artist who had attained considerable mastery in the domain of swordsmanship. At a young age, relying on the yellow-tier low-grade wind sword art, he cultivated a pure and sharp sword chi. The sword chi he cultivated clearly bore the mark of the wind sword art, yet it was even purer. The reason why few martial artists practice the wind sword art is that their comprehension of the sword is a major hurdle. If one succeeds, they gain early access to the secrets of sword chi, getting a head start in the realm of swords, making it easier to cultivate more powerful sword chi in the future. If one fails, it's like pulling down your pants to fart and then shitting all over the floor, disgusting yourself and making others laugh themselves to death. This kind of sword chi is vastly different from what a condensing pulse realm martial artist can unleash through skilled techniques, experience, and powerful physical prowess. Chao Jingde was a psychic. He wasn't very interested in swordsmanship, but he had a friend who was particularly obsessed with it. He had previously filmed some of Wang Ziyan's combat footage from a distance. He took out his martial artist badge and called a number labeled Old Zhang. Beep, beep, beep. In a brightly lit quiet room in Jiangnan Base City. A middle-aged man with a broad back and powerful physique, dressed in training clothes, sat cross-legged. His hands were upturned, holding a heavy sword. The heavy sword appeared to be no ordinary weapon. It was entirely in a dark, cold black, 4 feet long and 3 fingers wide, pressing heavily into his palms. Under the light, it reflected an unnerving gleam. The muscular man had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. But he wasn't. In his mind, countless sword lights evolved, connecting move after move. It must be said that his achievements in swordsmanship were already quite high. He was a renowned sword master even in Jiangnan Base City. But he wasn't satisfied. He didn't want to stop there. He knew he still had much room for improvement. Meditating and learning all day, he became increasingly aware of his shortcomings. Ancient texts say that above sword chi, there is an even higher sword intent. My sword chi isn't perfect yet, let alone sword intent. It's too difficult. I am a sword awakened, but when I unleash sword chi, I still can't break free from relying on brute force. In this situation, every time I swing my sword, it feels awkward. The crispness of the sword chi isn't fully displayed. When can I unleash sword chi freely, relying solely on my understanding of swordsmanship? The muscular man opened his eyes and sighed softly. At this moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. His martial artist badge vibrated. He looked. It was Chao Jingde. He smiled and answered the phone. Hello, old Chao, calling so late. You really aren't worried about disturbing my sleep, are you? Old Zhang, Zhang Yijuan, quipped. Chao Jingde chuckled and said, I know you too. While you're probably researching sword chi right now, right? How is it, any progress? It's not that easy. To make sword chi purer, I'll probably need to comprehend for a few more decades. Zhang Yijuan shook his head and then said, if I can comprehend pure sword chi before I die, that would be a miracle. Oh, by the way, how are things on your end? You must be busy with this year's Genius Martial Artist competition, right? Not bad. Chao Zhengde smiled. Old Zhang, I'm calling you in the middle of the night for something serious. Today, I discovered an extraordinary 6-star martial artist at the Genius Martial Artist competition whose swordsmanship is highly accomplished. I specifically filmed a video for you earlier today. Hearing Chao Zhengde say this, Zhang Yijuan quickly interrupted. Not again, old Chao, I'll say this first, no matter how good a sword skill talent is, I won't take them as disciples. It really hinders my comprehension of sword chi. Look at you, wasn't it just that I recommended a few good prospects to you before? You look scared. This time, I'm not asking you to take on a disciple. And even if you wanted to, you might not have the ability. Zhang Yijuan raised his thick eyebrows. Oh? He had never heard his old friend give anyone such a high evaluation. Especially not a 6-star martial artist. I'll send you the video, take a look yourself. Chao Zhengde finished speaking and immediately hung up the phone. Soon, a ding. Zhang Yijuan received a video. He clicked it open. Initially, he didn't care. The moment he saw Wang Ziyan unleash sword chi, he sprang to his feet. Utterly natural. His grip on the sword was like a fish in water. Pure sword chi. Isn't this the realm he had been relentlessly pursuing? Then he recalled what Chao Zhengde had just said, a 6-star martial artist was absurd. Zhang Yijuan was 45 years old this year, and still a sword awakener, yet he hadn't grasped pure sword chi. He suddenly felt like decades of his comprehension had been wasted. However, Zhang Yijuan didn't think much further. At this moment, his two broad hands cradled the martial artist badge as if it were a rare treasure. He replayed it again and again. He didn't know how many times he watched it, sometimes mimicking Wang Ziyan's movements. Before he knew it, a whole night had passed. Zhang Yijuan was still wanting more. Just a few hours in the latter half of the night were more invigorating than half a year of his own seclusion. Unfortunately, the video was too short and shot from too far away, making details impossible to observe and further comprehension difficult. It was all old Chao's fault. Why didn't he film more and closer? He immediately contacted Chao Zhengde, telling him to film properly and more, saying the video was highly valuable and exhilarating. However, he then remembered that Chao Zhengde was in charge of rescue efforts for the Genius Martial Artist competition. Right, I still need to go myself. How can I not get to know such a formidable sword master? Zhang Yijuan slapped his thigh and set off immediately. He left the city, heading towards marker 0656. Although Chao Zhengde participated in the Genius Martial Artist competition, he did not belong to the 7th Legion. He was a 9-Meridian Realm super expert, just like Xie Jian. In terms of status, he was even slightly higher. And Zhang Yijuan was on the same level as Chao Zhengde. When he went to 0656, Xie Jian would have to personally greet him. And that was indeed the case. Upon learning of Zhang Yijuan's arrival at the camp, Xie Jian immediately exited his tent. He saluted Zhang Yijuan. Commander Xie, apologies for the interruption. I'm here on urgent business and need to find someone inside. I understand the rules. I won't interfere with the competition. Zhang Yijuan was very polite. Alright, go ahead. I'm busy right now. Xie Jian nodded. Whoosh. The next moment, Zhang Yijuan vanished from the spot. That's right, Chao Zhengde was behind it. The moment Zhang Yijuan arrived, he knew his purpose. I didn't expect you to come in person. On the rooftop, Chao Zhengde looked at Zhang Yijuan and chuckled. You know the video I sent you was valuable, don't you? You'll have to buy me a drink next time. Yes, I must. Zhang Yijuan readily agreed, eager to say, Old Chao, hurry up and take me to the master. Master? Chao Zhengde was surprised. He knew how proud his old buddy was. For him to call someone a master. That 6-star martial artist kid indeed had some serious skill in the sword domain. Alright, but I must remind you, it's during the Genius Martial Artist competition now, don't break the rules. Got it. Zhang Yijuan replied. The next moment. Whoosh. His figure vanished from the spot.
At this time, Wang Ziyan also began a new day of intense fighting. He was facing black iron shadow worms, level 7 ferocious beasts that lived in colonies. These creatures were covered in black armor, as big as leopards, a dense black mass, surging like a flood, making one's scalp tingle. Wang Ziyan was engulfed by the sea of shadow worms several times, but the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th forms of the layered wave sword technique, enhanced with sword chi, had terrifying power. Each strike had the force to sweep away 1,000 armies, capable of cleaving through raging seas and monstrous waves, instantly creating a clear space in the dense black mass. 300 meters away, Zheng Yijun stopped to watch. He quickly took out a pair of high-tech glasses, the same kind Xia Yang and others wore, and put them on. He not only wanted to watch but also to record, to replay it repeatedly back home. Wang Ziyan, fully engrossed in the battle, didn't notice anyone a few hundred meters away. Actually, even if he had, he wouldn't have paid much attention. After all, with so many participants, wasn't it normal to encounter a few people? Time quickly reached noon, and after roasting and eating some level 7 ferocious beast meat, Wang Ziyan continued fighting. In a blink, night fell again. Zheng Yijun had been standing at a not too far, not too close distance, observing the battle. He had originally thought about going over to chat during lunchtime. But then he thought better of it and held back. He couldn't interrupt Wang Ziyan's competition. Besides, Wang Ziyan's appetite was truly astounding. He was constantly busy eating ferocious beast meat, his cheeks still moving just before he went back into battle. I really couldn't bear to disturb him while he was eating. Later tonight. There's plenty of time tonight. Finally, when night fell, Zheng Yijun had already pulled out his small notebook, ready to ask the many questions he had jotted down. Who knew Wang Ziyan was still fighting fiercely even after dark? That ferocity. So dedicated. But then again, wasn't I just as dedicated when I participated in the Genius Martial Artist competition more than 20 years ago? Just a bit longer. Zheng Yijun thought to himself. The day passed. Wang Ziyan naturally noticed Zheng Yijun. He instinctively thought he was a participant in the Genius Martial Artist competition. He just looked a bit old for his age, but still seemed young. And he was quite strange. Didn't kill a single fierce beast. Followed him wherever he went. However, he always maintained a safe distance and showed goodwill, so Wang Ziyan didn't bother with him further. Wang Ziyan fought until the early hours of the morning before returning. Now, Wang Ziyan's vital energy and blood had reached 121,000. It had improved significantly, mainly because Wang Ziyan also killed an 8-level fierce beast tonight. After consuming that creature, his vital energy and blood surged, and there was still a strong aftereffect. The growth of his vital energy and blood hadn't stopped. When Wang Ziyan broke through to 7-star, he could fight an 8-level fierce beast, but killing it would be very difficult. Now, with his vital energy and blood continuously increasing, killing an 8-level fierce beast was no longer a problem. Killing an 8-level fierce beast earned 9 points. Moreover, at this stage, the vital energy and blood absorption effect was very good. Eating one could add over 10,000 to his vital energy and blood. Wang Ziyan opened his martial artist badge and checked the official data online. The number of eliminated participants had now reached 70,000. Still increasing. However, the elimination rate had slowed down, not as sudden as the first 2 days. Among 6-star martial artists, Wang Ziyan still ranked first with 1341 points. The second ranked was still Wu Hang, who had 561 points yesterday and now had 771. However, Wu Hang's avatar was already dim, indicating he had been eliminated. His points were permanently fixed at 771. The highest score for a 7-star martial artist was Su Tian's 2701. His score would rank him over halfway up the 8-star leaderboard, which was quite outrageous. And the highest for an 8-star martial artist was 4101. The highest for a 9-star martial artist was 9501. Wang Ziyan noticed that Wen Chang, who was originally second, had surged to the top. 9501 points, overall first. Wang Ziyan is currently ranked over 41,000th on the overall leaderboard. Brother, would it be convenient for me to stay at your place for the night? Wang Ziyan was on the second basement level when a voice came from upstairs. Wang Ziyan instinctively gripped his alloy hanjin. He ascended the stairs cautiously.
Upon seeing who it was, it turned out to be the robust man who had been following him during the day.
Don't be afraid, little brother. My name is Zheng Yijuan.
I mean no harm, and I'm not a participant, so I won't threaten you. A friend of mine is one of the psychics responsible for security this time.
He noticed your excellent swordsmanship and showed me a video of you. Since I'm obsessed with swordsmanship, I wanted to come and ask for some pointers. I wonder if you'd be willing to chat for a few minutes, little brother?
Zhang Yijuan explained the whole story, his attitude humble and not coercive.
A psychic friend. Wang Ziyan was alarmed.
To be friends with a psychic, the person before him must be extraordinary.
Zheng Yijuan.
Wang Ziyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, the super expert of the Nine-Vein realm, known as the Little Sword King. You were even on the Alliance news a few months ago.
Haha, that's me. Zhang Yijuan laughed heartily. Now you're reassured, right? Shall we chat?
Yes, of course.
Wang Ziyan immediately brightened up.
Those featured in news specials are heroes of the Alliance.
Senior, please come in.
No, please don't call me senior.
I specifically came to ask for your guidance this time. Zheng Yijuan quickly waved his hand. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Zhang, or Brother Zhang. Wang Ziyan invited Zheng Yijuan to the second basement level. The two sat down on the floor.
Brother Wang, I've hit a bottleneck in my swordsmanship and haven't been able to figure it out.
There's a question I'd like to ask you.
Zheng Yijuan said impatiently.
Please speak, Brother Zhang.
Zheng Yijuan briefly stated his problem.
Wang Ziyan chuckled softly.
Although he was young, his martial arts were simplified with the help of the system.
But wasn't simplification a form of cultivation?
Innumerable martial arts, extracting their essence, the great path tends to be simple. Mastering the wind sword art to achieve sword chi, coupled with the improved wave sword technique, enhanced his swordsmanship.
Wang Ziyan was equivalent to decades of sword practice, having reached the level of integrating various sword techniques. Moreover, the sword intent he wielded was beyond what ordinary sword martial artists could reach. No detailed information was found online.
The problem that plagued Zheng Yijuan was, in his opinion, nothing at all. He gave a simple yet profound pointer. Zheng Yijuan pondered slightly, then his eyes lit up, having a sudden epiphany. Subsequently, he posed various other difficult questions, all of which Wang Ziyan easily answered. Zheng Yijuan was utterly amazed, his admiration for Wang Ziyan deeply ingrained.
Time flies. It's 3:30 a.m. now. Dawn will break in just over an hour.
Although Zheng Yijuan was still enjoying himself, he had to stop.
Brother Wang, thank you so much. This night has saved me at least 10 years of detours. However, I'm really sorry for disturbing your rest.
You still have the Genius Martial Artist competition during the day, so you should get some sleep now.
I'll stand guard for you.
Zheng Yijuan said.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Wang Ziyan didn't stand on ceremony either. The most powerful demon beasts at checkpoint 0656 were only level 1.
With a 9 meridian expert like Zheng Yijuan guarding him, he could certainly have sweet dreams while sleeping.
At 6 a.m., Wang Ziyan woke up.
Beside him, Zheng Yijuan was practicing with his greatsword, focused in earnest.
You're awake? Wang Ziyan smiled. Brother Zhang, what are your plans now? Are you staying at 0656? No.
Zheng Yijuan smiled and shook his head. Last night, you cleared up many doubts in my mind, and I've gained some insights.
Next, I'll go back and enter a period of secluded training. Wang Ziyan nodded.
Brother Wang, if it weren't for you, I might have fumbled around for another 10 or so years. Here, take this earth tier sword technique.
Please, you must accept it.
Zheng Yijuan took a bound martial arts manual from his spatial ring and, as he spoke, pushed it into Wang Ziyan's hand.
Wang Ziyan was surprised.
An earth tier martial art.
You couldn't find such a thing on the market. The most standard way to acquire one was through the Jiangnan-based city martial arts library. That was not a place just anyone could enter. For example, for this genius martial artist competition, only the top 300 qualified to go there. Top 300 in the genius martial artist competition? You'd only know how difficult it was once you participated. Wang Ziyan had struggled so far, ranking over 40,000. Forget the top 300, even getting into the top 3,000 was as difficult as ascending to heaven. He was still 8,000 meters away from the Jiangnan-based city martial arts library. Brother Zhang, yesterday we only exchanged a few words about sword techniques, and I didn't actually do anything substantial. This earth-tier martial art is too valuable, I can't take it. Also, the alliance has regulations. Martial arts are strategic resources, and private circulation is prohibited. Wang Ziyan quickly waved his hands. The alliance had many regulations concerning martial arts. They were especially strict. Private copying was prohibited, private selling was prohibited, prohibition of. Anyone who did any of these would be guilty of a crime equivalent to counterfeiting and circulating fake currency in his past life. Brother Wang, you just said a few casual words, but to me, it's an act of teaching and guidance. You must accept this martial art. Also, don't laugh, but this earth-tier technique, the 100 Tribulation Sword, is too profound. I've had it from the Jiangnan-based city martial arts library for several years now, and I still haven't even gotten started with it. My comprehension is limited, but Brother Wang, you can try it. If you understand something, you can explain it to me later. Zhang Yijuan smiled and added, as for the alliance's regulations, you can rest assured. Us awakened ones have many privileges, and gifting cultivation techniques is just one of them. Wang Ziyan clicked his tongue. Awakened ones even had this privilege. By this time, Xue Jigang had already shoved the bound martial art, the 100 Tribulation Sword, into Wang Ziyan's hand. It was no longer appropriate to refuse. After all, this is an earth-tier martial art. Far surpassing the black tier wave folding sword technique, its intricacies must be extraordinary. It would be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. Alright then, many thanks, Brother Zhang. It's I who should thank you. Zhang Yijuan laughed heartily. Wang Ziyan held the 100 Calamity Sword martial art. Detected earth-tier high-grade martial art, 100 Calamity Sword. Learn? Wang Ziyan chose no. After all, his speed in cultivating martial arts was astonishing, and it wasn't convenient to reveal it. Brother Wang, let's part ways here. I'm leaving, but before I go, one reminder for you. This genius martial artist competition has been going on for a few days, right? At the beginning, the beasts in 0656 might have been caught off guard. But based on past experience from the genius martial artist competition, they will soon counterattack. That will be the real peak of elimination. In just a few days, more than half of the martial artists will be weeded out. And this 0656 also has demon beasts. You are exceptionally talented, and your future achievements are immeasurable. Don't take too many risks. Only by staying alive can you carve out a brilliant future. Zhang Yijuan's broad hand patted Wang Ziyan's shoulder. He admired Wang Ziyan greatly and feared he might prematurely perish in the genius martial artist competition. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhang. Wang Ziyan had read summaries and guides for various genius martial artist competitions. He knew that what Zhang Yijuan said was true. Although high-level fierce beasts haven't fully developed sentience, they do possess some intelligence. Let alone higher-level demon beasts. Humans are treating their territory as a testing ground. It would be a miracle if they didn't counterattack. Alright, I'm off. Zhang Yijuan smiled, then shouted to the sky, Old Chow. The next moment, Zhang Yijuan's figure vanished from the spot. Very skilled. Clearly not the first time he'd done this. Still on that rooftop, Zhang Yijuan appeared there. Chao Zhengde chuckled, you are truly generous, even giving Wang Ziyan the earth-tier martial art, 100 Calamity Sword. You only got that after earning a third-class merit once and gaining access to the Jiangnan-based city martial arts library. Old Chow, you don't understand. Little brother Wang possesses exceptional insight. The guidance yesterday allowed me to vaguely grasp a higher level of understanding. That was a top-down transmission, saving me at least 10 years of arduous cultivation. In comparison, what is a title, a book? Zhang Yijuan said. Then it seems you gained quite a lot yesterday. Chao Zhengde smiled. Indeed. When I emerge from my seclusion, I'll be a significant step closer to pure sword qi. Zhang Yijuan's eyes were sharp. Detected Earth Tier High-Grade Martial Art, 100 Calamity Sword. Learn? Wang Ziyan found a safe, abandoned building. The choice is yes. Immediately, the scene in his mind shifted, and a torrent of memories surged, flashing in rapid succession. Wang Ziyan was immersed in it. Initially, he practiced the yellow rank low-grade wind sword art, comprehending it in a secret chamber. Then, the black rank high-grade layered wave sword art, sweeping away 1,000 waves with his sword by the seashore. Now, a earth rank high-grade martial skill. Wang Ziyan embodied the sword fanatic he once was, continuing the story. For decades, he practiced the sword to achieve true intent, traversing the world as a mortal, armed with a wooden stick. The knights who came to challenge him were terrified by his sword intent, and the story of a legendary sword fanatic spread across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. People continuously sought Wang Ziyan's whereabouts, but that unkempt, unconstrained beggar with a stick was never seen again in the streets and alleys. Wang Ziyan disliked being disturbed, leaving large cities and small towns, choosing to wander through remote villages and mountain hamlets. He could rest anywhere among the plants, and wild fruits and even fierce tigers were edible. He roamed the deep mountains, practicing his sword, without a fixed abode. Often, he would snap off a branch and dance with it as a sword, light and shadow intertwined. Trees within dozens of meters were all cut down. However, once, a strong young hunter from a nearby village accidentally wandered into these depths, mistaking him for an immortal descending to earth again. "I am not an immortal, I merely live here," Wang Ziyan said calmly. The hunter prostrated himself, unwilling to rise, his attitude pious. "If you are not an immortal, then how could you appear in the depths of the myriad beast mountain range? Then have you ever seen an immortal?" "Though I, a humble man, have not seen one, there has always been a legend in the village that a banished immortal once emerged from the depths of the myriad beast mountain range. A child from our village was once chosen and embarked on the path of immortality." "Is there a legend that the child returned?" "He returned, yes. He still had the appearance of a youth, but his parents had already died of old age more than 10 years prior, so he left again." The hunter spoke with full confidence, somewhat excited. Wang Ziyan shook his head. "I cannot fly, nor do I possess magic." "Do you truly believe I am an immortal?" Of course, of course. Legend has it that when that immortal danced with his sword, he could cut down trees dozens of meters away. You just used a mere branch and were that powerful, you must certainly be a very powerful immortal. Wang Ziyan smiled, growing interested in the so-called immortals. Where did the immortals come from? They are said to have flown from the other side of the Myriad Beast Mountain Range. The Myriad Beast Mountain Range stretched for countless miles, with innumerable ferocious beasts and even exotic creatures inhabiting its deeper reaches. No one could walk through it flying, however, was possible. Wang Ziyan had pursued the way of the sword for decades, having already attained sword intent that countless swordsmen could not grasp even in death. Using a wooden stick as a sword became increasingly skillful. But the barriers he encountered also became clearer and more formidable. He hoped to break through, but in these past few years in the deep mountains, he had made no further progress. Perhaps he lacked something he didn't understand. Wang Ziyan sent the hunter away and began to walk deeper into the Myriad Beast Mountain Range. No one had ever been known to traverse this mountain range. He might be the first. More than a decade slipped by. Wang Ziyan delved deep, encountering two-headed birds, one-horned horses, and one-eyed wolves. His sword intent couldn't pierce the hides of many strange beasts. He faced countless near-death experiences, his left arm was even severed, and he became lame. He also ate some magical berries, which seemed to subtly heal him, leaving him refreshed. Yet, he still hadn't emerged from the Myriad Beast Mountain Range. He himself had passed the age of 60. He was tired, unable to find immortals or a higher realm of swordsmanship. Suddenly one day, dark clouds gathered for hundreds of miles, accompanied by rolling thunder. A magnificent heavenly might. Countless bolts of lightning sealed off the heavens and earth like chains. What had provoked the wrath of the heavens?
Wang Ziyan happened to be standing on a mountaintop, leaning against a rough wooden staff, gazing into the distance. He saw an old man standing in mid-air, defying the dense clouds, undergoing tribulation to ascend to immortality.
At that moment, Wang Ziyan was startled, yet also relieved.
Immortals truly existed.
The divine power of heaven and earth.
Compared to it, his own experiences seemed so insignificant. And this was the path he wanted to pursue, the swordsmanship he sought.
Wang Ziyan's left leg was lame, and he stood rooted to the spot.
The wooden staff in his hand was pulled upward, and space vibrated. Sword entering the extraordinary, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. Finally, Wang Ziyan, though physically disabled but strong-willed, smiled.
Inside the dilapidated building, Wang Ziyan opened his eyes.
His mind was a tempest, unable to settle down.
Sword entering the extraordinary, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. Too strong. Wang Ziyan was shaken.
This time, the version of himself in his memory had endured many tribulations, and in one morning, he comprehended his own swordsmanship. The 100 Calamities sword shouldn't be able to reach the terrifying level in my memory. This must be a system reward for learning a higher level swordsmanship. When swordsmanship shows significant progress, this type of memory scene appears.
Sword entering the extraordinary, ha! Wang Ziyan murmured. Detected a high-grade earth-tier martial skill, 100 Calamities sword. Can be simplified. Simplify.
Beginning to simplify the high-grade earth-tier martial skill, 100 Calamities sword.
Simplification successful sword strike special. 100 Calamities sword initiate 0100. Wang Ziyan took out his alloy Han sword. Swish swish swish. In about 10 seconds.
100 Calamities sword proficient 100-1000.
Swish swish swish. 2 or 3 minutes passed. 100 Tribulations sword perfected power of heaven and earth.
Instantly, a large surge of profound sword Dao insights flooded Wang Ziyan's mind. He casually twirled his sword. Just that one sword twirl unleashed a momentum that seemed to cleave heaven and earth, like a beam of light cutting through darkness, with surging winds and waves exploding forth.
As if heaven and earth separated in an instant. The cut was perfectly smooth. Wang Ziyan was filled with continuous awe.
His surging wave sword technique was also very powerful at its 9th strike, but that kind of power was not on the same level as the 100 Tribulations sword.
The casual sword twirl just now was far stronger than the 9th strike of the surging wave sword technique.
Even with the addition of sword chi, or even sword intent, it still couldn't compare.
Wang Ziyan glanced at the panel. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Cultivation method, returning current breathing technique perfected sword intent.
Wind sword art mastered.
Wave blade technique mastered. Vajra body mastered iron physique.
Fleeting light shadow mastered divine speed.
100 Tribulations sword mastered power of heaven and earth. Realm, 7-star martial artist. Chi and blood, 120,018.27 200,000. Looking at this magnificent panel, Wang Ziyan smiled, feeling even more confident.
The simplification of martial arts above earth rank seems quite special. They don't require fusion, mastering them is enough for sublimation. Or perhaps it's because martial arts of this level and above don't have too high a similarity, meaning they aren't incomplete themselves.
So next, I'll work hard to kill fierce beasts and try to visit the martial arts library of Jiangnan Base City. Wang Ziyan jumped out of the building. Roar!
As soon as Wang Ziyan came out, he bumped into a behemoth.
A crimson-eyed golden tiger. A level 8 fierce beast. Over 5 meters tall, 7 meters long, with a pair of huge crimson eyes emanating a bloodthirsty, ferocious aura. It was gnawing on half an arm, bringing it to its mouth. It was a human arm.
Evidently, a martial artist hadn't had time to call for help and met with disaster. Seeing Wang Ziyan, the crimson-eyed golden tiger swallowed its food in a couple of gulps, and its massive body lunged forward, its shadow on the ground enveloping Wang Ziyan. Kill! Wang Ziyan was a 7-star martial artist, and with several previously mastered martial arts, he wasn't afraid even without the 100 Tribulations sword. The crimson-eyed golden tiger was merely a target for testing his sword techniques. Whoosh! Wang Ziyan unleashed his Han sword. A seemingly calm sword strike, augmented by the power of heaven and earth. Its might was immense, like the separation of day and night. The entire space flickered brightly, and the sword's hum awakened the resonance of the earth. The crimson-eyed golden tiger's large eyes stared as it watched the other half of its body fall. Points +9. On a rooftop dozens of kilometers away, Xiao Zhenda's eyes widened in astonishment. He paid particular attention to Wang Ziyan. Just as Wang Ziyan's sword strike fell, his mental power clearly sensed a powerful fluctuation. As distinct as day and night, as grand as heaven and earth. A majestic heavenly might. Was that the power of heaven and earth? Xiao Zhengde knew that Zhang Yijuan had given the 100 Tribulations sword to Wang Ziyan, and legend had it that when the 100 Tribulations sword was cultivated to its extreme, it could unleash the power of heaven and earth. Could it be? Xiao Zhengde took a deep breath. But legends are just legends after all. No one in the Alliance's history had ever achieved it. What's more, how could the 100 Tribulations sword, being merely an earth-rank martial art, possess such power? It's the power of heaven and earth, it's definitely the power of heaven and earth. Xiao Zhengde confirmed again and again. He roared excitedly, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. A miracle, he had witnessed a miracle. Xiao Zhengde hastily pulled out his warrior badge. Beep, 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 the call connected quickly. Hello, old Xiao, I just left, why are you calling me again? Something up? The call was to Zhang Yijuan. Half an hour had passed, and Zhang Yijuan had just entered Jiangnan Bay City. Old Zhang, the 100 Tribulations sword, is it easy to practice? Xiao Zhengde suppressed his excitement and asked solemnly. Isn't that obvious? If practicing the 100 Tribulations sword was easy, would I have spent years trying to comprehend it without even getting started? And I'm a sword awakener too, remember? Zhang Yijuan hadn't expected Xiao Zhengde to ask such a question. Just then, Xiao Zhengde added, can the 100 Tribulations sword, when cultivated to its limit, harness the power of heaven and earth? Ah! I haven't even cultivated sword intent, and you're asking me if I can harness the power of heaven and earth? Then do you think you can? Perhaps. Perhaps? But those are all just legends, I say, old Xiao, are you thinking of switching to a sword cultivator and also want to practice the 100 Tribulations sword? Zhang Yijuan teased. Wang Ziyan, he must have mastered the 100 Tribulations sword. And with one sword strike, he harnessed the power of heaven and earth. Xiao Zhengde said, trembling. What? Zhang Yijuan's scream came from the phone. Upon hearing that Wang Ziyan had mastered the 100 Tribulations sword, how could he not be shocked? He was a sword awakener, and had spent 2 years comprehending the 100 Tribulations sword without even getting started, yet Wang Ziyan had mastered it in less than an hour after receiving it? This alone was enough to shock Zhang Yijuan. Who would have thought, Xiao Zhengde's latter half of the sentence was even more horrifying. The power of heaven and earth. A monstrous wave surged in Zhang Yijuan's heart. What kind of prodigious talent was this, to have reached the legendary transcendence through the sword, harnessing the power of heaven and earth? Does that mean he has also cultivated sword intent? No wonder when he listened to his explanations then, there was a sense of vague artistic conception. My understanding of sword arts compared to his is like sand to a desert. Waypoint 0656. At this moment, Wang Ziyan was slaughtering in all directions, and with the 100 Tribulations sword's enhancement, he was even more like a tiger with wings. Level 8 fierce beasts were no longer a challenge for him. Slaying a level 8 fierce beast yielded 9 points. If consumed, it would be a great tonic for him, still a 7-star martial artist. Both his vitality and points increased much faster than before, more than doubling. Noon soon arrived, and Wang Ziyan picked a safe, abandoned building to roast an 8th grade beast. After eating, Wang Xian's vitality was 144,013.12200,000. Eating the 8th grade beast increased his vitality by 20,000, which was double the increase he got the first time he ate a 7th grade beast as a 6-star martial artist. At this rate, even if the subsequent absorption efficiency decreased, he could break through to an 8-star martial artist within a few days. By then, Wang Xian killing 9th grade beasts should not be a big problem, and his threat at marker 0656 would be even less. He would be able to act more freely. Time flew by. In a blink of an eye, night once again enveloped the land. The roars of beasts rose and fell. Wang Xian could clearly feel that the beasts were exceptionally active tonight. She didn't know what that person wanted to do for her daughter? It was anger. Could you believe that an 8th grade beast, the scarlet-eyed golden tiger, was leading a large group of black iron shadow worms in a battle? Wang Xian recalled Zhang Yijuan's earlier warning. The beasts would unite and retaliate. The current situation should be a sign. However, Wang Xian was exceptionally capable and continued to fight until dawn before returning to his resting place. Currently, Wang Xian's vitality is 161,023.87,200,000. The daily increase amounted to a whopping 40,000. One day was equivalent to 4 days before. Wang Xian also went online to check the official statistics of the Genius Martial Artist competition. Yesterday, his points were 1342. Now, a day later, his points are 3021. Indeed, both his vitality and points increased several times faster than before. Wang Xian is now undoubtedly firmly in the top spot among 6-star martial artists. Wu Xing, who was previously in second place, was eliminated, his points fixed at 771. He has now been surpassed and dropped to third. The highest score among 7-star martial artists still belonged to Su Tian, with 2891. This score hadn't increased much compared to the 2701 seen yesterday. He wasn't eliminated though, so he was probably severely injured but still persevering. The highest for an 8-star martial artist was 5,351. The highest for a 9-star martial artist was 11,601. The leader among 9-star martial artists was still Wen Chang. Wang Xian suddenly noticed something amiss. The highest score among 6-star martial artists actually exceeded the highest score among 7-star martial artists. Wang Xian chuckled and shook his head. It was a bit comical. In a dilapidated basement, Su Tian leaned against the wall, his combat suit severely torn, with large clots of blood accumulated. He had been an 8-star martial artist 2 days ago and wasn't content with just small skirmishes in this vicinity. This morning, he planned to go deeper to hunt beasts freely. The beast density there was high, and there were many 8th grade beasts. Although he couldn't handle several 8th grade beasts at once, a one-on-one fight wouldn't be a big problem, and he could still take them down if he spent more time. As an awakened killer, the stronger the target beast, the more vital energy and blood he gains. As the saying goes, wealth is found in danger. But this morning, he'd only gone in a short distance, encountered several level 8 fierce beasts, and was surrounded and severely wounded, his ribs broken. Luckily, a top competitor from the Sun family was nearby and casually slaughtered the level 8 beasts, saving his life. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated. No big deal, my healing ability is decent. After some medicine, I can still farm points for a few more days. It's a shame this condition means I can't push for a 9-star warrior. Good thing, no one among the 7-star warriors has surpassed my points. I'm still in first place. TSK, this is the gap between awakened individuals and ordinary warriors. Su Tian pulled out his warrior badge to check the official data, full of smug satisfaction. 9-star warriors are indeed strong, with high points. 8-star warriors are just so-so. If I hadn't been severely injured, I could have pushed my points higher. As for 7-star warriors, TSK, truly none of them can fight. 6-star warriors are even worse, a bunch of weaklings. Who the hell is this Wang Xian? Su Tian was so startled he nearly jumped, his breathing became shallow, and suddenly something caught in his windpipe. He violently coughed up a mouthful of blood.
his chest ached excruciatingly. The rib he had been nursing for a day broke again. Wu Xing and his team were eliminated together yesterday. They had bad luck, encountering a level 8 fierce beast. After being teleported out by the psychic, they recuperated at the camp overnight, returning to Jiangnan Base City during the day. In the evening, his elder brother Wu Bo hosted a welcome dinner for them at the Pangpai Grand Hotel. During the dinner, Wu Xing poured out his grievances. He mainly mentioned Wang Ziyan, who had strong escorts and even had points fed to him, indicating his identity must be extraordinary. Otherwise, he definitely would have topped the 6-star rank and made a name for himself. Hearing this, Wu Bo shook his head and chuckled, "Second brother, you're mistaken." Wu Xing was stunned. "Brother, where did I go wrong?" "Wang Ziyan, who has always been ahead of you, I know him." Wu Bo smiled. "Little brother Wang is not who you think he is. He doesn't have any major background. In fact, when I first met him, his situation was even worse than yours." "Brother, you actually know that Wang Ziyan?" Wu Xing was shocked. Everyone else couldn't help but look at Wu Bo. Wu Bo nodded and said, "About a month ago, little brother Wang was still slaughtering chickens in the number 7 factory's slaughterhouse. He failed the martial arts exam and was preparing to find a living in the talent market. During that time, the workshop mutated, and he even fought a giant-beaked chicken." Later, Wu Bo recounted Wang Ziyan's situation. After listening, Wu Xing was dumbfounded. Everyone else was also deeply shocked. In less than a month, to break through from a non-warrior to rising from the bottom of the 6-star warrior rank. This alone commanded respect. Also, as far as I know, little brother Wang prefers to act alone. He has never teamed up during his battles outside, and in this genius warrior competition, no one would have fed him points. He probably doesn't even have a team." Wu Bo added. Upon hearing this, Wu Xing was stunned. Not even a team? So, when the whole team later helped him catch up to Wang Ziyan, the entire team combined couldn't catch up to Wang Ziyan alone? After a while, Wu Xing slumped back in his chair, muttering, "Looks like my loss wasn't unfair after all." At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Holy moly, quickly look, Wang Ziyan." "What about Wang Ziyan?" Everyone jolted. Wang Ziyan is first in 6-star, even higher than the first place in 7-star in terms of points. What? Everyone was moved and quickly gathered to check. And what they saw. Everyone's heart was heavily struck. Absolutely shocked. 6-star points surpassing 7-star points, a first in the Alliance's history. This Wang Ziyan is indeed ridiculously strong. Ah Xing, why did we, with nothing better to do, compare ourselves to a freak like this? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Suddenly felt relieved. Jiangnan Base City, one family. Night had already fallen. Wen Haiming was already asleep. Suddenly, his phone rang. Wen Haiming was startled awake. He saw it was Fan Jinshan. "Hello, old Fan, why are you calling me in the middle of the night?" Wen Haiming yawned sleepily. Fan Jinshan's voice on the other end was urgent. "Old one, quickly look at the leaderboard. Wang Ziyan is first in 6-star, and his points are even higher than the first place in 7-star. Wen Haiming jolted, all sleepiness gone. "Go see for yourself, I found an extraordinary monster for you," Fan Jinshan said, trembling, then hung up the phone. Wen Haiming quickly went online to check. First in 6-star, which was Wang Ziyan, 3,021 points. First in 7-star had 2,891 points. And the name of that first-place person was a bit familiar. It was Su Tian, whom the Sun family had recently been cultivating. He was said to be an awakened with incredible talent, who could grow stronger by killing ferocious beasts. The Sun family even claimed he already had the strength of an 8-star martial artist. Yet now, on the 7-star leaderboard, he was surpassed by Wang Ziyan from the 6-star leaderboard. Good, you boy, you did an excellent job." Wen Haiming slapped his thigh in excitement. He could already picture the old man from the Sun family huffing with disdain.
No particular hobbies, just enjoyed seeing the Sun family's investments go awry.
Outside checkpoint 0656. The 7th Legion's encampment, though deep into the night, was still brightly lit. Someone. Xia Jian was outside the camp tent. Soon, someone arrived. Report, Commander, please instruct. Tomorrow, go test the vital energy of a contestant named Wang Ziyan.
I suspect he has already broken through to a 7-star martial artist.
Xia Jian had been keeping a close eye on Wang Ziyan.
He was also the first to know that Wang Ziyan's points had surpassed the top 7-star martial artist. Of course, it was a huge shock, enough to completely fill him up.
Breaking through during a competition is extremely rare.
And even if one does break through, the data usually isn't too exaggerated, and no one pays much attention. For example, Su Tian seems to have already broken through to an 8-star martial artist, his points having crushed the entire 7-star ranking list a few days ago. He also garnered Xia Jian's attention.
However, that score wouldn't be surprising on the 8-star ranking list. Nowhere near as exaggerated as Wang Ziyan. The top 6 stars surpassing the top 7-star across ranks?
And it's Su Tian, an awakened one highly valued by the Sun family. This kind of situation was the first Xie Jian had ever encountered in his life. It's important to know that the Genius Martial Artist competition is currently receiving nationwide attention. A 6-star score surpassing the top 7-star score has already caused a huge sensation in society. Even high-ranking military officials were alarmed. Just now, Xie Jian received instructions from his superiors, requiring the 7th Legion to test Wang Ziyan's vital energy to ensure data accuracy and fairness of the ranking list.
Yes. The soldiers saluted and then withdrew. The night passed quickly.
It was a restless night, with ferocious beasts moving frantically through streets, alleys, and buildings as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. It seemed they were searching for something. The villa complex where Wang Ziyan lived was breached by beasts dozens of times more often than before that night, and Wang Ziyan was startled awake countless times.
He knew what the beasts were looking for. They were looking for human martial artists.
Their counterattacks were becoming more and more intense.
In the morning, Wang Ziyan checked the data. The total number of eliminated participants had now reached 80,000. 60,000 people remained.
Now, 2/3 of 6-star martial artists had been eliminated. More than half of 7-star martial artists had been eliminated. 8-star martial artists exceeded 6,000. Even 9-star martial artists had broken the 200 mark.
Additionally, official casualty data was updated. The current casualty count is 114.
The casualty data, highlighted in red, was particularly striking.
Wang Ziyan took a brief rest and then began a new day of slaughter.
The first creature he encountered was a level 7 fierce beast. For him now, slaying a level 7 fierce beast was as easy as slicing melons and dicing vegetables.
However, Wang Ziyan also noticed something was amiss.
Under normal circumstances, fierce beasts would rush at human martial artists like hungry wolves seeing fresh meat, regardless of the consequences.
But the level 7 fierce beast not far away didn't. It raised its head and roared. Its sharp cry echoed.
Before long, another level 7 fierce beast appeared on the roof of a derelict building.
Immediately after, 6 level 6 fierce beasts emerged on the pitted road. An 8-level avian fierce beast circled in the sky.
The surrounding fierce beasts continued to gather. Soon, there were hundreds of them.
Wang Ziyan was surprised.
From the behavior of these fierce beasts, he observed a sense of organization and discipline. Perhaps they still lacked the independent thought of a dog, but this already posed a serious threat to him.
Roar!
The level 8 avian fierce beast circling in the sky let out a roar and was the first to dive towards Wang Ziyan. Its massive body, with wings spanning tens of meters, blocked out the sky.
The world in Wang Ziyan's sight momentarily darkened. Fierce beasts leaped down from tall buildings like fish, and fierce beasts roared and charged through streets and alleys.
They had only one target.
And that was Wang Ziyan. Kill! Wang Ziyan roared back, undeterred, wielding his Han sword with abandon.
Sword intent, like an invisible silk ribbon, swept forth.
Points +1. Points +3. Points +9.
Points plus. Facing the relentless onslaught of over 100 fierce beasts, Wang Xian fought valiantly like an undefeated war god, bathed in blood. He exuded a divine might, as if he alone was invincible in the world.
Although Wang Xian's killing speed was astonishing, the number of fierce beasts besieging him only grew.
Fierce beasts from all directions poured in continuously, like desperate hungry wolves. Level 6 and 7 fierce beasts didn't pose much of a threat to Wang Xian. But as the level 8 fierce beasts multiplied, Wang Xian immediately felt overwhelmed by pressure. Now, he was almost simultaneously facing a dozen level 8 fierce beasts, along with a large pack of level 6 and 7 fierce beasts. The scene was no less than a beast tide. And this beast tide was even more intense than the one Wang Xian had triggered at checkpoint 0321. Back then, the highest was only a level 3 beast. Now, level 6 beasts are the absolute minimum. The more than 10 level 8 fierce beasts caused a lot trouble for Wang Xian. It was inevitable that despite his best efforts, he was attacked by the beasts several times. Fortunately, he had already cultivated an iron body. A ferocious black iron shadow worm bit hard into Wang Xian's shoulder. Wang Xian's combat suit was torn to shreds, and even the black iron shadow worm's teeth chipped. Only the exposed flesh of his shoulder was smooth and reflective. Under such intensity, an ordinary 7-star martial artist would have been in dire straits. No. Even other 8-star martial artists would have perished on the spot. Boom! Just then, a roar, like a clap of thunder, exploded across the sky. The ground suddenly began to tremble. Wang Xian looked over. His heart skipped a beat. It was a level 9 fierce beast, the mysterious armored rock turtle. The mysterious armored rock turtle was known for its defense, and its attacks were also quite formidable, making it an extremely difficult opponent. Now even the level 9 mysterious armored rock turtle was alarmed. Without a word, Wang Xian swung his sword in a crescent arc, killing the level 8 fierce beast that rushed at him. He immediately used his divine speed and fled at top speed. Although he was strong, he wasn't so arrogant as to confront the mysterious armored rock turtle. Wang Xian fled, with a massive horde of fierce beasts chasing him from behind. The mysterious armored rock turtle was also among the pursuers. And its speed was not slow at all. After all, it was a gigantic level 9 fierce beast, as massive as a mountain. Each step covered dozens of meters. However, Wang Xian was not the only one being hunted down. Such scenes were playing out everywhere at waypoint 0656. But many people did not possess Wang Xian's speed, which surpassed many experts of the condensing vein realm, and were eliminated one after another. Somewhere, an 8-star martial artist looked at the tsunami-like wave of fierce beasts engulfing him, his face turning dark. This was not his first time participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition. He had also witnessed fierce beast counterattacks before. But this time, compared to previous ones, it was simply too intense. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot. At waypoint 0656, within Sioux City Paradise, a once famous tourist attraction, a 9-star martial artist was fighting a bloody battle. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A winged serpent, nearly 100 meters long, stretched across the sky above him. Demonic. Demonic beast? The martial artist's heart pounded with fear. He gave a wry smile and resolutely pressed the distress button. At the exit of a large shopping mall's parking garage, Su Tian, whose injuries had somewhat eased, stared wide-eyed at the warriors being chased by the beast horde in the distance, his face turning green. The beast counterattack came too swiftly, and it would be hard for his injuries to hold out. Being careful, he should be able to last a few more days. Suddenly, a sharp cry sounded from another direction. A level 7 beast glared at him and howled, attracting the attention of numerous beasts. Soon, a new wave of beasts was drawn in. Damn it! Su Tian cursed loudly and began to flee with a strange, limping run, like a tenacious cripple, but his speed was surprisingly not slow. He had no intention of calling for help. His current performance was not enough to meet his goal. He had to at least last until the end and break into the top 1,000.
Chao Zhengde was still on the rooftop, much busier today.
It wasn't just him, the other 3 psionists were in the same boat.
Large numbers of warriors were eliminated.
And some 6-star and 7-star warriors, seeing the overwhelming situation, voluntarily withdrew from the competition.
Now, Chao Zhan was moving warriors while communicating with the other 3 psionists telepathically.
This year's Genius Warrior competition has a fierce beast counterattack.
At this rate, we'll be done soon. How many days has it been? I think it's the 5th day. In the past, the Genius Warrior competition could last 15 to 20 days. This time, I doubt it'll even make 10 days. These 3,000 merit points are easy money for us. Ha ha. They all laughed.
By the way, old Chao, I think I saw old Jing the day before yesterday.
How could that sword maniac bring himself to leave his home?
He's here to learn skills. Ha, old Chao, you're still humorous. Enough talk, the number of people calling for help in my area is increasing, I'm getting too busy.
Wang Xian's speed was faster than Xie Yang's, who was in the One Pulse realm.
Shaking off the pursuing beast army was also to be expected.
Wang Xian took a few deep breaths. Just then, a soldier in combat uniform appeared.
Hello, Wang Xian, I've been ordered to retest your vital energy and blood.
Please cooperate.
The soldier's face was chiseled, and his eyes were firm and resolute.
Such temperament could only come from experiencing the crucible of war. All right. Wang Xian nodded.
His vital energy and blood would be tested shortly. Soon, the soldier returned to report.
Wang Xian continued to fight, be pursued, flee, and fight again.
Compared to the previous days of the Genius Warrior competition, the difficulty mode had directly upgraded to Hell mode.
Report.
The soldier called from outside.
Come in. Xia Jian's voice came from inside the tent.
The soldier walked in. Commander, as per your instructions, I have remeasured Wang Xian's vital energy and blood. Wang Xian's current vital energy and blood is 160018, a 7-star warrior.
How much? Xia Jian was startled, wondering if he'd misheard.
He had already seen Wang Xian's records. When Wang Xian signed up, his vitality and blood was only 51,000.
He thought that no matter how gifted Wang Xian was, breaking through the 7-star threshold would be the absolute limit. At most, just over 100,000.
But the result?
Wang Xian's vitality and blood was astonishingly over 160,000.
Where did this extra 60,000 come from? Just another 40,000 and he'd be heading for an 8-star martial artist.
Xia Jian took a deep breath. The original second-place 6-star ascended to 1st. And Wang Xian's name topped the 7-star ranking. This change in the official statistics sparked quite a discussion within the base city. Martial Artist Tower, 5th floor, Wanqing Pavilion. Zhao Xingde was in his shop as usual. He had a 70-inch big TV hanging in his shop. It didn't used to be on much.
However, after the Genius Martial Artist competition, the first thing Zhao Xingde did when he came to the shop was turn on the TV.
Not to watch shows.
He just loved to watch the real-time updated data of this year's Genius Martial Artist competition displayed on the TV screen. Compared to many others, Zhao Xingde knew a lot more about Wang Xian. But at this moment, he was also so excited that he slapped the table with his right hand and stood up.
Brother Yan, he actually became the number 1 7-star? Zhao Xingde was greatly surprised.
When Wang Xian was firmly ranked first among 6 stars, he could barely adapt. After all, he knew Wang Xian was a very capable martial artist. Someone who could solo a Silver Spear martial artist squad, how could he not deserve to be the top 6-star? But now Wang Xian had become a 7-star martial artist. And still ranked first in points. The Genius Martial Artist competition had only been going on for 5 days, and Wang Xian had already risen from 6-star to 7-star. It was simply too terrifying. Now that I think about it, even without the help of the Wen family, Brother Yan has made a name for himself in the Genius Martial Artist competition.
I was overthinking.
With Brother Yan's incredible growth rate, perhaps 7-star first is just a transition in a few days. He might be 8-star first, or even 9-star first.
9-star first.
Zhao Xingde sat back down in his seat, a sense of anticipation growing within him.
The day passed quickly. Night once again enveloped marker 0656. The fierce beasts went wild today. Wang Ziyan dared not fight until dawn tonight.
Around 9:30, he cautiously returned to his lodging in the villa complex. It had been a tense and thrilling day. He had been chased by level 9 beasts no less than 10 times. Thanks to his agility, he escaped with his life. And of course, he relied on his iron body for protection. Without the iron body, Wang Ziyan would have had countless holes in his body. Wang Ziyan checked his body and found himself completely unharmed. However, his combat suit was in tatters, so Wang Ziyan had changed into ordinary sportswear. Given this intensity of beast retaliation, 6-star and 7-star martial artists wouldn't survive, and even 8-star martial artists are walking a tightrope. Wang Ziyan sighed in his heart. He took out his martial artist badge and opened the official data. It was shocking. There were now fewer than 100 6-star martial artists remaining. Only just over 800 7-star martial artists remained. With so few people left, they weren't far from being completely eliminated. 1/3 of the 8-star martial artists remained, and more than half of the 9-star martial artists had been eliminated. Yesterday, the total number of eliminations was 80,000, with 60,000 remaining. Now, the total number of eliminations is 110,000, with 30,000 remaining. A rough calculation showed that 30,000 people were eliminated in a single day yesterday. This set the record for the largest elimination in this genius martial artist competition. In addition, the number of casualties was also soaring. Yesterday it was 114, now it's 450. More than a 3-fold increase. Previous genius martial artist competitions could last for half a month or even a month, but this one will probably struggle to last 10 days. It might be the shortest genius martial artist competition in history. Wang Ziyan gave a wry smile. He checked his points situation. Many avatars on the current points leaderboard had darkened. The top 100 on the 6-star points leaderboard were all dark. The first place in 7-star was still Wang Ziyan. His current points are 3861. The second place was Su Tian, with 3021 points. His points hadn't increased much, but his avatar hadn't darkened yet. He's good at hiding. The first place in 8-star was 6701. The first place in 9-star was 14,001. Many avatars darkened, their points permanently frozen at the moment of elimination. The difficulty of the genius martial artist competition is now increasing. Only those with true strength can persist. Wang Ziyan's vital energy and blood are now 17500. He needs another 25,000 to break through to an 8-star martial artist. 25,000 contribution points according to the current speed of chi and blood improvement from eating 8th level fierce beasts. It can be done tomorrow. After breaking through to an 8th level fierce beast, the pressure from 9th level fierce beasts will be less, and I'll be able to live longer. Wang Ziyan thought to himself. Jiangnan Base City, with myriad lights ablaze. In Yuhua community. The door opened. Wang Gao returned home after walking the dog. He was now a full-time employee at the warehouse, with good benefits, so naturally, he didn't have to work long hours. But having left behind the life of searching for work at the talent market, he didn't know how to enjoy himself anymore. Fortunately, Wang Ziyan had left a dog before participating in the genius martial artist competition. He implicitly took caring for the dog as his responsibility. Although he couldn't afford expensive pet toys, he heard that pet dogs needed to be taken out for walks. So, every day, he took the dog with him to work at the warehouse, and in the evening, they went for a stroll. After entering the door, Wang Gao took out the high-quality dog food Wang Ziyan had left, filling a new dog bowl with a bone print for the dog. He had bought the dog bowl. The dog seemed to like it, burying its head and eating heartily. Not bad, not bad. This human really pleases Lord Wolf.
That old stainless steel bowl was so cheap. This new bowl just makes the food taste better. When the Demon King makes a move and Lord Wolf escapes, I'll take this bowl with me. Wang Gao lay on the sofa, scrolling through his phone to check the official data for the Genius Martial Artist competition. Xiao Yan, why isn't he on the 6-star martial artist leaderboard anymore? All those avatars are blacked out. Wang Gao didn't see Wang Ziyan and exclaimed in a panic. The dog also raised its head in a daze, startled. Even the formidable Wang Ziyan was eliminated? Could it be that the Demon King? Wang Gao saw a sea of black avatars on the 6-star leaderboard, feeling extremely anxious. That shouldn't be right. Even if eliminated, only the avatar would be blacked out. Could it be that Xiao Yan isn't on the 6-star martial artist leaderboard? Wang Gao switched to the 7-star martial artist leaderboard, his eyes instantly widened, and he exclaimed, "Number 1 on the 7-star martial artist leaderboard." Hearing this, the dog retracted its surprised snout and continued burying its head in the dog food. Lord Wolf was scared to death, thinking that pervert Wang Ziyan had been eliminated. Turns out he just leveled up. TSK, thinking about it, he really is a pervert. When Lord Wolf first met him, he was just a 3-star martial artist. He watched him grow to 6-star, mastering all sorts of martial arts instantly, easily acquiring all those strange sword chi and sword intent. He just wondered if the Demon King would discover this pervert and eliminate this threat to the demon race. Marker 0656. The night was already very deep. Now, the streets and alleys, and even the rooftops, are teeming with fierce beasts. However, they are acting uncharacteristically. They are all waiting. A dozen or so canine beasts sniffed the ground, constantly searching. Soon, they arrived in front of a building and began to bark ferociously. The densely packed beasts around them seemed to receive a command, engulfing the building like a tsunami, pouring inside. Soon, chaos erupted within the building. Amidst it were the wails of human martial artists. During this time, the dozen or so canine beasts continued to search forward. Such a scene played out in many places at checkpoint 0656. The beasts' actions were becoming increasingly organized, with clear division of labor. Canine and bat-like beasts were responsible for searching. Large numbers of beasts gathered around them, awaiting news. Once traces of human martial artists were found, the beasts responsible for charging swarmed in. Wang Ziyan held his alloy Han sword in his arms, huddling in a corner. He was a light sleeper, always on guard against potential dangers. Suddenly, Wang Ziyan suddenly opened his eyes. The footsteps of the surrounding beasts had clearly become more frequent. Although there wasn't much commotion, Wang Ziyan, being on the second basement level, could clearly hear the sounds from above. Just then, there was barking outside. Wang Ziyan immediately got up, his figure shooting out like a streak of light. When he was a 6-star martial artist, with the divine speed blessing, his speed was 370 km/h. Now, he was a 7-star martial artist. His speed had increased significantly. Fast, incredibly fast. In 2 breaths, Wang Ziyan had already flashed to the first floor. And the beasts were swift too. As soon as Wang Ziyan came up, beasts had already rushed in. Behind them, a vast army of beasts pressed inward. Wang Ziyan faced a formidable enemy. He dared not delay, swinging his sword, killing the obstructing beast, and quickly rushed out of the villa. He had to get out of the building. Otherwise, crying for help might not save you. Psychic ability users could move objects from a distance, but not to the extent of passing through walls. Ground rescue teams were also scattered, and it would take time for them to arrive. And life and death were but an instant. After Wang Ziyan rushed out of the building, he saw an immense number of beasts, sweeping toward him with angry roars and growls. There are level 9 beasts. Wang Ziyan couldn't deal with level 9 beasts for now. He fled directly. The beast army relentlessly pursued him from behind. Wang Ziyan's speed was more than adequate to deal with these fierce beasts. He retreated while killing. His points rapidly increased.
In a sense, he didn't even need to actively search for fierce beasts now, which saved trouble. The only drawback was that he couldn't stop.
Wang Ziyan was either killing or fleeing. Time continued, and Wang Ziyan didn't stop until dawn. The sun rose from the east. This night was more turbulent than usual. Wang Ziyan shook off the army of fierce beasts and took a brief rest in an unfinished building. He ravenously ate level 8 fierce beast meat. A warm current surged in his abdomen, and his qi and blood proliferated.
His eyes, meanwhile, were fixed on the official data.
Last night, over 10,000 more people were eliminated. Now only 20,000 remained.
Not a single 6-star martial artist survived. Only 2 7-star martial artists were left, Wang Ziyan and Su Tian. That guy Su Tian was still second in points, but his score hadn't increased much. He was either fleeing or hiding. How should I put it, he was quite lucky. Even for an awakened one, holding on for so long was truly difficult. After all, the number of casualties had soared significantly. It was now 725 people. The number of casualties had already broken the previous records of the Genius Martial Artist competition. And this wasn't the end, it was still ongoing. Besides, having also eaten level 8 fierce beasts yesterday, Wang Ziyan's qi and blood were now 187,000.12,200,000. He was one step closer to becoming an 8-star martial artist. Perhaps after digesting this meal, he would be able to break through. With the situation becoming increasingly difficult, Wang Ziyan's desire to break through to an 8-star martial artist grew more urgent. Once he reached 8-star, 9-star martial artists might no longer be a threat. The only true threat to Wang Ziyan would be demonic beasts, and his situation would also improve. Jiangnan Base City. It was only early morning, but the martial artist community was already bustling. My goodness, checkpoint 0656 was swamped by a tide of fierce beasts last night? Woke up to find another 10,000 eliminated. Don't even mention it. The fierce beasts counterattack is exceptionally strong this year, forcing me to flee back from 0656 overnight. It's only been a few days since the Genius Martial Artist competition started, and all 6-star martial artists have been wiped out. Only 2 7-star martial artists remain, Wang Ziyan and Su Tian. Who knows how long they can last. Wang Ziyan is truly impressive, killing his way from 6-star number 1 to 7-star number 1, directly surpassing Su Tian by a large margin. Even if he gets eliminated, this record is something to be proud of. Speaking of which, Su Tian isn't doing so well either. His points haven't changed much these past 2 days. Didn't the Sun family say he was an awakened one? Why does it feel like he's busy running for his life? With an awakened one like that, the Sun family still bragged about entering the top 1,000. It made me laugh. Let's talk about it after he can surpass Wang Ziyan. That being said, the Sun family merely invested in him. Their real focus is still on that 9-star awakened one. That's true. Checkpoint 0656. Wang Ziyan was still fighting ferociously. The 100 tribulations sword drew upon the power of heaven and earth. With a single swing, only large piles of beast carcasses remained. Its clearing level power was truly terrifying. Now, Wang Ziyan was gradually figuring out his own strategy. That was to gather as many beasts as possible. A few dozen was just right. Any more than that would be troublesome to kill. So, Wang Ziyan utilized his advantage of super fast speed. His figure flickered all around, like a ricocheting bullet. He killed a few beasts as they came, suppressing the speed at which they gathered. Once the beasts formed a significant group, he would simply leave. And repeat the process elsewhere. This continued until noon. Wang Ziyan's vital energy had reached 197,000.34,200,000. With another 3,000 vital energy, he would break through to an 8-star martial artist. Which meant eating another few dozen gene of level 8 beast meat. Wang Ziyan's heart was filled with excitement. Victory was in sight. He swung his alloy Han sword, and a level 8 beast along with several level 6 and 7 beasts were cut down by an invisible sword intent before they even got close. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the ark, and the earth trembled. like thousands of horses galloping.
Wang Xian's expression was grave. He was used to being hunted by beasts. How could he not know what this meant? It was a beast tide. And a very large one. Wang Xian was now standing on the street, surrounded by tall buildings, unable to see into the distance. However, in his glasses field of view, a green dot was rapidly approaching him from the southwest. The southwest direction.
It was precisely the direction from which the roaring sound came. Clearly, a beast tide was chasing a martial artist.
Damn it!
There are only two of us within a 30-kilometer radius, and he doesn't go anywhere else but straight towards me.
Wang Xian's face darkened a few shades. Shifting the blame, using me as a shield? If you can't shake them off yourself, must you harm others?
At this moment, Wang Xian could have left in advance. He was fast that martial artist with ill intentions would exhaust himself to death trying to catch up.
But Wang Xian wasn't planning on just running away. When you encounter scum, you should teach them a lesson. That green dot was very fast. Infinitely close to a 9-star martial artist.
A 9-star martial artist travels about 270 kilometers h, so 20 kilometers would take about 4.5 minutes. The green dot wouldn't be much different.
4.5 minutes, that's plenty. Since you're so eager to see me, give him a welcoming gift. Before, Wang Xian always tried his best to suppress the beast hordes from forming into large groups. Now it was the exact opposite. He roamed around, deliberately attracting ferocious beasts. It was very much in the style of the dog back at marker 0321. In just 2 short minutes, a massive army of ferocious beasts had gathered behind him. There were 7 level 9 ferocious beasts alone. Soon, the martial artist, who was almost at 9-star level, charged directly towards Wang Xian. His running posture was slightly uncoordinated, but he was fast. That's right, he was Su Tian, who had taken a stimulant. Second on the 7-star leaderboard. Su Tian originally relied on his immense potential and talent, planning to turn the world upside down in the genius martial artist competition and aiming straight for the top 1,000. With the Sun family supporting him, the more fame he gained, the faster he progressed, and the more resources he received. Of course, the stronger, the better. 2 days ago, he was unfortunately severely injured by a group of level 8 ferocious beasts, but he was also close to reaching 9-star martial artist level. Now that a large number of 8-star and 9-star martial artists were eliminated, as long as he survived, he would surely gradually surpass them. And once he ascended to 9-star, his body would be able to heal extensively, allowing him to continue to show his prowess. Unfortunately, the beast counterattack was too fierce, and he was targeted again. Soon he was pursued by a massive beast horde, and he couldn't shake them off no matter how desperately he fled. Even after taking many nerve-stimulating drugs given by the Sun family, he was still struggling to hold on. If this continued, he would have no choice but to call for help. But he was unwilling. He was an awakener. He could grow stronger through killing. How could such a heaven-defying ability stop here? Let alone the top 1,000, he had even considered the military officer status of the top 100. He just needed time to develop. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly saw a green dot on the minimap. Su Tian immediately had an idea. Use the other party to draw fire, and take the opportunity to shake off the beast horde. Strive to survive a few more days and reach 9-star. His little plan was quite good. But as soon as he arrived, what the hell? Su Tian cursed directly. The beast horde behind the other party was even larger and more spectacular than the one chasing him. Now he was caught between a rock and a hard place, like a cute sandwich. A glimmer of hope had turned into an unsolvable predicament. Su Tian glared fiercely at Wang Xian, and without thinking, directly pressed the call for help button. Oh, glaring at me? I'll remember you then. The official glasses had facial recognition, and the other person's information appeared directly. Su Tian, 7-star martial artist. So, he was the second ranked on the 7-star leaderboard. No wonder he looked a bit familiar. Wang Xian wasn't idle either. He immediately started running. He was too fast, his figure like a streak of light, and he rushed out before the fierce beasts could encircle him. leaving only Su Tian, waiting for rescue. What the FCK? Su Tian's eyes widened, his face etched with an expression of profound disbelief.
At this moment, Su Tian suddenly recalled the information identified by the glasses just now.
Wang Ziyan. He is that Wang Ziyan, the number one of the 7 stars. The next second, he was teleported to the camp by a psychic controller. Wang Ziyan, on the other hand, moved to a different location. 10 minutes later. The Guelu breathing technique digested the fierce beast meat, providing vital energy and blood. His vital energy and blood broke through 200,000, officially entering the ranks of an 8-star martial artist. Currently, Wang Ziyan's vital energy and blood stands at 200,000 and 11.35 300,000. The threshold for a 9-star martial artist is 300,000 vital energy and blood. Keep up the hard work. Wang Ziyan leaped from a rooftop. A fierce beast spotted him, roaring and shaking its body. In a short while. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the level 9 fierce beast, the black-armored rock tortoise, was sent flying. Its massive body was like an unstoppable giant tank, crushing buildings like they were made of paper, and the concrete ground gradually sank. A stretch of ruins was instantly formed. The black-armored rock tortoise roared, shaking off the debris of bricks, and its colossal eyes revealed a look of terror. It had some impression of this human in front of it. It had seen him a few days ago. Back then, he was tiny. Seeing its majestic self, he was scared and ran for his life. It remembered him purely because he ran too fast. He could outrun the entire beast pack. His speed was terrifying. However, only 2 days had passed. How did he become so powerful? At this moment, Wang Ziyan was still excited. He was indeed strong after reaching 8-star. Although the black-armored spirit rock tortoise had astonishing defenses and did not suffer any substantial damage. But in the confrontation, Wang Ziyan definitely had the upper hand. And as of now, he hadn't used his full strength. Kill! He had just tested the waters. Now Wang Ziyan unleashed his full power. The wind sword art taught him speed. The layered wave sword art allowed him to grasp the concept of accumulating power. The 100 Tribulations sword, on the other hand, controlled the power of heaven and earth. Plus, sword intent. Swish swish swish. The swords were drawn too fast, leaving continuous afterimages. One sword hadn't disappeared before another was already unleashed. First sword, second sword, third sword. Fourth sword, fifth sword, sixth sword. Seventh sword, eighth sword, ninth sword. 3 swords per second. In just a few breaths, Wang Ziyan had swung 9 swords. The power of heaven and earth, mighty and overbearing. Under the Han sword's strikes. The black-armored rock turtle's 4 massive legs now resembled wooden stakes hammered into the ground by a piledriver. They sank deep down. Crack! A crisp sound. The black-armored rock turtle's most prized and vital shell finally couldn't withstand the continuous strikes. A crack began to appear, then rapidly spread like a spiderweb. The next second, the sword light magnified in the black-armored rock turtle's eyes, filling the world like daylight. Points plus 18. Wang Ziyan didn't dally. He wielded his sword again. Invisible sword intent peeled open the black-armored rock turtle's shell along the cracks, and he began to collect the flesh inside. This was the first level 9 fierce beast he had killed. Its strength was formidable, making it a definite tonic. Time continued to pass. It was another night of torment. This time, Wang Ziyan didn't go to the villa complex. The fierce beasts were counterattacking too violently now, and underground was often more dangerous than above ground. So today, he found a very tall rooftop. The light from the screen shone on Wang Ziyan's face. Today, the fierce beasts were hunting human warriors in a more organized manner. From dawn until now, more than 20,000 people had been eliminated. Of the original 30,000 remaining, only 9,751 were left. It had fallen below the 10,000 mark. At this rate, the Genius Warrior competition would soon be over. Most of those remaining were now 9-star warriors. A small number were 8-star warriors. Among 7-star warriors,
only Wang Ziyan remained. Although Wang Ziyan had already broken through to 8-star, according to official data, he was still a 7-star.
Regarding points. 7-star number 1, Wang Ziyan, with 5,901 points. The highest 8-star warrior had 8,001 points.
The highest 9-star warrior had 17,631 points. The 9-star number 1 was no longer Wen Cheng judging by the avatar, it was a woman.
Because many 8-star warriors and some 9-star warriors were eliminated early. On the overall points leaderboard, Wang Ziyan's rank was a little over 20,000. As long as Wang Ziyan could persevere,
his ranking would continue to rise. After all, many avatars above him had dimmed, and their point data had been fixed.
Come on! Wang Ziyan encouraged himself.
At noon, he broke through to an 8-star warrior, with a chi and blood value of 200,000. In the evening, he ate the meat of a level 9 fierce beast, the mysterious armored rock turtle, and now his chi and blood had increased to 232,000. The first time eating level 9 fierce beast meat while at a lower level, his chi and blood increased by 40,000. After his strength improved, his efficiency in slaying fierce beasts also increased significantly.
3 days passed in a flash. These 3 days,
the number of remaining participants still decreased sharply. It had already fallen below the 1,000 mark, with the exact figure being 975 people. Although the pressure to survive was greater now. But at this point, what was being tested was perseverance. With only over 900 people left, persisting a little longer would get him into the top 500. Then he would receive the rewards of the Genius Warrior competition.
Tangible rewards were one aspect.
Being able to receive the rewards of the Genius Warrior competition was in itself a supreme honor.
Now all 8-star warriors had also been eliminated. Among the remaining 975 people, 974 were 9-star warriors.
And one person was a 7-star warrior. All 8-star warriors had been eliminated, leaving only Wang Ziyan as the sole 7-star warrior. A rare fault line appeared. People in the base city talked about it with great relish. The 7th Legion was stationed in a camp outside checkpoint 0656.
Someone.
Inside the tent, Xie Jian stood before a large screen displaying official statistics. Soon, a soldier walked in, report.
Xie Jian said, go test Wang Ziyan's vital energy again.
Huh?
The soldier was surprised and asked, puzzled, Commander, wasn't it just tested a few days ago?
Execute the order.
Xie Jian frowned and ordered.
Yes. The soldier quickly responded loudly.
After the soldier left, Xie Jian looked at Wang Ziyan's points and couldn't help but be amazed. Wang Ziyan's points had increased too rapidly in the past 2 days.
He had now surged into the top 3 among 8-star martial artists.
Wang Ziyan is definitely an 8-star martial artist. But what kind of awakened person is he?
Xie Jian shook his head. He still hadn't figured it out. He was simply too versatile. After Wang Ziyan broke through to an 8-star martial artist, killing a level 9 fierce beast was no longer a challenge. However, demonic beasts were, after all, very scarce.
This led to a situation.
In the later stages of this genius martial artist competition, when everyone felt the pressure to survive dramatically increase,
Wang Ziyan, on the other hand, felt much more relaxed. In these 3 days,
although his ranking was still in the 7-star category, his points could already push him into the top 3 of the 8-star ranks. His vital energy increased by about 30,000 per day on average. Even though the vital energy provided by a level 9 fierce beast was now less than half of the first one, it was still very effective. Wang Ziyan didn't consume level 9 fierce beasts 3 times a day now, just one meal was enough to fill him up. He didn't need to work overtime at night either. It could be said that he achieved his usual vital energy increase with only 2/3 of the time. At this point, Wang Ziyan's vital energy, 298,647.23 300,000. Just a little bit more to reach 9-star.
Wang Ziyan smiled.
Suddenly, a soldier in military combat uniform quickly rushed over.
Wang Ziyan recognized him.
He had been here last time.
He also probably knew the purpose of his visit this time. Wang Ziyan. The soldier greeted him with a smile. Are you testing your vital energy? Wang Ziyan also responded with a smile. The soldier nodded. Yes, by order of our superiors, we are retesting your vital energy. Yes, but can you wait a few minutes for me? Wang Ziyan thought for a moment and then said. You have something to do? Alright, it's only a few minutes. You go ahead and be busy first. The soldier was straightforward. Thanks then. Saying this, Wang Ziyan took out the roasted Tier 9 fierce beast meat stored in his spatial ring. He chewed heartily. The soldier had a head full of questions. Is it because I've been killing too fiercely recently, and now I'm hungry? A few minutes later. Wang Ziyan wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled. Test it. The soldier was a bit suspicious. However, he quickly took out the instrument. A while. Blood chi test completed. Vitality 300,000 500,000. Just a 9-star martial artist, no more, no less. The soldier's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Wang Ziyan as if he were looking at a monster. He had just received the mission today and was still feeling uneasy about it. He tested Wang Ziyan's chi and blood 2 days ago, and now again today. In such a short amount of time. How much crazier could he possibly get? Could he have broken through to 8-star? Who knew? He went straight to 9-star. Where's the 8-star? Who ate it? Recalling his own 8-star days, a pang of bitter melancholy suddenly struck him. It was too demoralizing. Next time the captain asks someone to test Wang Ziyan's chi and blood, whoever wants to go can go, I'm certainly not going. Is there anything else? After the chi and blood test was done, Wang Ziyan noticed the soldier was distracted and asked with concern. Oh, no, nothing. You're busy, I'm leaving. A quarter of an hour later, the soldier returned to camp. He even forgot to report, rushing into the tent and straight to Xia Jian. Captain, Wang Ziyan is now a 9-star martial artist. Indeed, already an 8-star mar. Xia Jian had an expression as if he had expected it, but then immediately exclaimed in surprise, What? You said 9-star martial artist. Yes, chi and blood 300,000, exactly 9-star. The soldier knew it was incredible. He quickly handed the chi and blood test data to Xia Jian. Looking at the undeniable 300,000. Wang Ziyan is truly astounding. 8-star is like it doesn't even exist for him. Oh, right, quickly send the data back to the base city. Xia Jian was still in immense shock. Yes. The soldier acknowledged the order and quickly withdrew. Xia Jian, meanwhile, grabbed the phone. Jiangnan Base City, Wen Family Villa. Wen Haiming had just returned from a walk outside when he heard the phone on his desk ringing incessantly. He hurried over and answered it. Hello, old one. Old squad leader. Wen Haiming recognized the voice of his old squad leader, Xia Jian, and was a little surprised. His old squad leader should be on a mission at coordinate 0656 right now. Old Wen, Wang Ziyan he. Xia Jian's voice trembled, so excited he could barely speak clearly. Wen Haiming's brow furrowed, and he urgently asked, Old squad leader, what happened to Wang Ziyan? His old squad leader was on an external mission ordinarily, he wouldn't call him unless something special had happened. He recalled asking his old squad leader to look after Wang Ziyan before. And then he saw his old squad leader's agitated state now. Wen Haiming suddenly had a bad premonition. That was the awakened one old fan told him about, a genius with unlimited potential. As long as he returned successfully from the genius martial artist competition, he was prepared to heavily recruit and cultivate him. Even if his own son didn't support it, he still had to cultivate him. Now he was gone too soon. Old squad leader, please tell me quickly. Thinking of that scene, Wen Haiming also became emotional. Excellent awakened ones are hard to find. He finally found a clean and satisfactory one, but then Wang Ziyan, he broke through to a 9-star martial artist. Upon hearing this, Wen Haiming was stunned.
It took him a while to recover. Old squad leader, you're scaring me with your dramatic pauses. Wen Haiming's mood was now a mix of joy and sorrow. He burst into laughter. A 9-star martial artist is great, too great. Soon, the official data changed. Many people dropped their jaws when they saw the data. Holy crap, did you notice? The lone 7-star seedling Wang Ziyan is gone. My god, even he was eliminated? How is that possible? Elimination just means the avatar darkens. He doesn't even have an avatar anymore. That's strange. Are you all stupid? Wasn't it the same situation last time when Wang Ziyan jumped from 6-star to 7-star? That makes sense. Did Wang Ziyan jump from 7-star to 8-star again this time? Let me check. At this point, someone said, don't bother looking. I've already checked. There's no 8-star. Just wait for the official explanation. No 8-star? How about checking 9-star? Upstairs, you really dare to dream. It's only been a few days since Wang Ziyan broke through to 7-star. Oh my, oh my, oh my. At this moment, someone exclaimed. What happened? Look at the 6,666th place on the 9-star leaderboard. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Oh my, oh my. Everyone's jaws dropped. The 6,666th place on the 9-star leaderboard was none other than Wang Ziyan, with 10,301 points. Truly 666. Did I forget to put in eye drops again? Wang Ziyan skipped 8-star and went directly to 9-star? Sorry, I can't stand such inspiring scenes. It's too damn discouraging. Is Wang Ziyan even human? He's a monster. Upstairs too, let's not compare ourselves to Wang Ziyan. Wasn't there an awakened one named Su Tian who was being arrogant before? Now he's gone too. Ha ha. Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Ding-a-ling. The class bell rang. A female teacher, wearing high heels, walked into the classroom. The students in the classroom, who were chattering and discussing animatedly in groups of 3 or 5 just a second ago, instantly sat up straight. The female teacher could vaguely hear something from the doorway. She smiled. Just now I heard students discussing a martial artist named Wang Ziyan. It seems you're all very interested in the Genius Martial Artist competition too. Teacher, Wang Ziyan is incredible, isn't he? He went from 6-star to 9-star in less than 10 days. If I had half, no, even a third of his speed, it would be heaven-defying enough. One student couldn't help but say. Someone immediately retorted, a third? You're dreaming too big. A tenth would make you too happy to sleep. From now on, Wang Ziyan is my idol. I wanted to learn more about him, but unfortunately, all the news about him online is from after he participated in the Genius Martial Artist competition. Me too. From now on, if we find interesting information, let's share it. I only know that Wang Ziyan was from Urchu before, and it seems he failed the college entrance exam. Everyone was excitedly discussing Wang Ziyan. Whoever knew more became the center of attention. Alright, class. The female teacher waved her hand. Since everyone is interested in Wang Ziyan, how about we talk about Wang Ziyan in this class? Alright. Woohoo, teacher, I love you the most, you're the prettiest teacher. The students immediately cheered. But, teacher, does anyone among us know my idol? A student asked. The female teacher smiled. In our class 18, are there any former students from Urchu? At this moment, by the window in the classroom. Sure, do you want to tell them? Her deskmate Lingling nudged Wen Mengshi, who had her face buried. As soon as Wen Mengshi heard so many people discussing Wang Ziyan, whom she knew well, she felt a strange, flushed sensation, so she buried her face in her hands, not daring to show herself. No, I won't say anything. Wen Mengshi herself didn't know what was wrong. Ever since the martial arts exam ended, her mind had been more preoccupied, and her emotional changes had become much more obvious, especially when she heard the name Wang Ziyan. Sometimes she would even get distracted during training. It seemed that without Wang Ziyan by her side,
she wasn't as focused as before? Suddenly, when Mengshi was nudged by Lingling's elbow again, who whispered softly, "If you don't tell them, I will." When Mengshi's eyes widened, she suddenly realized that it wasn't just Lingling, other classmates in the class were also looking at her. She pouted her lips, she had gotten distracted again. When Mengshi quietly asked Lingling, "What did the teacher just say?" Lingling's lips curved upward. She pressed down on Mengshi's shoulders with both hands and gave her a reassuring look. "Nothing, the teacher called me." When Mengshi looked puzzled, feeling a bad premonition. She watched as her best friend Lingling was invited to the podium by the teacher. She wasn't shy at all, she was quite a little rascal in private. Leaning her hands on the podium, she smiled cheerfully at the eager faces below. "Classmates, if we're talking about Wang Ziyan, I know quite a lot about him." "Woohoo, tell us quickly," the students urged. "Alrighty then." Next, her voice rose and fell, and she vividly recounted all the little details about Wang Ziyan at Erchu. "It sounds quite serious and inspiring." The students were captivated. Even the female teacher standing at the door was no exception. And speaking of Wang Ziyan, there's one person who simply cannot be overlooked. That would be Wang Ziyan's deskmate. She's outwardly aloof and beautiful, yet kind and generous inside, and also the only classmate who cares about Wang Ziyan. They work hard and motivate each other, often helping each other out. Lingling spoke at length, occasionally giving Mengshi a meaningful glance. When Mengshi finally reacted, blushing and covering her ears, staring blankly out the window to distract herself. Her rosy face was perfectly reflected on the window pane. Can't see," she muttered for a full half hour. Lingling didn't trouble Mengshi further, as her throat was dry. "Alright, classmates, I'm done." Lingling looked at the students below the stage. She was waiting for their reaction. Wang Ziyan was undoubtedly excellent. Back in junior high, putting aside his talent, Wang Ziyan was indeed a particularly hard-working person, and failing the college entrance exam only reinforced his inspirational image. This was also what the students should be hearing. But the students' minds didn't seem to be on this part of the content. They looked unsatisfied, wanting more. Who, so sweet, so satisfying. Damn it, why does an idol's inspirational story have a sour smell? I also want to have a school beauty comfort me at my lowest point, just like my idol. This is too inspiring. Everyone looked down on my idol, but the school beauty never left him, even hand-holdingly teaching him the Guelu breathing technique. I originally wanted to ask if Wang Ziyan had a girlfriend, but now it seems it's not that I'm not good enough, I just can't bear to break them up. If they're not together, it's against the laws of nature. I approve of this marriage." Lingling paused, then narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. Not bad, not bad. Unexpected, yet perfectly reasonable. The students' thought processes truly align with my expectations. Ignoring inspirational stories, they just love romantic plots. The female teacher's heart was also surging now. The long-held love couldn't be quelled. Youth is truly wonderful, innocent, hazy, encouraging, and with a touch of sweetness. I wonder how he is doing now, my significant other from back then? Just as Lingling was about to return to her seat, a student suddenly asked, "What's the school beauty's name?" "Should you guess?" When Mengshi below the stage held her breath, feeling her brain like a boiling kettle, her expression still aloof, which gave her a unique charm. This immediately attracted the attention of another female student nearby. When Mengshi, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? When Mengshi clenched her small fists and shook her head, saying, "No, nothing." Are you a bit excited hearing the love story between Wang Ziyan and that school beauty? Oh, I remember you were also from Erchu. Could it be that you have a crush on Wang Ziyan? Hey, although Wang Ziyan is excellent, he already has a ship, you know. You're good in your studies and very pretty, so you can definitely find someone great. The female classmate chattered on, a smile of persuasive kindness on her face. She then thought of something else and asked curiously, "By the way, who is the school beauty at your Erchu? What's her name? Is she really prettier than you?" Lingling, who had just returned to her seat, suddenly felt a chill, and instinctively hugged her chest, curling into a ball. She gave a forced smile. He. 0656 checkpoint. Night once again enveloped the abandoned city. Another day passed. Although the beast's counterattack was growing fiercer. Today, Wang Ziyan faced them with much more composure than before. He was now a 9-star martial artist. If the gap between demonic beasts and fierce beasts wasn't so vast, he would even dare to confront a level 1 demonic beast directly. Fierce beasts corresponded to human chi blood realm martial artists. Demonic beasts corresponded to meridian condensation realm powerhouses. The difference between fierce beasts and demonic beasts could be felt from the gap between the chi blood realm and meridian condensation realm. A 9-star martial artist's chi blood threshold was 300,000. A 1 meridian realm reached as high as 500,000. Nearly doubled. Moreover, there was a fundamental difference between the meridian condensation realm and the chi blood realm. Meridian condensation involved condensing spiritual meridians, a completely new height of physical evolution, a significant difference, a qualitative change. However, even though Wang Ziyan couldn't fight above his level like before. But now. Demonic beasts below level 9. Slaughter. Even large groups of fierce beasts didn't scare him. On the high rooftop, a gentle breeze brushed past, and stars sprinkled across the night sky. Wang Ziyan looked at his panel. Currently, his chi blood was 340,000 and 34.12500,000. In one day, his chi blood had increased by 40,000. As his strength increased, his efficiency in converting absorbed chi blood decreased, but his appetite grew. At 8 stars, eating a meal of level 9 fierce beast meat would take a full day to digest, but now he could digest 2 meals a day. Even if the chi blood provided by each meal wasn't as much as a single meal before, the total was still considerable. Just like when he adapted to the 0321 marker point previously. For Wang Ziyan, a 9-star martial artist. This place was simply a tailor-made leveling spot. Wang Ziyan took out some roasted level 9 fierce beast meat and water from his space ring and began to eat heartily. The genius martial artist competition had been going on for many days now. Wang Ziyan had killed many fierce beasts. The fierce beasts were also very large. His space ring was already full, and even the previous low-grade goods had been replaced with level 9 fierce beast materials it had already cycled through once. For the fierce beasts he killed next, the materials could only be discarded, as there was no space to hold them. I should have prepared a larger space ring. The previous inventory list for the Genius Martial Artist competition was copied from someone else who thought they wouldn't last or couldn't kill that many, so they didn't prepare properly. Wang Ziyan smiled and shook his head. After eating his fill, he opened his martial artist badge. When he checked in the morning, there were 975 remaining participants. After that day, over 100 more had been eliminated. Now, 822 remained. However, the number of casualties had not increased. Wang Ziyan thought it might be because the ferocious beast's counterattack was too fierce, and the 7th Legion, along with mentalists, had intensified their protection. Or, perhaps, fewer people made them easier to look after. Now, all 6-star, 7-star, and even 8-star martial artists had been eliminated, and their data was locked. The remaining 822 were all 9-star martial artists. Currently, the top spot on the 9-star martial artists leaderboard was still held by that woman, with 27,500 points. Wen Cheng was second. Wang Ziyan's score was 12,400. Among the remaining 9-star martial artists, he had the lowest score. After all, Wang Ziyan had only started killing level 9 ferocious beasts in the last 2 days. Before that, level 6 and 7 beasts accounted for the largest proportion of his kills. Those were only worth 1 or 3 points each. Whereas a level 9 ferocious beast was worth 18 points. That's where the gap widened. Even if Wang Ziyan was efficient now, he would need some time to catch up. Additionally, on the overall leaderboard, Wang Ziyan was ranked 6,666th in the morning. After a day of fierce fighting, with 12,400 points, he was now ranked 4,001. Among the 4,000 people ahead of him, over 3,000 had already been eliminated. Their data was already locked.
By tomorrow, Wang Xian's ranking would significantly improve again. The night passed quickly, and the glorious sun dyed half the sky red.
Last night, the beast's counterattack was even more intense. Wang Xian changed locations multiple times and slept intermittently for 3 hours. Survival in the wild was like this.
He had to use every fragmented moment to catch up on sleep and maintain a good mental state.
Fortunately, 3 hours was enough.
Other times could not be used for sleeping, and Wang Xian didn't waste them, directly engaging in continuous killing. By now, Wang Xian's qi in blood was 365,000.14,500,000. His score was 16,600.
Still the lowest among the remaining participants.
However, his overall ranking had improved significantly, now at 3051.
Besides,
yesterday, the ferocious beasts chased human martial artists like mad, further reducing the number of remaining participants in the Genius Martial Artist competition.
Only 740 people were left. No new casualties. Wang Xian moved his arms. Before, he felt it was difficult to break into the top 50,000, but now, he was a 9-star warrior. He felt he had the ability to aim for the top 500. Even 300, 100. Winning the bonus, entering the martial arts library of Jiangnan Base City, and securing an officer position, Wang Xian clenched his fists, his fighting spirit soaring. The sun hung high. Jiangnan Base City, a hospital, a private ward. Su Tian lay there, wearing a hospital gown.
During this genius warrior competition, he was severely injured by an 8-level fierce beast, his ribs broken. He also took nerve-stimulating drugs, enduring quite a bit. However, the Sun family indeed took good care of him, not reprimanding him for his disadvantage, and even arranged very high-end genetic healing agents for him. Now, a day later, his ribs had basically healed.
Walking around wouldn't cause much trouble, though his steps were uneven, which seemed to be a lingering effect.
He was now able to be discharged and go handle a very important matter.
He changed into a very formal outfit and adjusted his collar. Brother Su. The ponytail school beauty opened the door and walked in.
Today, she was dressed even more coolly, in a loose-fitting camisole that revealed her milky white skin. Very short denim hot pants made her hips look shapely and full. As she walked in, she naturally put her arm around Su Tian's neck and offered her eager red lips, "Brother Su, congratulations, double happiness. I still have to thank you, my little pony." Su Tian reached out and hooked the ponytail school beauty's chin, looking at her sexy and charming small mouth. He couldn't help but feel his blood stir. That mouth was very skillful. Just after returning from the Genius Warrior competition, he had a taste of it, a sensation of being in heaven and hell, which for a time immersed Su Tian.
It's still early to rush over now. Su Tian smirked and raised an eyebrow.
Good brother.
The ponytail school beauty instantly understood, and slowly knelt down. At around 10 in the morning, Su Tian appeared on the 55th floor of the Warrior Building, in an upscale cafe. Su Tian.
A man 2 meters tall, built like a black bear, waved.
Su Tian saw him and quickly walked over.
Old Master's son arranged this.
You've thought it through, right?
The burly man asked.
Su Tian nodded firmly.
The burly man smiled and extended his hand, then welcome to our Lingfang E-Class Special Forces Squad. Su Tian also smiled and shook hands with the burly man.
Warriors of 6 stars and above were required to serve in the military.
There were 2 ways to serve. One was the common military corps. The other was special forces squads. No matter which one, both were under military command, but military corps were stationed in barracks, whereas special forces squads were more flexible. When there's a mission, they go on it. When there's no mission, they're free to arrange their time. Of course, the difficulty of tasks for special operations teams is much higher than for legions, and the selection process is also much stricter. After all, no one wants their teammates to be a burden.
In contrast,
a strong teammate is a huge asset, helping complete missions and increasing survival rates. Each special operations team has its own scale. There are teams of a few people, a dozen, or even dozens. There are even solo operatives, where the Special Operations Team consists of just one person. Special Operations Teams are divided into 7 levels from top to bottom, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, corresponding to different mission difficulties.
One more thing. Joining a Special Operations Team is difficult, creating one is even harder. The Alliance has set 2 strict requirements for creating a Special Operations Team. First, one must be an officer.
Second, one must be at or above the meridian condensation realm.
Just the first requirement alone is incredibly difficult to meet. Officer status.
The difficulty of ranking among the top 100 in the Genius Martial Artist competition is imaginable. Ordinary martial artists don't even think about creating special operations teams. They're all scrambling to join one, and would be ecstatic if they succeeded.
Su Tian is different.
As an awakened, he shined brightly when he signed up for the Genius Martial Artist competition, and many people noticed him. Moreover, in the Genius Martial Artist competition, he even reached the top spot on the 7 stars list, although he was later suppressed by some anomaly. But no one thinks he should be compared to that anomaly, as they're not on the same level, so he is still considered excellent. Forced to be eliminated from this Genius Martial Artist competition, the Sun family had already arranged a path for him. His potential is indeed very high, and with hatred in his heart, he's full of motivation. Even lying in a hospital bed yesterday, he could make the campus beauty who came to comfort him cry out. Now, many special operations teams want to recruit him. As an awakened, he can be picky about which special operations team to join, teams that others would desperately try to get into. The Sun family has even arranged for him to join the Lingfeng E-level special operations team, which offers excellent benefits.
Actually, Su Tian wasn't in a hurry initially.
After the martial arts exam, he planned to hunt fierce beasts extensively in the wild, quietly improve himself, and then amaze everyone. But his awakened identity was discovered by Sun Duobao from Liebao Pavilion, who then recommended him to the Sun family.
With a wave of benefits, he also got caught up.
He enjoyed the living standards of an awakened. He should have soared, making a name for himself in the Genius Martial Artist competition. However, he was unfortunately ganged up on by an 8-star fierce beast, and then had his thunder stolen by an obscure Wang Xian. Others said he overestimated himself, couldn't compare to Wang Xian, and was arrogant and conceited.
Finally, he tried to drag Wang Xian down but was instead forced into elimination.
He hates. He is clearly an awakened with unlimited potential.
How could he be willing to be suppressed by an unknown guy? He must get revenge, and be even tougher on himself.
The Lingfeng Special Operations Team has already customized a complete training plan for him, including fierce beast supplies, martial arts guidance, outdoor combat, and other aspects.
In terms of improvement speed, Su Tian was absolutely not inferior to Wang Xian.
Now, with the added help of Lingfeng's Special Combat Team, Su Tian believed that soon, he would step on Wang Xian and pave the way for his glorious future.
In a spacious training room,
Zhang Yijuan had his eyes closed, holding a heavy sword, his body unmoving. Many days had passed since his last meeting with Wang Xian at checkpoint 0656. Zhang Yijuan had gone into seclusion immediately after returning. In this training room, he hadn't touched his sword for days.
Completely immersed in Wang Xian's combat videos, he studied them in depth.
Every sword strike, every subtle movement. Only today did he feel confident enough to hold a sword. However, he had been standing for over an hour, still building up his momentum. All that appeared in his mind were Wang Xian's sword and posture. Suddenly, Zhang Yijuan opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his tiger-like gaze.
At this instant,
it was as if a sword also appeared in Zhang Yijuan's mind, cutting through the chaos, sweeping out a sword light from the mist, illuminating him. A profound sense of enlightenment, like a spiritual awakening, spontaneously arose. His previous sword techniques and countless insights were rapidly merging and connecting. At this moment, he forgot everything. A sword strike from the heart. No longer relying on powerful strength. Just the simplest, most unadorned swing of the sword. Swish! The wooden dummy 3 meters away snapped into 2 halves, the upper part sliding off the smooth cut.
Zhang Yijuan felt an incredible smoothness. An unprecedented experience.
A sword strike unleashed without the burden of using any full body strength. The air resonated with the sword's momentum, utterly natural. Sword chi, this is true sword chi, smooth, fluid, and its power has increased several times compared to before.
This is what I've been pursuing. Zhang Yijuan roared excitedly.
He had pursued it painstakingly for years, entered seclusion many times, but could not understand it. Now, a sudden enlightenment brought a sense of profound clarity. If it weren't for Brother Wang's explanation that night and his sword technique videos, with my clumsy talent, I might never have broken through to this level in my lifetime.
If that were the case, it would be such a pity. Zhang Yijuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I've been in seclusion for several days. I wonder how the genius martial artist competition is going, and if Brother Wang has returned? It's thanks to him that I could break through to sword chi. The Pang Pai Grand Hotel must be arranged. Zhang Yijuan thought excitedly as he quickly walked out of the training room. To concentrate on his seclusion, he hadn't brought his martial artist badge or phone, so he naturally didn't know the current situation of the genius martial artist competition. Arriving in the living room, Zhang Yijuan got the badge and the phone. Oh my goodness. Zhang Yijuan looked at the official data and exclaimed, "Is this year's genius martial artist competition that brutal? In less than half a month, everyone below 9-star has been wiped out, and even less than a tenth of the 9 stars remain. In that case, Brother Wang, being a 7-star martial artist, must have also been eliminated." Last time, Zhang Yijuan and Wang Ziyan exchanged contact information. He planned to call Wang Ziyan. This meal must be arranged. On one hand, it's for gratitude. To welcome Brother Wang back from 0656, albeit a little late. The other reason is to celebrate his own breakthrough to sword chi. By the way, now that Brother Wang is back, he should also consider his next path. I wonder if he'd prefer to join a legion or a special squad. Zhang Yijuan thought to himself. Then he had an idea. When we have dinner tonight, I'll invite the captain too. I must strongly recommend Brother Wang to the captain. It would be great if Brother Wang could join our C-level Heavenly Brilliance Special Operations Squad. The call had already gone out. Immediately after, "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service area." Zhang Yijuan was a little surprised. Participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition involves considerable survival and competitive pressure. It's very tough. Generally, contestants choose to rest in the base city for a period after returning. Brother Wang is indeed pushing himself too hard. He just got back from the Genius Martial Artist competition not long ago, and he's already gone out to fight in the wilderness again? Zhang Yijuan instinctively thought. Suddenly, he realized there was another possibility. Holy crap! Zhang Yijuan exclaimed, could Brother Wang still be in the Genius Martial Artist competition? That would be too unrealistic. Last time he saw Wang Ziyan, he was only a 7-star martial artist. How could he have become a 9-star in just a few days? Brother Wang's comprehension of swordsmanship is already unparalleled, if his realm also advanced so quickly. Zhang Yijuan shook his head with a smile. He stopped delving deeper into this absurd idea. How could there be such a monstrous talent in the world? However, even though he thought it impossible, Zhang Yijuan subconsciously wanted to verify. His thick fingers swiped across the phone screen repeatedly. His eyes scanned through name after name. He read very quickly, almost reaching the bottom in a few minutes. Zhang Yijuan smiled. He felt his mind was getting less sharp. He was actually looking for Brother Wang among a bunch of 9-star martial artists. Until the name of the last martial artist slid into view. Wang Ziyan. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! Zhang Yijuan jumped in surprise, his tongue feeling scalded. He rubbed his eyes hard, then looked again carefully. It's really Brother Wang. Oh my god, Brother Wang is actually a 9-star martial artist now. His swordplay is unmatched, and his cultivation speed is astonishing. Recommend him, I must recommend him to the captain. This is an unparalleled prodigy. Zhang Yijuan immediately dialed a number. Hello, Xiaojun.
A deep, powerful voice came from the phone.
Captain. Zhang Yijuan called out. The other end of the phone chuckled, "You're able to call, so you've come out of seclusion? How was it? Any gains? Don't worry too much, perfect sword intent isn't that easy to achieve. Currently, only a handful in the entire alliance can do it. Oh, by the way, remember the senior sword king I mentioned to you last time? I've already arranged for someone to contact him. I'll take you to visit him then. How much you gain will be up to you. Captain, let's put that aside for now. I actually have a very important matter."
Zhang Yijuan said solemnly.
Oh? Captain Luogang also became serious. "Tell me. Captain, did you pay attention to this genius martial artist competition?" Zhang Yijuan asked.
Of course I paid attention to such a big event as the Genius Martial Artist Competition. Although our Tianhui is a C-level special operations team with high selection thresholds, we still need to keep an eye out for good prospects.
Luogang said.
Even the most powerful special operations teams need to inject new blood.
Genius talents who haven't fully matured yet are also worth paying attention to. Then did you notice someone named Wang Yan? Zhang Yijuan asked again. Wang Ziyan? Luogang chuckled, "It's hard not to notice him.
Wang Ziyan was first in 6-star, then first in 7-star, and now he's already at 9-star. His growth speed is truly astonishing. With a little cultivation, he's definitely a good prospect."
What, Ajuan, do you know this young man named Wang Ziyan, and you want to recommend him to join our Tianhui?
Luogang had already roughly guessed the purpose of Zhang Yijuan's call.
Yes, Captain, I want to recommend him to join our Tianhui Special Operations team.
Zhang Yijuan admitted openly. Upon hearing this, Luogang became serious. "Ajuan, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but you know that our Tianhui is a C-level special operations team. The missions we undertake are very difficult, so the selection standards are naturally very high.
And our Tianhui does not recruit Blood Qi realm martial artists.
Although the Wang Ziyan you mentioned has a very fast growth rate, you should understand that growth rate is only one aspect of personal strength. In terms of martial arts skills and practical combat experience, the gap between the Blood Qi realm and the vein condensing realm is considerable, especially martial arts skills are quite difficult to improve. Although he performs very well and has high potential, before he reaches the vein condensing realm,
he doesn't meet our standards."
As if feeling his words were too harsh, Luogang added, "Of course, Wang Ziyan is indeed excellent, definitely a hot commodity for some E-level and F-level special operations teams.
Today, the Lingfeng Special Operations team just recruited such an awakened person."
Hearing this, Zhang Yijuan was not discouraged in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled, "Captain, if you're going to say Wang Ziyan's martial arts skills are lacking, then I'll be the first to disagree. Let me just say this, my sword energy has broken through."
Zhang
Yijuan's words were a bit disjointed, which made Luogang pause for a moment.
But hearing what came next, he immediately became excited. "What? Ajun, you've broken through to perfect sword energy? This is incredibly great news."
"That's right, Captain, I just broke through."
"Excellent, excellent." Luogang said good several times in a row.
Ajun had finally crossed that hurdle, and the overall strength of the Tianhui Special Forces team had risen another notch. "Captain, what I want to say is, if it weren't for Wang Ziyan, I wouldn't have been able to break through sword energy this time," Zhang Yijuan said solemnly.
Breaking through sword energy relied on Wang Ziyan? Luogang was startled. "What do you mean? Explain in detail." "Captain, I know you think Wang Ziyan awakened Blood Qi abilities, and his martial arts skills are unremarkable. Actually, that's not right.
Compared to his astonishing growth rate, I think his abilities in martial arts are even more terrifying."
"What?" Luogang was greatly surprised. "Dual awakening?"
"I'm not sure if that's the case, but I know that little brother Wang could unleash perfect sword energy even in the Blood Qi realm. I even had to go to 0656 to consult him one night. Of his guidance laid the foundation for my breakthrough. What's even more terrifying is that I have an Earth-tier martial art, the 100 Tribulations Sword." Captain, you know as well that as a sword awakener myself, I haven't fully mastered it even after 2 or 3 years, but Wang Ziyan did it in half an hour.
With such astonishing and unparalleled talent, you say his martial arts skills are lacking?
Zheng Yijuan asked back with a smile. Oh, right, you probably won't quite believe it.
Why don't you go ask old Chao? He knows all about it. Chao Zhengde is also from the C-rank Tianhui Special Forces team.
The other end of the phone was silent for a good while. What Zheng Yijuan had just said was too shocking, he couldn't process it immediately. For a comrade he trusted with his life.
He instinctively believed it.
However, the matter was too important, so he still needed to confirm. Jun, wait for me.
All right.
Zhang Yijuan acknowledged, and the call was disconnected. He knew the captain must have gone to contact old Chao.
3 minutes later, Luo Gang called back. As soon as Zhang Yijuan answered, he heard the other side's voice trembling with excitement. Jun, why are you only telling me now? We almost missed an unparalleled genius.
Quick, quick, quick. You know Wang Ziyan, quickly contact him, don't let him be snatched away. While no one else has discovered his martial arts talent yet, we must invite him to join our Tianhui. Oh, right, let him name his own terms. Our Tianhui has deep pockets.
Zhang Yijuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Captain, is it my fault then? Who was it that objected just now? Oh, my fault, my fault. Jun, this matter must be handled well. This is an order.
Luo Gang said in a serious and solemn tone.
Yes, Captain. The day passed quickly. Night once again enveloped the abandoned city. 0656 checkpoint. Lingyan Mountain. On the mountaintop, Wang Ziyan plopped down. A day of fighting finally ended.
Tonight, the darkness was like ink, and the roars of fierce beasts echoed in the distance, like war drums of a million marching soldiers. That was the beast army besieging and intercepting human martial artists. Once night fell, the beasts became as if they had taken stimulants.
Chaos was everywhere. Wang Ziyan chewed on the meat of a level 9 fierce beast.
After a day of fighting, his chi and blood was now 410,000.67 500,000. His chi and blood increased by about 50,000 in a day. He was getting closer to 500000 for the meridian condensation realm. At this rate, he should be able to break through to the first meridian of the meridian condensation realm in about 2 days. By then, elimination would be just 2 words, nothing to worry about.
0656 would not be able to eliminate him.
Over the course of this day, the number of remaining participants in the Genius Martial Artist competition decreased again.
From 740 in the morning to 500. New casualties, 1.
As for the leaderboard, Wen Chang returned to first place with 30,031 points. The female martial artist who was previously at the top had been eliminated and was now in second place. Wang Ziyan currently had 20,011 points, which, like his chi and blood, was increasing rapidly. However, he was still the last among the remaining martial artists. His overall ranking, however, rose from 3052 this morning to 2201.
Wang Ziyan was not in a hurry.
His strength was increasing, and his living conditions were much better than before. By steadily progressing like this, he would sooner or later enter the top 500, or even 300, or 100.
Roar!
Just then, a roar sounded from the mountain base.
The sound of beasts running and gathering interrupted Wang Ziyan's thoughts.
Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. It was too dark, but Wang Ziyan felt the ground begin to shake, growing more violent. Fierce beasts from all over the mountain were charging towards the summit.
Their target was self-evident. It was Wang Ziyan.
Wang Ziyan shoved in the last piece of beast meat, wiped his mouth casually, and stood up, gripping his sword.
In the wild, one always had to be ready to fight.
He had gotten used to this during his days in 0656. Only when the beasts charged within 3 to 5 meters could Wang Ziyan vaguely make out their shadowy, indistinct forms.
Kill!
Wang Ziyan's voice boomed like thunder, and he struck down with his sword. The sword intent, empowered by the strength of heaven and earth, sent an invisible crescent slash tearing through the night. The beasts caught by it made no sound.
A deep gully appeared in the massive mountain. Points +1. Points +3. Points +9. Points +18. Points plus Wang Xian's points were steadily increasing. While the wilderness was pitch black, Jiangnan Base City was now ablaze with lights from every home. It was almost dinner time. At an old noodle shop, the owner was busy, and customers sat inside. While waiting for their noodles, they all looked up at the television on the wall to pass the time. Wang Gao was among them, eagerly looking forward. The TV displayed the official statistics of this genius martial artist competition. Most of the people eating here were not martial artists. They knew about the genius martial artist competition, but as a grand event for martial artists, it was too far removed from their lives, though it was enough to keep them entertained. Once the boss served the noodles, they just focused on eating, but Wang Gao was the only one who kept looking up while picking up noodles. At this moment, no one noticed a yellow dog squatting at the entrance of the small restaurant, also staring intently at the TV. This yellow dog was well fed and quite stout, with uniformly yellowish fur and no. Its eyes were deep, not looking like a stray dog. Currently, most of its attention was on the TV. Occasionally, it would glance at the dog lying by Wang Gao's feet, their eyes meeting meaningfully. When a diner threw a bone at it, it ignored it, even showing a hint of disdain. Throwing a bone at doggy, bro? Who are you looking down on? It and the dog were on the same side, both dark pieces planted by the Demon King in Jiangnan Base City. It's just that the situation has slightly changed now. The bloodthirsty green wolf that broke into their home to assassinate Wang Xian now wore an alloy collar. It used to look like a down-and-out stray, but now it was even fatter than itself. What exactly happened? It needed a reasonable answer. The yellow dog's jowls drooped, and it gestured with its eyes for the dog to come out. The Demon King had always prioritized stability. It acted with utmost caution. There was no most stable, only more stable. Caution had its benefits. Just like this time, in the plan to eliminate all unexcavated talents within the human alliance, because of its caution, the mission proceeded very smoothly. It was also deeply proud of this. Until a few days ago, when the Demon King remembered that the bloodthirsty green wolf, which was good for nothing but messing things up, still hadn't made a move, it knew the mission had failed. The task assigned to the bloodthirsty green wolf was originally not difficult at all. For ordinary non-martial artists, martial arts academy students with no background. Only Wang Xian was somewhat significant, having just been certified as a one-star martial artist at the time. But how wise was the Demon King? It sent the bloodthirsty green wolf, a level 2 ferocious beast, to carry out the mission. Could a level 2 ferocious beast not instantly kill a one-star martial artist? The Demon King was utterly dumbfounded. It even suspected that it wasn't cautious enough. Not being cautious enough was a very dangerous sign. And the facts were proving this point. On TV, that guy Wang Xian was already participating in the genius martial artist competition. Undoubtedly, the Demon King had already discovered a very potential individual among humans. Must be eliminated. And the next candidate was a level 9 ferocious beast, the three-eyed blazehound, which was the true form of the yellow dog. That's right. With a level 9 ferocious beast taking action, they would kill Wang Xian once he returned. But the situation kept changing. Just a few days ago, 6-star Wang Xian was already 9-star, and he was killing fiercely. If the yellow dog went up, it would also be a pointless sacrifice. Fortunately, Wang Xian hasn't returned and is still in the wild. The Demon King should handle it. The yellow dog whispered thankfully, then turned to look at Doggo, saying, "Tell me, what's going on with you?" Doggo had recognized its true form long ago, and unhurriedly said, "This goes back to when I, Wolf Lord, received a mission from the Demon King." Doggo liked to call himself Wolf Lord, which the yellow dog disliked but didn't care much about either. Anyway, it was just here to gather intelligence. The original mission was to kill Prince Yan, but now it seemed that mission wasn't suitable for it, so it might as well come to Doggo to gather some information. But this Doggo was long-winded, rambling on and on. To sum it up in 5 words, cowardly to the point of foolishness. Fearing that it didn't have enough information about Prince Yan back then, it surprisingly didn't act immediately to finish off Prince Yan. And when it finally did act, it couldn't win and was even captured. Alright, I'm done. Doggo was languid, not caring at all about the yellow dog's angry expression.
It seemed to have been too comfortable for too long, forgetting that it was currently facing a level 9 fierce beast, the three-eyed blazehound. While its true form was merely a common level 2 fierce beast, the bloodthirsty azure wolf.
Moreover, the three-eyed blazehound couldn't help but remove the alloy collar, which was very resistant to damage in the blood chi realm. Applying force might even trigger the kill mechanism. Wolf Lord wasn't stupid. Either it received news of Prince Yan's death and then fled, seeking help from the Demon King to save itself. Or it would find a way to trick Wang Gao into unlocking its collar, as he knew the password. Doggo's face was calm, exuding the temperament of an old dog. The yellow dog glared at it unhappily, letting out a snort. "You scoundrel are truly good for nothing, now you're even tied up by a mere human, and still show no ambition. Seeing how pitiful you are, beg this dog brother, and dog brother will help you kill him, how about it?" Doggo's eyes flickered slightly, and he shook his head, saying, "No thanks, the Demon King didn't write his name on the list. If more people die, humans won't keep things under wraps." Alright, whatever you want, dog brother is leaving. The three-eyed blazehound glanced indifferently at Doggo, and soon after, wagged its tail and left. "Huh, Doggo, how did you get over there? Are you hungry? Do you want to go home so I can prepare some food for you?" Wang Gao had finished his noodles and turned to look at Guzi at the door. Guzi trotted over, giving 2 yelps in agreement. At this moment, Zhang Yijuan arrived at waypoint 0656. Although the gates of Jiangnan Base City would close after dark, the Special Forces squad could go out on missions at any time. After identifying himself, he easily left the city. As soon as Zhang Yijuan arrived, Chao Jingda noticed him immediately. He instantly teleported Zhang Yijuan in front of him. "Old Zhang, what brings you here? And after dark? What, an emergency mission?" On the rooftop, Chao Zhengda chuckled. "Yes, a critical mission assigned by the captain." Zhang Yijuan smiled, "But, old Chao, I must thank you first." "Thank me?" Chao Zhengda was a little confused. "Why are you thanking me out of the blue?"
"If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Brother Wang, and if I hadn't met Brother Wang, I wouldn't have comprehended perfect sword chi."
"What? Your sword chi has broken through?" Chao Zhengda was pleasantly surprised. "Mm." Zhang Yijuan nodded. "After so many years, I finally broke through. It feels incredible." "Excellent, congratulations, old Zhang."
Today the captain also called me to inquire about Wang Xian's situation.
"Could it be that your visit this time is to—" "That's right." Zhang Yijuan nodded. "I'm here to represent our Tianhui Special Forces squad and invite Brother Wang to join."
Today I recommended Brother Wang to the captain.
At first, he refused, thinking Brother Wang didn't meet the standards.
But after he learned about the situation from you, he complained that I told him too late.
Ha ha ha, wonderful. Wang Xian is an extraordinary young man. It would be excellent if we could recruit him. Hearing Zhang Yijuan's mission objective, Chao Zhengda was delighted.
He had been closely watching Wang Xian these past few days. He felt the deepest about Wang Xian's growth. It was truly stunning. "Enough talk, old Chao, take me to see Brother Wang."
"My mission is urgent," Zhang Yijuan urged.
Unexpectedly, Chao Zhengda shook his head. "Old Zhang, no, you can't go now."
"What's wrong? Didn't I go last time? Why can't I go this time? Are you daft? Before, when you went to see Wang Xian, he wasn't particularly prominent, and his good or bad results didn't matter much. Now Wang Xian is a 9-star martial artist, and his ranking is improving rapidly. He has the potential to break into the top 500, or even higher. If you go now, it will invite criticism, and people will say he cheated, understand?" Chao Zhengda's expression was serious. Zhang Yijuan's expression changed, and he suddenly understood. He had been too hasty just now and hadn't thought carefully about the pros and cons. Indeed, Brother Wang's current achievements were already incredible. If people found out that a 9 Meridian Realm martial artist had suddenly appeared by his side, It would be impossible to argue. If someone were to make an issue of this, Brother Wang's scores being wiped out would be the least of it. Daring to cheat in the genius martial artist competition would land both him and himself in big trouble. Then, old Chow, what do we do now? Given Brother Wang's talent, he's bound to be targeted by many special ops teams. We can't let them get a head start. Zhang Yijuan said anxiously. Don't panic, don't forget you have me. After all, I was already participating in this genius martial artist competition. Chao Zhengde said. Yeah. Zhang Yijuan slapped his head and said excitedly, then hurry up, old Chow. The captain said that whatever conditions Brother Wang asks for, we Tianhui will agree to. We want him. Chao Zhengde was a little surprised. The captain truly held Wang Ziyan in exceptionally high regard. Alright, I'll see you out, then go see Wang Ziyan. Alright. It was late into the night. Even if the beast horde was huge, it couldn't do anything to Wang Ziyan. He killed when he wanted, left when he wanted, coming and going as he pleased. After a long battle, Wang Ziyan shook off the beast horde, planning to take advantage of the opportunity to rest for a while. Wang Ziyan. Suddenly, someone called him. At some point, there was an extra person beside him. Wang Ziyan stood up with a swoosh, instinctively summoning his alloy longsword, instantly entering a combat state. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he was somewhat surprised. It was one of the 4 spirit sensates from this genius martial artist competition. Before the competition began, Wang Ziyan had seen him from a distance at the camp. You know me? Chao Zhengde smiled gently. I'm one of the spirit sensates for this genius martial artist competition, specifically in charge of your area. My name is Chao Zhengde. Old Zhang Yijuan, is my comrade. He was just about to come find you, but he was worried that his identity as a 9 Meridians realm martial artist would negatively affect you, so he didn't come. I'll make the trip for him. Brother Zhang? Wang Ziyan was surprised. When Zhang Yijuan introduced himself earlier, he mentioned having a spirit sensate friend here. Now hearing Chao Zhengde say this, it matched perfectly. Senior Chao. Wang Ziyan quickly said politely. No need to be so formal. If you call old Zhang Brother Zhang, then you can call me old Chao or Brother Chao, either is fine. Chao Zhengde laughed. Hearing this, Wang Ziyan suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Not long ago, he was still an unknown young martial artist, fortunate enough to meet a 9 Meridians realm sword awakener. For Wang Ziyan, that was already a particularly strong backing. Now it was even more exaggerated. He had now also met a 9 Meridians realm spirit sensate. Chao Zhengde looked at Wang Ziyan with a cheerful expression, as if waiting for Wang Ziyan's response. Wang Ziyan naturally wasn't coy, Brother Chao. Ha, good. Chao Zhengde laughed heartily and said, Brother Wang, perhaps you only know that old Zhang and I are in the 9 Meridians realm, but our specific identities might not be clear. Now, let me officially introduce us. Old Zhang and I both belong to the Tianhui C-Class Special Ops team. Currently, there are 12 members, all in the 9 Meridians realm, and all are awakeners. Brother Wang, you are now a 9-star martial artist, and you also have to perform military service. As you should know, there are 2 ways to serve, one is the Army Corps, and the other is a Special Operations Team. Old Zhang specifically came here to invite you to join our Skyglow C-Level Special Operations Team. How about it? Interested? Oh, and you can raise any requirements you have. Be bold about it, we'll do our best to meet them. Wang Ziyan was stunned. The Skyglow Special Operations Team, all members are at the 9 Pulse realm, all awakened with formidable foundations. Wang Ziyan had already thought about his future path. Military service was definitely unavoidable. And regarding the 2 options, the Army Corps and Special Operations Team, if he could choose, he would definitely lean towards the Special Operations Team. However, he also knew that the selection for Special Operations Teams was very strict. After participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition, Wang Ziyan had also fantasized that he might be invited by a Special Operations Team. But he never expected that the one inviting him would be a C-level team. This truly overwhelmed Wang Ziyan. A C-level special operations team. The credentials Chao Jingde introduced alone were astonishing enough. All members at the Nine Pulse realm all awakened. Brother Chao, are you really not joking with me? Can a 9-star martial artist like me really join your C-level special operations team? I'm really not joking, Brother Wang. I'm very serious. Aren't you clear about how terrifying you are yourself?
Chao Jingde said earnestly.
Wang Ziyan also frankly stated, I'm honored that the Skyglow Special Operations team thinks so highly of me. If I can join, it would truly be my privilege. Hearing this, Chao Jingde laughed, haha, good. Let's make a verbal agreement for now. Don't rush to accept. As for the conditions, be bold and state them. Don't be polite with us. Skyglow has deep pockets. Conditions? Wang Ziyan was still a bit confused. Chao Jingde smiled, patted Wang Ziyan's shoulder, and said, leave these to me and old Zhang. We'll put together a list for you, and you can modify it according to your needs. How about that? Then I'm truly grateful. Wang Ziyan smiled. All right, Brother Wang, from now on we're comrades fighting side by side. Don't be too formal. Then I'll leave it at that for now. I still have to perform my mission. After the Genius Martial Artist competition ends, and I return to Jiangnan Bay City, we'll go through the formal procedures. Chao Jingde said with a smile. All right. Wang Ziyan nodded. Soon, Chao Jingde left. Wang Ziyan was now quite excited. He never expected such a pleasant surprise. A C-level special operations team. He had thought E-level would be the absolute best. Another night passed in fragmented naps and intermittent battles. In the morning, the sun shone directly on the earth. The air was restless. After breakfast, Wang Ziyan's qi and blood were 440,000.78 He was getting closer and closer to the 500,000 standard. Barring any surprises, by eating more level 9 ferocious beast meat, he had a chance to enter the pulse condensing realm today. Additionally, his points had reached 24,500. My total ranking in the Genius Martial Artist competition was 2,201 yesterday, and today it has risen to 1111. The improvement is still quite gratifying. After all, many of the martial artists above Wang Ziyan have already been eliminated. Wen Chang is still at the top of the overall ranking with 33,001 points. The number of participants remaining in the competition has dropped from 504 yesterday to 345. At this rate, in 2 or 3 days, very few participants will be left. Judging by the progress. It is now the final stage of the Genius Martial Artist competition. Roar! A long roar, like a clap of thunder, exploded across the sky, and sound waves swept from afar, reverberating and causing Wang Ziyan's eardrums to throb faintly. Fierce beasts absolutely could not do this. It's a demonic beast. Immediately after, from another direction, another demonic beast roared, like rolling thunder. Then one after another. All the demonic beasts roared. Leading all the fierce beasts, they all howled and cried out wildly, becoming restless. A tense and murderous atmosphere spread. Wang Ziyan leaped up, jumping onto a tall building in a few steps. Looking out, fierce beasts were charging at him from all directions. Their numbers were soaring rapidly. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, densely packed, like swarms of locusts flying over a sorghum field, black ants conquering yellow earth mounds. The sky had darkened by 7 parts. They had all gone mad. Wang Ziyan felt his scalp tingle. Although he feared no fierce beast, when the numbers reached this level, it was simply too extravagant. More were coming. The black tide had already submerged most of the buildings, and a massive wave surged towards Wang Ziyan, the center point. They could drown him with just a mouthful of saliva, the kind where even his corpse wouldn't float. Wang's expression was extremely grave. This was no ordinary beast tide. Even a strong practitioner of the coagulation realm would have to avoid its edge. Let alone himself, a 9-star martial artist of the Qi and Blood realm. Wang Ziyan did not sit idly by. His only way out now was to break through before the fierce beasts completely surrounded him. He absolutely had to break through. He moved immediately. His speed instantly reached its threshold, like a sudden bolt of lightning, his figure darting and vanishing. As a 6-star martial artist, his speed was about 355 km/h. Now as a 9-star martial artist, his chi and blood were extremely close to the coagulation realm. His speed had reached an astonishing 450 km/h. Wang Ziyan aimed for the weakest point of the fierce beasts, like a straight lightning bolt darting through, cutting a path with a trail of sword shadows. In the current situation, Wang Ziyan knew very well that the number of fierce beasts was still soaring, and if he couldn't break open a gap in time now, there would be an endless stream of fierce beasts attacking from behind. He would surely die. He truly felt the crisis of life and death. This feeling was as if he had returned to the time he encountered the giant beaked chicken in Factory 7. His life hung by a thread, his mind highly tense, and his heart pounded like a muffled drum. Kill! Slash, 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 one sword after another. Wang Ziyan completely unleashed his power. Every strike was an ultimate display of strength control, with an invisible sword intent annihilating the fierce beasts within 30 meters ahead, their limbs flying. Blood flowed like rivers, trampled into shattered blossoms. Points +1. Points +3. Points +9. Points +18. Points +18. 0656 checkpoint. In another location, Jiang Chang was battling a level 9 fierce beast. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Then the ground hummed, and small stones bounced. The surrounding fierce beasts seemed to receive some kind of summons, becoming agitated, stampeding, and even the level 9 fierce beast in front of him ran off with them, leaving behind a bewildered Wen Chang. What happened? Xia Jian was performing security duties at marker point 0656 when suddenly, one after another, oblivious demon beasts roared and charged, running in a single direction. Even if they met him head-on, they ignored him, just kept running. Fierce beasts don't have much intelligence, they instinctively kill humans. In the past, they would kill everyone they saw without the slightest hesitation. But the current situation was wrong, very wrong. What's over there that they're so hyped about? Outside marker point 0656, in the camp. Now the entire ground was shaking, as if an earthquake was occurring. Xia Jian hurried out of his tent. He looked at the massive city of 0656, his expression incredibly solemn. 031, report on the situation inside the city. Xia Jian contacted his subordinate via communicator. 031 received. Reporting, Commander. Due to an unknown reason, fierce beasts are rapidly gathering in the same direction. I am on my way to investigate. Report complete. Xia Jian was somewhat surprised. Gathering in the same direction? This was definitely not just a simple beast tide. 031, be careful and maintain contact. Understood. On top of a tall building, Chao Zhenda's expression was more solemn than ever before. Through his divine sense, he clearly saw that all the fierce beasts lurking in the entire 0656 marker point were gathering and charging. And their locked destination was precisely where Wang Ziyan was. Brother Wang. Chao Zhengde couldn't help but worry for Wang Ziyan. All the city's fierce beasts besieging one person. This was simply too terrifying. This wasn't just rare, it had never happened before. Looking at the dense swarm of fierce beasts gathering and engulfing everything, Chao Zhengde got goosebumps. He was a 9-vein realm spirit master, but even he would have a long headache facing such a spectacle. As for Wang Ziyan, there wouldn't be any hope at all. He was ready to save Wang Ziyan at any moment. Jiangnan Base City, Beast Tide Detection Center. A piercing alarm suddenly blared, and red lights rotated and flashed. All staff immediately began to busy themselves in an orderly manner. Soon. Beast Tide location, 0656 waypoint, Beast Tide level, 7. Everyone's faces were grim. Level 7, this was no ordinary level. A level 7 earthquake would undoubtedly be disastrous for a city.
And a level 7 beast tide. Its destructive power was dozens of times greater.
Isn't 0656 the location of this genius martial artist competition?
At this moment, a staff member suddenly realized.
Upon hearing this,
everyone present felt their hearts pound fiercely.
Quickly announce the news, report it.
Yes. The staff at the Beast Tide Detection Center became busy again. Some quickly drafted reports, while others grabbed phones with a clatter.
The high-ranking officials of Jiangnan Base City and the military were alarmed.
The military decisively issued orders, mobilizing 3 legions and 12 special operations teams to rush to 0656.
The government also held an emergency press conference immediately. In addition, several high-precision satellites focused on 0656.
In the military's high-level conference room, the Jiangnan Base City Government Building, the Martial Artists Tower, thousands of households, and every TV on every street and alley, the satellite cloud map of 0656 was being broadcast live. Looking down from the sky, the huge city at waypoint 0656 was covered by a dense mass of fierce beasts, contracting in a storm-like fashion. And at the center of the storm was a martial artist. He charged quickly with his sword, attempting to tear open a gap. However, the fierce beasts of the entire city were gathering for everyone that fell. Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands more would fill its place. With fierce beasts stretching for hundreds of miles, there was no way he could break out, and he only sank deeper.
At this moment, the entire Jiangnan Base City was in an uproar. What exactly did this warrior do to enrage all the fierce beasts in the city? My heavens, the entire city's fierce beasts one person, it's glorious even in death. It's a pity the satellite's precision isn't good enough. I can't see his face, otherwise I'd worship him.
Indeed, let's wait for the official news. At this time, Chao Zhengde had already conveyed the message to Xie Jian. Upon learning it was Wang Ziyan, Xie Jian's eyelids twitched wildly, not daring to delay for a single second, and quickly reported to the higher-ups.
The news was soon announced. Oh my god, Wang Ziyan, it's Wang Ziyan.
I thought the number 16 star challenging the number 18 star was impressive enough, but I didn't expect him to be able to achieve such a feat. My silence is deafening. He's so damn awesome, even a mute would have to shout out those 2 words, awesome.
At waypoint 0656, Wang Ziyan had already fought his way out for dozens of miles.
In fact, he had only moved the center of the storm in one direction by that much. He still had a long way to go to reach the outer perimeter of the encirclement, which was growing thicker and thicker.
Ferocious beasts from all directions, swarming over everything. There was no way out. Wang Ziyan grew increasingly alarmed. Just how large was this horde of beasts? Logically, he should have broken through by now. Surely not all the beasts in the entire city were rounded up? Was this also the standard for the final counterattack of beasts in previous genius martial artist competitions? Wang Ziyan thought seriously. It shouldn't be that intense. Currently, there were still over 300 participants from 0656. He was just an ordinary 9-star martial artist. How could he attract such a massive amount of firepower? If I'm in a difficult situation, others must be too. Wang Ziyan could only comfort himself this way. He fought desperately.
Facing a beast tide of this magnitude, he dared not stop. The moment his sword faltered, his life would be over.
Points plus 9. Points plus 18. Points plus 9. Points plus 18.
Points plus. Wang Ziyan was covered in blood, his breathing already a little ragged, but his sword light never extinguished. He was naturally unwilling to give up easily. The terrifying sword intent, amplified by the power of heaven and earth, caused large swaths of ferocious beasts in front of him to fall. An invisible slaughterhouse seemed to form around Wang Ziyan within 30 meters. Any beast that crossed the line was dismembered, flesh and blood flying. As Wang Ziyan charged, the power within him was consumed even more rapidly, and a strong sense of hunger surged through him. He had eaten dozens of pounds of grade 9 beast meat just that morning, and now it was all digested. He had to eat. Inside a military base in Jiangnan Base City. On the giant screen in the conference room, live footage of Wang Ziyan fighting his way through an endless ocean of ferocious beasts was being broadcast.
A tiny, speck-like individual domain, against a boundless tide of ferocious beasts. The stark visual contrast shocked everyone present.
They couldn't imagine a 9-star martial artist enduring for so long in such a terrifying beast tide. Commander, the 3 major legions and 12 special forces teams have reached the 0656 marker point and rendezvoused with the 7th Legion. They request to immediately terminate the Genius Martial Artist competition and safely evacuate all martial artists. A military officer with sharp, defined eyebrows looked at the elderly man seated at the head of the table. The old man, in a military uniform, was slightly slender but possessed an inherent aura of authority that commanded respect without needing to show anger.
Just a bit longer.
The old man, Shinping, with a deep voice, pondered for a moment, then said, "Currently, all the beasts are targeting Wang Ziyan alone, so there's no need to worry about the safety of other participating martial artists.
Have the 4 psychic practitioners fully ensure Wang Ziyan's safety, no mistakes are allowed?"
"Yes." Upon learning about Wang Ziyan, Shinping immediately obtained all information regarding him. Failed the martial arts exam in his 3rd year of high school. Struggled at the bottom with his uncle, then rose to become a martial artist. In just 1 month, he had already grown into a 9-star martial artist.
An unparalleled genius. Moreover, Wang Ziyan didn't seem like the kind of sickly person who boosted his vital energy with drugs. He hadn't fallen behind in either martial arts techniques or practical combat.
While Shinping was amazed, he couldn't hide his admiration. Normally, a major incident like a grade 7 beast tide would require the immediate termination of the Genius Martial Artist competition. However, Shinping did not do so.
While ensuring Wang Ziyan's safety, he wanted to see Wang Ziyan's limits. Martial arts competition, 5th floor, Wanqing Pavilion.
Zhao Xingde stared intently at the screen. So nervous, his hands were sweating.
On the TV, Wang Ziyan was fighting, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Elsewhere, in a warehouse,
Wang Gao was still in the posture of carrying something, his eyes fixed on the TV. Watching Wang Ziyan battling through the beast horde. Every time Wang Ziyan encountered danger, his heart felt as if it was fiercely clutched. And the dog, honestly squatting in the corner, was also staring at the screen with complex eyes. Those red eyes gleamed with an unusual luster. Had the Demon King issued another command? In a spacious and brightly lit room, Su Tian was also watching now. "Die, hurry and die." His face was flushed with excitement, his eyes filled with hatred, carrying a deep sense of revulsion. Wubo, Fan Tong, Fan Jinshan, Wen Haiming, Xia Jin, Xia Ying, Zheng Yejuan, Xiao Zhengde, Luo Gang, captain of the Tianhui Special Forces, and many more classmates, were all watching now.
Points plus 9. Points plus 18. Points plus 18.
Points plus points were rising, but Wang Ziyan's sword-swinging speed had decreased slightly. He was too hungry. If he continued to endure, he would surely die. At this moment, he had completely become a man of blood, with an invisible aura of bloodlust.
"I can't hold back anymore," Wang Ziyan roared in a cathartic release.
Swinging his sword with full force, the Alloy Han sword swept horizontally like a crescent moon, slaughtering all fierce beasts within a 30-meter radius. Limbs fell to the ground, creating a temporary vacuum zone centered around Wang Ziyan.
Wang Ziyan took a deep breath.
Invisible vital energy drifted from the countless beast corpses, accumulating little by little, gathering into blood-colored ribbons, and being absorbed into Wang Ziyan's mouth like a whirlpool. Return flow breathing technique. Essentially, it was absorbing all energy and converting it into vital energy. Eating was undoubtedly the most efficient method. But not eating was also possible. It just had a much inferior effect. However, in the face of such a large quantity, a slightly worse effect didn't matter. Accumulating water forms an abyss. At that moment, like a whale swallowing, Wang Ziyan's vital energy began to soar. 440000, 451000, 462089, 473789, 490012, 499789. In less than a breath, his vital energy surged by over 50,000. And more fierce beasts charged again. While dealing with the fierce beasts, Wang Ziyan's vital energy improvement efficiency slowed down considerably, becoming very subtle. But it was enough.
in a few deep breaths. Finally,
Vital energy 5000005000000. The realm on the panel changed from a 9-star martial artist to the 1 meridian realm of the coagulating meridian stage. At that moment, Wang Xian's entire body's vital energy was boiling. It was as if a layer of shackles had been broken. His body rapidly transformed, his sight and hearing became sharper, and he had a whole new perception of the world. Even the upper limit of the spirit-returning breathing technique broke through to a completely new level. But in reality, these transformations that Wang Xian could feel were secondary. The most crucial thing was this. A spiritual meridian was rapidly condensing within his body, filling him with an abundance of energy. That was a leap in the very level of his life. A chasm that was difficult to cross. Ordinary martial artists needed to undergo solemn seclusion to break through, and they couldn't be disturbed. However, Wang Xian simply didn't have that luxury. Forget seclusion now. He had to sneak in every breath. He dared not stop his sword for a moment. He just kept killing. Swish. Suddenly, the sword intent, which was originally 30 meters, surged to over 60 meters, instantly shredding hundreds of ferocious beasts. Wang Xian couldn't help but feel a pleasant surprise. With the 1 meridian realm and such terrifying power, he gained a few more layers of confidence. Now, with all the ferocious beasts chasing Wang Xian, the other 300+ contestants naturally felt relieved. Earlier, the beasts' fierce counterattack had left them in a sorry state. They were even hiding and fleeing for their lives. Now, they had a moment to breathe. And they didn't waste it. After all, the Genius Martial Artist competition wasn't over yet, and it was a critical time to earn points, so they had to accumulate them. After a short rest, they began to intercept and kill the beasts. The beasts might not care about me, but I can't ignore the beasts. Without the beasts organizing in large numbers now, all the pressure was on Wang Xian, making their own fights infinitely easier. Jiangnan Martial Arts University. All the classroom projectors were on. They displayed real-time footage from the 0656 marker point, transmitted by satellite. Waves of exclamations and screams erupted from the teaching buildings. In one of the classrooms, when Mengsher's beautiful eyes were fixed on Wang Xian. She bit her lip deeply, her clothes soaked with sweat. Her jade hands were clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white without her even realizing it. Wang Xian, don't let anything happen. When Mengsher's heart was in turmoil, and she prayed silently. She didn't care if Wang Xian was strong or not, nor did she care about his ranking or honor in the Genius Martial Artist competition. She only hoped that Wang Xian would return safely. Watching Wang Xian face danger again and again, only to turn it into safety. When Mengsher's heartbeat also rose and fell. Perhaps it was due to extreme mental tension. Or perhaps it was due to excessive fear and stimulation. When Mengsher felt a sharp pain in her brow, and her vision flickered white. Sure, are you okay? Her best friend Lingling noticed her abnormality and asked worriedly, "Oh, why is your face so pale?" "I'm fine, really." When Mengsher's cold and beautiful cheeks were indeed very pale. She forced a smile, her eyes fixed on Wang Xian on the screen. Suddenly, a more intense pain struck her brain. Boom! It felt as if a watermelon had split open in her mind, making her shiver all over. Biting her lower lip, when Mengsher clutched her head, her cold sweat intensifying. Wang Xian in her vision gradually blurred and dripped away. When Mengsher collapsed onto her desk. Sure, don't scare me. Her vision went black, the last lingering sound echoing in her mind. After an unknown period, in the pristine white ward of the school infirmary. When Mengsher lay on the hospital bed. Lingling was guarding by her bedside. After when Mengsher fainted, with the help of teachers and classmates, she had been brought to the school infirmary. After the school doctor's examination, it was found that there was nothing serious. It was speculated that it might be due to excessive mental stress. A little rest would do her good. Only then did Lingling breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh, I knew you liked Wang Xian, but I didn't realize you cared about him so much." Lingling muttered to herself, "You silly girl, if you liked him, you should have said so earlier."
How good it would have been to establish a relationship in high school. Now Wang Ziyan is a 9-star martial artist and an awakened.
He's too outstanding, and you're no longer the only girl who cares about him.
And anyone who has their eye on him won't be bad. If you still want to be with him, it's difficult now.
Thinking of this, Lingling couldn't help but feel sorry for her best friend. She pouted in frustration.
Wang Ziyan was too excellent now.
My poor Shirshir, with such good conditions, still can't catch up. Just then, when Mengshir's long eyelashes on the hospital bed trembled slightly.
Lingling was pleasantly surprised and urgently called out, "Shirshir, can you hear me?" When Mengshir's consciousness reconnected,
she slowly opened her eyes, turning her head in a daze, and looked around. She realized she was in a ward. Her best friend Lingling was by her side.
"Lingling." When Mengshir called out weakly. "Great!
Shirshir, you're finally awake." Lingling wiped the corner of her eye in surprise. "You suddenly fainted, you scared me to death."
"How long was I unconscious? How is Wang Ziyan?" When Mengshir asked quickly. "You fainted this morning, and now it's dark." When Mengshir said, "Never mind Wang Ziyan for now, he hasn't been eliminated yet. Don't move, I'll go call the doctor."
Saying this, she quickly walked out the door. Although when Mengshir was awake now, she looked especially weak. She wasn't reassured and thought it best to call the doctor for a checkup.
Only when Mengshir was left in the ward,
she was a little surprised. She had been unconscious for so long, but hearing that Wang Ziyan was okay, she breathed a sigh of relief. During this coma, she felt that some kind of change had occurred in her body. Especially at the moment of awakening just now, her perception of the world had changed.
Just like the green plants on the windowsill.
She seemed to see the veins of the branches and leaves, the cycle of wilting and growth at their ends. And the underlying emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. It was as if she had become one with the green plants, incredibly harmonious.
As if sensing when Mengshir's gaze, the verdant leaves of the plants swayed up and down.
Their emotions were joyful. When Mengshir acutely noticed that when she focused on the plants, their growth rate accelerated, and wisps of arboreal essence rose from them.
Arboreal essence, like vital energy and blood, is invisible and intangible.
But when Mengshir truly felt it, the arboreal essence, as if possessing sentience, drifted towards Wen Mengshir, integrating into her delicate body. Not only that, but the flowers and plants outside the window also emitted arboreal essence, which floated into the room,
enveloping Wen Mengshir.
Now, her body felt warm, and her weakness receded. Simultaneously, her vital energy and blood increased. A subtle sensation welled up in her heart. Gradually, Wen Mengshir understood. She had awakened.
An awakened ability, plant affinity. I've awakened, I've awakened.
Wen Mengshir excitedly jumped off the bed, unlike her previous aloof and calm demeanor.
Wang Ziyan, this way the gap between us should be much smaller, right? Doctor, quickly come.
At this moment, Ling Ling entered with the school doctor, only to find Wen Mengshir looking radiant. Ling Ling was stunned.
The school doctor also asked in confusion, "Didn't you say she was very weak? She looks perfectly fine now." For a moment, Ling Ling was speechless. After the doctor left, Ling Ling stepped forward with concern, "Shirshir, what's going on?" When Mengshir smiled, "I'll tell you later, let's go now." Anxious to check on Wang Ziyan's condition, Wen Mengshir pulled Ling Ling and ran out.
After they left, a nurse came to tidy up the room. She suddenly noticed that the potted plant she had watered yesterday had become much thicker. It was several times larger than yesterday afternoon, with full branches and leaves, overflowing its pot.
It grew so fast all of a sudden? The nurse found it incredible. 0656 checkpoint. Wang Ziyan was still fiercely battling through the seemingly endless horde of beasts. He had persisted from morning until night, still showing no signs of weakness. This shocked countless people. Wang Ziyan's performance far exceeded their expectations. Now, the entire Jiangnan base city was in an uproar.
This is no longer a question of whether his strength is sufficient. Even if it were me, enduring such high-intensity combat, I would have died of exhaustion long ago.
Endurance, that's what a true man is.
According to the latest official data, Wang Xian's points have reached 28,800. This morning, I saw him ranked 1100 on the overall leaderboard. Now he's already broken into the top 500, specifically at 496.
Holy cow, 28,800 points. The current top ranker only has 34,800.
At this rate, it's not impossible for him to surpass the first place. I declare Wang Xian to be the biggest dark horse in this genius martial artist competition.
Who agrees? Who disagrees? Agree. Agree plus 10,086. Am I the only one who noticed Wang Xian is incredibly fast? Indeed, Wang Xian's speed is too fast. Even if he were slightly slower, he wouldn't have lasted until now. And that swordplay is also very sharp.
Beasts stop within 60 meters.
What kind of swordplay is that? Can't see clearly.
To attack from such a distance, he must have manifested sword chi.
OMG, manifesting sword chi at such a young age? All the people I've heard of who can do that are old men.
Exactly, otherwise why is it Wang Xian who's holding on in this situation, and not others?
Good point. Wang Xian's talent is unparalleled. Military base.
In the conference room, numerous high-ranking officials were still staring intently at the footage projected onto the screen. In the footage, Wang Xian was still fiercely battling.
Everyone present was both shocked and awestruck. All those present were military bigwigs.
But even they, perhaps, could only achieve what Wang Xian had achieved. It would be difficult to break through further. But the key point was, Wang Xian was only a 9-star martial artist right now.
Report.
At this moment, a loud voice rang out from outside the conference room door.
Come in. Soon. A soldier with an upright posture walked in.
Reporting to the commander, the 7th Legion has relayed news. The reason for the beast riot at 0656 checkpoint in the city-wide pursuit of Wang Xian alone has not yet been determined.
However, within Jiangnan Base City, we unexpectedly obtained a clue.
Oh?
Speak quickly.
All the high-ranking officials looked at the soldier.
It's like this. The clue came from the Public Security Bureau of the base city.
They have recently encountered many murder cases. The victims include both martial artists and non-martial artists, mostly students, and most are under 25 years old. All victims share a common characteristic: they had received positive evaluations for their talent and were considered to have great potential. The Public Security Bureau has been fully committed to apprehending the culprit, but the culprit has very strong anti-reconnaissance awareness, and there have been no clues until now. This time, Wang Xian being pursued city-wide by beasts at 0656 suddenly gave them an idea. It is highly possible that Wang Xian being pursued is also connected to the various murder cases in the city.
The soldier reported. This happened too?
Shen Ping was startled.
Other officers also looked grave. One officer said, if these two incidents are truly related, it means that the various murder cases in Jiangnan Base City are the work of beasts. Are there beasts lurking in the city? If so, the nature of the problem becomes serious. How did the beasts infiltrate, and how many are there? This is an unpredictable ticking time bomb. Also, why are they killing young people? To weaken our potential new forces? Is the entire city of beasts targeting Wang Xian because he is too outstanding? What conspiracy is behind all this? Xin Ping frowned and pondered for a moment.
Then he instructed, contact the Public Security Department, dispatch a special operations team to intervene in this matter. At the same time, conduct a city-wide search. A lurking beast is a huge security risk. This is a serious matter, and we must not be negligent.
Yes.
Shen Ping holds a high position and significant power. He only needs to set the major policies, and specific plans will be handled by dedicated personnel.
Marker point 0656. Wang Xian was still charging madly.
The beast tide was too fierce, leaving him no time to catch his breath.
He dared not stop. Even a slight pause would lead to him being submerged by the beast tide, which was like an enraged, surging sea. But every breath he snatched from the jaws of chaos provided him with astonishing power. The river returning breathing technique in his panel had changed. River returning breathing technique perfected sword intent absorption. Since entering the one-pulse realm, his speed of absorbing energy out of thin air had significantly increased, and he no longer had the previous satiety limits from eating fierce beasts. In short, killing fierce beasts allowed him to gain a large amount of chi and blood or spiritual energy through breathing, directly affecting his body. He was now like a tireless killing machine, continuously charging through the beast horde, day and night indistinguishable. Unending power. Rising chi and blood. Now, the kill count in Wang Xian's glasses display was constantly increasing. On his virtual panel, his chi and blood were also rapidly rising. Currently, Wang Xian's chi and blood were 553,001 million. The standard for condensing the second spiritual, or the two-pulse realm, was 1 million chi and blood. Buzz. A sharp roar sounded, causing pain in Wang Xian's eardrums. Under the hazy moonlight, Wang Xian saw a colossal creature, taller than a 6-story residential building, charging towards him, its momentum surging. The surrounding beast horde scattered, clearing a path. Level 1 Demon Beast, Exploding Venom Fire Spider. A spider demon beast over 10 meters tall, its 8 eyes collectively staring at Wang Xian in the darkness, creating a highly impactful visual. Wang Xian had already encountered exploding venom fire spiders during the day. At marker point 0656, the strongest were level 1 demon beasts, numbering around 100, of various types, each with unique characteristics. From daytime until now, Wang Xian had exchanged glances with most of them. However, Wang Xian dared not linger. Battles were often a hit-and-run affair. But level 1 demon beasts were demon beasts after all. Each time they appeared and surrounded him, they caused Wang Xian no small amount of trouble and posed a great threat. Among them, the exploding venom fire spider was particularly troublesome for Wang Xian. Whoosh! The exploding venom fire spider opened its mouth and spewed a spider web with a radius of over 10 meters. It descended from the sky, seemingly locking down the night sky, completely enveloping the area. Wang Xian's eyelids twitched wildly, and he instantly accelerated to his limit, narrowly avoiding it. Meanwhile, a dozen fierce beasts around him, unable to dodge in time, were all covered by the spider web. Immediately, they let out wails like ghosts and wolves, their massive bodies corroding. Blackish-brown blood flowed out. Struggled for just a few breaths. More than a dozen fierce beasts were utterly annihilated. The level 1 demon beast completely disregarded the life or death of the fierce beasts, continuously spitting from its mouth, leaving no bullet behind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Each spider web was a dozen meters in radius, and now dozens of them, overwhelming, blocked all of Wang Xian's escape routes. Wang Xian's eyes turned cold. He advanced instead of retreating. His figure moved like a streak of light, his Han sword flashing in his hand. Swish! A distance of dozens of meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The poison blast fire spider had not expected that this tiny human before it would dare to launch an active attack. Its 8 eyes were filled with disdain. However, meeting the downward slashing sword intent, its heart trembled. Instinctively, 2 spider legs crossed to block. Boom! A terrifying energy instantly unleashed, like an angry sea's monstrous waves, sweeping across the sky. The surrounding fierce beasts were all swept away, thrown dozens of meters distant. Fierce beasts slightly further away whimpered and whined, tucking their tails and retreating. 1 meridian realm against a level 1 demon beast. Such terror. The poison blast fire spider's massive body was shaken back several steps, its 8 legs flailing frantically and chaotically. However, its defense was astonishing. Wang Xian's sword intent, amplified by the power of heaven and earth, failed to sever its seemingly slender and hairy spider legs. Wang Xian dared not delay too long. He firmly believed that within a minute, hundreds of other level 1 demon beasts would all come charging in. By then, escaping would not be easy. However, the poison blast fire spider had caused Wang Xian trouble many times before, and this time he didn't want to just walk away. If this spider wasn't eliminated, it would cause endless future problems. Then let's finish this quickly.
The level 1 demon beast of 0656 had to be killed. Even if one died, his pressure would be reduced.
Immediately, Wang Xian erupted completely. The speed of the wind sword art, the momentum accumulation of the layered wave sword. Sword after sword, flash after flash, sword lights shimmered, light and shadow intertwined, dazzlingly fast. The ninth sword, augmented by sword intent and the power of heaven and earth from the 100 calamity sword. Boom! A single slash descended. Ripples spread across the void, and dust responded. The poison blast fire spider seemed to sense a terrifying crisis and couldn't help but let out a sharp shriek. But it was too late. The sword light arrived abruptly. Within a 100-meter long, 20-meter wide range in front of Wang Xian, all living things were annihilated. This strike cleared a two-way, four-lane road, and even the poison blast fire spider had no power to resist, being sliced into two halves. A chasm appeared before Wang Xian. This made Wang Xian slightly stunned. After advancing to the One Meridian realm, his full power strike was actually this terrifying? He was both surprised and delighted. Just as he was about to leave. Wang Xian was caught by a glittering light from the corpse of the poison blast fire spider. It shimmered unceasingly in the dark night. He walked over, put on his gloves, and retrieved the item. It was a fist-sized crystal core, fiery red throughout. Demon core. Wang Xian had seen this item in books he studied at school. It was a demon core from a demonic beast. The most vital essence of a demonic beast. It contained pure energy and had many uses. For example, Wang Xian could feel a surging attraction just by holding it. If he wished, he could immediately activate the returning flow breathing technique to extract its energy. Moreover, this item was incredibly expensive, found only in demonic beasts. This was Wang Xian's first time seeing one with his own eyes, and he was reluctant to absorb it directly. The demon core wasn't large, and Wang Xian squeezed it into a gap in his spatial ring, then, like an arrow shot from a bow, he vanished from the spot in a flash. Not long after, the earth rumbled, and terrifying Class 1 demonic beasts charged in. But Wang Xian had already sprinted 100 miles away. The beast tide surged endlessly. Wang Xian kept fighting and dashing. It was as if he had returned to the previous rhythm. Killing and fleeing, you chase, I run. Chao Zhengde and the other three psionicists were now incredibly shocked. They conveyed their astonished emotions through their psionic senses. Wang, did Wang Xian just kill a Class 1 demonic beast? Looks like it. I feel like I'm dreaming. Say no more, I'm putting it out there, Wang Xian is reserved for our Hurricane Special Forces team, don't you guys try to snatch him from me. One psionicist struck first. Don't snatch? What nonsense are you talking about? I need to call our captain. Heh, our Eagle Special Forces team will not yield. Chao Zhengde cleared his throat. Stop fussing, Wang Xian is already one of ours, from Tianhui. What, are you joking? Ha, I get it, old Chao, you're trying to lower our guard, scare us off, and then quietly make your move. Ha, believe it or not, you'll know when you ask Wang Xian later. Chao Zhengde chuckled heartily. Seeing Chao Zhengde's confidence, the three were stunned. Holy crap, really? Old Chao, your Tianhui is really damn fast. A dignified C-Class Special Forces team, which usually doesn't recruit those in the Qi blood realm, is now going for Wang Xian? We encountered a scoundrel. Chao Zhengde said no more, just kept grinning foolishly. The night was very deep. Inside the camp at marker 0656. A large screen stood before Xie Jian. At this moment, his heart trembled. Just now, Wang Xian cut down with a single sword, clearing a large area of fierce beasts, including the level 1 demonic beast, the poison burst fire spider. Wang Xian broke through to the Meridian Condensation realm? Jiangnan Base City, military base. Inside the conference room, a group of high-ranking military officials stared in disbelief. On the other side, a guard hastily delivered the news to the highest-ranking officer, Xin Ping. Upon hearing that Wang Xian had slain a level 1 demonic beast with a single sword, Shin Ping's heart also jolted.
Normally, with a beast horde of this scale, the genius martial artist competition should have been terminated.
However, he wanted to see Wang Xian's limits.
And this was the result.
Wang Xian's limits far exceeded his expectations. Slaying a level 1 demonic beast. An outcome he had never imagined possible. After a long while,
Shin Ping sighed deeply. The younger generation is truly formidable.
Time flowed on. This restless night passed, and a new day dawned, Jiangnan-based city bustling once again. Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Girls' Dormitory. What? Wen Mengshi, you're going to the martial artist competition to get certified as a martial artist? Lingling's eyes widened as she looked at Wen Mengshi.
She pressed her forehead against Wen Mengshi's, paused for a moment, and found no fever. Lingling and Wen Mengshi were best friends, inseparable, and Lingling was very aware of Wen Mengshi's situation. Although with some family help, her qi and blood measured a few days ago had already reached 195. But it couldn't be that she would break through 200 today, could it? Wen Mengshi usually trained hard, but she was unconscious for most of yesterday.
How did her qi and blood increase? Did someone feed her? Oh. Could it be that she hadn't fully recovered from being unconscious and was experiencing the after effects of fanciful delusions? Just tell me if you're going or not.
Wen Mengshi smiled, gently pushed away Lingling's forehead, and began packing her things.
Go, 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 I can't leave you unsupervised. Lingling said.
There's nothing to worry about, don't overthink things. Wen Mengshi said with a wry smile. Afterwards, the two of them requested leave from their instructor via phone and then took a taxi to the martial artist building. The first floor of the martial artist building was as bustling as ever. Wen Mengshi approached the certification window.
The person in charge of certification was Fan Tong.
Fan Tong swiped Wen Mengshi's ID card, and a large amount of information quickly appeared.
18 years old. Jiangnan Martial Arts University.
Little sister, go to that window first to have your qi and blood measured.
If you pass, they'll give you a slip, just bring it back to me. Fan Tong said. All right. Wen Mengshi responded.
Watching Wen Mengshi's departing figure, Fan Tong murmured to herself, another 18-year-old coming to be certified as a martial artist.
Are young people nowadays all this impressive?
The previous one who came for certification, Wang Xian, had left a particularly deep impression on her.
And look at Wang Xian's current achievements.
First place in the 6-star category, and even first place in the 7-star category, in this genius martial artist competition. Yesterday, he also killed a level 1 demon beast, the poisonous exploding fire spider, undoubtedly in the vein coalescence realm.
Also,
now his total ranking has risen to 220.
Enough to earn him a chance to visit the martial arts library in Jiangnan Base City. Wang Xian is too outstanding.
It's almost impossible for anyone to replicate his legend.
Not long after, when Mengshi and Lingling returned to the certification window.
Seeing the qi and blood value, even when Mengshi herself was startled.
Lingling's chubby little mouth also couldn't close. She handed the slip to the window.
Fan Tong took it casually. She looked at it, her beautiful eyes widening, protruding like a smooth, dark watery pearl.
Qi and blood, 500. 2-star martial artist.
An 18-year-old 2-star martial artist, if not for Wang Xian and Su Tianju's prior excellence. An 18-year-old 2-star martial artist is also quite formidable, enough to cause a considerable stir.
0656 checkpoint. Since yesterday, Wang Xian had been relentlessly fighting. After a day and a night, he still looked like an unyielding god of war.
Mercilessly wielding his alloy broadsword, he machine-like slaughtered all approaching fierce beasts. Now, Wang Xian's qi and blood have reached 602,671 million, improving quite rapidly. He gained 100,000 in one day. This efficiency even surpassed that of devouring fierce beast meat before. It's evident that even though breathing doesn't bring much qi and blood, but with enough deep breaths, the large quantity still satisfies. No choice, this was all forced. Wang Xian was surrounded by the beast tide without eating or drinking, only by absorbing 2 extra breaths of invisible, dense vital energy could he maintain good spirits. Fortunately, with his chi and blood rising now, facing the beast tide has gradually become a little easier. After slaying the poisonous exploding fire spider, Wang Ziyan repeated the feat last night, swiftly killing 3 more demon beasts. He now has 4 demon cores in his possession. Within Jiangnan Base City, all parties are currently paying attention to the official data. Especially Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan now attracts the attention of almost all of the 0656 fierce beasts, and the pressure on other contestants has plummeted, with only a dozen or so eliminated since yesterday. This is considered the smallest dropout rate in this genius martial artist competition. Those who have persevered until now, without exception, are all awakened, human geniuses screened by the grand competition. Also, regarding the points situation, Wen Chang is still at the top of the overall leaderboard, with points reaching 37,700. While Wang Ziyan's points have risen from 28,800 yesterday to 33,300 now. His ranking has improved significantly. He has climbed from 220th into the top 100, now at 71st. This ranking does not include the points obtained from killing demonic beasts. After all, the gap between the Qi Blood Realm and the Meridian Condensing Realm is too vast. Meaning Qi Blood Realm martial artists cannot contend with demonic beasts of the Meridian Condensing Realm. No one in previous genius martial artist competitions has ever managed to kill a level 1 demonic beast. Therefore, the competition rules do not offer point rewards for killing level 1 demonic beasts. Level 6 Ferocious Beast, 1 point. Level 7 Ferocious Beast, 3 points. Level 8 Ferocious Beast, 9 points. Level 9 Ferocious Beast, 18 points. Given the strength of a level 1 demonic beast, its points should at least be double that of a level 9 ferocious beast. If one demonic beast is 36 points, 4 would be 144 points. Wang Ziyan's rank could still improve by more than 10 places. It's worth mentioning that after Wang Ziyan killed the poisonous blazing spider yesterday, the official site urgently added regulations regarding points for killing level 1 demonic beasts. The top 100 are eligible for all rewards, including prize money, access to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Library, and officer status. Wang Ziyan is 71st. Naturally, he can claim all of them. However, Wang Ziyan had no time to check the official data. He's been constantly killing, unaware of his own ranking or the situation of others. He just holds his sword and slashes continuously. Military base. As the highest commander of the base, Shenping was engrossed in his work. Commander. At this moment, an officer rushed in. Speak. Shenping put down his pen. The officer handed over several documents, stating gravely, "This is what we detected via satellite. Large numbers of demonic beasts began migrating yesterday near several marked points around 0656. These level 3 to level 5 demonic beasts rarely leave their territories normally. And through our overnight observation and inference, their target is precisely marked point 0656. Hearing this, Shenping took it very seriously. He decisively ordered, apart from the 7th Legion performing security duties, the other 3 legions and special operations teams are to establish a front line within a 100-mile radius of 0656, intercepting all migrating demonic beasts. We absolutely cannot allow them to affect the genius martial artist competition." Yes. In a spacious bedroom, Su Tian lay wrapped in a bath towel on a large bed. Watching Wang Ziyan surge into the top 100, he felt not a shred of admiration. Only jealousy and hatred. And an enduring resentment that could never be dispelled. The one who should have made it into the top 100 was him. He could grow stronger with every kill. Why couldn't he go all the way? With so many fierce beasts, had he killed them, he too could have risen to 9 stars in the genius martial artist competition, entering the top 100. Becoming the most dazzling dark horse, earning countless people's envy and adoration. But instead, this glory was snatched by that guy, Wang Ziyan. I really hope you work yourself to death, you bastard. Su Tian watched Wang Ziyan's continuously rising stats on TV and could only curse under his breath. Wang Ziyan can now even kill demon beasts. Revenge can't be rushed. I'll endure it for now and deal with him later when I catch up.
The more Su Tian held back, the angrier he got. No, why is he so damn good? Su Tian couldn't take it anymore, he needed to vent.
So he had booked a lavish hotel room early, already showered, and was waiting for his pony to arrive.
Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded, Brother Su.
The voice grew even more enchanting and alluring. It was hard to imagine such a sound coming from a campus beauty who could get into Jiangnan Martial Arts University.
Su Tian sat up abruptly, the door's unlocked, just come in.
Soon, the door was pushed open. However, the ponytail campus beauty wasn't the only one who entered. There were also two student girls in sheer, half-concealing dresses. About the same size, not just age, but also the size that fits perfectly in one's hands. Because the sheer dresses they wore were inherently alluring, points that shouldn't protrude did, and their backs bore large, colorful tattoos, giving them a distinct flavor. Brother Su, these are my roommates from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. They've always wanted to meet you, so I took the liberty of bringing them along. The ponytail campus beauty straddled Su Tian's lap, her posture graceful, and she pouted, Brother Su, I feel like I always black out, leaving you tired again.
I feel so bad about it. Feel bad? Heh, that's perfect then. Su Tian burst into laughter. That afternoon, the official announcement was released. The announcement detailed the updated rules for acquiring points in the Genius Martial Artist competition.
Tier 1 demon beasts were added. After all, the difference between ferocious beasts and demon beasts was too great. It was like the difference between a young child and a middle-aged father. After multiple discussions, slaying a Tier 1 demon beast would award 54 points. Everyone supported this figure. A Tier 9 ferocious beast was 18 points, and a Tier 1 demon beast represented a leap in life level, so 54 points was a reasonable amount. After the rules were supplemented, Wang Ziyan gained an additional 324 points. Yes, 324. Because Wang Ziyan had killed 2 more Tier 1 demon beasts that morning. A total of 5 had been slain, including Wang Ziyan's other kills that morning. Wang Ziyan's current points stood at 36,800, ranking him 18th on the overall leaderboard. The top spot on the overall leaderboard was 38,900. Still Wen Chang. Wen Chang was currently battling on the outermost layer of the beast tide. He had just checked the official data. A sudden surge of pressure. Wang Ziyan's points were skyrocketing, which was truly astonishing. I thought Sun Yu was my only opponent in this Genius Martial Artist competition. After Sun Yu was eliminated, I figured first place was secured. I never expected Wang Ziyan to suddenly emerge. Wen Chang was speechless. Wang Ziyan entered the competition as a 6-star martial artist and broke through to the One Pulse realm in less than half a month. And he endured for so long in such a terrifying beast horde. He admitted that Wang Ziyan was very strong. But this was the Genius Martial Artist competition. Among the top echelon, who wasn't a genius? Geniuses naturally have their pride. No one wants to be surpassed by a newcomer. You may be strong, but I refuse to accept it. First place must be mine. You can't take it. Wen Chang raised his hand, and the wind pressure made the grass bend low. Rebar and building materials from the surrounding ruins were lifted into the air. With a single thought from him. Swish, 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 one by one, like arrows shot from a bow, they broke the sound barrier, creating bursts of deafening roars. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen level 8 ferocious beasts were impaled. All of them perished. Normally, rebar couldn't penetrate the defense of a level 8 ferocious beast. But nothing is absolute. If one's strength is great enough, a mere breath can kill someone. Even a flick of a leaf can take a life. Roar! This seemed to enrage the beast horde. They had been charging in the same direction, but suddenly, like a tide, they counterattacked without warning. Hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts counterattacked. Wen Chang's face instantly turned grim. He was caught off guard. Oh crap, there's even a level 1 demonic beast. Wen Chang's heart pounded like a war drum. Without another thought, he immediately pressed the distress button. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot.
It wasn't just when Chang's similar scenes were unfolding in many places.
After all, ferocious beasts aren't completely stupid. They were originally focused on their work, but then a mosquito came to suck blood. They temporarily endured it for the sake of their work.
2 days later, the mosquito didn't leave and even left a bite on you. Who wouldn't be angry?
They'd swat the mosquito dead with a backhand.
Time passed from noon to evening in a flash.
The moon and stars were sparse.
Wang Ziyan was still fighting fiercely.
The city of 0656 was already desolate and extremely dilapidated, having been abandoned for a long time. Now it was facing a level 7 beast tide. Wherever it passed, skyscrapers were razed to the ground. Looking down from above, it was not much different from what a road roller would leave behind. Even mountains were flattened. Currently, Wang Ziyan's vitality is 654,121 million. He hadn't been checking the data for the Genius Martial Artist competition. But he made a conservative guess.
After killing for so long, he should at least be in the top 300, right? Just a bit more effort, and he would get the officer status. Might that not be conservative enough?
Better put in 2 more bursts of effort. At this moment, Jiangnan Base City was brightly lit, with lights in every home. Many people were enthusiastically discussing the Genius Martial Artist competition. The Martial Artist Community Forum was buzzing with activity. Awesome, so many people were eliminated during the day, even Jiang Cheng is out, only 68 people left. Correction, upstairs, only 60 left, oh no, another one eliminated, 59 now. Before, Wang Ziyan drew all the fire, so the periphery was comfortable.
Now, well, those who couldn't take down Wang Ziyan were already angry, and you still dare to provoke me? Ha ha ha, I can picture it. Wang Ziyan currently has 38,100 points, second on the overall leaderboard.
The first place Jiang Cheng was eliminated, his points locked at 39,000, only 900 points short.
Barring any surprises, Wang Ziyan will reach the top.
Yay, we're about to witness history.
Isn't that right?
Before, the favorites for the championship were Jiang Cheng, Sun Yu, and a few abnormal awakened individuals.
Who would have thought a dark horse would emerge? Say no more, Wang Ziyan is my idol.
Friendly reminder, Wang Ziyan's points are 38600, and the remaining number of participants is 38.
This night was destined to be extraordinary. Many people stayed awake,
staring at their phones or glued to their TV screens.
Old Noodle Restaurant.
Wang Gao sat at the dining table, with several dishes and 2 bottles of wine on it.
Guzi squatted by the table leg.
Ever since Wang Gao got a stable job, his treatment improved significantly, his life was secured, and he didn't mind ordering wine when eating out. However, at this moment, he hadn't touched his chopsticks.
His attention was completely on the TV hanging on the wall.
The same was true for Guzi, who looked somewhat sad.
It's over. Wang Ziyan made it through. Wolflord can't escape now.
From now on, no freedom, only big fish and meat for every meal, high-grade fierce beasts, and occasional strolls.
Sigh, I'm sorry, King of Beasts. Blame Wang Ziyan, Wolflord was forced into this. Jiangnan Martial Arts University, Girls' Dormitory.
When Mengshi sat at her desk, nervously staring at her tablet.
Lingling, sitting on a small stool next to her, snuggled up.
Sure, it's time to learn your lesson.
If you like someone, you should bravely speak up.
Wang Ziyan is so outstanding, he's bound to attract a lot of admirers in the future.
If you hadn't awakened now, it would be much harder to compete. It's better to make the first move.
You used to be so good to Wang Ziyan, and you spent so much time together. If he's not a blockhead, he definitely has feelings for you. Lingling earnestly offered advice for her best friend's happiness.
I'll be proactive. An unprecedented determination shone on Wen Mengshi's delicate face.
After becoming an awakened, she felt much more confident.
And with the resources provided by her family, she could quickly improve.
Good. You must be as proactive as you are with me.
Lingling's lips curved upwards, her eyes forming crescent moons. Her finger playfully lifted Wen Mengshi's delicate chin. Ah, no more joking, no more joking. Spare me, don't grab there. Humph. Before long, the dormitory was lively again. Relaxed and joyful. Su Tian hadn't gotten out of bed since morning. With his ribs recovered, his strength naturally returned. Galloping like a wild horse was no problem for him. How could a mere 3 girls withstand his special skill? However, they certainly had some stamina, leaving him temporarily exhausted. After the release, Su Tian should have felt relieved. But then he turned on the TV, and got even more annoyed. That Wang Ziyan guy was about to become number 1. Su Tian grumbled and turned off the TV. Damn it, not watching, it ruins my mood. Late at night. Wang Ziyan successfully topped the total points list, reaching 39100. Half an hour later. The remaining number of participants was frozen at 1. Yes. It was just Wang Ziyan. And Wang Ziyan was still being conservatively estimated. With a bit more effort, he could conservatively estimate that he'd break into the top 100 within a few more hours. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he was directly moved from the center of the beast tied to a rooftop. He was dumbfounded. At this moment, not only Chao Zhengde but also the other 3 psychics were present. Brother Chao. Wang Ziyan was surprised. Brother Chao, I didn't call for help. Chao Zhengde chuckled heartily. Brother Wang, everyone else has been eliminated. You are currently number 1 on the Genius Martial Artist Competition leaderboard, with 39,100 points. The higher-ups have instructed that the competition can end now. The other 3 psychics also smiled as they looked at Wang Ziyan. Well. They all knew he was first. He himself was still in the dark. It's just me? First in points? Wang Ziyan was stunned after hearing Chao Zhende's words. Then came surprise. Wang Ziyan, you call old Chao brother Chao, and you seem to have a good relationship. Did you really join the Tianhui Special Operations Team? One of the psychics was still not giving up, confirming again. The other 2 also looked over with burning eyes, waiting for Wang Ziyan's answer. If Wang Ziyan shook his head even once, everyone present would have a fight. Whoever won would claim him. Yes, I've joined Tianhui. Wang Ziyan answered calmly. The 3 psychics immediately slapped their thighs in annoyance. Wang Ziyan, you're not young anymore. Do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is about your age, a 9-star martial artist, also an awakened, with a great figure and long legs. How about getting to know her? Old Mo, that's not right. How can you act like someone's father-in-law? Come on, I'll state my position. Actually, I also have a daughter. Listening to the jokes of the psychics, the 3 words girlfriend instinctively made Wang Ziyan think of his 3 years with Wen Mengshi at junior high school too. Back then, his talent was poor, his background humble. Aside from being good-looking and willing to work hard, there seemed to be nothing notable about him worth befriending. Wen Mengshi was the school beauty, rumored to have a good background. Even the principal had to speak with her smilingly, so naturally, she wasn't close to ordinary students. They became deskmates, and it was Wen Mengshi who was willing to talk to Wang Ziyan and even helped him with homework. She even guided him to practice the Gui Lu breathing technique back then. No one is made of stone who can be without feelings. Wang Ziyan naturally developed secret feelings for her. Unfortunately, his family was not well off, and he felt unworthy of Wen Mengshi. Later, after failing the college entrance exam, he was even more afraid of holding Wen Mengshi back, and even cut off contact. They had talked a lot and joked much, but always subtly and maintaining a certain distance. Wang Ziyan worried that Wen Mengshi didn't actually think highly of him, and he was just being overly sentimental. Ah, you guys can save it. Looking at Brother Wang's expression, he definitely has a girlfriend, or at least someone in his heart. Chao Zhengde immediately saw through Wang Ziyan's expression and smiled, deflecting the conversation. The other 3 weren't fools either. They sighed, I wonder whose daughter it is. So envious. Yeah, I'm tearing up. I'm fine. Get out of here. You have 3 sons. What's so fine about that? Ha ha ha. The group laughed.
Wang Ziyan, from the beast tide until now, you haven't eaten or rested for 2 days and 1 night. Now that the genius martial arts competition is over, let's head back to the camp. Chao Zhengde said.
Brother Chao, now that you mention it, I really am tired.
I'll go back and have a big meal, then get a good night's sleep.
Wang Ziyan said with a smile.
Earlier, during the beast tide, his mind was highly tense, not daring to relax. He'd eaten air to stave off hunger and maintain his state.
How could that count as eating?
Now that he was relaxed, he suddenly felt ravenous, and a creeping weariness spread through him.
Then let's go.
The 3 psionic masters also said. Instantly, the 5 disappeared from their original spots. The next moment, they all appeared in the camp. Wang Ziyan was settled in a tent, and soon a rich and delicious meal was brought to him.
Wang Ziyan was too hungry. He ate heartily.
Upon Wang Ziyan's return, the entire 7th Legion, responsible for security at 0656, retreated, and several reinforcing legions and special operations teams also returned from the 100-mile defense line. They were all teleported back by psionic masters. The first thing these legion commanders and special operations team leaders did upon returning was to see Wang Ziyan.
Although they already knew Wang Ziyan had joined the Sea-level Celestial Brilliance Special Operations team. Even if they couldn't recruit him, they could at least make an acquaintance. Wang Ziyan is 18 this year and is already at the One Pulse realm.
His future achievements are immeasurable. Wang Ziyan, now that the Genius Martial Artist competition is over, you are the first place winner, automatically awarded the rank of 2nd Lieutenant, a 300 million reward, and the qualification to visit the Martial Arts Library in Jiangnan Base City. When you go, just swipe your Martial Artist badge.
Xia Jian explained. Thank you, Commander Xia. Wang Ziyan had already met all the commanders and captains here.
Through their introductions, he unexpectedly learned that Xie Jian, the commander of the 7th Legion responsible for security, was actually the old squad leader of Wen Haiming, Wen Mengshi's grandfather.
In fact, even ordinary Silver 9-star undead didn't possess this speed.
Wen Haiming had specifically asked Commander Xie to look after him before the competition.
Wang Ziyan didn't know Wen Haiming personally, but since he was Wen Mengshi's grandfather, it brought them much closer. By the way, Wang Ziyan, we have a very important question for you.
Why did 0656 suddenly form a level 7 beast tide, and why was it targeting you? Our superiors ordered us to investigate this matter, but we have no leads.
As the person involved, do you know anything?
A special operations team captain looked at Wang Ziyan gravely. Xia Jian, Chao Zhengde, and others also looked at Wang Ziyan. They were all very curious.
However, Wang Ziyan shook his head and said, I don't know why either.
I was just participating in the Genius Martial Artist competition normally, and in these 2 days, the fierce beasts have been chasing and killing me like mad. I've also wondered if I did something that touched their reverse scale, but I haven't.
You don't know either? Everyone was surprised. Even the person involved didn't know. At this point, a Legion commander said, Wang Ziyan, the Public Security Bureau provided a clue.
Recently, many young people under the age of 25 have been assassinated, mostly students, all with good talent.
Have you encountered any assassinations in the city? Young people under 25 being assassinated, all with good talent? Wang Ziyan raised an eyebrow.
This was the first time he'd heard this news, and he felt a bit unsettled. But then, the image of Doggo appeared in his mind. That guy had come to his house to try and kill him, but was too weak and almost got killed by him instead.
If it wasn't for a moment of curiosity, wanting to leave a clue, Doggo might not have lived until now. So, is it related to these cases?
Wang Ziyan pondered for a long time before speaking. I once encountered a level 2 ferocious beast, a bloodthirsty green wolf, at home.
It came straight for me. Hearing what Wang Ziyan said, the group of people became excited. What was the exact date? May 18th. Wang Ziyan gave the precise date.
And mentioned the dog's presence.
Good, this clue is too important. We might be able to follow this lead to find the ferocious beast's hiding place. Quick, report it immediately. After quite a while, everyone left.
Wang Ziyan, full and content, felt drowsiness creep in and lay directly on the camp bed, falling asleep. With several legions here, so many special forces teams, and 4 psychic masters, it was absolutely safe.
Wang Ziyan could finally relax and have a good night's sleep.
He soon fell into a deep slumber. He hadn't felt this at ease since the genius martial artist competition began.
The night quickly passed. The next day, Wang Ziyan woke up early. Today, he would return to Jiangnan Base City with the various legions and special forces teams. At this moment, Jiangnan Martial Arts University.
Sure, hurry.
Lingling urged. I know, almost there. When Mengshe responded while quickly tidying up.
The genius martial artist competition ended yesterday, and Wang Ziyan would surely return to the base city from the wilderness today. Many people had already gathered at the city gates,
wanting to catch a glimpse of Wang Ziyan's splendor.
In their hearts, Wang Ziyan was already a legend. A 6-star martial artist participating in the genius martial artist competition, returning as a one-vein realm practitioner.
Unprecedented.
This was the first reason. The first to kill a demonic beast in the history of the genius martial artist competition, single-handedly prompting the officials to add a points rule. This was the second reason. Besieged by a level 7 beast tide, enduring 2 days and 1 night without falling. Such a feat was the third reason. In comparison, the title of genius martial artist competition champion was less dazzling, at most just an embellishment to Wang Ziyan's immense brilliance.
Soon, Wang Ziyan came out.
She was going to the city gates to welcome Wang Ziyan. Today, she had specially chosen a floral print dress, fluttering gracefully with an endearing charm. With exquisite makeup on her face, her naturally beautiful features made her incredibly stunning.
Lingling was also a very beautiful woman with high standards.
However, the moment she saw Wen Mengshe, her gaze also froze in admiration. She was so striking.
Sure, why don't you forget about Wang Ziyan and take me instead? I'll offer myself to you anytime.
Wen Mengshe, who was initially a bit nervous, chuckled and playfully flicked her forehead upon hearing her joke, always kidding around with me.
Quick, tell me if anything here needs improvement.
Lingling chuckled, interrupting, don't improve it anymore, you're so big there, I almost want to claim you for Wang Ziyan. Then she pulled Wen Mengshe and hurried out of the school. In a huge warehouse, Wang Gao was still busy.
Yesterday, he had been glued to the TV until the competition ended.
Wang Ziyan came in first, and he was thrilled beyond words. He gave the dog an extra meal that night, celebrating together. Although he knew today was the day Wang Ziyan would return to the city, he remained diligent and dutiful. He was too embarrassed to ask for time off for personal matters, fearing it would delay his work. He planned to welcome Wang Ziyan home after work.
Just then, the warehouse supervisor rushed over.
Seeing Wang Gao still busy, he stomped his foot in urgency. Old Wang, why are you still here?
Today is Wang Ziyan's return day. The boss specifically called and told me to give you a day off.
Hurry up.
And that dog lying there too, let's go, both of you.
Ha!
Wang Gao was stunned. He exchanged a glance with the well-behaved dog in the corner, then was ecstatic. Thank you, supervisor, thank you, boss Xiao.
Then he called to the dog and walked out. The dog, with its jaw drooping, was extremely reluctant. The good times were over.
Time continued to pass.
More and more people gathered at the city gate, a sea of humanity, standing on tiptoes to look into the distance. The Public Security Bureau had prepared contingency plans. In the past, when the Genius Martial Artists competition ended and the champion returned to the city with their corps, there would always be spectators. However, they hadn't anticipated that this year, the crowd would be exceptionally large. Their previous plans were utterly ineffective. They needed to send in reinforcements.
At this moment, Wang Ziyan was already en route.
The Genius Martial Artists competition had successfully concluded, so there was no rush to return to the city. Wang Ziyan was now a one-pulse realm martial artist,
with an astonishing speed of 560 units per hour. In terms of speed alone, he could rival a four-pulse realm expert. If he had rushed with all his might, he would have arrived long ago. But detaching from the core and secretly returning to the city would seem too petty. Wang Ziyan didn't want to be so unconventional. Around 11 in the morning, Wang Ziyan passed through the city gate. Coming, coming. Some people cheered, and more spontaneously applauded Wang Ziyan. The long and short lenses of the media reporters flashed incessantly. Wang Ziyan is awesome. Idol, oh, my idol. Brother Wang Ziyan, look at me, look at me. Although Wang Ziyan knew there would be onlookers, he hadn't expected so many. The banks were packed with people, almost spilling into the middle of the road. His gaze swept over the crowd, searching for familiar faces. Ha! Wang Ziyan's eyes lit up. He saw Uncle Gao waving at him, and a guy resembling a gray-furred pig crouching beside him, with a faint gaze. Wang Ziyan smiled cheerfully, quickly waving back in response. Holy crap, my idol waved at me, ah! Don't be so conceited, he was clearly waving at me. What are you men fighting about? My brother was waving at me. A girl proudly lifted her chin, pulling aside her collar to reveal a large expanse of white skin, nearly exposing a cherry hue. Listening to the young people squabble. Wang Gao, standing behind them, smiled without a word, simply stroking the dog's head. The dog snorted. A bunch of average, overconfident guys. He was clearly greeting Lord Wolf. Wang Ziyan, look here, when Mengsher is here. Amidst the clamor, Wang Ziyan vaguely heard a somewhat familiar voice. He looked in the direction of the sound. And saw Lingling. Because of Wen Mengsher, Wang Ziyan and Lingling got along quite well. At this moment, Lingling was waving her fair arms, jumping excitedly, trying to attract Wang Ziyan's attention. Next to Lingling, Wen Mengsher was also waving excitedly. Wang Ziyan was very surprised, and waved back at them. He hadn't expected their first meeting after more than half a month to be in such a setting. Sure, Wang Ziyan. Wang Ziyan is waving outwards. Lingling's small face flushed with excitement. Wen Mengsher also nodded happily. You go, I'll clear the way for you. For her best friend's happiness, Lingling went all out. Her petite body tiptoed as she squeezed forward through the crowd. Excuse me, coming through, thank you. Wang Ziyan saw this scene. Wen Mengsher and Lingling are coming over? Brother Chow, I have two friends over there, they're coming over, could you please help them? Wang Ziyan said to Chow Zhengde. Two friends? One of them is a girlfriend, right? Chow Zhengde teased with a smile. The next moment, when Mengsher and Lingling only felt a momentary blackness before their eyes when they looked again, they were already standing in front of Wang Ziyan. At this moment, Wang Ziyan's gaze met Wen Mengsher's. A heartfelt smile appeared on both their lips. The invisible sense of distance vanished in an instant, their faces reflected in each other's eyes. This was the truest distance. Under the gaze of everyone. When Mengsher slowly raised her tender white arm, paused for a moment, then slowly extended it towards Wang Ziyan, tentatively. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. The meaning was already clear. A hug. At this moment, Wang Ziyan's heartstrings trembled. The Wen Mengsher he knew was very indifferent to many people, quiet and reserved. To make such a gesture under everyone's gaze, how much courage must it take? Moreover, she wasn't doing it for others, but for herself. Wang Ziyan took 2 steps forward and pulled Wen Mengsher into his arms. The scene immediately erupted in a tsunami of catcalls. The flashing frequency of the media reporters' long-lens cameras and short-lens cameras intensified. Oh my god, I get to watch this for free. A perfect match, I approve. Oh no, Wang Ziyan is mine. Sisters, 3 minutes, I want to know everything about this girl. Excuse me, did you forget to bring a mirror? Single dogs retreat quickly. Note, is a Chinese internet slang, literally spreading dog food, meaning showing public displays of affection, often making single people feel uncomfortable. The phrase is left untranslated as it's a direct quote from the internet community in the text, and the meaning is implied by the next sentence.
If a more literal translation were needed, it would be PDA ahead. The usually honest and cautious dog's eyes widened, looking around.
Spreading dog food? Where? How many? Is it sweet?
It watched for a long time, then sniffed around with its nose.
It only saw Wang Ziyan tightly embracing Wen Mengshi's delicate body, sniffing slightly with a contented look in his eyes.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Sour and stinky.
He said he'd find a partner for Lord Wolf, but he got one for himself first. The dog was indignant.
Wang Ziyan didn't know all this, he just felt a faint fragrance on the girl in his arms. Will you like me?
Wen Mengshi's lips moved slightly, her voice tiny. But every word pierced into Wang Ziyan's ears.
Yes. Wang Ziyan wasn't that shy, he readily agreed.
The moment Wen Mengshi reached out to him, the answer was already clear. You stopped talking to me after the college entrance exam, making me worry. And then you became a martial artist, rising so fast, I was so afraid of losing you. Wen Mengshi couldn't help but feel her eyes well up. If she hadn't become an awakened one, she wouldn't have had the courage to stand here.
Wang Ziyan understood Wen Mengshi's feelings and said nothing more, just held her tighter.
The paper window that had been covering their feelings finally broke through. Liling, standing nearby, also cried with excitement.
Youth is truly wonderful. Chao Zhengde smiled, stepping back a few paces.
He was old now, it wasn't suitable for him to hog the spotlight. At this moment, the clamor in the crowd once again surged to a small climax.
What's happening? I don't know. Someone found information about Wang Ziyan's girlfriend. Guess who it is? Could it be someone important? Hurry up and tell me. Her name is Wen Mengshi. She was a classmate and deskmate of Wang Ziyan at the 2nd Junior Martial Arts Academy. This year, she got into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Wow. Why are you guys giggling? Look properly, Wen Mengshi, Wen, her surname is Wen. Ha? OMG. Could she be related to the Wen family?
Her brother is Wen Chang, her father is Wen Yudao.
What do you think? OMG, 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 the Wen family's darling daughter. I thought the girl was reaching for Wang Ziyan, but now it seems I was completely wrong.
Wen Mengshi, I'll give Wang Ziyan to you.
It's not too much to ask you to introduce your brother to me, is it? Awesome. Ugly face, wild antics. Martial Artist Tower. The certification window wasn't busy right now. Fan Tong was watching the live broadcast from the city gate. Oh my goodness. Wang Ziyan and Wen Mengshi are actually a couple. These two are something else.
Her chest heaved with surprise.
Quite a spectacle. Speaking of which, is Wen Mengshi really the eldest daughter of the Wen family? Oh, now that's interesting.
The Wen family is quite prominent, it seems everyone there is high and mighty, except for an unexpectedly approachable old man.
With the Wen family's influence, this is practically a princess and commoner boy romance.
I wonder if that genius Wang Ziyan can withstand the pressure from within the Wen family. A champion of the genius martial artist competition isn't much of a bargaining chip for the Wen family, you know?
He. So excited.
Fan Tong hugged her chest, humming a cheerful tune.
Peng Pai Hotel.
In the top floor Imperial VLP private room. The huge rotating table was laden with exquisitely styled delicacies. Just looking at the refined portions, one knew that each dish was quite expensive.
This caliber of dining was the absolute top even at Peng Pai Hotel. But then again, it made sense. An Imperial VLP private room, a meal without spending millions was out of the question. Ordinary people couldn't even imagine what they were eating in there. Yet, a group of young people sat here. All in their 20s, each dressed in luxurious attire.
Wen Chang was among them. To be precise, this gathering was organized for Wen Chang. Wen Chang had returned from the Genius Martial Artist competition.
The second-generation elites were throwing a welcome party for him. Young Master Wen, didn't you beat Sister Sun Yu? What's there to be unhappy about? Come on, drink up.
A young man, fashionably dressed, with ear piercings and a full head of dreadlocks, shouted loudly. Wen Cheng picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, grumbling, "If I had lost to Sun Yu, I wouldn't have anything to say. Sun Yu was eliminated, so first place should have been mine. Who knew a Wang Ziyan would suddenly appear? Ha, it's fine to lose to Sister Sun Yu, but not to Wang Ziyan, right?" One of the second generation teased. Another chimed in, "Young Master Wen, if you ask me, you just had bad luck. A monster like Wang Ziyan only appears once in many years, and you happen to run into him. Wang Ziyan certainly has ability, but he's just a small character after all, not worthy of being compared to us. Young Master Wen, if you're still upset, should I send someone to vent your anger?" Another second generation, seemingly quite drunk, shouted. He wore a small suit and gold-rimmed glasses, and even when drunk, he gave off an air of refinement and calculation. Dealing with an awakened, a champion of the genius martial artist competition, a first-realm expert, was a trivial matter to him. Perhaps he was just used to looking down on others. Someone whose name they'd never heard before was just a nobody with no background. Even with a bit of potential, they're still easy to control. Young Master Jiang, we know you like Wen Mengshi, but there's no need to curry favor with your future brother-in-law like this. The dreadlocked rich kid chuckled. The others joined in the hooting. Holy crap! Just then, a rich kid playing on his phone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, everyone, Wen Mengshi." "What's wrong with my sister?" Wen Cheng quickly asked. The bespectacled rich kid, Zhang Tao, also quickly got up and walked towards the exclaiming rich kid. Wen Mengshi went to the city gate to pick up Wang Ziyan. Lingling is also there, and Wen Mengshi and Wang Ziyan hugged each other. Hearing this, many people present were stunned. Then their gazes involuntarily turned to Wen Cheng, and from Wen Cheng, they shifted to Zhang Tao. Wen Cheng's expression was very calm. Some time ago, when he saw his sister's secretly sweet smile while chatting on her phone, he guessed that Wen Mengshi might have a boyfriend. Normally, Wen Cheng was stern. But he was very gentle with his sister. As long as his sister liked him. What was the big deal about having a boyfriend? He would even tie the person up if he had to. But he never expected that person to be Wang Ziyan. As expected of my sister, she managed to handle someone I couldn't. Wen Cheng thought strangely, rubbing the tip of his nose. Losing to Wang Ziyan didn't seem entirely unacceptable. After all, he might be his brother-in-law in the future. On the other side, the drunkenness on Zhang Tao's face receded, replaced by a gloom as still as a dead pool. However, he habitually pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, and his emotions were instantly hidden, still appearing somewhat drunk. Come on, let's continue drinking. Young Master Wen has worked hard in the wild for so long. What we've arranged today isn't just this meal. There are other activities later. A batch of virgins has arrived at my club, all students from Jiangnan Martial Arts University, very fresh. Everyone gets a share, brothers. Good. Under the deliberate warming up, the atmosphere in the private room became lively. It was indeed lunchtime now. At a restaurant. Wang Ziyan, Wen Mengshi, and Lingling finished their meal, chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was even more lively and familiar than during their junior high days. After eating, Lingling left, not wanting to disturb their two-person world. So, Wang Ziyan and Wen Mengshi walked hand in hand by the river. They kept laughing non-stop. Just a glance at each other made them feel marshmallows melting in their hearts. Wang Ziyan, you're now an awakened one at the Pulse realm. You can meet many wealthy young ladies. Won't you feel you're settling for less by being with me? Wen Mengshi looked at Wang Ziyan with a smile. Her bright eyes fully reflected Wang Ziyan's handsome face. Wang Ziyan smiled and said naturally, "Only you were with me when I wasn't excellent. From that moment on, I knew you were the one." He. When Mengshi broke into a smile, stood on tiptoe, and pecked Wang Ziyan lightly on the cheek, her pretty face blushing as she said, "This is your reward. I'll give you a reward too." Wang Ziyan smiled and buried his head, pressing his lips against Wen Mengshi's small mouth. He had only intended to give a quick kiss, worried that Wen Mengshi might be too shy. who knew when Mengshi would suddenly wrap her arms around Wang Xian's neck, responding to him as if she had been longing for it. Their lips and tongues battled fiercely. Finally, Wang Xian separated from her with great willpower. He casually wiped away the glistening silver line at the corner of his mouth. This isn't good. He had never seen Wen Mengshi so bold. It seemed that in his memory, Wen Mengshi was always quite quiet and reserved, only gentle with him. Now that Wen Mengshi could go this far for him, how could he shirk responsibility, or covet her delicate body? He genuinely liked Wen Mengshi. When Mengshi looked at Wang Xian with a smile, she knew what he was thinking. She just liked this kind of Wang Xian, always reserved and conservative. It was hot at this time of year, and Wang Xian suggested they go back. However, when Mengshi held his hand, unwilling to leave. They had finally come together. They wanted their world for two to last a little longer. Thinking this, when Mengshi waved her hand, and the small grasses by the river grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, the millet grew from ankle-high to waist-high, then covered their heads. They intertwined, enveloping Wen Mengshi and Wang Xian. From the outside, it looked like a lush green grass house. And Wang Xian and Wen Mengshi were inside. The space inside was very large. It seemed like they could do many things. At the specially opened doorway, huge grass leaves fanned, providing a refreshing breeze, making it extremely comfortable. Seeing this scene, Wang Xian was astonished. An awakened one? Wen Mengshi had actually become an awakened one too. Hee, don't be too surprised. Wen Mengshi smiled and poked Wang Xian's forehead. Jiangnan Base City, Public Security Bureau, Interrogation Room. Captain Langley looked ferocious, staring intently at the prisoner before him. Oh no, the prisoner dog. A large grizzled dog, big enough for an adult to ride, was locked inside a glass window. Its two eyes were red, as if it had pink eye. How did you turn into a fierce bloodthirsty green wolf? Show me how you do it. Wang Li spoke in a low voice. Only to hear the dog whine indignantly twice, what it said was unintelligible. But its eyes showed such grievance, and a somewhat pitiful, wronged expression. Wang Li suddenly felt a bit ridiculous. How could he be foolish enough to personally interrogate a dog? It must be said, according to the surveillance footage from Yuhua community on May 18, this dog wasn't so fat when it first appeared, but now it was so robust. He almost misjudged it when they went to detain it. Can it really turn into a ferocious beast? Wang Li muttered. Shortly after, Xiao Zhang ran over to report, "Chief, we've re-examined the surveillance for all the previous cases, and there were indeed animal traces. Every time, before and after the victim's death, various animals like stray cats, kittens, hedgehogs, rats, and birds appeared." Wang Li's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed after hearing this. Yes. Previously, the investigation always assumed human involvement, never considering ferocious beasts. Now, Wang Xian provided a clue. All the incidents now had discernible patterns. Ferocious beasts disguised as small animals entered the base city to carry out a series of assassination attempts. That's why the evidence quietly disappeared. But wasn't this dog caught by Wang Xian a bloodthirsty azure wolf? Why hasn't it transformed? Wang Li glanced at the chained dog again, feeling puzzled. The dog cried with its now lazily expressive dog face. Are you bastards blind? Untie the alloy collar from Lord Wolf. Damn it, bastards! Woo, Lord Wolf has been captured. My Lord Demon King, I'm going to die. I'm sorry. That scoundrel Wang Xian's promise of a female wolf for Lord Wolf was like a fart. Only Wang Gao treated Lord Wolf well, even giving Lord Wolf a large basin of meat. Now, retrieve the surveillance from all major crime scenes and thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of those animals. Yes. Xiao Zhang responded, and the entire public security department became busy again. Wang Li stroked his chin, lost in thought for a long time, then turned his gaze to the dog inside the glass window, muttering to himself, what should we do with this dog now? Perhaps send it for examination first. There are beast language awakeners there. At the Pengpai Grand Hotel, a group of second-generation heirs moved on to the next activity after dinner.
Only one person didn't leave. That was Jiang Tao. However, he was not a gentleman.
It was mainly because of Wen Mengshi. Now, the Wen family had reached its peak under Wen Yudao, and Wen Mengshi was the eldest daughter of the Wen family, holding a noble status. If he could win over Wen Mengshi, it would be crucial for his position within the family and his future development. He was determined to succeed. Shrewd as he was, he naturally wouldn't indulge in pleasure in front of his future brother-in-law. Jiang Tao pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Thinking of the group of guys going to have fun, he also felt a surge of heat in his heart. As for Wen Mengshi's boyfriend, he didn't pay him much mind. A martial artist of common birth, not worth worrying about. He'd just send someone to get rid of him later. Back to the manor. Jiang Tao got into a luxury car, his voice urgent. He also needed to calm himself down now. Yes. The driver, dressed in a suit and white gloves, responded respectfully, then drove the luxury car away at high speed. A quarter of an hour later, the luxury car entered the enormous manor. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, with humanity confined to base cities and land being extremely precious, owning such a vast manor was truly remarkable. Jiang Tao entered a grand and chic castle. He walked, pulling at his tie, his breath hot. In the spacious and bright bedroom, 5 graceful young women had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Tao walked in. At this moment, all 5 women were kneeling on the floor, like kittens waiting for affection. Jiang Tao let out a wicked laugh, pulled one of the women's hands, and with her, flung her onto the bed. Instantly, the short blouse on her chest surged like waves. Startled by the sudden action, the woman let out a delicate cry, then pressed her lips together, daring not to say another word. Rip! Accompanied by the pleasant sound of tearing fabric, the buttons on the white shirt also popped open. The woman's waist trembled, her face twisted in pain as she tightened her lips, her cheeks flushed. Scream! Jiang Tao seemed stimulated. Tear, bitch, stinking bitch. So you already had someone in your heart, that's why you didn't agree to me. What a slut. I will definitely have you. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Tao's face was distorted, full of madness. Before others and behind them, he was like 2 different people. By the small river, the vegetation was even lusher, and the gentle breeze stirred green ripples. Inside the emerald, uniquely charming thatched house, Wen Mengshi snuggled in Wang Xian's arms, looking blissfully intoxicated. At this moment, Wen Mengshi's cheeks were flushed, and her watery eyes held a special charm. Next time, I'll be gentler. Wang Xian tenderly caressed Wen Mengshi's head, chuckling softly. You're really bad. Wen Mengshi huffed. Seeing Wang Xian's embarrassed look as he touched the tip of his nose, she liked him even more. Wang Xian smiled and said, "You're even worse than me. Just now you asked if I hadn't found an awakened person, a young lady of noble birth, and if being with me would cause you discomfort. You're already an awakened person, yet you deliberately asked me. Oh right, when did you become an awakened person? It seems to be related to plants?" When Mengshi smiled, "I awakened 2 days ago. My ability as plant affinity controlling growth is just one aspect. Do you feel like you've hit the jackpot?" Wang Xian's fingers gently brushed Wen Mengshi's cheek, soft to the touch. "I don't care if you're an awakened one, a rich young lady. But I do care. I don't want to be a burden to you and hinder your growth. Just like how you didn't contact me after failing the college entrance exam." Wen Mengshi said very seriously. "You're the top student and the most beautiful girl in school, how could you not be good enough for me?" Wang Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When Mengshi's lips curved slightly, "Wang Xian, actually I'm quite mischievous, and there's something else I need to tell you. Are you ready?" Wang Xian raised an eyebrow. When Mengshi said, "Not only am I an awakened one, but I'm also a rich young lady." "Ha?" Wang Xian was taken aback. "You should have heard my father's name, Wen Yudao. He has a significant investment in the martial artist building." "Ah!" Wang Xian exclaimed, "Your father is Wen Yudao?"
You're Miss One from the One family?
No wonder he always heard that the top student one had an extraordinary background. It truly wasn't unfounded. In fact, it was even supercharged.
However, then why did a young lady from the One family come to study at Erchu? So down to earth. Wang Ziyan felt it was incredible. If what Wen Mengshi said was true, then she wasn't just any ordinary rich young lady. She was among the very top tier in Jiangnan base city. Hee, you're not scared, are you? It's too late, I'm already yours.
As for why I went to Erchu for school, I'll explain it slowly another day. Wen Mengshi proudly lifted her chin. Her eyes were filled with Wang Ziyan.
Wang Ziyan smiled and said, there is some pressure.
Our social statuses are quite different, but one day I will work hard to grow strong enough to overcome all obstacles, so that everyone in the Wen family will accept me. His tone was resolute. These weren't just empty words to deceive a pure-hearted girl. Pressure was his motivation. With the system in hand. Did he lack the confidence to find a girlfriend and stay together forever? That would be too shabby. I believe you. When Mengshi smiled sweetly, she adored an ambitious and hard-working Wang Ziyan.
Just then, Wang Ziyan's martial artist badge vibrated.
He looked. It was Zheng Yijuan's call.
Lie down for a bit, I'll take this call. All right. Wang Ziyan stood up and answered the phone. Hello, Brother Zhang. Brother Wang, are you free tonight? The captain wants to talk to you and introduce you to a few of our comrades from Tianhui.
Zheng Yijuan's voice came through.
Okay, Brother Zhang, what time and where? Wang Ziyan readily agreed.
Having already verbally agreed to join Tianhui, it would probably be officially confirmed tonight.
8 o'clock tonight, Pengpai Grand Hotel, alright? Zheng Yijuan asked. All right.
After a moment of intimacy with Wen Mengshi, the two tidied up and left.
Wang Ziyan drove Wen Mengshi back to Jiangnan Military University. Sweet times are always fleeting.
Wen Mengshi had no choice but to reluctantly wave goodbye to Wang Ziyan. Beep, 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 Wen Mengshi's phone rang.
She looked, it was Grandpa. Hello, Grandpa.
You still remember Grandpa? I thought my dear granddaughter had run off with another man. On the other end of the phone, Wen Haiming chuckled, speaking irreverently. Clearly, he had seen the news at the city gate.
This made him very happy.
He had always thought highly of that young man Wang Ziyan, and had previously hoped to nurture him. At the time, he even thought that if his granddaughter and Wang Ziyan got to know each other, he could further probe the situation. Now, it's all good, his dear granddaughter has been abducted. Hearing this, Wen Mengshi knew that Grandpa wasn't against Wang Ziyan, so she pouted playfully, Grandpa, are you satisfied with Wang Ziyan?
Why don't you talk to Dad more?
Wen Haiming had retired a long time ago and was now quite idle, no longer in charge of affairs, but he still chuckled, hee, I'll talk if I get a chance, but I can't guarantee he'll listen to me.
But I'm quite supportive of you and Wang Ziyan.
That kid has great potential.
Though I'm old, my judgment is still good.
Compared to those martial artists or awakened ones from other big families, I think Wang Ziyan is the most down-to-earth and dynamic type.
Sure, you two have fun, but don't overdo it. Listening to her grandpa's happy laughter, Wen Mengshi playfully scolded with a hint of embarrassment, Grandpa, what are you saying? All right, I won't say it anymore. Grandpa's personality really was different.
He was much easier to talk to than Dad on many things.
After leaving Jiangnan Military University, Wang Ziyan called Uncle Gao.
In the morning, Uncle Gao had gone to the city gate to welcome him, without considering him.
Hello, Xiao Yan. Wang Gao was pleasantly surprised to receive Wang Ziyan's call. Uncle Gao, where are you now? Still at work in the warehouse. I was thinking of throwing you a welcome dinner tonight.
Wang Gao said, laughing loudly. Although his supervisor gave him a day off, he was afraid of delaying work, so he came back to work in the afternoon.
All right, I'm coming to find you now. Before long, Wang Ziyan arrived at the warehouse where Uncle Gao worked. Wang Gao was already waiting there. Uncle Gao. Wang Ziyan called out affectionately. It had been quite some time since they last met. Wang Gao smiled and gave Wang Ziyan a big hug. Xiao Yan, you've suffered out in the wilderness these past days. Wang Gao looked at Wang Ziyan with concern. Others often envied Wang Ziyan's honors. But what he cared about was Wang Ziyan's well-being. Wang Ziyan laughed heartily. Could it be worse than my first time at the slaughterhouse? Upon hearing this, Wang Gao was amused. It had been a long time since they last met, and the floodgates of conversation, which had accumulated for so long, opened as if there were endless things to talk about. Wang Ziyan also learned about Uncle Gao's recent situation. Since becoming a permanent employee, Uncle Gao's life had greatly improved. And there was also good news. Uncle Gao's qi and blood had broken through 190, getting closer to the martial artist's 200 mark. Wang Ziyan had always remembered Uncle Gao's beast meat issue. This time, returning from the wild, he brought back a lot of high-grade fierce beast meat, giving all that could be digested to Uncle Gao. But when beast meat was mentioned, Wang Gao smiled and said, "Doggy loves eating beast meat." He was so excited that he finished the month's supply you left at home yesterday. By the way, where's Doggy? He was here this morning. Wang Ziyan was also taken aback. Then he opened his phone to check the location of Doggy's alloy collar. It turned out that he had gone to the Public Security Bureau for a tea session. Uncle Gao, it's nothing, someone from the Public Security Bureau has something to discuss with Doggy, and he's having tea there now. Wang Ziyan reassured him. The Public Security Bureau was probably investigating the matter of fierce beasts disguising themselves to enter the city. He wondered if they had a way to make Doggy speak. Generally speaking, the Public Security Bureau operated by the law and wouldn't casually kill people. Oh, Doggy wasn't a person. Never mind, he'll have to fend for himself. It was already dangerous for a fierce beast to enter the city. Living this long should be enough. Wang Ziyan and Wang Gao stopped talking about Doggy. Meanwhile, warehouse supervisor Old, who was also very enthusiastic, moving chairs, serving tea, and bustling about. When the sun set, Wang Ziyan was about to leave. Supervisor Old, who mustered his courage, "Mr. Wang, my son is your fan, he admires you greatly. Could we take a photo together?" After speaking, he nervously looked at Wang Ziyan. Don't let Wang Ziyan's youth and gentle appearance deceive you. He was a super expert in the vein condensation realm, the champion of the Genius Martial Artist competition, and a legend who had set several records. Of course. A moment later, Wang Ziyan left. Old, who beamed as he looked at the photo of himself and Wang Ziyan. Bringing this photo home would surely elevate his image in his son's eyes. At 8 p.m., Wang Ziyan arrived at the Grand Surging Hotel on time. Zhang Yijuan was already waiting at the entrance. "Brother Zhang." Wang Ziyan greeted her with a smile. "Little brother Wang." Zhang Yijuan's face lit up. "Let's go up." Soon, Zhang Yijuan led Wang Ziyan to a private room on the 4th floor. There were 5 people sitting in the private room at this moment. One of them was the psychic, Chao Zhengde. Seeing Wang Ziyan enter, all 5 stood up and smiled kindly at Wang Ziyan. "This is our new member of Tianhui, Wang Ziyan, little brother Wang." Zhang Yijuan introduced him, then turned to the 5 people and said, "You introduce yourselves and show off your abilities, let our little brother broaden his horizons." Captain Luo Gang was the first to speak. "Hello, Wang Ziyan, I am Luo Gang, captain of the C-grade Tianhui Special Operations Team. I'm a 9-meridian realm awakened with the awakening talent of lightning." As he spoke, a battle saber appeared in his hand. The saber had an ancient and heavy design, etched with intricate and complex patterns. Luo Gang gripped the hilt with his palm. Dense arcs of electricity instantly enveloped the saber, the dazzling electric light overpowering the bulbs in the private room. It seemed as if a violent, world-shaking force was unleashed from the blade. Wang Ziyan's heart skipped a beat. A 9-meridian realm lightning awakened, terrifying indeed. "Hello, Captain." After the shock, Wang Ziyan greeted him politely. Luo Gang smiled in response. At this moment, Chao Zhengde said, "Brother Wang, we've met, so I won't waste words. I previously let you experience the psychokinetic ability of a psychic. That was just the tip of the iceberg. Next, I'll show you a psychic's offensive capabilities. Don't be scared, I'll stop before it hurts. As soon as Chao Jingde finished speaking, Wang Ziyan felt his vision go white, and a wave of dizziness surged forth. Suddenly, a pinprick of pain pierced into Wang Ziyan's mind. It was a clear and sharp pain from the mental and spiritual level. It was fortunate that Chao Jingde stopped promptly, otherwise, Wang Ziyan truly felt his brain could have been pierced through. But even with just a shallow jab, the tingling pain was still very strong and lingered for a long time. Compared to physical injury, damage to the mind and soul is far more dangerous and difficult to repair. Chao Jingde began to explain. It was said to be a self-introduction and demonstration of abilities. In reality, it was also a lesson, allowing Wang Ziyan to experience and understand various awakened abilities. Just then, a brilliant light enveloped Wang Ziyan. This light felt like a spring breeze. Wang Ziyan's dizzy and aching head felt as if a bright sun had shone into it, and a warmth began to grow. His soul was enveloped. It was so comfortable it made him tremble. Wang Ziyan was astonished. He felt his thoughts become much more agile. His mind was clearer than ever before. 1 + 1 is equal to 2, 123 321 is equal to 39,483. He got the answer in 1 second. Hello, Wang Ziyan, I am Wu Zhan, a 9-meridian realm awakened. My awakening talent is rapid healing.
A somewhat lean man smiled kindly at Wang Ziyan. The brilliant light just now had come from him.
Hello, Brother Wu. Wang Ziyan responded politely. His heart was naturally very shocked. Awakened abilities came in a dazzling variety. Today was truly an eye-opener. At this moment, Zhang Yijuan laughed. Old Wu is our Tianhui's most important logistics support, you know. Luo Gang and the others smiled and nodded, all deeply agreeing. Ha ha, after Old Wu, it's my turn to introduce myself. The speaker was a 2-meter-tall burly man, with unruly long hair, wearing a suit without an inner shirt. The suit clearly looked expensive. However, his hard muscles were bulging out, giving him quite a thuggish aura. He said, Wang Ziyan is joining our Tianhui, and from now on he'll be like our own brother. Little brother Wang, you can just call me Chongshan. My full name is Lu Chongshan, a 9-meridian realm awakened, my ability is gravity. Little brother Wang, let me show you. Lu Chongshan was very straightforward. Immediately after, Wang Ziyan's legs trembled, and he suddenly felt as if a 10,000 gene boulder had landed on his shoulders. His body felt heavy as if filled with lead, and his breathing became difficult. He tried to slowly raise his hand, which was quite strenuous. Little brother Wang, after the spiritual energy resurgence, human physique has improved to a certain extent. Non-martial artists can generally withstand about 15 times gravity, and a 1-star martial artist's limit is around 20 times. You're in the 1-meridian realm, with a limit of 35 times. How does 30 times gravity feel right now? The suit-clad thug Lu Chongshan asked with a smile. Wang Ziyan's face turned red. The immense pressure forced him to clench his fists. His body functions were squeezed to a terrifying extent, his heart rate, blood pressure. Lu Chongshan gauged the situation and, seeing Wang Ziyan's expression, decisively removed the gravity. Wu Zhan once again enveloped Wang Ziyan in a dazzling light. Wang Ziyan instantly felt relieved. He exclaimed, Brother Chongshan, your ability is unreasonably powerful. Just now, my heart rate and blood pressure were off the charts. If you had added a few more times gravity, I feel like I would have exploded. Lu Chongshan laughed heartily. Little brother Wang, there's still a gap in our realms. I'm in the 9-meridian realm, and currently, I can control up to 100 times gravity. For someone in the same realm, it's just making them stand at attention like a stake. Stand at attention like a stake. Wang Ziyan's mouth twitched. What's the difference between that and being passively beaten? Luo Gang smiled. Wang Ziyan, Chongshan's gravity has many other wonderful uses. You should have felt your body functions improve just now. Let me give you a simple example.
Martial artists need resources to increase their vital energy and blood, such as vital energy pills and powders. But after taking them, you need to work out your body to better absorb the medicinal effects. When you were in junior high number 2, one vital energy pill probably took you over a month to process, right? With Chongshan's gravity augmentation, the efficiency of vital energy pills will double. Wang Ziyan smiled. That's indeed the case. The principle is easy to understand. But I always took vital energy pills in reverse. However, being able to improve body functions is also excellent. Perhaps it will have a miraculous effect on my Guilu breathing technique. Since breaking through to the condensing meridian realm, the Guilu breathing technique on the system panel has also undergone subtle changes. I can research it further in the future. Little brother Wang Ziyan. At this moment, the last and only woman stood up. Around 27 or 28 years old, in a long red dress, she was graceful and charming, with mature and alluring eyeliner. However, she wore a stylish pair of goggles on her fair forehead, which was a bit eye-catching. My sister's name is Lu Qi. She's also at the 9 Meridian realm, and her awakened talent is speed. I saw the footage of you fighting through the beast tide during the Genius Martial Artist competition. Your speed is pretty good. But it's still a bit off compared to my sister. We can't really show it off here. Later, my sister will take you for a spin. Lu Qi looked at the handsome young man who had just joined the team with great interest, smiling brightly. Wu Zhen couldn't help but laugh and teased, Wang Ziyan, remember to prepare goggles when you go for a spin with Sister Lu. Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. Wang Ziyan was astonished. How fast must Sister Lu be if he needed to wear goggles? Seeing that Wang Ziyan didn't quite understand, Wu Zhen chuckled, Wang Ziyan, let me give you a small example. She usually plays badminton and table tennis by herself, against herself. Wang Ziyan shivered. Immediately, the image formed in his mind. It was almost like those guys in movies from his previous life who were so fast they could practically stop time. At that speed, one might only see after images. He wouldn't even know who secretly kissed him. Wang Ziyan's heart stirred involuntarily. He hadn't expected Sister Lu, who seemed mature and had a gentle voice, to be anything but a simple older sister. Looking at these people, his future teammates, Wang Ziyan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Lightning, psychic energy, sword awakening, gravity, speed, extreme healing. He had truly had his eyes open today. He also gained a deeper understanding of the terror of awakened individuals. The violent destruction of lightning. The dimension-crushing attacks of psychics. Unsolvable gravity. Speed taken to the extreme. Healing abilities that could bring people back to life. Relatively speaking, Zhang Yijuan, with his sword awakening, seemed more normal. In fact, he wasn't. Mainly, in the way of the sword, he himself was even more terrifying. A diverse range of abilities, truly miraculous. Being with such a group of excellent and powerful people, the pressure was immense. This also served as a warning to Wang Ziyan. After awakening his panel, his path had been too smooth. His growth was too fast. His perspective inevitably couldn't keep up. He was a bit like a frog in a well, unconsciously living too comfortably and confidently. There is always someone better, always something beyond what you know. Today, he had been taught a harsh lesson. His horizons had broadened. It also gave him a sense of urgency. Today, I only witnessed a few abilities among awakened individuals, and I was greatly astonished. If they were my opponents, even at the same realm, most of them could crush me. I truly realize how powerful awakened ones are. In the future, I'm sure I'll encounter more of them. Not all of them will be friends, some might be rivals, or even enemies. Wang Ziyan's expression was solemn as he thought to himself. One who does not plan for the future will find trouble at hand. Precaution is necessary. Wang Ziyan, as you know, the special operations team is relatively free. Besides those present today, Tianhui has a few other teammates. They're busy, so they couldn't make it. I'll introduce you to them another day. Luo Gang spoke up at this moment. All right.
Wang Ziyan suppressed his thoughts and responded. Brother Wang, how are you feeling now? Chao Zhengda asked with a smile. I feel a sense of urgency. The abilities of awakened ones are too strong. Before, I was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Wang Ziyan shook his head, self-mockingly.
Zheng Yijuan said, Brother Wang, you don't need to belittle yourself, but it's normal to feel a sense of urgency. You should know that while we have human martial artists with awakening talents, demon beasts also have them.
However, theirs is an atavistic return, inheriting divine abilities. It's much like the awakened ones, varied and unpredictable. Demon beast atavism. Wang Ziyan knew about it had been mentioned in school textbooks before. Demon beast atavism was similar to human awakened ones.
They were also favored by nature. Wang Ziyan had encountered very few demon beasts and had never seen an atavistic one. But bringing this up, he subconsciously thought of the dog again. That fellow actually had intelligence, which probably had some connection. But unfortunately, it was just a fierce beast. It probably couldn't undergo atavism. Unconsciously, he started to care a bit about the dog. He hadn't seen the dog for over 10 days, only meeting it once at the city gate when he first returned. Then, not long after, the dog was captured. That dog actually had some growth attributes. It ran very fast. Alright, Wang Ziyan, let's talk about yourself now. You are also an awakened one, and we suspect you might be a rare dual awakened. Luo Gang said seriously, if it's convenient, please tell us the specifics so we can tailor a training plan for you.
The previous prelude was just to broaden Wang Ziyan's horizons.
Wang Ziyan had reached the condensing pulse realm in just 1 month, so it was inevitable that his understanding might not keep up. Now was the time for the real business. Wang Ziyan had thought about this aspect before coming. He couldn't tell others that he had transmigrated and awakened a system that would be too outlandish. Undoubtedly, he needed to find an alternative awakening ability. And the dual awakening proposed by Luo Gang gave Wang Ziyan a solution. Awakening abilities were myriad and strange. Something a little outrageous might not be disbelieved. And what stood out most about Wang Ziyan was his rapid qi and blood enhancement and his heaven-defying martial arts. Captain, I actually have 2 abilities. One is slaughter, and the other is martial arts. Slaughter enhances qi and blood, and as for martial arts, I comprehend them very quickly. I learn them as soon as I see them. Wang Ziyan had a serious expression. Although he concealed his cheat, the abilities matched up. He also didn't mention that he could actually absorb energy through the Gue Lu breathing method, as that was quite outlandish. And in the end, it still related to the system. His greatest cheat was the simplification and sublimation of cultivation techniques. Slaughter for upgrades? No wonder, Wang Ziyan, you had no time to cultivate during the Genius Martial Artist competition, yet your realm still improved so quickly. This ability is quite impressive. Wasn't there someone named Su Tian with the same ability in the previous Genius Martial Artist competition? That young man's realm also improved quickly, but he was overshadowed by Brother Wang. I've also seen an awakened with a slaughter talent before. He could gain 50 points of qi and blood for slaying a level 1 beast. He could gain 10,000 points of qi and blood if he killed for a whole day. I was so envious. Brother Wang, how about it, how do you compare to him? Upon learning of Wang Ziyan's ability, everyone gasped and looked over curiously. Similar talents can vary in strength. One cannot generalize. 50 points of qi and blood per beast? Wang Ziyan was stunned. He could gain just as much simply by breathing after a while. Or by eating a very small bite of nutritious fierce beast meat. Regarding the daily increase in qi and blood, his current highest record was over 100,000, which was from that intense absorption during the level 7 beast horde. Compared to that awaken's 10,000. Well, it was a bit different. I might be a little stronger than him. Wang Ziyan was very modest. Luo Gang and the others immediately became excited. Good heavens, stronger than that? How much stronger could it be? Guess boldly, 100, right? 100? You're really bold to guess that. How could it be? What's there to be afraid of?
I even said Brother Wang could increase by 200. Come on, Brother Wang, tell us specifically, how much stronger is a little stronger? Zhang Yijuan brightened up. Everyone present was also happy. They were already very excited to learn that Wang Ziyan could gain qi and blood through slaughter. Who knew it would be even more potent than gaining 50 qi and blood from slaying a single beast? This was simply an unprecedented talent. Wang Ziyan's ability far exceeded their expectations. After hearing everyone's guesses, Wang Ziyan also figured out the qi and blood value he should fabricate. After all, his improvement speed was more than 10 times faster than the awakened person they mentioned. It would be reasonable to state a slightly higher number. At this moment, Wang Ziyan's voice rang out, actually, Brother Zhang is right. I gained 200 points of qi and blood for slaying a fierce beast. As his voice fell, the venue instantly fell silent. Then came a series of exclamations. 200? Is it really 200? My goodness, I didn't mishear, did I? Brother Wang, you're absolutely incredible. A strange glint also appeared in Lu Qi's enchanting eyes. What an interesting young man. After a good while, everyone also learned about Wang Ziyan's awakened martial arts talent, which drew a chorus of gasps. It was truly unheard of. He could master any martial art just by seeing it once, and achieve perfection with a little practice. Truly a prodigy. At this point, Luo Gang said, Wang Ziyan, we understand your situation now. Next, I'll tell you what the team can offer you. If you're not satisfied, or have other conditions, feel free to speak up. I'll do my best to meet your requests. First, there's a set of level 9 material equipment, including a combat suit, weapons, and a spatial ring. You've only dealt with common materials before, so you might not be familiar with level 9 materials. Let me explain by comparing them. During the Genius Martial Artist competition, your combat suit was practically in tatters, wasn't it? But if you had a level 9 material combat suit, it would have been absolutely unharmed. At the pulse condensing realm level, or rather, at the demonic beast level, it can absorb attacks to a certain extent. Your body might not hold up, but it definitely will. A level 9 material greatsword weapon can also see you through the entire pulse condensing realm. Hearing this, Wang Ziyan was a little surprised. The combat suit and alloy Han sword he had previously bought for nearly $1 million, were those only considered common materials? A level 9 material combat suit could absorb attacks? Even if his body couldn't withstand it, the suit wouldn't be damaged? His previous alloy Han sword, costing nearly $1 million, was in principle only suitable for the Qi blood realm. A level 9 material greatsword could last through the entire pulse condensing realm. How much would that cost? Also, there's a monthly living allowance of 10 million. Of course, this is just pocket money. I originally prepared 100 million in cultivation resources for you, but seeing your talent, you won't need it. If you're willing, we'll take turns sending people to lead you on killing missions. These could be demonic beasts several realms higher than you. Furthermore, there's a military-managed villa with excellent security. The news I've received is that more than a dozen young people in Jiangnan Base City were assassinated today, all of whom participated in the Genius Martial Artist competition and possessed considerable talent. You must not let your guard down, especially since you just won the Genius Martial Artist competition. You're riding high, making you an easier target. By the way, the Public Security Bureau had no leads on these assassinations before, but thanks to the clues and insights you provided, the truth has now come to light. Oh? Wang Ziyan was curious. As the captain of a C-level special operations team, Luo Gang naturally had high authority and access to many undisclosed pieces of information. He told Wang Ziyan everything he had seen and heard. After listening, Wang Ziyan's brows relaxed. Indeed, fierce beasts like the doggo were disguised as stray cats and dogs and blended in, which is why they didn't cause a stir. Who would pay attention to these small animals in daily life? If Wang Ziyan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that doggo could transform into a level 2 fierce beast. Luo Gang said, a mere level 2 fierce beast definitely cannot change its form, let alone possess such high intelligence. Not even a level 9 fierce beast can do that. This is clearly the ability of atavistic demonic beasts. Atavistic demonic beasts are on par with awakened human warriors.
Their abilities are bizarre and unpredictable, making them hard to guard against. In this assassination targeting the younger generation, even a 3-meridian realm powerhouse in the North China base city fell. I suspect what we've discovered now is just the tip of the iceberg of the demonic beasts' conspiracy. I wonder how much power they've concealed within human base cities. Wang Xian's expression changed. Even a 3-meridian realm expert couldn't escape assassination? A stronger sense of crisis welled up in his heart.
Luo Gang nodded, then reassured him, but you don't need to worry too much. The Alliance is already investigating in major base cities, and it's estimated that all lurking fierce beasts and demonic beasts will be cleared out soon. Of course, demonic beasts' methods might not be limited to this one, there might be other tactics.
Zheng Yijuan also said, Brother Wang, don't leave the city for now. If you encounter anything in the city, contact us immediately.
But it's truly strange, what are the demonic beasts making such a fuss for?
Lu Chongshan was very puzzled. The Alliance has already started investigating. The truth will come out sooner or later, Guo Lu said.
Wang Xian remained silent. He took 2 large sips of tea. The hand holding the teacup trembled almost imperceptibly.
He was not calm at this moment. The world he had been exposed to before was too narrow. With everyone's guidance, he broadened his horizons and opened the door to a new world. He also realized his own insignificance.
Especially now, he still doesn't know why he's being hunted by demonic beasts. Among demonic beasts, there are also atavistic demonic beasts.
Their abilities are strange and varied, comparable to human awakened ones.
Could there be any among them who are skilled in mental attacks, like Brother Chao?
Although his indestructible body had reached the iron body level,
it was useless against mental attacks.
Let alone Brother Chao's 9-meridian realm, even at the same realm, he would be completely defenseless. Besides mental attacks,
there's also Brother Chongshan's gravity. If atavistic demonic beasts also possessed such abilities, wouldn't I just be passively taking a beating?
Furthermore, there's Sister Lu's speed, Captain's destructive lightning.
Even at the same realm, Wang Xian wasn't confident in handling them.
And this is just what's known.
The abilities of atavistic creatures and awakened ones vary greatly.
The unknowns are more numerous, and possibly more terrifying and unsolvable. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged into his heart.
Wang Xian suddenly realized that,
in front of awakened ones and atavistic demonic beasts, he had almost no reliable means of self-preservation. It felt very unsettling. Gradually, his mind became somewhat unsettled. The private room was silent. Luo Gang, Chao Zhengde, Zhang Yijuan, and others also stopped speaking. They knew that today's meeting and conversation had given Wang Xian a very strong cognitive shock. They had been through this before. They had also experienced these things. Initially, they were all young and spirited, thinking of themselves as protagonists, advancing triumphantly. But after truly understanding this world, it became difficult to accept, and they fell into a state of confusion and helplessness. There was even a deep sense of frustration.
Perhaps Wang Xian's feelings were even more intense.
He was the champion selected by the Genius Martial Artist competition, a unique genius.
And he was facing the survival pressure brought by demon beasts. After a good while, Brother Chao, is there any way to improve defenses in the spiritual and mental realm? Wang Xian asked.
Chao Zhengde smiled and said, as your cultivation level increases, both your physical defense and spiritual strength will improve.
Wang Xian knew this.
But it was too slow. Just like physical defense, relying solely on cultivation level improvement, he estimated he wouldn't develop an iron body in his entire life. In that case, during the Genius Martial Artist competition, it wouldn't have been a fierce beast breaking his teeth. Chao Zhengde suddenly understood what Wang Xian meant and shook his head, saying, you might be looking for martial arts techniques specifically for the soul, but I haven't encountered any, so I don't know if they exist. Even as a psychic, I rely on natural advancement in cultivation level to improve my spiritual and mental strength, though it improves more than for ordinary martial artists. At this moment, Zhang Yijuan spoke up, "Brother Wang, you shouldn't just focus on others' strengths and overlook your own awakened advantages. Do you feel that you're inferior to old Chao in the spiritual domain, inferior to the captain's lightning in offense, inferior to Chongshan in gravity, inferior to Lu Qi in speed, inferior to Wu Zhan in healing?" Wang Ziyan was stunned. He was indeed hit where it hurt. That was exactly what he was thinking. Then Zhang Yijuan continued, "Your strengths are fast cultivation level advancement, fast martial arts learning. Take psychics, for example. Old Chao once killed an 8-vein realm master while at the peak of the 6-vein realm, but what if you were 3 or even 5 realms higher than Old Chao? If you were 5 realms higher than Chongshan, would you still be passively taking hits? Or if you surpassed me, the captain, Lu Qi? As long as you level up fast enough, there's no need to fight others at the same level. You don't have to fall into a vicious circle. Change your perspective. Your advantage is leading in cultivation level." Zhang Yijuan's words enlightened him. Wang Ziyan suddenly saw the light. Yes. Are other peers even worthy of being at the same level as me? Even if they are older. So what? I can still surpass them. This is my advantage. Brother Zhang said it so well, thank you. Wang Ziyan said gratefully. It's good that you figured it out. Zhang Yijuan smiled. Wang Ziyan nodded heavily. Seeing this, Luo Gang and the others also smiled. Captain Luo Gang pondered for a moment, then said, "The monster's objective is unknown, and we don't know how many tricks they still have hidden. It would be great if little brother Wang had a substitute puppet. Too bad it's such a treasure, so hard to buy." Chao Zhengde nodded. Indeed, with a substitute puppet, one could feel much more at ease. Substitute puppet? Wang Ziyan was surprised. This was the first time he had ever heard of it. Chao Zhengde explained, "There's a special type of awakened, called a puppeteer, who can create substitute puppets. Kept by one side, they can block one fatal blow for the owner. They are incredibly rare and sought after." Block one fatal blow? Wang Ziyan was greatly tempted and quickly asked, "Where can I buy one, and how much does it cost?" Zhang Yijuan shook his head helplessly. "Everyone knows their treasures. The market doesn't sell such good things. You have to wait for auctions, which only happen once every few months. And auctions aren't cheap. Each time they reach astronomical prices. The last transaction price was 10.8 billion. Wang Ziyan's eyes widened, and he gasped. 10.8 billion. The champion's prize from the Genius Martial Artist competition, plus his previous savings. His total savings were only about 400 million. Not even a fraction of the cost of a substitute puppet. But life is priceless. The substitute puppet was a bit expensive. Work hard for a few more years, save enough money. He could buy one. Wang Ziyan believed he could. After all, when he failed the college entrance exam, he never imagined he'd have 400 million in savings now. At this point, Chao Zhengde couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. "Little brother Wang, you don't actually need to worry so much. You can take a shortcut to buy one." "Me?" Wang Ziyan was startled, pointing to his nose, surprised. "I've only just heard of substitute puppets for the first time. How could there be a shortcut? What nonsense are you talking about? Your girlfriend is the eldest miss of the Wen family. Puppeteers are extremely rare, even rarer than psychics, but several of them were brought under the Wen family's wing years ago. In other words, in Jiangnan Base City, puppeteers are the Wen family's industry." Chao Zhengde gave Wang Ziyan a meaningful look. The meaning seemed to say, "Silly boy, I've made everything clear." Wang Ziyan was very surprised that the Wen family also controlled puppeteers. However, he wasn't planning on asking Wen Mengshi for one. A substitute puppet worth over 10 billion. Wouldn't a normal person be too embarrassed to ask for it? And if he did ask for it, wouldn't there be a psychological burden? Those without a psychological burden usually have ulterior motives, and clearly, Wang Ziyan was not that kind of person. He genuinely liked Wen Mengshi, so he decided to save money to buy one himself. Then, they returned to the main topic. They had met, and Wang Ziyan was genuinely interested in joining the Tianhui Sea-level Special Operations team.
The conditions offered by Luo Gang were also very sincere.
He handed Prince Ziyan a dark gold spatial ring, a level 9 combat suit, a custom-made heavy sword, a villa key, and 100 million in cultivation resources, all contained within. As for the official procedures, Luo Gang would arrange for a specialist to handle them. Once the procedures were complete, Prince Ziyan would officially begin his military service in the Tianhui Sea-level Special Operations team.
In addition to what Luo Gang provided, he would also receive a monthly stipend and a fixed allocation of resources from the military.
Furthermore, Prince Ziyan was currently only at the First Meridian Realm and would not be able to undertake sea-level missions for some time. His most important task right now was to improve his strength.
Everything was settled.
Prince Ziyan then remembered something and mentioned, "Oh, by the way, Captain, what about that red-eyed dog I mentioned last time?
How did the Public Security Department handle it?"
Luo Gang said, "You mean that dog that can transform into a level 2 ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty azure wolf?
That one?
It's already been sent for research. It said that it might also possess an ability similar to atavism, which is quite strange. An awakened beast whisperer tried to communicate with it amicably, but couldn't get any information. The dog was quite timid, only saying that a mysterious command guided it into the city.
Interestingly, investigations into the surveillance surrounding it showed that it hasn't harmed a single person since entering the city, but it's always been sneaky. The first time it attacked, it came for you.
Such a fierce beast is indeed difficult to deal with. A fierce beast actually has the chance to return to its ancestors."
Wang Ziyan was stunned.
"It is quite strange. That dog was dumb, but its speed grew exceptionally fast." As if sensing Wang Ziyan's concern for the dog, Luo Gang added, "That dog won't be a problem for a while, it's very well behaved. After the beast language awakening users communicate with it, they might even ask for your opinion on how to deal with it." Learning the dog's fate, Wang Ziyan felt much relieved. Although he was the one who identified the dog. But this was from a human standpoint. To be honest, he still admired the dog. It was pragmatic and very obedient when it was around him. Having spent so many days in the wild together, it's not strange to be a little concerned about the dog's future now. Speaking of which, he hadn't even helped the dog breed yet.
Never mind, it probably doesn't need to.
Thinking of this, Wang Ziyan smiled.
No more questions, Captain.
All matters had been discussed. Luo Gang stood up, smiling and extending his hand. "In that case, Wang Ziyan, welcome to Tianhui."
Wang Ziyan also stood up and shook hands with Luo Gang. Zhang Yijun, Xiao Zhengde, Wu Zhan and others all applauded.
"All right, Ajun, tell the waiter to serve the dishes."
"All right." Meanwhile, after school in the afternoon. When Mengshe returned home from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. She usually lived on campus. She specifically came back today.
When she was living on campus, besides the servants, her brother Wen Chang was usually the one who stayed at home the most. As for her father, Wen Yudao, he was very busy even when Mengshe often wouldn't see him for months. And her grandfather, Wen Haiyaming, was very idle with nothing to do. He lived elsewhere by himself, having meals with a few old comrades every day. Now, when Mengshe was busy in the kitchen, 7 or 8 servants stood nervously around her. "Miss, is the food not to your liking? Please tell us what's wrong, and we'll correct it. How can we let you, a precious young lady, cook?" When Mengshe, wearing a floral apron and holding a spatula, was busy, she smiled and said, "Auntie Wang, don't overthink it. The food you make is very good, there's nothing to change. We're all ordinary people, why can't I cook? Don't stand around here anymore. Those who have work, do it. Those who don't, go rest." Hearing this, the servants breathed a sigh of relief. "Then should they leave, and I help, miss?" Auntie Wang said. "All right." About half an hour later, 6 dishes and 1 soup were laid out on the dining table. Just then, Wen Chang returned. Seeing his sister Wen Mengshe wearing an apron, Wen Chang was surprised. "Oh, it's not the weekend today, yet my dear sister is back and cooking herself? I thought she found a boyfriend and forgot about her brother. Wen Chang teased.
How could that be, big bro? Come on in, have a seat. You must be tired, right?
Wen Mengshi greeted him with a beaming smile, and as soon as her brother sat down, she diligently started massaging Wen Chang's shoulders. Wen Chang couldn't sit still. My dear sister, it's rare for you to be so gentle with your brother.
Spill it, what is it this time? Let me tell you first, if it's too big, I'm not doing it.
Hee, big brother, you're so capable, what can't you do? Wen Mengshi's words were honeyed. Young Master Wen gave a cool, wry smile.
All right, tell me.
Wen Mengshi beamed with delight, leaned close to her brother's ear, and whispered for a while. After listening, Wen Chang's expression subtly changed.
You really, you prodigal. Big bro, I rarely ask you for anything, please agree. Wen Mengshi pouted and acted spoiled, you're my good big brother, you know.
Although Wen Chang looked pained, seeing his adorable sister, he couldn't bear to refuse.
Next time this happens, go find Dad, don't come to me, understand? Thank you, big bro, you're the best. I'll still come to you next time. Scram. Wen Chang playfully chided her. After leaving the Pangpai Grand Hotel, Wang Ziyan parted ways with Zheng Yijuan and the others. He didn't go home but instead called Uncle Gao. The call was quickly answered. Hello, Shoyan.
Wang Gao's voice sounded a bit anxious, seemingly less spirited than before.
Wang Ziyan said, Uncle Gao, I won't be coming home today.
I've joined the Special Forces team, so I'll be coming back very rarely from now on. He clearly felt that the fierce beasts were targeting him.
He really didn't want his uncle to get implicated. Is that so? Be careful, all right.
Wang Gao's voice, tinged with emotion, came from the other end of the phone.
Guzi was taken away by the Public Security Bureau, and his nephew was also going his own way. Life suddenly became quiet. Wang Ziyan hung up the phone. He arrived at the Warrior Tower. He wouldn't be staying at home anymore.
If he were assassinated by a lurking fierce beast, Uncle Gao might also be in danger. So, he decided to rent a room at the Warrior Tower. This place was located in the center of the base city, and the security measures were beyond question.
However, Wang Ziyan didn't feel relieved. The underlying danger was always present, even more apparent than before. When the bloodthirsty green wolf appeared in Yuhua community, if he hadn't already been a level 3 warrior, the outcome would have been hard to predict.
Although he couldn't figure out why the fierce beasts started targeting him, their objective was becoming increasingly clear. The crisis it brought was growing.
He would have to be on guard every day from now on.
Just like the life pressure I faced after failing the college entrance exam. Life has changed, but not entirely. Life pressure became survival pressure. I still have to work hard, just like Brother Zhang said, fast leveling is my advantage.
Wang Ziyan clenched his fists and muttered to himself, secretly encouraging himself.
I'll rest for another day in the base city tomorrow, take care of some things, and then leave the city the day after tomorrow.
Although it's risky, I can't always stay cooped up inside the city.
Regarding safety, the captain also said he'd send someone to take me into the wilderness. If worst comes to worst, I'll just have to trouble them.
He thought to himself. For Wang Ziyan, stagnation in strength was the biggest risk.
Even for a few short days, it was unacceptable. He had just returned from 0656 today and planned to go to Wanqing Pavilion tomorrow to process the materials in his original space ring.
Moreover, he was the first place winner in this elite warrior competition.
Besides the prize money and the rank of second lieutenant, he also earned an opportunity to enter the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library to choose a martial skill. If it weren't for these two things,
Wang Ziyan might have left the city tomorrow. Hello, I'd like a room.
Okay, please show your warrior badge. The receptionist had a standard smile on her face.
Wang Ziyan handed over his warrior badge.
A short while later.
Room 66066. Wang Ziyan swiped his room card and entered. because he had already obtained the rank of second lieutenant. This time, the cost was only half price. It must be said that the alliance's support for its military was very thorough. Wang Ziyan went to the bathroom for a shower. As he came out, he was drying his hair with a towel when his phone suddenly rang. Wang Ziyan looked at the screen. One Mengshi. Hello, Mengshi. Hearing Wang Ziyan's warm voice, the person on the other end smiled sweetly and said cheerfully, Wang Ziyan, where are you right now? At the martial artist tower, just checked in. Oh, what's your room number? I'll come find you, I have something good. About 10 minutes later. There was a knock on the door. Wang Ziyan went to open it. When Mengshi stood prettily at the door. Seeing Wang Ziyan open the door, she stood on tiptoe and hugged him. Wang Ziyan smiled and said, the martial arts university hasn't even gone on holiday yet, and you're already out? No holiday means no holiday. I came because I wanted to see you. When Mengshi smiled as she hugged Wang Ziyan, her toes almost off the ground. She buried her head in Wang Ziyan's embrace, enjoying the moment. Wang Ziyan said, but, coming out so late at night, what do you want to do? Yes. When Mengshi blurted out a single word. Wang Ziyan was stunned. Did a car just run over his face? He chuckled helplessly, my dear Miss One, I always thought you were very quiet and reserved. I never expected. So I just spoke too quickly, a slip of the tongue. When Mengshi's fingertip pressed against Wang Ziyan's lips, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and the arc of her mouth was alluring. She had joked around with Ling Ling too much, and was starting to get a bit lewd herself. Yes, that must be it. It's all Ling Ling's fault. When Mengshi took a small gift box from her spatial ring and smiled, this is my gift for you. Open it and take a look. Why are you buying me a gift out of the blue? Wang Ziyan was somewhat surprised. He liked the feeling of being cared for. If you like it, I'll buy it for you. When Mengshi smiled sweetly. Wang Ziyan was quite touched. He opened the gift box, and inside lay a pendant. It was about the size of a thumb, very exquisite. It was shaped like a plump baby, entirely golden. It looked like gold, but the weight was off, so it clearly wasn't. Wang Ziyan's discernment was generally poor. He couldn't see the value in it, but still asked, is it expensive? If it's too expensive, I won't take it. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good if people found out I was a kept man. Don't I know you? Don't worry, Ling Ling and I bought it at the night market, it wasn't expensive. Look, I have one too. When Mengshi pulled out an identical one from her clothes, just like Wang Ziyan's. Here, let me put it on for you. There was also a red string in the gift box. Wang Ziyan strung the pendant and placed it around Wang Ziyan's neck, then instructed, this is the first gift I've given you. Promise me you'll never take it off, no matter what, and always wear it, even when you shower. I'll be checking, okay? Looking at Wen Mengshi's serious and pretty face. All right. Wang Ziyan agreed. The smile on Wen Mengshi's face blossomed. She cupped Wang Ziyan's cheeks with her fair hands and rubbed her own face against his, so good. The next moment, she suddenly shrieked. It turned out Wang Ziyan had suddenly picked her up. This girl had been teasing him too much, she was too tempting. He couldn't bear it anymore, no need to endure, let's get down to business? When Hyaming invited several old comrades in arms to Pangpai Grand Hotel for dinner, celebrating his excellent foresight. Wang Ziyan is truly extraordinary, I wasn't bragging, he's a real genius. Fan Jinshan laughed. It was his granddaughter who had discovered Wang Ziyan and asked him to take a look. Then, he could show off to his old buddies. When Hyaming also gratefully said, yes, thanks to old Fan, otherwise I wouldn't have known such a genius existed. Ha, old one, you're really serious about him, not joking around now, are you? Old one usually jokes around with us, but he actually has high standards. However, Wang Ziyan is indeed outstanding, he's already famous throughout Jiangnan Bay City. By the way, old one, your granddaughter is with Wang Ziyan now. What about this matter? It's not part of your plan, is it? Everyone burst into laughter, and when Hyaming also chuckled, "What nonsense are you talking about?
I wouldn't bear to part with my granddaughter, this is all mutual affection. Although I admire Wang Ziyan very much, I still hope they take things slowly.
Talent can be fierce, but relationships don't need to be so stimulating." Fan Jinshan chuckled, "Is that so, old one, you're actually saying that? Ah, maybe your granddaughter will conquer that kid Wang Ziyan tonight."
Shoo, don't talk nonsense, my granddaughter is very reserved.
The night quickly passed.
Last night's antics had gone on too late and too hard, the sheets were wrinkled, and they couldn't get up until past 9 o'clock today. When Mengshi seemed to have something urgent today. She simply showered, kissed Wang Ziyan's face, and then left.
Truly delicious. Wang Ziyan smiled and tidied up before checking out. Yes. Checking out.
The room was only booked for 1 day temporarily. He had a military-controlled villa. Today, he could also check what the villa lacked and acquire it promptly.
After breakfast, Wang Ziyan arrived at the 5th floor of the martial artist building.
The Genius Martial Artist competition had only ended a day ago.
However, the sensation caused by Wang Ziyan was escalating.
Now, not only are Wang Ziyan's legendary deeds in the Genius Martial Artist competition being talked about, but even some aspects of his daily life are being recounted with relish.
And highly sought after. For example, Wang Ziyan has been selling materials at Wanqing Pavilion? Brothers, charge with me. When Wang Ziyan arrived at Wanqing Pavilion,
it was extremely lively here. The store was packed with people, and the clamor and noise spilled out.
"Oh, old Tian, you've come to Wanqing Pavilion too?"
"Of course. From now on, I'll be selling my materials at Wanqing Pavilion."
Exactly.
At this point, we're just like Wang Ziyan.
Wanqing Pavilion had been open for over 10 years, but when had it ever seen so many people? Zhao Xingde was ecstatic.
Busily working, even his sweat felt sweet. It was truly a blessing to know Wang Ziyan. Although he couldn't personally recommend him to the Wen family, Wang Ziyan was directly with the eldest Miss Wen, and his future was limitless.
His small shop was also booming. Life was getting better and better.
Besides the crowd inside, many people had gathered outside the store as well. Some young men and women had clearly turned this place into a pilgrimage site for check-ins. They stood there, taking group photos or selfies, with the gate and sign of Wanqing Pavilion as the essential background.
"Little brother, are you also here to check in and take photos? Could you help us take a group photo first? I'll take one for you afterward." Wang Ziyan was marveling at how many people there were today, standing at the entrance.
Just then, a clear, sweet voice sounded behind him.
"Of course you can." Wang Ziyan didn't refuse. He turned around and took the phone from the girl's hand. "Ah!"
Catching an accidental glimpse of Wang Ziyan's face, the girl excitedly stomped her feet and shrieked.
It wasn't just Wanqing Pavilion.
At the 7th slaughterhouse, in the slaughter workshop, Security Captain Wu Bo was vividly describing an event. Next to him was a group of reporters holding microphones, and many cameramen carrying equipment.
"I'm not exaggerating, that giant beaked chicken was really this big back then." Wu Bo gestured widely with his arms, but Brother Wang showed no fear, grabbed the giant beaked chicken with his bare hands, and slammed it against the ground repeatedly. Come, everyone, look here. See the repair marks? That's where Brother Wang smashed it." Su Tian irritably tossed his phone aside. Even though he had just broken through to a 9-star martial artist today, he was still very annoyed. Now, whether it was the martial artist community, the news, or short videos, he'd see Wang Ziyan, and then switch to another, and it would still be Wang Ziyan. It was simply too arrogant. "Wang Ziyan, you bastard! These honors should have been mine," Su Tian muttered indignantly to himself. He also had extraordinary talent, even the Sun family had taken notice of him. He also became a 9-star martial artist at 18. As long as Wang Ziyan was removed, he might not be unable to become the center of social attention. But then Wang Ziyan burst onto the scene, shining brilliantly. He lived in Wang Ziyan's shadow. Even that bastard Wang Xian's woman was actually the eldest daughter of the Wen family.
The Wen family was stronger than the Sun family. The eldest daughter of the Wen family was naturally a rare top-rich woman. The key was that she was also young and beautiful, and used to be the school beauty of Urchu High. So jealous. Although his life was quite enjoyable now, with the ponytail school beauty and her two roommates playing games in bed. But in the end, it wasn't genuine. They each got what they needed. They all sacrificed their bodies to cling to Su Tian.
This comparison made Su Tian even more jealous of Wang Xian.
How great would it be if he also had a rich woman fancy him? How great it would be to be a kept man.
Age doesn't matter. Even sallow is fine. Sagging is also acceptable. Even if it's spoiled, I can chew it. Wang Xian caused quite a stir in the Wanqing pavilion, and he wasn't quite used to being the center of attention.
He met Zhao Xingde, had a brief chat, handed over the materials as usual, and quickly left.
Next, he planned to go to the martial arts library in Zhongnan Base City.
However, before he could even leave the martial artist building, Zhang Yijuan called.
"Hello, Brother Zhang. Little brother Wang, where are you now?" Zhang Yijuan's hearty voice came through the phone. "Still at the martial artist building." "Perfect, come up to the 78th floor.
The procedures for your joining the Tianhui C-level Special Operations Squad have been completed.
I just got back and brought your second lieutenant's insignia with me,"
Zhang Yijuan said.
"Thank you, Brother Zhang. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Wang Xian got back into the elevator and pressed the number 78.
Both the 78th and 79th floors were places for martial artists to relax.
The only difference was that one served tea, and the other coffee. Wang Xian arrived on the 78th floor.
Soft music was playing here. In the booths, martial artists sat in small groups, conversing quietly. Zhang Yijuan saw Wang Xian and raised his hand to wave.
Wang Xian smiled and walked over. "Brother Zhang."
Wang Xian greeted him, and at the same time bent down to pull out a chair and sit. As he bent down, the small pendant Wen Mengshi gave him popped out from his clothes.
Zhang Yijuan was about to greet Wang Xian.
Suddenly, upon seeing the small golden pendant, his expression changed repeatedly, his eyes wide open.
"Brother Wang. Brother Wang, did you buy this?"
Zhang Yijuan suppressed the shock in his heart, his hand trembling on the table as he asked.
"Brother Zhang, you mean this pendant?" "No, my girlfriend gave it to me yesterday." Wang Xian smiled, a hint of happiness on his face. Zhang Yijuan's pupils constricted. "Indeed. So Miss Wen bought it, it must have been expensive, right?" Wang Xian honestly said, "She said she bought it at the night market, and it's quite nice. If you want one, I can ask her which stall it was." "Night market? Is this night market perhaps surnamed Wen?" Zhang Yijuan's mouth twitched. He waved his hand and chuckled, "No need to buy it. How about you let me take a picture of it to feast my eyes?" "No problem."
Wang Xian reached out to take it off, but Zhang Yijuan quickly stopped him. "No need to take it off, no need to take it off.
A girlfriend's gift must never be handled by others, keep it safe yourself." Wang Xian was a little surprised. "Brother Zhang, you actually know about this?" "My girlfriend also said not to take it off." Hearing this, after taking the picture,
Zhang Yijuan suddenly choked, almost spitting out the tea he had just drunk.
He quickly wiped his mouth. "The tea is so hot, tsk tsk tsk. Does Miss Wen like this type? What a lucky man." After a brief chat,
Zhang Yijuan gave the military badge to Wang Xian. Wang Xian was going to the martial arts library in Zhongnan Base City, so he didn't linger and quickly said goodbye to Zhang Yijuan.
After Wang Xian left,
Zhang Yijuan immediately took out his phone and opened the group chat for the Tianhui C-level Special Operations Team.
The newcomer Wang Xian hadn't joined this group yet.
And Zhang Yijuan couldn't suppress the smirk on his face, he chuckled mischievously.
Time to open the eyes of the people in the group.
The group had been very quiet. Zhang Yijuan posted the picture he had just taken.
It was like a 10,000 gene boulder dropped into a lake. Holy crap, am I seeing things?
Old Zhang, what's going on? Where did you get a stand-in puppet, and a golden one at that? Copper, silver, gold are the 3 grades. Usually, only copper is seen at auctions.
Silver and gold shouldn't be circulating. Honestly, how did you get it?
This isn't something money can buy. You need a seriously powerful background. Yo, if old Zhang had this background, I'd call him Big Brother from now on. On the 78th floor, Zhang Yijuan, twirling his teacup with amusement, let out a chuckle upon seeing such a fish-blasting effect. You think too highly of me.
I can't even handle a bronze simulacrum, let alone a golden one. So you're stealing pictures from the internet? That's really boring.
Exactly. We got excited for nothing, thought our brother had made it big.
Hey, don't insult me too much. I'm not that bored. This belongs to one of our Heavenly Radiance members. Zhang Yijuan left them in suspense. Who?
Even our richest and most connected captain can't get a bronze simulacrum.
Who else could it be? At this moment, Chao Zhenda sent a shocked emoji. Could it be little brother Wang? Ha, old Chao, mind power users truly have quick wits. That's right, it's little brother Wang's. OMG. I get it. Wang Ziyan must have used his girlfriend's connections. But this is seriously impressive.
I thought bronze was already pretty good, but it's golden.
Now I believe they truly love each other.
Oh, you
didn't believe in love before, did you? To tell you the truth, Wang Ziyan doesn't even know what it is.
He said his girlfriend bought it for him at a night market.
He even asked me if I wanted to go buy one. I almost spat out my tea right then. So that's how it is.
With the identity of the eldest daughter of the Wan family, she must know about the assassination.
To actively give away a golden simulacrum and even lie about it, my heavens. Unbelievable. Old Zhang, you didn't spill the beans, did you? Zhang Yijuan patted his chest, steady as she goes.
Youngsters care about face. I'm worried Wang Ziyan might return it if he knew the truth, and then I'd be letting down Miss Wen's painstaking efforts.
That's good then.
Say no more, I envy little brother Wang for having such a great girlfriend. Indeed, this girlfriend is too generous.
After parting ways with Zhang Yijuan, Wang Ziyan went to the Jiangnan-based city martial arts library. It wasn't far from the warrior tower.
If the warrior tower was a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, piercing the sky, then the gigantic dome of the Jiangnan-based city martial arts library was like a tough turtle shell, sprawling on the ground, looking magnificent and grand.
These 2 landmark buildings were 4 intersections apart, reflecting each other. Before long, Wang Ziyan had crossed 4 intersections and arrived at the entrance. It was roughly the size of dozens of football fields, vast and imposing, giving a strong sense of impact. Because he was coming here today. Wang Ziyan had specifically checked the warrior community yesterday to learn about it. The Jiangnan-based city martial arts library was one of the important foundations of Jiangnan-based city.
The security level here was the highest. 3 legions were stationed here year-round, with 9 special operations teams assisting in defense.
There were also many awakened ones.
Of course, this was just the surface defense. Rumor had it that a super-existence beyond the spirit-gathering realm resided here. And Wang Ziyan was currently only at the first stage of the vein-condensing realm.
Above the vein-condensing realm was the spirit-gathering realm.
An existence beyond the spirit-gathering realm.
Unimaginable. Hello, please store your personal belongings. No items other than clothing are allowed inside.
Outside the massive domed building of the martial arts library, there was a wide perimeter wall, with only one large iron gate, where 2 rows of soldiers stood ready.
This was the first checkpoint to enter the martial arts library.
Wang Ziyan stored all his items in his spatial ring, then handed it over. A soldier brought a storage bag to collect them, while another soldier used a scanning device to scan Wang Ziyan's entire body. After confirming he met the requirements,
they saluted and allowed him to pass. Wang Ziyan walked inside the perimeter.
At a glance, there were many sections, each with its own entrance and exit. It was Wang Ziyan's first time here, so he wasn't familiar with it and randomly picked a section. Please swipe your martial artist badge. The soldiers at the entrance were also standing by, ready. Wang Ziyan complied. With a beep, Wang Ziyan's information appeared on the screen. Name, Wang Ziyan. Age, 18. Awakened, yes. Realm, 1 Pulse Realm. Rank, 2nd Lieutenant attached to Tianhui C-Class Special Operations Team. Martial Arts Library Access, 1 time. Source, Champion of Jiangnan Base City Genius Martial Artist Competition.
Qualification confirmed successfully. Hello, 2nd Lieutenant Wang Ziyan, please wait, a specialist will attend to you. The soldier's voice was loud and firm. After seeing Wang Ziyan's information, he immediately gave a standard military salute. Faced with this situation, Wang Ziyan mimicked the gesture and returned a salute. This also somewhat reflected the difference between enlisted personnel and officers. Enlisted personnel did not receive specialized reception. Only officers did. A short while later. Hello, 2nd Lieutenant Wang Ziyan, my name is Huang Ying, and I will be responsible for assisting you. Please. A female officer walked over, in her 20s, tall and graceful, with short hair, looking spirited and capable, speaking concisely and efficiently. Wang Ziyan followed her inside. Upon entering, the first impression was its sheer size. It was about a dozen stories high, with neat bookshelves embedded in the walls, filled to the brim with martial arts techniques. And this was just one branch of the Jiangnan Base City Martial Arts Library. It was called the Comprehensive Zone. 2nd Lieutenant Wang, the Martial Arts Library is divided into many areas, such as the saber area, sword area, staff area, etc., and also defensive area, movement technique area, and so on. Each of these can be further subdivided into many smaller sections. In addition, there are Heaven Tier and Earth Tier classifications, as well as the Comprehensive Zone where we are now. All in all, there are thousands of small sections. Do you have any specific needs? I can take you directly there. Huang Ying said. Wang Ziyan had naturally already considered this. After chatting with his captain and teammates yesterday, he suddenly felt that his life-saving abilities were not complete enough. Wang Ziyan's physical strength, speed, and swordsmanship were already far beyond his current realm, so naturally, he didn't need to improve them further for now. Instead, he should focus on filling his weaknesses. So, Wang Ziyan came to the martial arts library primarily to choose life-saving martial arts techniques. Huang Ying specifically asked, life-saving, agility techniques? Defense? Is there anything for mental defense? Although Brother Chow had discussed it before, he asked again, still unwilling to give up. Huang Ying shook her head, saying, there are no spiritual domain secret arts in Jiangnan Base City. Yin Capital Base City has them, but your authorization level is temporarily insufficient. Blunt and to the point. She paused, then explained, because the entire alliance recognizes that the spiritual domain contains infinite power, all countries are trying to master methods to unlock this human treasure trove, thereby gaining higher discourse power within the alliance. The alliance is not monolithic, each has its own agenda. Japan's ninja base cities conduct no less than 1,000 infiltration and theft activities targeting our Chinese spiritual secret arts every year. Increasing corresponding authorization levels is a necessary measure. The Alliance. Its full name is the Global Human Coexistence and Development Alliance. It's not just the 8 major base cities of China. There are also many base cities from countries like Japan, Korea, and the US. As Huang Ying said, the alliance is not monolithic. Whether in the past or present, the rivalry between major powers has never ceased. Wang Ziyan didn't dwell too much on this topic. He then asked, I can understand all the divisions you mentioned earlier, but why is this called the Comprehensive Zone? Is it because it has everything? Huang Ying rarely smiled,